At the age of 27, Jing Gao is afforded the opportunity to grasp the fleeting essence of youth with an unlimited credit card. Thus, an extraordinary life commences. However, he soon realizes that a true financial magnate must not only possess wealth, but also endeavor to enhance oneself in every conceivable aspect. Chapter 1. Whose responsibility? Detection of host initiated. Congratulations, host. You have received a life experience gift package, including one diamond card with an unlimited balance. Note 1. This bank card incurs no risk in transfers or expenditures, promoting a green, energy-efficient lifestyle. The final interpretation rights are reserved by the Blue Star Financial Magnate System. Ding! The red diamond card has been issued to the host's wallet. We wish you a delightful experience. Jing Gao stands bewildered on the streets of the capital, absorbing the system notification resonating in his mind. His heart feels as though it is being clawed by a cat, yearning to immediately retrieve his wallet from his pocket for verification. On this day in 2016, online literature has surged in popularity. The concept of an unlimited card is one he is quite familiar with. Throughout his 27 years of existence, he has never subscribed to feudal superstitions, instead adhering to the principles of integrity and virtue, embracing life, and abiding by the elementary school code of conduct. Yet, at this moment, the notification reverberating in his mind causes a slight tremor in his steadfast worldview. Would it not be delightful to possess such an unlimited card? He has been renting an apartment in the capital since graduation. Just yesterday, he received a text from the manager of a long-term rental apartment informing him of a 500 yuan increase in rent next month, with an ultimatum to vacate should he refuse. Nevertheless, he cannot produce his wallet at this juncture, for before him stands his project manager, who is currently in the throes of a tirade. There is no need for embellishments or euphemisms. This is the most straightforward and accurate description. Accompanying him and enduring the reprimand are 3 colleagues from his hastily assembled project team, 2 men and 1 woman. What use is it for the company to support you? You can't even manage a minor task. Forget about bonuses this month. Prepare for elimination at the year's end. The project manager, surnamed Luo, a 34-year-old rotund man with a face resembling a pancake, exhausts himself with his tirade. He yanks at his tie, steps toward the waiting crown car, and turns back to bellow, "Make sure to arrive early tomorrow." The echoes of his vitriol dissipate into the dimming twilight of the capital, as the first lights of evening flicker to life. By early April, pedestrians don thin attire, showcasing the city's fashion. The eldest member of the temporary project team, Old Wu, nonchalantly brushes off his suit, as if to rid himself of Luo's spittle and ill fortune, and indifferently states, "Let's go." At 31 years of age, he is a seasoned employee of Hate Company, having served for 7 years, a true veteran. Jing Gao and his 2 companions enter the parked Havel H6 by the roadside. Hate Company is not situated here on Youth Road in the Setting Sun District, but rather several dozen kilometers away in Shunning District. They all reside in Shunning District, necessitating a return home before dispersing. The manager drives the Crown, while the employees ride in a domestic marvel. There is nothing amiss. The 2 vehicles gradually set in motion, the vibrant night scenery slipping by like fleeting shadows through the car windows. Jing Gao gazes toward the distant, resplendent Longhu building, his expression complex as he retrieves his wallet. Hate Company is a modest food e-commerce enterprise, specializing in the production of roasted chestnuts, peanuts, and similar snacks. A month ago, Hunghu Pharmaceutical Group, located in Longhu building, publicly tendered for a batch of food suppliers, prompting the formation of a temporary project team to submit a bid. After a month of diligent efforts, compiling bids, quality inspections, and various procedures, today, the deputy procurement manager of Hunghu has arranged a meeting with them, presenting documentation and photographs that illustrate the severe sanitary deficiencies in Hake's production processes. The implication is clear. They are being urged to withdraw from the upcoming bid in 2 days. Consequently, the irate admonition from old Luo was directed at a few individuals just moments ago. The bidding process involves more than mere price competition. Occasionally, one must also consider external strategies. I yearn for a life that flourishes, akin to soaring through the vast expanse of the sky. The car resonated with the rock music of the flamboyant Wang. Jing Gao pulled his thoughts back, his gaze fixating on an unexpectedly prominent red bank card within his wallet. His heart began to thump violently. Hud, hud, hud. Thus, the earlier notification sound was not merely a figment of his imagination, conjured by old Luo's wrath, but a reality? What does an infinitely funded and securely usable bank card signify? Breakfast could be as simple as purchasing 2 bowls of soy milk, one to drink and one to pour out. Lavish mansions, luxurious cars, and glamorous models visiting each night, such as the commonplace routine. I find it delightful. Moreover, what other tropes exist in online literature? Jing Gao squinted, reclining in his seat, feeling his heartbeat accelerate further, while excitement coursed through his brain, causing a tingling sensation on his scalp. Old Wu, behind the wheel, glanced at Jing Gao and remarked, "Gentlemen, the loss of bonuses is trivial. We must take the matter of potential eliminations seriously. This business transaction is being sabotaged by competitors. We must exert ourselves in the latter half of the year." As a seasoned veteran, he possesses a clear understanding of many matters. Seated in the back row, his 2 colleagues include a man named Tian Yi and a woman named Tang Yunhan. At the age of 24, Tang Yunhan is tall and graceful, clad in a well-tailored black suit and white shirt, exuding an air of mature elegance as she furrowed her brow and said, "Wu Gu, as the presenter, I have fulfilled my duties diligently. Any issues stem from quality control." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Jing Gao. Within this temporary project team, Jing Gao is tasked with quality control and food packaging design. Tian Yi, a sales representative, glanced at the beautiful Tang and concurred. "Jing Gong, it's not that I am criticizing you, but if there are quality control issues, you cannot escape responsibility. I suggest you proactively send an email to Manager Luo explaining the situation to avoid implicating everyone." Tang Yunhan muttered, "Exactly." Her voice was soft, yet ensured that Jing Gao in the front seat could hear. A significant portion of her salary is derived from bonuses. Jing Gao's good mood abruptly ceased, feeling a wave of discomfort. Firstly, his position at Hay Company is that of a graphic designer. He merely holds a nominal role in quality control within the project team. He has no means to oversee the company's product standards. Secondly, Old Wu is responsible for the production phase and possesses greater authority in quality control. However, these 2 individuals dare not confront Old Wu, the seasoned veteran, and instead direct their ire towards him. Ultimately, while these 2 appear to be squabbling, venting their frustrations, their true intention is to single him out for blame. In other words, he is to bear the responsibility for the year-end elimination. Jing Gao turned to face the man and woman, articulating each word. Responsibility is to be shared collectively by the project team. Should anyone wish to send an email to Manager Luo to accept responsibility, they may do so independently. Old Wu, please stop the car at the next intersection. I have matters to attend to. A few minutes later, the Harvard H6 halted by the roadside, and Jing Gao alighted from the passenger seat, shutting the door behind him as he merged into the night. The 3 individuals in the car exchanged bewildered glances. They were perplexed as to how Jing Gao had suddenly adopted such a firm stance. Throughout the month of collaboration, Jing Gao had consistently displayed a pleasant demeanor and amicability. If he had been a troublemaker, would they have dared to coincidentally pressure him? Tian Yi, visibly flustered, scoffed. What does he, a mere graduate from a second-tier university, dare to say? What accomplishments does he have within the company? Let's wait for year-end to see whom Manager Luo eliminates. Wu Ge Yunhan, let's have dinner together tonight. Old Wu smiled faintly, saying, "You young people enjoy yourselves." Yet, a hint of gloom lingered in his heart. This deal has already collapsed. Someone must take responsibility. In the workplace, it's a case of the dead do not harm the living. He harbors no psychological barriers. Should he find himself unemployed, who would care for his wife and children? Who would manage the mortgage? However, what is with this young Jing? He appears remarkably self-assured. Chapter 2. Truly infinite. On a night in early April, the capital city was enraptured by the gentle spring breeze, as the streetlights and towering skyscrapers harmoniously illuminated the night. Ah, this resplendent metropolis. Jing Gao donned a cheap suit jacket over his shoulders, his hands buried in his trouser pockets, as he strolled along the pedestrian walkway. The shadows of trees occasionally danced across his forlorn visage. His performance in the college entrance examination had been dismal, relegating him to a second-tier university. Yet, he yearned for the allure of the capital, thus choosing to study here. The trajectory of his life was all too predictable, having endured the harsh trials of existence. He had cycled through several jobs upon graduation. Consequently, he endeavored to maintain amicable relations with his colleagues. However, feeling targeted by a coalition of co-workers, his emotions oscillated between anger and a profound sense of disgust. Was there no semblance of basic fairness? He had begun to grasp the world's deep-seated malice. As Mr. Zhou Shuren once remarked, this society is benevolent only to the affluent. If one is impoverished, even one's breath is deemed erroneous. Jing Gao exhaled a heavy sigh. Perhaps he was now entitled to the privilege of breathing. He retrieved the red card from his wallet and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Making his way towards the Tycoon CBD, he intended to ascertain the balance on this card, contemplating his future. The tropes prevalent in online literature were myriad. He believed, with a fair degree of certainty, that this red card was indeed a limitless one. But what if it were not? At his age, a modicum of prudence was warranted. Tycoon was ablaze with light, soft melodies wafting through the air, crafting a relaxed and inviting shopping ambience. Jing Gao approached the 24-hour branch of China Merchants Bank located at the side entrance of the mall. He waited briefly as someone withdrew cash, then stepped into the small cubicle, inserting the red card into the ATM. Contrary to his expectations, the machine did not prompt him for a password but immediately displayed the operation interface. Jing Gao pressed the balance button. Processing. Balance. 1000. He stared at the string of zeros following the solitary 1, drawing in a deep breath, a sharp intake of air escaping his lips. The lingering anxiety of having only 5 in his account evaporated. Simultaneously, a surge in blood pressure left him slightly dizzy, creating a surreal sensation. The impact of that string of zeros was overwhelming. After regaining his composure, he initiated a transfer of 10 million to his frequently used Universe Bank card. Ding! Instantly, a notification pinged. Jing Gao retrieved his Huawei Honor smartphone from his pocket. The screen displayed the incoming message. Your card ending in 0013 received a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Industrial and Commercial Bank, interbank transfer, balance 10,000 yuan. 10 million had effortlessly landed in his account. Jing Gao inhaled deeply. Steadying his emotions as he exited the small cubicle, he was greeted by the gentle spring evening breeze. The square outside Tycoon bustled with pedestrians, illuminated by the flickering lights of large advertising screens. In that moment, he marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the capital's nightscape. Suddenly, Jing Gao felt an urge to smoke. Just moments ago, he had been an ordinary individual struggling to make ends meet in this vast, thriving city, and now he was financially liberated. Not merely wealthy, but extraordinarily affluent. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy and ease. This sensation was profoundly delightful. Who wouldn't he want to be a wealthy individual in this grand metropolis? Money may be a trivial matter, and discussing it rather mundane, yet, without it, even the desire to be ordinary becomes an unattainable luxury. Jing Gao draped his jacket over his arm, phone in hand, and ventured into Tycoon. First, he would dine. He had a vague notion regarding his future. He was undoubtedly going to resign from his job. Manager Luo had made his threats clear, and he had just had an altercation with those 3 colleagues. He had no intention of continuing in that position. However, being laid off and resigning voluntarily were 2 distinct matters. Leaving under the weight of blame was vastly different from departing with compensation. Even if he were to leave, it could not be due to being ostracized by his co-workers for mistakes. The humiliation was one thing. The unshakable sense of injustice was another. Tomorrow, he would secure a 1 million yuan order from Henghu Pharmaceutical Group and exit Hake with dignity. Had it been before, he would never have contemplated this. As a mere wage earner, what could he possibly use to persuade the representatives of Henghu Pharmaceutical? His fate would have inevitably led to forced resignation. Of course, prior to that, he would expose the bribery involving that salesperson, as well as Old Wu's clandestine dealings using company resources. Now, things would be different. As for those colleagues, a sardonic smile crept across Jing Gao's lips. His willingness to be amicable did not mean he would passively endure their concerted attacks. As mealtime approached, Tycoon's first floor buzzed with activity, bright lights reflecting off the spotless floor, creating a welcoming and pristine shopping environment. Jing Gao pulled out his phone, searching for a table at Heideleo on the 4th floor. He grabbed a number, then descended to purchase a pancake to quell his hunger. Sir, your pancake with egg is ready. Please take it. Thank you. He then bought a cup of Nayuki milk tea. After finishing his pancake, Jing Gao scanned the QR code. His phone indicated 1 person ahead. He rose and ascended to the 4th floor. After a brief wait, a friendly hostess escorted him to his seat. Right this way, sir. At Heideleo, the average expenditure was about 200 yuan, a rare treat for someone whose previous monthly salary was a mere 5,000. Now, however, he had a bit of wealth in his pocket. Those lavish meals generally required reservations, which he could not indulge in at the moment. Dining alone lacked ambience, and he had no desire to engage in gourmet challenges. Jing Gao ordered a selection of dishes, with a server assisting in the cooking. The attentive service was commendable, and he savored his meal leisurely while scrolling through his social media. The first post he saw was from his roommate. "Cian, I just got dumped. Seeking comfort." Accompanied by a photo of the interior of a Mercedes-Benz GLE. That pretentious fellow was clearly fishing for attention, and he was more than willing to bite. Cia, hailing from a family engaged in small businesses in the capital, likely owned 3 or 4 properties. Coupled with his handsome looks, he would easily score an 85 in any online rating. During their school days, he had been quite the catch, cycling through girlfriends with ease. Jing Gao shook his head, catching a glimpse of 3 girls at a neighboring table enjoying hot pot, laughing together. One of them, adorned with a delicate hairpin, wore a white t-shirt and jeans, exuding youthful charm and extraordinary beauty. Jing Gao felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Of course, he understood that this was not love at first sight, but rather a natural response from a man, an attraction to beauty. Furthermore, having just become extraordinarily wealthy, he possessed the means for the commonplace desires of housing, luxury cars, and beautiful women. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to approach them. Perhaps had he been a few years younger, he would have done so. He excused himself to the restroom. "As I wash my hands, I gaze into the mirror, observing my reflection, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. My figure has grown rather corpulent, and my once youthful and handsome face has become unrecognizable. My hair is unkempt, slightly overlong, and I am clad in a modest shirt and denim jeans. If I were to attempt to strike up a conversation with someone, it would surely be in vain, and there is a significant chance I would be met with ridicule. Once I resign from my job, I will seriously contemplate the matter of shedding some weight." Jing Gao stands at the hand dryer, lost in thought about his infinite card. This card differs somewhat from the tropes found in online literature. Firstly, it does not come with a system. Money may be spent at will, yet skills, personal development, and social standing must be earned through one's own diligence. Particularly concerning is the matter of appearance. There is no way to employ a charm-enhancing maneuver akin to Charm Level 2. However, in its favor, there are no penalties for failed tasks, no daily salary caps, or restrictions on expenditures. With this infinite card, one can spend as one pleases. Charitable donations or frivolous waste are entirely at one's discretion. The only apprehension lies in the fact that substantial expenditures will inevitably draw others' attention. He must cultivate a successful career to provide an explanation. Weight loss and career development are matters to ponder after resigning. Upon returning to his seat, he notices that the hot pot has been largely devoured. The fatty beef, lamb, and beef slices have all vanished, leaving only potatoes and bok choy bobbing in the broth. The waitress, ever attentive, inquires, "Sir, shall I bring out the fruit now?" Jing Gao waves his hand dismissively. "No need. Let us settle the bill. Please hold on. The total is 423 yuan. Jing Gao opens his mobile Alipay to facilitate the payment, and after confirming, he casually transfers 1 million from his Universe Bank card to his Alipay account. With mobile payments now ubiquitous, daily transactions have become far more convenient than card swiping. "Welcome to visit us again." The 3 young women nearby observe Jing Gao's retreating figure. One whispers, "Wow, that hefty fellow has quite the appetite." Jing Gao notices the beautiful women. How could they possibly overlook him? The girl with the exquisite hairpin chuckles softly. "Ing, be careful not to let him hear you." Having exited Tycoon, Jing Gao feels disinclined to squeeze into the subway, and instead hails a taxi to return to the urban village in Shunning District. Given the current traffic conditions in the capital, he estimates it will take around 2 hours to get back. Yet, the subway would be no less crowded than a tin of sardines. In contrast, he prefers the taxi, ignoring the driver's idle chatter. Jing Gao uses his phone to look up the address of the prestigious watch brand Patek Philippe, along with relevant information. Patek Philippe is globally recognized as the finest luxury watch brand. Chapter 3. I am going to buy a watch. 23, East Qianmen Street, Building 1. As a bona fide 27-year-old Diao Si, a term for someone who is financially struggling, Jing Gao is not particularly enamored with luxury watches. According to opinions gleaned from online literature, collecting watches is said to be even more financially draining than collecting cars. Those who amass luxury watches are often wealthier than those who collect luxury vehicles. His intent to purchase a watch is purely utilitarian. He has a need for it tomorrow. Having saved the address of Patek Philippe in his phone, he notices the taxi has become ensnared in traffic at an intersection. Yet, he feels no trace of his former frustration. He now possesses an abundance of tasks to pursue. As a newly minted tycoon, his fresh life beckons exploration. What was once merely a dream can now become a reality. Jing Gao opens a real estate app, browsing through available properties in the capital. This is the subject that truly captivates him. He is unsure what others do first upon acquiring wealth, but he knows that now. With money in his pocket, his foremost interest lies in real estate. After 5 years of navigating this city post-graduation, he remains unacquainted with its nuances, where the delectable food resides. Where the entertainment is located, he is entirely oblivious. Naturally, he harbors no emotional attachment to this metropolis. However, what young professional working in a bustling city does not dream of owning a home? Yafushi Seasons, Shunning District, average price 98,000 yuan per square meter, average price. Hengtai Mansion, Donghe District, average price 100,863 yuan per square meter, 2-bedroom apartment at 14,386 square meters, 14.5 million. Ziyun Pavilion, Xiang District, new homes for sale. Average price 135,000 yuan per square meter, 4 to 5 rooms. Building area 450 to 520 square meters. Jing Gao leisurely browses, sending inquiries to the sales consultants for these properties via the app. According to the basic logic of a wealthy individual, as long as the property is desirable, money is not an issue. Yet, the obstacle lies in the purchase restrictions. Given Jing Gao's current circumstances, he can only acquire 1 unit. However, it seems that there are no restrictions on purchasing residential properties for companies, particularly commercial projects. It appears that establishing a company should be prioritized. As he continues to peruse properties and communicate with sales consultants, they arrive at the entrance of the urban village in Shunning District just before 10 o'clock in the evening. Jing Gao pays the fare of 325 yuan and heads to his residence to wash up and rest. Lianhua Village in Shunning District is a quintessential urban village. Due to relatively affordable rents, it houses no fewer than 20,000 individuals who have migrated to Beijing. Jing Gao sleeps soundly until after 8 in the morning. His 2 housemates have long since left for work. After freshening up, he enjoys breakfast at a local eatery in Lianhua Village. And his prearranged black Toyota Camry from Didi has arrived. Driver, take me to 23 East Qianmen Street. Jing Gao's plan for the day involves purchasing a watch first, followed by discussions at Henghu Pharmaceutical. The driver, a slender man in his 40s dressed casually, clearly operates his private vehicle for Didi. Upon hearing Jing Gao's destination, he remarks, "Oh, young man, you're off to buy a watch from Patek Philippe?" Jing Gao offers a polite smile. Yes. He generally prefers to avoid conversing with others. Perhaps it is a residue of past experiences that makes him feel somewhat insecure. The driver chuckles and remains focused on the road. Jing Gao sends a text to Manager Luo requesting a day off. As for how Manager Luo will react in the office, he couldn't care less. Those who are about to resign tend to feel rather carefree. Just as he finishes sending the message, his phone rings. Upon answering, a melodious female voice greets him. "Hello, Mr. Jing. This is Xiao Qiao from Ziyun Pavilion." "Who? The 3 Kingdoms?" Jing Gao looks puzzled, then recalls it is the real estate salesperson he conversed with extensively yesterday on the road. "Oh, hello. Mr. Jing, you mentioned you would have time to view properties today. I wanted to confirm a specific time with you." Jing Gao thinks for a moment. He should be able to wrap up matters at Henghu Pharmaceutical in the morning and replies, "How about noon? I have some affairs to attend to in Xiang District in the morning." "Ah, Mr. Jing. Would you like me to accompany you in the morning and then take you to view properties at noon?" These salespeople are quite dedicated in their pursuit of clients. Jing Gao contemplates it. Her voice is indeed worth meeting for. "All right. Let us meet at the entrance of 23 East Qianmen Street." Ziyun Pavilion is located in the northern part of Xiang District, adjacent to the 4th Ring Road. The community boasts picturesque scenery, with all properties available being luxurious residences. After requesting leave from her supervisor at the sales office, Xiao Shuang gracefully strides in her high heels, her handbag elegantly in tow, as she departs. The automatic sliding door closes behind her, and she can hear whispers of gossip from her colleagues. A smirk of disdain crosses Xiao Shuang's lips. She knows all too well what her coworkers are saying behind her back. Yet, when opportunities arise, one must seize them. Relying solely on backhanded remarks will not yield any results. Thus, this is the reason why she was able to sell 2 luxury apartments within 3 months, earning a commission of 280,000, far surpassing her peers' performance. Based on her experience, Mr. Jing possesses a strong desire to close the deal. Xiao Shuang settled into her red BMW X1 in the parking lot, first sending a friend request on WeChat before starting the engine and driving away. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Patek Philippe store, Jing Gao stepped out of the car and spotted a tall and elegant beauty waiting for him. Having just connected with Xiao through WeChat in the car, he recognized her. She sported chic, ear-length hair, donned a pink satin long-sleeve shirt, and white straight-leg trousers. Her slender waist and long, straight legs exuded a fashionable, mature, and sweet urban charm. "Hello, Mr. Jing." Xiao Shuang approached, wafting a hint of perfume, and extended her hand to Jing Gao, while assessing the gentleman before her with a hint of skepticism. Wasn't his attire rather inexpensive? Driving a Toyota Camry, even if it was the chauffeur's, did not suggest one who could afford a luxury apartment. Their least expensive unit at the Ziyun Pavilion was priced at 60 million. But what about Patek Philippe? Jing Gao took a moment to observe the urban beauty before him. Indeed, she was stunning. He gently grasped her soft and smooth hand, briefly touching before releasing it, and said, "Hello." He then led her into the Patek Philippe store. According to online rumors, certain luxury apartment saleswomen and clients found themselves in a unique situation if he were to purchase a grand apartment at Ziyun Pavilion. As they ascended the steps, they were met with an impressive wall of mirrors. Just this one ornament exuded an inexplicable aura of sophistication. Turning around, they entered a hall that was even more luxurious than a five-star hotel. There was no hustle and bustle typical of sales. Instead, it was serene and elegant. The living room boasted a soaring ceiling adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers, creating an atmosphere of classical opulence. The gentle sunlight of late spring spilled onto the floor, carrying a fresh fragrance. The furnishings in the hall radiated an artistic essence. Several sofas and coffee tables were arranged, forming invisible sales areas, where a man and two women were engaged in conversation with a salesperson. Upon entering, a poised woman in a suit approached with a smile, her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Shuang, appearing to be around 30, exuding a mature elegance. "Welcome, please follow me," she said warmly. Jing Gao nodded in acknowledgement. "I am a sales representative for Patek Philippe. You may call me Annie. Please take a seat while I share with you the history, brand, and services of Patek Philippe." As Jing Gao surveyed the luxurious and tranquil environment, he felt a profound sense of calm. Had this been before, he likely wouldn't have had the courage to enter. "Perhaps next time. I have other matters to attend to. Could we look at the watches first?" he inquired. "Of course, sir, right this way," Annie replied with a gentle smile, her demeanor soothing and pleasing, perfectly complemented by her beauty. She had already discerned that he was the genuine buyer. Xiao Shuang lingered half a step behind Jing Gao, maintaining her composure as she followed in her high heels. Observing Jing Gao's assured and composed demeanor, her earlier doubts dissipated. The watches here ranged from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. With her income, merely coming to Patek Philippe made her legs tremble. Surely Mr. Jing could afford the down payment at Ziyun Pavilion, she thought, eagerly anticipating his next moves. Chapter 4, Starry Night Black. The exhibition hall was located on the second floor, necessitating an elevator ride, which brought an air of unspoken prestige. The woman named Annie pressed the button, inviting Jing Gao and Xiao Shuang to enter first. Once inside, she asked politely, "May I know how to address you, sir?" "I am Jing, as in the well," he replied. Inside the elevator, a fragrant aroma lingered. Jing Gao could even distinguish the subtle differences in scent between Xiao and Annie, prompting an involuntary sigh of admiration. These two women were undeniably more beautiful than several of his colleagues back at work. Previously, he had to contemplate whether his words would be met with acknowledgement from the women in his office. Now, he was accompanied by two enchanting ladies. As a 27-year-old bachelor, he was filled with thoughts and passions regarding beautiful women. All he needed to do now was to indulge in consumption, naturally encountering various alluring women, rather than struggling to find ways to strike up conversations. Such is the reality of society. While money may not be omnipotent, it certainly grants one certain privileges. Jing Gao's fleeting reflections were interrupted as the elevator reached the second floor. Annie led the way. "This way, please." In the exhibition hall, each exquisite timepiece was displayed in its own showcase, radiating luxury and elegance. Jing Gao felt an inner confidence swell as he followed Annie leisurely, stating, "I am looking for a watch around 2 million, one that I can wear immediately. Miss Annie, do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly, Mr. Jing. This way, please." A radiant smile spread across Annie's face as she guided Jing Gao to a display case. "Introducing, Mr. Jing. This model 6102 or 001 is priced at 2,078,300. There are several other options that align with your requirements. Would you like to try this one first, or would you prefer to explore all before making a decision?" Inside the display case, a rose gold watch rested, its black dial measuring 44 millimeters in diameter, adorned with moon and star motifs, resembling a cascade of flowing sand. It appeared as if the resplendent night sky had been transferred onto the watch face. Circular designs represented the Earth, with stars and the moon suspended above it. The hour, minute, and second hands were distinctly separated, their succinct lines creating a breathtaking image that invited contemplation. Truly, Patek Philippe excelled in aesthetic design. Jing Gao felt an affinity for the piece, recognizing the uniqueness of quality craftsmanship. "Let us try this one on first," he decided. "Certainly. Please follow me to the VIP lounge." Annie smiled, gesturing to lead Jing Gao and Xiao Shuang to their seats in the exclusive area. The VIP lounge was bright and airy, furnished with spacious, soft cream-colored sofas and a clean, refreshing mahogany coffee table. A server approached and inquired, "May I offer you something to drink? We have tea, coffee, and freshly squeezed juice." "I'll have a cup of corn juice," Jing Gao replied. After a moment of consideration, Xiao Shuang added, "I would like a cup of tea guanyin." Once the server departed, Xiao Shuang gently patted her chest, her sweet and slightly demure elegance shining through as she remarked, "Mr. Jing, your aura is truly steady. I'm almost losing my composure. I can finally breathe again." Unable to resist a smile at the compliment, Jing Gao engaged in casual conversation. "You in real estate sales must handle transactions of much greater sums, right?" Xiao Shuang, lightly brushing her hair behind her ear, exuded a mature charm as she replied softly, "Oh, it's not quite the same. Real estate is a necessity. While luxury watches are consumer goods, to buy a $2 million watch, one would need at least a net worth of 40 to 50 million. Of course, someone like you, a successful individual, doesn't need to consider these matters. A luxury watch is merely for telling time." Jing Gao chuckled. What an endearing flattery. No wonder everyone aspires to be wealthy. He corrected her, "I'm not a successful individual. I'm just an employee at a small company." Xiao Shuang playfully rolled her eyes, revealing a sweet smile as she replied, "Oh, adopting a demeanor that suggested the customer is always right." At that moment, the attendant delivered corn juice and tea guanyin tea. Jing Gao smiled, sipping the corn juice while checking his WeChat messages on his phone. It seemed he had installed a rather unimpressive app, giving off a somewhat frivolous vibe. If he were to engage in a romantic relationship, this might detract from his appeal. Fortunately, his relationship with Xiao Qiao was merely that of a customer and a salesperson. The journey to becoming a qualified affluent individual was still a long one ahead. Annie, with her remarkable efficiency, soon approached with a watch box. The black rectangular case, crafted from walnut wood, was entirely handmade, exuding an air of luxury. As she opened the box while standing beside the solid wood coffee table, her demeanor was warm and inviting. "Mr. Jing, would you like to try it on?" As a representative of Patek Philippe, she maintained politeness towards every customer, with a smile as her fundamental quality. Despite Jing Gao's inexpensive attire upon entering, he was still welcomed. However, for high-value clients with a strong purchasing intent, she naturally provided exceptional service. "Sure," Jing Gao replied, extending his left hand. Annie's delicate fingers glided over his wrist, leaving a trail of enchanting fragrance. Once adorned, he raised his hand to admire the watch. Bathed in the bright morning sunlight of early summer, from his perspective, the stars on the watch face reflected on the black crystal, seemingly doubling in number, radiating a sense of ethereal beauty. A luxury brand with a heritage spanning centuries indeed possessed something extraordinary. A surge of desire welled up within Jing Gao to possess it. Patek Philippe was truly deserving of its reputation. "I'll take it. Where do I pay?" Annie's extensive introduction was abruptly overshadowed by his succinct words. Yet she felt a surge of delight and replied with a radiant smile, "Mr. Jing, let us proceed to the first floor. Additionally, due to exchange rate discrepancies, our prices are slightly higher than those in Geneva. I hope you can understand. However, I assure you that Patek Philippe will always appreciate and value." "Understood." Next, they proceeded to the counter on the first floor to complete the payment. Jing Gao used his card from the Cosmic Bank. He swiftly entered the password and signed without a hitch. The cashier, wearing a sincere smile, presented his bank card with both hands. "Sir, please keep your card safe." Jing Gao accepted it, then filled out personal information, registered as a member, obtained a VIP card, and signed. He listened to Annie as she explained the after-sales service and daily maintenance tips. "I have other matters to attend to. Please leave your contact information and send me these details later," he remarked. Annie, clad in a tailored black suit, with a medium stature and graceful figure, exuded a competent aura as she responded, "I'll add you on WeChat and send them to you later." "All right." Just as Jing Gao thought this was the conclusion, a nearby attendant approached with a gift box. Annie gently said, "Mr. Jing, this wallet is a small gift from our store. I hope you like it. There are numerous complimentary items from Patek Philippe, including pens, commemorative coins, leather bags, watch boxes, magnifying glasses, silk scarves, ties, cufflinks, brooches, ashtrays, gloves, travel bags, golf bags, and more." Noticing that Jing Gao's wallet was quite ordinary, she decided to present him with this gift. Jing Gao smiled and expressed his gratitude, accepting the wallet. As he donned the watch on his wrist, he held the paper bag, and under Annie's warm send-off, he exited Patek Philippe's source residence alongside Xiao Qiao. The early summer sky was adorned with floating white clouds, and the unique tranquility of a midweek morning enveloped the bustling cityscape. Jing Gao glanced at his wristwatch. Noting the time, 10:10. It had been a delightful shopping experience, and he felt he had gained some insights and undergone a subtle transformation, marking an increase in his life experiences at the very least. Xiao Qiao, walking beside Jing Gao in white straight-leg trousers and 5-centimeter heels that accentuated her long legs, sweetly inquired, "Mr. Jing, where shall we head next? I can drive you there." She had now confirmed that he was indeed capable of affording the down payment at Ziyun Pavilion. Before entering, she had eagerly anticipated Jing Gao's performance, and he had directly purchased a 2 million yuan luxury watch. He was her esteemed client. Upon hearing that she had a car, Jing Gao abandoned the idea of calling for a ride-hailing service and courteously replied, "Thank you for your assistance. I'm heading to Longhu Building." With the props in hand, it was time to attend to serious matters. Chapter 5, Making a Friend. On a morning in the capital, the main thoroughfare of Xiang District was bustling with traffic, depicting a scene of prosperity in the busy city. Xiao Qiao, confidently driving a red BMW X1, had her phone resting on a support rod, using Gauda maps for navigation. The voice of comedian Xiao Ye echoed from the speakers. "Today, I'm here to share a segment with you." Jing Gao sat comfortably in the back seat, aware that typically, one should not occupy the front passenger seat in someone else's vehicle. This is a subtlety he understood. Upon receiving a friend request from Annie, Jing Gao promptly switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, contemplating the matters that lay ahead. In his 27 years of life, he had never ventured into negotiating business contracts, especially those that had already been rejected. He was merely a graphic designer in a creative role. However, he was confident that he could succeed this time. The Longhu Building, located on the southern section of Youth Road, was established in 2010, standing 40 stories tall. Its entire facade was adorned with sky blue glass curtain walls, making it a rather impressive landmark in the bustling Xiang district. As Xiao Qiao parked the car in an outdoor spot by the roadside, exhibition manager Zhang De of Henghu Pharmaceutical Group was just exiting the elevator, heading into the 30th floor office area after returning from a meeting. Henghu Pharmaceutical Group, a publicly traded company with a market capitalization of 1.2 billion, specializes in medical devices and pharmaceuticals. While this valuation could not compare to industry leaders with market caps in the hundreds of billions, it still held considerable strength among private enterprises in Xiang District, employing hundreds of staff, with floors 29 to 32 serving as their offices. "Good morning, Manager Zhang." The staff greeted, but Zhang De, maintaining his stoic demeanor, did not respond to the pleasantries. This was his professional style. He believed that performing well at work was far more important than superficial niceties. As the deputy manager of the procurement department, Zhang De was considered a mid-level cadre within the group, earning an annual salary and bonuses exceeding 800,000 yuan. At 31 years of age, he felt a sense of pride in holding such a position. Zhang De had an independent office on the 30th floor. Just as he settled down to take a sip of water, the phone on his desk rang. "Someone from Hake Company wants to see me?" "Decline," he replied, frowning at the receptionist's call. Hadn't he already made it clear yesterday that they would not be awarded this external tender? He was the vice president of Hake Company. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Let him in," hanging up the phone while pondering with his water cup in hand. The vice president of Hake personally coming over was quite telling. As a deputy in the procurement department handling this million-yuan order, he understood the importance of not offending them too much. The procurement department had its share of complexities. In the workplace, one could afford to be arrogant towards subordinates. But when dealing with superiors or external parties, it was better to cultivate relationships than to sow discord. Without this understanding, he wouldn't have reached his current position. Jing Gao, accompanied by Xiao Qiao pretending to be his secretary, followed the receptionist to the 30th floor. The receptionist swiped her access card to open the glass door to the office area, leading them to Zhang De's office. Upon entering, Zhang De stood to greet them, his gaze falling upon the stout Jing Gao, and his expression shifted instantly. "Aren't you the employee from Hake?" His memory was quite sharp. Having met with the team from Hake several times, I have a faint impression of Jing Gao. The receptionist, taken aback, realized she had been deceived. Subconsciously, she turned to glance at Xiao Shuang, who stood half a step behind Jing Gao. It was only upon seeing the stylishly dressed, tall, and beautiful Xiao Shuang that she began to believe in Jing Gao's identity. Jing Gao remained unperturbed and explained, "To meet Manager Zhang, I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. To bolster my forthcoming persuasion, I have something to present to Manager Zhang." As he spoke, he removed the starry black watch from his wrist and handed it to Qiao. Zhang De frowned. It was rather audacious for a mere subordinate to have his identity exposed, yet remain so brazen. He shot a mocking glance at Jing Gao before accepting the watch from the tall beauty. Upon glimpsing the Patek Philippe emblem on the watch face, his heart skipped a beat. Although he had never owned a luxury watch, he recognized the brand. After all, every mature man requires a timepiece, and he had kept abreast of the watch sector. Seeing this reaction, Xiao Shuang seized the moment. flashing a sweet smile as she produced a shopping receipt from the paper bag in her hand. Manager Jean, here's the receipt. Jean scrutinized the figures on the receipt, the vibrant official seal smoothing out his previously furrowed brow. He cleared his throat and said, Xiao Jing, you may return to your duties. He waved the receptionist away, his demeanor shifting to one of hospitality. Please, have a seat. As he ushered them in, Jean carefully passed the watch and the receipt back to Qiao Shuang and proceeded to prepare tea for their guests. I am Jing Gao, he said, accepting the tea Jean poured, placing the disposable cup on the coffee table. I wonder if Manager Jean would allow me to explain a few words regarding Hake's bidding? Jean, seated on the adjacent sofa, leaned forward slightly, politely responding, Mr. Jing, please go ahead. A man capable of affording a $2 million watch must possess considerable financial resources and wealth. Having navigated society for many years, Jean had some inkling of such matters. This individual warranted his respect and courtesy. Besides, the order he was managing was valued at merely 1 million, barely enough to purchase half a watch. Jing Gao continued. The materials Manager Jean received yesterday included images of previous issues that Hake faced. Quality control has since become stringent. Your company previously sent personnel to assess Hake. I believe Manager Jean is well aware of this. Therefore, I hope you will reconsider allowing Hake to participate in tomorrow's bidding. Some matters lose their significance once laid bare. Jing Gao understood well that Hake's previous predicament was orchestrated by competitors, and it was uncertain whether Manager Jean had reaped any benefits from them. Jean chuckled, replying, Mr. Jing, my colleagues who visited Hake previously provided exceptionally high evaluations. Were it not for those materials, I would have finalized the procurement order with Hake by now. Consider it a personal favor to befriend you, Mr. Jing. Indeed. He recognized the astuteness in this man. Well, thank you very much. Let us share tea together another day. Jing Gao took out his phone, dialed Jean's number, and added him as a contact, then stood to shake his hand. Jean, smiling broadly, accompanied Jing Gao to the elevator, waving goodbye as the doors closed. Once the elevator doors shut, he excitedly rubbed his hands together and returned to his office. Who was to say whom the company orders would be assigned to? Hake's bid was already the lowest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have urged them to withdraw prematurely. Why Jing Gao chose to remain in a small company as an employee was not his concern, but he understood the value of a favor from a wealthy individual. The elevator descended directly to the first floor. As soon as they stepped out, Xiao Shuang could not help but stifle a giggle, her voice ringing like silver bells. Mr. Jing, that Manager Jean was so deferential at first, and then so ingratiating, like a chameleon. It's utterly hilarious. Jing Gao replied with a smile. Manager Jean is quite astute. He has faced the harsh realities of society. He can afford to be forgiving and understanding of such behavior. Moreover, isn't he also a beneficiary? If Manager Jean were obstinate, how would his affairs be resolved? Xiao Shuang gave a thumbs up. Mr. Jing, your demeanor during negotiations was truly impressive. Jing Gao laughed heartily, well aware that Xiao was merely flattering him, yet his spirits were lifted. He took out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to her via WeChat, a token of appreciation. Do not refuse this. Without your support, I might not have navigated today's matters as smoothly. This was the truth. While his overarching strategy had not faltered, it was Xiao Shuang's assistance that ensured the proceedings unfolded seamlessly. In that case, I shall not refuse, Xiao Shuang said, happily stowing her phone away and following him as a companion. Mr. Jing, where shall we go now? Her words conveyed a sense of closeness. Jing Gao glanced at the time on his watch, 11:15, and replied, you go fetch the car first. I'll make a call, and then we can find a place to eat before heading to view some properties. Chapter 6 in the Shunning District Technology Park. Clusters of 6 to 7-story buildings stood amidst greenery. The streets were deserted, the environment serene and tranquil. Hake Company occupied the 5th floor of Building 21 in the technology park. As a purely food e-commerce enterprise, their staff was limited to around 20 individuals. The industry benchmark for food e-commerce was 3 squirrels, valued at 4 billion in 2015, with sales reaching several billion. In contrast, Hake's annual sales hovered around 10 million, placing it at the lower end of the industry spectrum. Hake rented an office space on the 5th floor, with a startup company specializing in mobile software across the hall. By 11 in the morning, news of project manager Lao Luo's outburst had spread throughout the company. In Hake's organizational hierarchy, the project manager was akin to a minister, with only the vice president and general manager above him. Yesterday, Lao Luo had lost the procurement order for Henghu Pharmaceutical, and this morning he was to convene a summary meeting, only to find that Jing Gao had texted in sick early that morning. Quite audacious. Who else would be dismissed if not him? Following this, several rumors circulated in various company chat groups, suggesting that Jing Gao had performed poorly on the project. Dragging the team down, Tian Yi and Tang Yunhan, whose workspaces were adjacent, exchanged whispers. The gossip was primarily disseminated by Tian. He returned with 2 cups of water, placing one next to Tang Yunhan. Yunhan, would you like to join me for lunch? After returning last night, he had taken Tang Yunhan, the company's belle, out for a meal and now sought to capitalize on that momentum. Tang Yunhan, her hair styled in a bun and wearing a beige long dress paired with a jacket, exuded a lively charm. Sure, with the project failing, our bonuses are gone. If someone asks treating, I'm all in, she replied, a grin spreading across her face. What about Lao Wu? Tian pointed towards the conference room. He has been called in by Manager Luo for a discussion, probably regarding this project. Hey, it seems Jing Gao is going to be fired. What do you think he was thinking, taking a sick day today? A sarcastic smile appeared on Tang Yunhan's face. She felt a twinge of discomfort from Jing Gao's earlier actions. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, Manager Luo was conversing with Lao Wu about the failed Honghu project. Seated side by side at the oval conference table amidst swirling smoke, Lao Wu, a seasoned employee, held a cigarette and remarked, Manager Luo, you know our company's focus is on sales. You should be well aware of the implications of losing that 1 million order. Lao Wu was a seasoned veteran, and he declared, Manager Luo, just wait and see my performance in the second half of the year. To be honest, the project's failure wasn't due to our shortcomings, but rather our competitors resorting to underhanded tactics. Indeed, Manager Luo, at 34 years of age, was a portly individual whose gaze towards Old Wu bore a semblance of encouragement. Old Wu continued, of course, this rationale would not hold water in front of General Manager Wei. Responsibilities must be shouldered. Jing Gao, being in quality control, must bear the consequences of any issues arising in his domain. It cannot be the case that one individual's mistakes implicate the entire project team. The unwritten rule of the workplace is, a friend may perish, but a colleague must survive. Manager Luo patted Old Wu on the shoulder and lamented, Old Wu, it pains me to see such careless employees in the company. Just then, Luo's phone on the conference table vibrated. Noticing it was Jing Gao's number, he waited a couple of seconds before answering, gruffly stating, what is it? His pent-up anger was conveyed through these terse exchanges. Manager Luo, I have finalized the supply contract with Manager Zhang from Honghu Pharmaceutical. Please reach out to him and arrange for someone to come over and sign the contract. Beep. The call ended. The veins on Luo's forehead throbbed as he erupted in a sardonic laugh. This brash fellow had the audacity to say he had secured a contract and then called him to issue orders, even daring to hang up on him. If he did not dismiss this impertinent individual, he would write his own name backwards. Old Wu, smoking a cigarette, chuckled. Jing Gao must have lost his mind. How could Manager Zhang from Honghu Pharmaceutical negotiate a contract with him? Luo nodded, pacing back and forth in the conference room. Extinguishing his cigarette before dialing Zhang's number, a smile naturally spreading across his face. Manager Zhang, it's me. Manager Luo. You have quite the capable subordinate. How about this? Come to Longhu Building this afternoon, and we'll sign the supply contract. What? Luo, holding the phone, was bewildered. Did he really just hear that Jing Gao had indeed secured the business? Old Wu, seated in a metallic office chair, was equally stunned. Zhang's voice was crystal clear in his ears. But how could this be? He was well aware of Jing Gao's character. What did that earlier derisive comment about Jing Gao even mean? The cigarette in Old Wu's hand fell onto his trousers, burning a large hole, prompting a flustered leap to his feet. Luo snapped back to reality, repeatedly saying, Good. Thank you. After hanging up, he vigorously rubbed his face, unable to conceal his joy, and strode out of the conference room. As for Old Wu, who cared about him now? Luo clapped his hands and exclaimed, Everyone! Jing Gao has secured a 1 million yuan order contract with Honghu Pharmaceutical. Let us all put in our best effort. This was part of Hake's corporate culture. After sealing a significant deal, one was expected to shout it out in the office to rally everyone's spirits. Instantly, the office fell into silence as many instinctively glanced at their computers. What had I just said in the group? Tian and Tang Yunhan exchanged incredulous looks, unable to hide their astonishment. What on earth was happening? Jing Gao had taken leave in the morning to do this? Then, applause erupted from everyone. Wow, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Hake has produced a formidable talent. The sound of clapping resonated, with some individuals wincing slightly from the impact. The red BMW darted through the traffic like a nimble fish, smoothly making its way to the destination. The dining venue was a renowned Japanese restaurant recommended by Qiao Xuan. Jing Gao sat in the back seat, engaging in light conversation about cuisine. Just then, he received a call from Manager Luo. Manager Luo? Just call me Lao Luo. Jing Gao replied, I didn't realize you were handling important matters this morning. I apologize for my poor attitude on the phone. Jing Gao couldn't help but smile. Responding amiably, Lao Luo, since I've secured the deal, does that mean there's a bonus? Yes, of course. Once we sign the contract this afternoon. I'll apply to General Manager Wei for a reward of 50,000 yuan for you. The rotund manager was no fool. Jing Gao's ability to secure Henghu Pharmaceutical must mean he possessed valuable resources or skills, making such a subordinate worth investing in. Jing Gao chuckled and said, Lao Luo, I've been feeling a bit worn out lately, so I plan to take a week off. What do you mean take leave? It's paid leave. 10 days. Approved. Thank you. Additionally, I would like to formally report 2 matters to the company. First, during last year's order with Jeyuer Electronics, salesperson Tian E accepted a bribe of 30,000 yuan, resulting in a lowered quotation for the company. Second, the individual responsible for production liaison, Old Wu, operates an online store on Taobao and JD.com, utilizing company resources to procure and sell goods. The store is named Old Wu's Couple Shop and likely generates a pure profit of over 200,000 yuan annually. I will report this to General Manager Wei. Rest assured, there will be a resolution. After hanging up, Jing Gao felt a wave of relief as he set his phone down. At that moment, the red BMW X1 glided down a street, bathed in alternating light and shadow. The buildings on either side were not particularly tall, and the gentle spring sunlight illuminated the shop signs and pedestrians. The leaves of the phoenix trees danced in the spring breeze, and a serene, vibrant atmosphere of life enveloped him. Time felt so wonderfully beautiful. Chapter 7, Culinary Experience. Bang. Xiao Shuang parked the car in a roadside space, exited, and closed the door with a smile, introducing, Mr. Jing, we've arrived. This Japanese restaurant has an excellent reputation, with an average cost of around 1,000 yuan per person. Since Mr. Jing was treating, she couldn't treat him like a fool. She first pointed out the average cost. In high-end Japanese dining, meals could easily reach 8,000 yuan per person. This price point was just right. Jing Gao looked up at the restaurant. Its sign reading Baodai Japanese cuisine. Following Xiao into the establishment, he found the ambience to be elegant, with a decor embodying a beige Japanese style. 2 chefs donned white uniforms, their hair cropped short, lending a distinctive character to the place. The dining area was nearly full, indicating a bustling business. Xiao had made a reservation. After checking, a waitress in an apron politely gestured, "This way, please." Seated at a small 2-person table, Xiao handed a menu to Jing Gao, recommending, the foie gras sushi, charcoal grilled wagyu, and lightly grilled matsuba crab legs are must-try dishes here. Let us order them all. Jing Gao replied with a smile, marking the recommended dishes on the menu. With his previous salary, even dining at a hot pot restaurant felt extravagant. He had never indulged in sushi of such a high standard. His appetite had been whetted by the conversation with Xiao in the car. Moreover, having just reported those 2 individuals in the company, with Lao Luo promising action, he felt quite elated. Xiao reminded him, Mr. Jing, this might be a bit too much. I fear we won't be able to finish. For both emotional and logical reasons, she felt compelled to intervene. Japanese portions are small. I have quite the appetite. Jing Gao waved for the waitress to come over to take their order. After juice and tea were served, the first 3 appetizers arrived. Lightly grilled matsuba crab legs, fugu shirako, and monkfish liver. The matsuba crab legs had a hint of sweetness with each bite. The fugu shirako had a texture reminiscent of ice cream, refreshing and rich. A delightful blend of delicacy and depth. The monkfish liver was sweet and creamy. Jing Gao was not particularly fond of the signature matsuba crab legs. Rather, he found the fugu shirako to be delightful. He only sampled the monkfish liver lightly. Next came 4 servings of sashimi, 2 portions of tuna belly, and 2 assorted sashimi platters. The assorted sashimi platter was nothing extraordinary, as Xiao described it, particularly fresh. Jing Gao, however, could not discern any remarkable quality. Yet, the tuna belly was indeed delectable, its delicate texture imparting a blissful sensation of melting in the mouth. The 6 exquisite dishes include specially prepared 3-day crispy scaled silver cod, charcoal grilled wagyu beef, charcoal grilled black throat fish, Japanese-style grilled oysters, pan-seared wagyu, and sea urchin tempura. Jing Gao, particularly enamored with meat, had long heard of the renowned RB Wagyu. He ordered 2 varieties of wagyu, which indeed did not disappoint. The meat was exquisitely tender, yielding effortlessly to his bite, as if slicing through butter. The beef, once in his mouth, was soft and succulent, filling his palate with rich flavors, complemented by aromatic seasonings, creating a delightful mélange that was simply a splendid indulgence. Sipping on lemon juice, Jing Gao reclined comfortably in his seat, savoring the moment. Xiao Qiao observed him and sweetly remarked, Mr. Jing, this place can be deemed the benchmark of Japanese cuisine I have ever experienced. There is no better establishment than this. Jing Gao smiled in agreement, praising, there are indeed no false laurels behind such fame. It is truly remarkable. He took out his phone to browse reviews on a popular dining app, continuing to relish the crispy scaled silver cod, oysters, and blackthroat fish, each dish showcasing its unique charm. Among them, The sea urchin tempura stood out, perfectly executed with a delicate crispness. As each dish was presented, the waitstaff quietly and gently cleared away the empty plates, fostering a remarkably pleasant dining atmosphere. 2 portions of the signature foie gras sushi were served. Xiao Qiao enthusiastically recommended, "Mr. Jing, do try this sushi. It is, without a doubt, the best foie gras sushi I have ever tasted." Jing Gao picked it up with chopsticks, taking a bite. The nori was crisp, and the rich foie gras provided an extraordinary satisfaction to his taste buds. The meal extended for over an hour, with the light, low-salt, and low-sugar Japanese cuisine delivering an excellent gastronomic experience for Jing Gao. As a Chinese national, he inherently possessed a certain confidence regarding culinary prowess. The world's cuisines find their roots in China. Truly, the empire of gastronomes. He now perceived that Japanese and Western cuisines, acclaimed worldwide, indeed held their unique allure, prompting him to explore them further. Of course, the company at the table was equally significant. Xiao Qiao, with her strikingly beautiful appearance, sweet yet sophisticated, engaged in delightful conversation, elevating the dining experience considerably. The final dish was a clear soup of wild abalone. Savoring the last sip, Jing Gao wiped his mouth with a wet towel and called for the waiter. "Hello. The bill, please." "Sir, please hold on." After processing payment at the front desk, Jing Gao placed the Crimson Unlimited credit card into his wallet, calmly glancing at the receipt. The total expenditure amounted to 3,872 yuan, including a service charge of 200 yuan. He couldn't help but recall a recent viral post on Weibo regarding an exorbitant bill from a restaurant in the magical city, totaling 400,000 yuan, with a service fee of 40,000. He pondered whether such service charges were a common phenomenon in the high-end dining sector. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Previously, he could only observe from a distance. Now, he could partake in the experience. Xiao Qiao awaited him in the foyer of Baotai Japanese cuisine, a fashionable urban woman carrying a beige handbag, quite eye-catching, especially in her white straight-leg pants and high heels. Her long, slender legs were accentuated beautifully. "Mr. Jing," Xiao Qiao greeted him with a charming smile as he emerged, having settled the bill. Other patrons in the foyer cast curious glances in Jing Gao's direction. Standing at a height of 178 meters, he was relatively tall, albeit somewhat stout. The consensus seemed to be that men possess wealth, women possess beauty. Jing Gao was acutely aware of the gazes around him. It must be said, a beautiful woman certainly enhances a man's appeal, an undeniable advantage. Xiao Qiao exemplified this caliber of beauty. "Shall we go to Ziyun Pavilion to view the property?" she suggested. Her smile genuine. After spending an entire morning securing a significant client, she led the way in her high heels. Ziyun Pavilion was also located in the Sunset District, situated behind the bustling commercial area. Turning off from the vibrant district, they drove along a spacious 8-lane road lined with verdant trees, with traffic noticeably light. The surrounding environment offered a rare tranquility amidst the urban landscape. Xiao Qiao slowed the vehicle, explaining, "Mr. Jing, this area is the luxury residential district of the Sunset District, featuring apartments of several hundred square meters. Second-hand homes start at 100,000 yuan per square meter, while new homes are priced at 130,000 yuan. Just look at the lighting on this balcony." Jing Gao glanced out the window, observing tall buildings on his right, spaced generously apart. As the April sun cascaded over the azure glass, each expansive balcony basked in the warm afternoon glow of late spring. The ambience was serene, spacious, and sunlit, exuding a sense of understated luxury. Xiao Qiao's red BMW glided into the opulent Ziyun Pavilion. Chapter 8. Ziyun Pavilion. Entering through the tranquil, marble-carved entrance of Ziyun Pavilion, a left turn led them to a magnificent sales center. After parking, Xiao Qiao escorted Jing Gao into the luxurious center. "Welcome to Ziyun Pavilion," greeted a sales hostess with a bow. The lobby, adorned with a crimson carpet, boasted a grand 2-story ceiling, exuding an air of elegance and comfort. Jing Gao was ushered to a waiting area, where a saleswoman in a deep blue suit presented him with a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao, amidst the approving glances from her colleagues, exchanged a few words with her supervisor, acquiring keys and access cards to take Jing Gao out for a property tour. This time, she opted for a company Porsche Cayenne instead of her own vehicle. The sky blue SUV, with its sleek lines, radiated a sense of modern dynamism. Jing Gao felt a slight thrill as he settled into the car. What man does not have a fondness for automobiles? This was his first close encounter with a luxury vehicle. Although he had seen them on the streets before, it would have been inappropriate for a man to approach and snap a picture or touch one, a scene too cringeworthy to imagine. He resolved to inquire later that evening with Xiao Xia about where to purchase a car in the capital, as he was a local and surely well acquainted with the options. He was a wealthy individual, not a naive spender. The negative reviews regarding online dealers and manufacturers were abundant, with even Maserati facing recalls. Xiao Qiao first took Jing Gao for a cursory tour around the expansive community. Mr. Jing, Ziyun Pavilion consists of 2 phases. Currently, we are selling units from the second phase, which features 3 40-story buildings. Each floor accommodates 1 unit, with 3 elevators servicing each unit. We have 42 available units in total, with 2 different layouts. One is 453 square meters, and the other is 517 square meters. The difference mainly lies in the external views and structural layout. Let me take you up for a more intuitive experience. Xiao Qiao succinctly outlined the entire project, employing her years of sales experience to adopt the most effective strategy, a direct approach. She temporarily bypassed discussions about hospitals, schools, shopping, transportation, occupancy rates, green space, and property fees. Jing Gao responded, "Let us view the larger unit." With a sweet smile, Xiao Qiao replied, "Sure." She parked the car by the roadside and led him to Building E. The available unit was on the 35th floor, an unfinished space. Upon entering, the sheer spaciousness was overwhelming. Accustomed to the confines of a long-term rental apartment, Jing Gao stood in the living room, captivated by the expansive view. Once again, I am reminded of the extraordinarily elongated balcony I beheld earlier on the street. Spanning several meters with a gentle curve, it offers a breathtaking panorama of the urban landscape. The balcony of Building E at the Ziyun Pavilion directly overlooks a vast park, complete with mountains, a tranquil lake, and lush greenery. The verdant grass appears inviting, with individuals engaging in a game of football below. This is truly the essence of life. Standing at the doorway of the living room, Xiao Shuang, adorned in high heels, a pink silk blouse, and white straight-leg trousers, flashed a radiant smile and remarked, "Mr. Jing, you could transform the balcony into a floor-to-ceiling glass enclosure, furnished with quaint seating. Imagine enjoying afternoon tea with your girlfriend while gazing at the splendid views of Central Park, the mountains, and the rich cultural tapestry before you." "You paint quite a vivid picture," Jing Gao replied, a hint of mirth in his eyes. "However, I currently find myself without a girlfriend." With a sweet smile growing ever more enchanting, Xiao Shuang responded, "Indeed, Mr. Jing, the B-type unit in Building E is priced at 160,000 per square meter, totaling 72 million. We can offer you a discounted price of 82 million. Given that you have been contributing to Social Security in the capital for over 5 years and have never purchased property before, the down payment would be 30%. Let me calculate that." Jing Gao waved his hand, halting Xiao from rummaging through her bag for her phone. "I will be paying in full. Additionally, this is still a bare shell apartment. Do you have any esteemed designers to recommend?" Xiao Shuang was momentarily taken aback. "Full payment? Are you serious?" She had endeavored to estimate Mr. Jing's wealth, especially after witnessing him purchase a luxury watch worth over 2 million in under 5 minutes. Such a person is undoubtedly affluent. While she was somewhat unaware of the details regarding his dealings at Longhu Building, his composed demeanor was undeniably genuine. Her compliments about his handsomeness were laced with sincerity, as successful men possess an undeniable charm. Thus, she patiently awaited him at the entrance of Baotai Japanese cuisine. Yet, she had still underestimated him. A luxury apartment purchased outright for 82 million. What immense financial power. At least a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Such opulence is staggering. After a few seconds, Xiao Shuang regained her composure, her face blossoming into a charming smile, exuding a blend of maturity and allure as she said softly, "Very well. The contract can be signed at the sales office. I assure you, you shall receive the keys to your new home this afternoon." Jing Gao nodded with a smile. He had no intention of impressing Xiao Shuang. He merely sought to avoid complications. Obtaining a bank loan would necessitate scrutiny of his income, and given his salary, such an assessment would be futile. Furthermore, acquiring a loan would take at least a month, while he desired to secure the property swiftly. Of course, this unintentional display of affluence far surpassed his ostentation during the watch purchase. He believed this approach would score him points in his interactions with women, as evidenced by Xiao Shuang's impressed demeanor. Returning to the opulent sales center, Jing Gao was ushered into a refined and tranquil small room within the elegant hall. A striking young woman approached him, inquiring, and he replied, "A glass of cola, please." The sales representative, with a cordial smile, responded, "Mr. Jing, please hold on for a moment." Meanwhile, Xiao Shuang confirmed Jing Gao's intent to purchase, prompting the Ziyun Pavilion sales team to spring into action. His identification was copied, Social Security documents downloaded, and stacks of contracts were printed urgently. With complimentary parking spaces included, Jing Gao decided to purchase 2 additional parking spots for 1 million. Conveniently located beneath Building E, Xiao Shuang sat beside him, guiding him through the contracts, indicating where to sign and affix his fingerprints, page by page. At that moment, the sales manager entered with a portable POS machine. Jing Gao produced his red infinite card and swiped it. The machine emitted a beep as it dispensed the receipt. He had previously tested the card while settling his bill at the Japanese restaurant, confirming its compatibility with the POS machine, eliminating the need to transfer funds at an ATM. Such meticulous planning was indicative of his astuteness. Once Jing Gao secured his bank card, Xiao Shuang sweetly chimed, "Mr. Jing, please wait a moment. I shall call the design company to ensure they dispatch their finest designer to liaise with you." "Certainly," Jing Gao replied, still signing. Another saleswoman in a suit and white shirt reminded him where to sign, though her appearance lacked the charm of Xiao Shuang. With a light step, Xiao Shuang exited the sales building. Completing this transaction would net her a commission plus bonuses amounting to 150,000. The thought brought her immense satisfaction. More importantly, Mr. Jing seemed to hold her in high regard. Dialing a number as she strolled along the verdant path, she said, "Sister Jiang, it's me, Xiao. I have a significant client who just purchased a property outright. He is seeking someone for renovations, and it would be best if you came personally." Chapter 9. Learning brings me joy. After finalizing various formalities, Jing Gao received the keys to his new home around 4 in the afternoon. "Mr. Jing, the property certificate will be issued by the real estate authority once you pay the deed tax. Xiao will follow up on any subsequent matters. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me for anything you may need." The sales manager at Ziyun Pavilion respectfully presented a card. No sales personnel wished to sever ties with clients after closing a deal. That would be quite foolish. Jing Gao accepted the card with a smile. Xiao Shuang stood nearby, her long legs accentuated by heels, her smile radiant. She then inquired, "Mr. Jing, will you be resting here for a while, or do you have other plans?" "The designer will arrive in about 20 minutes. Jing Gao replied, "Let's wait in the house. The designer will need to see the space to create the design, correct?" "Of course. Rest assured." Sister Jiang graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts and has been engaged in architectural design for 10 years. Many of the properties at Ziyun Pavilion feature her design concepts and have received high praise from clients. Driving a sky blue Qian, Xiao Shuang transported Jing Gao back to Building E, all the while sweetly sharing details about the designer. Jing Gao nodded occasionally, gaining insight into the Central Academy of Fine Arts' esteemed reputation. It seemed the most celebrated architect in recent years in China was the Chinese-American I.M. Pei. Ascending to the 35th floor, Jing Gao found himself once more in the spacious apartment, a sense of delight swelling within him. Turning to glance at Xiao Shuang, who kept pace beside him with laughter and charm, he noted her tall stature, approximately 175 centimeters with the heels, her white trousers accentuating her graceful curves. A stirring in his heart prompted him to invite, "Xiao, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner." Xiao Shuang's heart raced at Jing Gao's proposition. Having just purchased a property, his invitation for dinner was unmistakably a sign of interest. Naturally, she was eager to engage with him. At 26, she was no naive girl. She understood the dynamics of her profession. Although he had just claimed to be single, would her immediate acceptance seem too forward? Aware of the industry's reputation regarding saleswomen, she suspected Jing Gao was well informed. If she appeared too eager, would he think less of her? Pausing to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, she smiled and said, "Mr. Jing, please hold on for a moment while I confirm with a friend." Jing Gao, of course, could perceive Xiao Shuang's hesitation. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, "Very well then." A wave of regret surged within him. Their conversation had flowed so pleasantly that he had imagined a seamless progression into a date, only to be met with her refusal. Her hesitation was, in fact, the clearest indication of her stance. There was no need to coerce someone, was there? Xiao Shuang responded, "No, that was merely an excuse. I can make a call and tell you that I would love to join you for dinner. Wouldn't that demonstrate my appreciation for you? Wouldn't it indicate that I am not a frivolous woman?" "What do you mean by that?" "Mr. Jing, I, Xiao Shuang, wish to clarify that I would be foolish to adhere to the cliches found in second-rate romance novels. Would it not be better to clear up any misunderstandings? After all, this is a billionaire, merely 27 years of age. How many such opportunities could one encounter in a lifetime?" At that moment, Xiao Shuang's phone rang, necessitating her to answer. "Sister Jiang, oh, you've arrived. All right, I'll come down and meet you." Jing Gao gestured for Xiao Shuang to attend to her business. As he watched her depart, a realization dawned upon him. Thus, her earlier hesitation was not a reluctance to go out with him that evening, but rather a display of modesty. Delving deeper into the matter, he contemplated, why would she feel the need to hold back? Putting himself in Xiao Shuang's shoes, he began to grasp the reasoning. This modesty could indeed enhance his affection for her. Furthermore, in their future interactions, it could afford her some measure of agency. Once modesty was established, a second instance could certainly follow. Upon reflection, why did Xiao Shuang feel compelled to exhibit such modesty? Was she not concerned that her restraint might jeopardize her chances with such a significant client? The conventional wisdom gleaned from the internet did not suggest such an approach. Jing Gao pondered further. Hypothetically, had he merely been viewing properties today, yet displayed sufficient intent to purchase, and then invited Xiao Shuang out, the chances of success would have been considerably higher. That, indeed, would have been the appropriate course of action. Of course, it hinged on whether Xiao Shuang was willing to engage in this transaction. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Jing Gao. Learning is a source of joy. Acquiring a watch, purchasing a luxurious residence, and spending nearly a day in Xiao Shuang's company had yielded substantial rewards. He had taken a small step forward on the path to becoming a qualified tycoon. As the elevator doors opened on the 35th floor, the sound of high heels echoed against the floor. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Shuang entered the living room accompanied by a striking woman in her 30s. She donned a buttery yellow long-sleeve wool sweater, which clung to her figure, accentuating her curves and exuding the allure of a mature beauty. Paired with simple black casual trousers, her attire radiated a fresh and intellectual charm. The elegant woman approached gracefully. After a brief introduction from Xiao Shuang, she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Jing, it is a pleasure to serve you." "Hello, Ms. Jiang. You flatter me," Jing Gao replied with a smile as he shook hands with the woman named Jiang Jingying. It seemed that nowadays, designers relied heavily on their physical appeal. Jiang Jingying was slightly shorter than Xiao Shuang, standing just over 170 centimeters. Yet her figure eclipsed that of Xiao Shuang, and her beauty surpassed it as well. Describing beauty in words often fails to convey the true essence. Yet the distinction between these two beauties was unmistakable when they stood side by side. This was the impression Jing Gao experienced. Regrettably, he lacked a system. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to assess the score of this intelligent and mature woman. Based on his personal estimation, she would likely receive a score of 90. Jiang Jingying produced a stack of photographs from the file she was carrying and smiled. "Mr. Jing, here are some images of interior design styles I gathered online. Please select those that appeal to you. Although I have designed for Ziyun Pavilion numerous times, I would still like to view the layout in person. Is that acceptable?" "Quite professional," Jing Gao replied. "Please proceed." Xiao Shuang stood by Jing Gao's side, holding the photographs, hesitant to speak. She wished to explain herself, yet the timing felt inappropriate. Forcing an explanation would only leave a negative impression. Jing Gao smiled as he focused on selecting photographs, refraining from extending another invitation to Xiao Shuang. At his age, it was natural to be intrigued and impulsive around beautiful women. He still harbored thoughts about Xiao Shuang, now aware that she was willing to accompany him for dinner that evening. However, having thoroughly dissected her thoughts, he preferred to wait a couple of days before asking her out again. That would be more suitable. After several minutes, Jiang Jingying completed her work and gracefully approached to retrieve the selected photographs. After perusing them, she gently inquired, "Mr. Jing, do you have any specific requests regarding the room's decoration style?" Jing Gao pondered for a moment before responding, "Luxurious yet understated, comfortable yet natural." Jiang Jingying chuckled lightly. "Mr. Jing, your choice of words is indeed discerning. This presents quite a challenge for me. I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. I have faith in Ms. Zhang's capabilities." Jing Gao replied, "Please provide a quote." Jiang Jingying smiled apologetically, as if discussing pricing was somewhat awkward. "Mr. Jing, I will complete the preliminary design drawings within a week and present them for your review. We will modify them until you are completely satisfied. The design fee is 180,000. Upon signing the contract, a deposit of 20,000 is required, with the remaining balance payable once you are pleased." She exhibited a commendable confidence in her design abilities. Just as Jing Gao was about to respond, his phone rang. Chapter 10, Jingxin Group. Jiang Jingying gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, exuding an air of intellect and grace, standing quietly beside him. "Excuse me, I need to take a call," Jing Gao said to Jiang Jingying as he answered a call from his friend, Xian Xiaoxiao. This individual was truly susceptible to mention. Earlier that afternoon, while viewing properties, he had considered calling Xia and to inquire about purchasing a car. On the line, Xian sounded despondent. "Ah, Jing Gao, I've just experienced a breakup. Come out tonight and drink with me." Jing Gao maintained a calm demeanor. Xian's history of heartbreak was far too frequent. "I saw your post on WeChat last night. I will arrive at the Classmate restaurant in about an hour and a half. All right, let us meet there." After hanging up, Jing Gao turned to Jiang Jingying. "I will transfer the deposit to you via WeChat. I have some matters to attend to. We can finalize the contract later." Listening to Jing Gao on the phone, Jiang Jingying had been contemplating how she would respond if he attempted to negotiate the price. She could not afford to undermine her own credibility by lowering her rates. However, the customer is always king, and it is essential to clarify matters to secure the deal. To her surprise, Jing Gao was so straightforward and decisive. Jiang Jingying couldn't help but smile radiantly, her demeanor warm and cheerful. Not rushing to collect payment, she extended her hand, Mr. Jing, thank you for your trust. I will certainly dedicate myself to serving you. Indeed. Jing Gao smiled as he shook her hand, feeling quite pleased. His fondness for her grew. To be fair, she possessed a greater allure than Xiao Shuang. Of course, it would undoubtedly require more time. After adding each other as friends and transferring the payment to Jiang Jingying, he handed the keys to Xiao Shuang, exchanged a few words, and politely declined her offer to see him off before departing in the elevator. Jiang Jingying accompanied Xiao Shuang to the elevator. As they watched Jing Gao descend, she nudged Xiao Shuang's arm and whispered, "Hey, he seems to trust you quite a bit. Did you not consider securing the deal?" Observing the subtleties, Xiao Shuang and Jiang Jingying were quite familiar, and she responded with a hint of frustration, "I messed it up." Jiang Jingying chuckled softly, her graceful figure shimmering as she said, "Come on, let us go. Sister will treat you to a grand meal to soothe your wounded heart." The Classmates' restaurant was not an upscale establishment, but rather a well-known eatery located at the back gate of the Information Engineering University in Beijing. In the days when Jing Gao and his companions were students, they often indulged in delightful meals at off-campus restaurants. Among the myriad of modest eateries, the Classmate restaurant stood out as the finest. Even after graduation, this establishment continues to thrive. Jing Gao and Xia typically choose to dine here when they reunite. Jing Gao took the subway to his alma mater, located in Shuning District, also known as Jingxin University. At this hour, the subway was more reliable than a car. As he entered the subway station, the sun was still setting, but by the time he emerged, the city lights were beginning to twinkle. The street behind the university glimmered with neon signs, and a series of small restaurants and various shops exuded the essence of his university days. University students clad in spring attire adorned the vibrant nightscape with their youthful exuberance. Jing Gao, feeling nostalgic, removed his Patek Philippe watch and casually slipped it into his pocket. "Here, Jing Gao," Xia called out from a table in the corner of the restaurant. Several bottles of beer and a plate of fried peanuts and kelp were laid out on the table. "Wait staff, we're ready for the dishes." "Just a moment," replied a waitress in a deep blue uniform, who smiled at Xia as she took an order from another table. Jing Gao shook his head with a smile and approached. It wasn't that the service at the Classmate restaurant had reached the standards of Haidaleo, but rather, Xian's striking looks were hard to ignore. Xian, with a clean-shaven jaw, neatly parted hair, handsome features, and fair skin, stood at 6 feet tall with a well-toned physique, dressed in designer attire. It was nearly impossible not to attract the attention of young women. Jing Gao unwrapped the disposable cutlery, poured hot water over it, popped open a bottle of beer, and filled a glass to toast with Xian. "When did you arrive?" They had been roommates for 4 years. Although they did not belong to the same social class, their university days were filled with pure camaraderie, with compatible temperaments and personalities. Jing Gao and Xia shared a strong bond. "I was just wandering around the campus this afternoon. This place holds memories for both me and Lan Lan," Xia reminisced, handing Jing Gao a cigarette, a soft Zhonghua, along with a Givenchy lighter. His gaze deepened as he remarked, "Jing Gao, after much contemplation, I have come to realize that the love experienced during our university years is the most beautiful." Such profound nonsense. Jing Gao thought silently as he smoked and sipped his drink, content to be a listener to Xian's tales. The waitress soon brought forth a delectable array of Sichuan dishes: beer duck, spicy beef brisket, dry pot king oyster mushrooms, braised fatty intestines, and steamed shredded asparagus. The familiar flavors of their university days flooded back. As Jing Gao savored the food, drank, and smoked, he offered a few words of consolation to Xia while listening intently. At that moment, a couple entered the restaurant, hand in hand. The man was of average height, slightly plump, and wore glasses, while the woman was petite with a delicate oval face and exquisite features. She donned a cream-colored collared shirt and form-fitting sapphire blue jeans, exuding a blend of grace and allure. Just as she locked eyes with the slightly tipsy Xian, she paused for a moment before beaming and approaching with her husband. "Xian, are you back at school to relive the past?" She glanced briefly at Jing Gao, nodding in acknowledgement. During their student days, Jing Gao was quite ordinary, and until he received an unlimited card the previous evening, he remained unremarkable. 5 years post-graduation, he had faced the harsh realities of life. He had no connections with Wei Kaiyan, the class monitor from his class, the campus beauty, or any of the vibrant personalities. Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness. His return to campus was often after a heartbreak, a fact unknown to Wei. "What a coincidence, Wei." He stood up to greet her, shaking hands with her husband. "Hello, Mr. Bai." They were all acquainted. Otherwise, Wei Kaiyan wouldn't have approached Xia so enthusiastically, lest she face trouble with her husband later. "Hello, Xian. Mr. Bai." A faculty member at Jingxin University and a small head in the office first greeted the wealthy Xia before extending his hand to Jing Gao. "Hello, Jing Gao." After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Kaiyan remarked, "Xian, Do you still remember Yuan Ka? I recently gathered with Lon Lon and heard he is now a department head at Xiaomi, earning at least $1 million a year. I always knew he would make it big. Professor Zhao often praised him during experiments. For someone from our second-tier university to rise to such heights at Xiaomi is truly impressive. A slight frown crossed Xie An's face. How did his ex-girlfriend know about Yuan Ka? Those who had suffered heartbreak were often sensitive. Chapter 11. A little temper. Noticing Xie An's unwavering expression while his wife remained oblivious, Mr. Bai interjected to ease the tension. Xie An, Jing Gao, my wife, and I recently traveled to Huangshan and brought back some local specialties. Kaiyan has been saying she wants to share them with her former classmates. Please leave your addresses. I'll send them via express delivery. Xie An politely declined. Oh, Mr. Bai, you know me. I'm quite lazy and rarely cook for myself. Mr. Bai chuckled. It's just some mountain goods, herbs and such. It's a small token of our appreciation. At this point, Xie An felt he could not refuse any longer. All right, thank you. I live in Tongzhou. I'll send the detailed address to Wei's phone via WeChat later. Mr. Bai turned to Jing Gao. Aware that he was being included, Jing Gao accepted the gesture. I will send my address together with Xie An's. Thank you, Mr. Bai and Ms. Wei. After their conversation, Mr. Bai and Wei Kaiyan chose a distant table to order their meal, clearly aware that Xian and Jing Gao were enjoying their drinks in a more intimate gathering. Mr. Bai closed the menu and signaled the waitress to place their order, then leaned closer to his wife, whispering, Kaiyan, why are you bringing up Lu Lon Lon? Did you not see how Xie An's face changed? Wei Kaiyan, with a hint of pride, responded, I did it on purpose. Humph. Every time Lon Lon mentions him, her eyes turn red. My best friend suffered multiple heartbreaks because of him. Am I not allowed to poke fun at him? Oh, women, your name should be actress, Mr. Bai remarked. Momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I thought it was a bit over the top. You really have a short temper. Every time, I end up cleaning up your mess. Wei Kaiyan giggled. What do you think? Do you really think I'm foolish? She wrapped her arm around her husband's, giving him a playful glance. Thanks, darling. And no driving. Driving? We're just staying at the school, Mr. Bai realized, glancing at his wife's figure accentuated by her tight, sapphire blue jeans. Feeling a rush of warmth. Clearly, he was not ready for children just yet. At that moment, Wei Xian's phone on the table chimed. It was the address from Xie and Mr. Bai leaned over to take a look, exclaiming in surprise, Oh my, is it true? Jing Gao lives in the Xiang District's Ziyun Pavilion? That's a luxury residence, averaging 130,000. Wei Xian's expression turned to one of astonishment, quickly followed by dissatisfaction. Does Jing Gao really think he can fool us? How can an ordinary employee afford to live there? We genuinely intended to gift him some mountain goods. And he responds with a fake address. Mr. Bai hurriedly intervened. Oh, let us not be too hard on him. If it's fake, then so be it. We don't have much interaction with him anyway. Xian, being the rich heir, is of some use. Maintaining that relationship can be beneficial. Wei Kaiyan retorted indignantly. Why should it be that way? I'll ask him to send it again. Speaking, he picked up his phone to respond to Xie An's message. Wei Kaiyan and her husband were seated at a distance, enjoying their meal. Xie An mentioned Wei Main's longest-term girlfriend from university, Lu Lon Lon, with a heavy heart. And after taking a hearty swig of liquor, he asked, Do you still keep in touch with Yuan Kai? Jing Gao replied, No, our relationship is quite ordinary. Xie An reminisced. I recall he excelled in computer studies during his school days, and he had an air of arrogance about him. He looked down upon me, the wealthy second generation, and you, the academic underachiever. Wei Main admired him greatly back then. Jing Gao chuckled. How am I an academic underachiever? I never failed a subject each semester, did I? As long as it was a legitimate college entrance examination, we all ended up at the same university. Who's to say whose intellect is superior? It's merely that university life is more relaxed, allowing for personal choices. Xian chuckled. His friend had a strong sense of pride. He wouldn't indulge in flattery or mooch off others. Thus, their camaraderie remained untainted by Xie An's family wealth. Their gatherings typically took place at small eateries near their school, rather than at the upscale venues frequented by Xie An and his friends. However, it was quite pleasant. Xie An pulled out his phone to send Wei Main the address and casually inquired, Jing Gao, what's your address? Jing Gao, picking at the beer duck, replied. I was just planning to move. The landlord of my long-term rental is raising the rent by 500 yuan next month. Write down this address. Building E, 3501 Ziyun Pavilion. Xiang District. I'll have someone help me receive it. Xian nodded, sent the information, and began to chat casually with Jing Gao about recent happenings. They hadn't been in touch for nearly half a year. Ding. Xie An's iPhone chimed, and he looked at Jing Gao with an odd expression. Wei Main says you're trying to fool her. You should change the address. Fool. Jing Gao began to understand. It was likely that Wei Kaiyan and her husband knew Ziyun Pavilion was located in a luxurious area, and how could a salaryman like him possibly live there? He pondered. Then let's use your address. I'll come to pick it up later. Xian sent another message and then searched for Ziyun Pavilion online. Just then, as Xian glanced at the introduction of Ziyun Pavilion, Wei Kaiyan, the petite beauty, approached him in high heels, her face flushed with anger, and exclaimed, Jing Gao. What do you mean? You're just being ungrateful. She had come to demand an explanation. Jing Gao was not well acquainted with Wei Kaiyan. He was neither her sycophant nor someone to be scolded from a position of superiority. Frowning, he slowly replied, Wei Kaiyan, I've given you the address. And you do not believe it. Then whose address should I use if not Xian's? What do you mean I don't believe it? Wei Kaiyan scoffed. Her expression one of indignation. You won't admit it? The average price in Xiang district at Ziyun Pavilion is 130,000. You live there? Xian was at a loss for words, wondering how he could possibly arbitrate this situation. It would be quite awkward to expose his friend's pretenses in front of her. Jing Gao shot a glance at Wei Kaiyan, took a drag of his cigarette, unlocked his phone, and pulled up a WeChat chat with Jiang Jingying, handing it to her. Earlier on the subway, Jiang had sent him several voice messages regarding interior design matters. Wei Kaiyan, puzzled, asked what? As she clicked on the voice message, a soft female voice emerged, Mr. Jing. I need to confirm some design details for your house over the next few days. I hope you don't find it bothersome. The layout is 4 rooms, 2 halls, and 4 bathrooms. The living room is 100 square meters, and I plan to use floor-to-ceiling windows, wooden flooring, in a simple European style. Wei Kaiyan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing. She wasn't naive, observing Jing Gao's composed yet slightly mocking demeanor, and after hearing the voice message, she was already convinced. There was no way she could shamelessly demand to see the purchase contract now. Deep down, she had always looked down on Jing Gao. It was the same during university. After graduation, nothing had changed. He was far from Yu Yuankai. Thus, her earlier nod to him was merely a form of acknowledgement. She had never considered the possibility that Jing Gao could afford a luxury home. Now, however, he seemed to be doing exceptionally well, throwing evidence right in her face. She wished she could just sink into the ground. Just then, Teacher Bai walked over and awkwardly smiled, saying, Jing Gao, please forgive Xian's fiery temper. He then pulled his increasingly mortified wife away. Xian watched as Teacher Bai and Wei Kaiyan left, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, Wei Maeve has her day now. Let her look down on you. Come, let's drink to this. They raised their glasses and began to discuss the situation. Chapter 12. Following this, the refreshing beer flowed smoothly down on a spring evening, invigorating the spirit. The lively chatter of classmates filled the restaurant. Jing Gao became aware that with his newly acquired unlimited card, external scrutiny had quietly begun to envelop him. He found it impossible to explain the existence of this unlimited card. Thus, being a wealthy individual necessitated establishing a company as a facade. Otherwise, many things would remain inexplicable. The reason he had yet to send money back to his parents stemmed from this predicament. Earning a mere 5,000 yuan per month as a graphic designer, a regular employee, and a corporate drone, his own expenses in the capital were already quite burdensome. Suddenly sending money home would undoubtedly raise concerns for his parents. Most likely, they would worry sick. Jing Gao raised his glass and smiled, declaring, I am now a wealthy individual. If you are my brother, then flatter me. Get lost. Xian retorted playfully, then laughed and clinked glasses with Jing Gao. He understood that Jing Gao was reluctant to divulge too much. Naturally, he had no intention of prying further. Everyone has their own secrets, after all. In the capital city, beneath the imperial city, it was not unusual for a sudden prodigy to emerge. If not for Wei Kaiyan's outburst, he might still be oblivious. The classmates from their department would surely be astounded upon learning of this transformation. Who could have anticipated that an ordinary boy from years ago would undergo such a remarkable change? Jing Gao smiled slightly, feeling the initial scrutiny pass successfully. After all, Xian had been his friend for many years and wouldn't dig too deep. Savoring the tender beef brisket, Jing Gao shifted to a serious topic, saying, I initially wanted to ask you about buying a car today, but you called me first. How are you feeling? Can you help me consider this? Xian shook his head with a smile. Getting over a breakup takes time. Besides, after that commotion with Wei Maeve, my momentary sorrow has dissipated. But if you want me to recommend a car, you must first tell me your budget. 1 million. Wow. Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. That's quite a generous budget. You're aiming for a luxury car with that amount. Hold on, let me call a friend to check. He made a quick phone call, and then added, there's a car exhibition at the Agricultural Exhibition Center tomorrow. Let's go take a look. Buying a car isn't just about the specifications and performance, it also needs to feel right. If you don't like anything there, we can head to the dealerships later. Sounds good. Jing Gao and Xian continued to discuss luxury car knowledge, as if attending a crash course, enjoying food and drinks until after 9 o'clock. Xian settled the bill, and they agreed to meet directly at the Agricultural Exhibition Center the next morning before parting ways. As Xian watched his friend disappear into the night in a ride-hailing vehicle, a slight inebriation washing over him. He felt a nagging sense of unease. Suddenly, it hit him. Wait, do you even have the qualification to buy a car? The license plates in the capital are notoriously difficult to obtain. Though he did not inquire earlier, he was indeed quite astonished. As their conversation progressed, he inadvertently neglected to broach the subject. Xian picked up his phone, contemplated for a moment, then set it down again, deciding to address it in the morning. He hailed a taxi and departed from Jingxin University. An hour and a half prior, Teacher Bai had left the student tavern with Wei Kaiyan, continuing their meal at a nearby restaurant with a couple of small dishes. Wei Kaiyan remained an enchanting beauty who captivated men's attention, yet her vitality was entirely diminished as she anxiously remarked, Xinghua, is it all right for us to leave like this, without obtaining his forgiveness? Bai Xinghua, both amused and exasperated, reassured his delicate wife, it's fine. Your reasoning resembles that of a child. It was indeed prudent for us to vanish from his sight as swiftly as possible. Oh. Wei Kaiyan expressed her trust in her husband's emotional intelligence and interpersonal skills. Bai Xinghua then inquired, what is the situation with his property? He stood a couple of meters away, and with the noise in the tavern, I couldn't discern what was being said. Wei Kaiyan, burdened with frustration, recounted the details and, after a quick online search, calculated on her phone's calculator, by average estimates, his property is worth around 50 to 60 million. Bai Xinghua shook his head, it could be even higher. Then that settles it. He would never resort to such measures over a trivial matter. Do not discuss Jing Gao among your classmates. Additionally, you ought to temper your temper in the future. Wei Kaiyan sighed, understood. Oh, should we still send the local specialties from Huangshan? Bai Xinghua squinted slightly and replied, send them. What kind of strength? What wealth is required to purchase a home in such a luxurious district? Severing connections so easily would render his 8 years of office politics in vain. By the time he returned to Lianhua village via subway, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He exchanged greetings with Jing Gao and his 2 roommates, all of whom, being young, were still awake at this hour. After a shower, he returned to his cramped room, a partitioned space in a long-term rental apartment costing 200 yuan per month. The stark white light illuminated the confined area, which housed a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, all still carrying a hint of woodsy scent. Unsure of whether the formaldehyde levels exceeded safety standards, he had no intention of staying any longer. He planned to move out the next day. Jing Gao dried his hair and lay on the hard wooden bed, which creaked gently beneath him. The scenes from a busy day flooded his mind, somewhat dreamlike, yet strikingly real. He had purchased a watch, secured a $1 million order, acquired a luxurious residence, and met several beautiful women. As for the minor conflict with Wei Kaiyan, he dismissed it. They were hardly intertwined individuals. Jing Gao couldn't help but exhale deeply, a smile playing on his lips as he pondered his next steps. He had finalized the order with Henghu Pharmaceutical, granting him 10 days of paid leave. However, he had already made up his mind to resign after those 10 days. There were myriad pursuits awaiting him. For instance, should he delve into the knowledge of fine wines? A nightcap of red wine could enhance his slumber. Perhaps he could explore his passion for painting and seek further education, especially since Jiang Jingyan graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Moreover, with time on his hands, should he travel to admire the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland? And what of his unbridled hormones? Xiao Qiao was still anticipating his flirtations. Of course, most urgently, he needed to purchase a car and move residences tomorrow. The Ziyun Pavilion would not be available for a while, after Jiang Meifu completed the design plans. She would need to find someone for renovations, and the place would require at least 6 months of ventilation before he could move in. He would stay at a hotel for the time being, as he had little luggage. Once settled, he aimed to focus on weight loss and fitness. Then register a company to establish a business, erecting a facade to shield himself from external scrutiny and suspicion. His journey towards becoming a tycoon was still long and destined to be exhilarating. With renewed determination, Jing Gao set his alarm on his phone, extinguished the lights, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 13, The Auto Show. The auto show at the Agricultural Exhibition Center commenced at 9:30 in the morning. Jing Gao had set his alarm for 7:30. After rising, he washed up and dressed meticulously, just as he was about to step out. He encountered his roommate Yu Jiashi exiting his room. Jingge, you seem quite spirited today. Is there some good news? Yu Jiashi, a recent graduate working as a testing engineer at a gaming company, was of an outgoing nature. They had lived together for over a year and had enjoyed a pleasant rapport. Jing Gao smiled and replied, yesterday, I secured a business deal for the company and received 10 days of paid leave. He closed the door behind him and descended the stairs alongside Yu Jiashi. The streets of Lianhua village brimmed with the vibrancy of life, with office workers hurrying along. Jing Gao bid farewell to Yu Jiashi at the intersection and enjoyed breakfast at their usual spot before heading to the Agricultural Exhibition Center via subway. The announcement system on the subway intermittently chimed. Just past 8 o'clock, The Line 3 subway was packed like a can of sardines. Jing Gao clutched the overhead ring with one hand, his resolve to purchase a car growing stronger. Were it not for the need to arrive punctually for his appointment, he would have preferred to be stuck in traffic rather than endure this overcrowded discomfort. Upon emerging from the subway station, the plaza in front of the Agricultural Exhibition Center was thronged with pedestrians. The outdoor parking spaces were completely filled. Jing Gao called Xie to Xiao, and they arranged to meet at the Ford booth inside the center. Xie introduced the curly-haired young man beside him. This is Haozi, my friend. Jing Gao, my college roommate. Jing Gao shook hands with Haozi, greeting him. Hello? Haozi appraised Jing Gao, speaking in a thick Beijing accent. Buddy, you don't look like a second-generation rich kid. Your outfit doesn't quite match with a Patek Philippe. Hey, Xie interjected to curb Haozi's barbs, guiding Jing Gao towards the luxury car exhibition area, adding, don't mind him. He just can't help himself. Jing Gao smiled. Indeed. Haozi's remarks carried a somewhat jarring tone, infused with an air of superiority typical of one from the imperial city. Xian, donning a Givenchy white shirt and dark blue casual pants, stood at 6 feet tall, exuding elegance as he walked, remarked, I forgot to ask you last night after drinking. Have you secured a license plate? Jing Gao shook his head. Not yet. I'll first get a temporary license plate to use for a few days, then figure out a permanent solution. Xian pondered for a few seconds before nodding. All right, let us check out the cars first. Haozi, well acquainted with various circles in the city, could assist in acquiring a license plate if needed. The exhibition center was filled with booths displaying an array of vehicles in various styles, prices, and categories, each attracting groups of onlookers. People were there not only to admire the cars, but also the models. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air. Xian led Jing Gao directly to the Ferrari booth. A striking red sports car stood majestically in the center of the display, its sleek lines and dynamic shape reminiscent of a stunning beauty. A throng of spectators gathered, capturing photographs as the glamorous car models posed for the flashbulbs. Xian explained, this is the Ferrari 488 Spider, last year's model. It's extremely popular this year. I want to bore you with the technical specifications. The price is over 4 million. The aesthetics of a Ferrari are always beyond reproach. In terms of comfort and quietness, this model does not conform to the typical supercar experience. I highly recommend this car among the ones displayed today. Afterwards, we can wander around and see which model catches your eye. Sounds good. Jing Gao acquiesced. And after conversing briefly with the sales representative, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from the alluring red Ferrari. Xian led Jing Gao to the Lamborghini exhibit, where a blue sports car stood majestically. Its body was adorned with striking white racing stripes that traversed its sleek form, while the uniquely designed rear end resembled a poised beast ready to pounce. It was the Lamborghini Huracan 6104 Aveo. Jing Gao, deeply moved by its allure, remarked, this car is rather impressive. Xian chuckled, that's obvious. Which renowned sports car lacks charm? Your budget for purchasing a car is astonishing. Leave the cost-performance ratio to me. Simply choose based on your instincts. Now, let us proceed to view the Bentleys. Subsequently, Xian guided Jing Gao past exhibits featuring Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Audi, BMW, Aston Martin, Maserati, and more. As they strolled, they arrived at the Acura NSX display on the left side of the exhibition area. A tall, stunning model clad in a golden spaghetti-strap dress was basking in the spotlight, surrounded by flashing cameras and admiring gazes. With a professional smile, she captivated the audience. Xian rolled up his shirt sleeves and sighed. After personal observation, this model is undoubtedly the most beautiful here. Let us take a moment to rest our eyes. Jing Gao, have you decided? I shall go ask her for her WeChat. I can't accompany you any longer. Jing Gao couldn't help but laugh. Xie Xiao? You truly are flamboyant. Just last night you were drowning your sorrows over a breakup. Admiring the model's alluring curves from 2 meters away, he agreed. She is indeed the most stunning. Haozi, the curly-haired youth, gasped for breath after standing and walking for an hour. He urged, dude, you should wrap it up. Don't get too dazzled. Finish up quickly. I've got things to attend to. Jing Gao dismissed him, turning to Xian and said, let us go for the Ferrari first. Xian responded, all right, you go ahead, we'll join you shortly. Jing Gao approached the Ferrari exhibit, expressed his intent to purchase, and was politely invited to sit in the adjacent waiting area. The sales manager, Wang Qinian, a man in his 30s clad in a suit and crisp white shirt, sat down with a smile. Good day, sir. I am Wang Qinian, the sales manager for Ferrari. Listening to the introduction and purchase process, Jing Gao interjected directly. Do you have any cars available? I wish to drive one away soon. Wang Qinian replied, yes, we have the Ferrari 488 Spider in stock, priced at 4.2 million, with a total on-the-road cost of 4.67 million. Jing Gao nodded firmly and stated, let us sign the contract. The sales manager was momentarily taken aback by Jing Gao's promptness. He smiled even more warmly. having initially assumed this casually dressed young man was merely inquiring. Having been in sales long enough, he knew that until payment was completed, a buyer could easily change their mind. This deal was in the bag. Wang Qinian immediately stood. Slightly bowing, "Please hold on a moment." He walked to fetch the contract and refreshments, then returned to explain further. Having just grasped the nuances of purchasing a home yesterday, Jing Gao, while reviewing the contract, remarked, "Manager Wang, I am interested in buying a few more cars. Your showroom is quite expansive, and I'd prefer not to run back and forth. Can sales representatives from other brands come to me?" This request was somewhat unreasonable, given that each brand had its own exhibit. However, the demands of a wealthy client were always considered valid. Wang Qinian responded without hesitation, "Of course, Mr. Jing. What other vehicles are you interested in?" Meanwhile, Xian and Haozi were outside the exhibition hall, sharing a cigarette in their car, then purchasing 2 coffees from Starbucks before heading back inside. Xian was not indifferent to Jing Gao's car-buying endeavor. Rather, he understood that the process required listening to the sales representatives discuss various specifications and taking test drives, which could easily take half an hour. His timing was perfect to assist Jing Gao in negotiating a better price and securing some discounts. Little did he know that Jing Gao was so decisive. Haozi, adjusting his curly hair while sipping a cappuccino, commented, "Xian, your friend seems a bit pretentious. Does he really need to wander around with a budget of 10 million? I think he is just showing off in front of you, as if he truly has that much money." Xian sighed. "Haozi, when will you learn to control that loose tongue of yours? If you had, you wouldn't be in this situation." Haozi chuckled, "Come on. It's just my little hobby to tease. How can I help it? All right, enough of that. Since he is your roommate, let us give him some face. Let us go." Chapter 14, Consumption Perspectives. Around 11 in the morning, the Agricultural Exhibition Center was bustling with crowds. Xian and Haozi arrived at the Ferrari exhibit to find Jing Gao already seated in the waiting area. 5 or 6 impeccably dressed sales representatives stood a meter away from Jing Gao's round table, holding thick stacks of contracts. A stylish and strikingly beautiful woman, with fair skin and long legs, was seated beside Jing Gao, leaning in occasionally to converse with him in an intimate manner. This scene evoked envy in the hearts of the men who witnessed it. Xian was somewhat bewildered. This was not in line with his usual perception of Jing Gao, who often struggled to maintain a conversation with women. However, he quickly came to terms with the reality that purchasing luxury cars often came with the bonus of alluring companions. Haozi pulled a Ferrari sales representative aside, gesturing with his chin, inquiring, "What is going on here?" The sales representative explained, Mr. Jing was reluctant to wander around the showroom. So he summoned the sales managers from Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, and Aston Martin to him, intending to make all his purchases outright. What a tycoon. Haozi felt a flush of embarrassment. What had he just said to Xian outside the exhibition? That he was short on cash? He might not understand cars as well as Xian, but surely 3 luxury cars plus a Ferrari would exceed 10 million, right? Xian patted Haozi on the shoulder. "Let us wait over here." He had a good rapport with Jing Gao, but now was not the time to intrude. Despite having had many past relationships, he was quite clear-headed about the situation. Sitting across from Jing Gao was the Rolls-Royce sales representative, who had just finalized the deal for the Lamborghini Huracan 6104 Aveo. That model was not in stock. He had signed a pre-sale contract and would collect the car from the dealership in a week. "Hello, Mr. Jing. We have 2 models available at our Rolls-Royce exhibit today. May I inquire which one you are interested in?" "The latest release, the Ghost Black Badge? You truly have an eye for elegance. This model has been specially tailored for the Chinese market, featuring a unique black paint finish and a 6.6L twin-turbocharged engine, which offers enhanced power over the traditional Ghost model." Jing Gao waved his hand, interrupting the sales pitch, and directly asked, "What is the final price? When can I collect it if I pay in full?" Such introductory phrases seemed trivial to him. At this moment, his decision was based not on performance, but purely on aesthetics. He was particularly fond of the stately and substantial appearance of the black Rolls-Royce. The sales manager replied, "The price is 7.23 million. If paid in full, you can collect it in 3 days." Jing Gao responded decisively, "All right, let us sign the contract." With a signature and a card swipe, he spent another 7.23 million. The previously mentioned Lamborghini Huracan 6104 Aveo was priced at 5 million, culminating in a total of 5.55 million. Jing Gao experienced the exhilarating rush of spending money. The tall beauty seated beside him leaned in, her voice soft and playful. "Mr. Jing, your handwriting is truly beautiful." The fragrant aroma of her presence enveloped him, accentuating her graceful form. Jing Gao cast a fleeting glance at her neckline, questioning the need to maintain a facade of propriety. With a smile, he remarked, "You can discern that just from a signature? Please assist me in locating some nearby culinary delights." Flattery is universally appreciated, especially when it comes from a stunning beauty. Jing Gao saw no reason to treat her any differently. Yet, He was acutely aware of the reasons a captivating woman would choose to flatter him. He casually assigned her a task. It wasn't that he had an aversion to beautiful women. Rather, the crowded atmosphere of the auto show made her overly enthusiastic proximity feel akin to a circus act. This young woman was a model at the exhibition, adorned in a white dress, her beauty and physique surpassing even the models stationed by the vehicles he had previously admired. Jing Gao was unsure of her origins, but he found no offense in her occasional compliments while she sat beside him as he signed contracts. Next came the Aston Martin, specifically the DB11, priced at 32.88 million yuan, with a final cost of 3.66 million yuan after taxes. This model had sold out before the exhibition even commenced, meaning Jing Gao would have to wait a month before he could take possession of the vehicle. After signing and processing the payment, he shook hands with the sales representative, bidding farewell while meticulously arranging the 4 purchase contracts on the wooden table. He took a sip of cola, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Earlier, he had been accompanied by young Master Xie to view the cars, and he had developed a particular fondness for these 4 models. Online discussions claim that adults do not face dilemmas. They desire everything. He found this notion to be true. If something appealed to him, he felt justified in acquiring it. Before arriving at the car show, he had initially intended to purchase just one vehicle. The thought of a license plate had yet to cross his mind. However, stepping into the exhibition made him realize how naive that idea was. For someone like him, purchasing a single car was a mindset befitting a mere novice. He was slowly acclimating to his newfound identity as a wealthy individual, purchasing 4 luxury cars in one go. He could see the astonishment in the eyes of the salespeople and the admiration from the beautiful model beside him. Yet, it mattered not whether he was perceived as ostentatious or not. What mattered was his own desires and comfort. A single expenditure of over 20 million yuan stirred within him a profound sense of liberation from his previous consumer mindset. He had taken yet another small step on his journey to becoming a competent, affluent individual. Jing Gao stood, glancing at his wristwatch, noting the approach of noon. The model beside him rose as well, having recognized the exquisite Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth over 2 million yuan, in a starry black finish. Let us exchange WeChat. We can chat later. Jing Gao, akin to a heartless playboy, completed his business and strolled over to greet Xie and in the guest seating area. Xie smiled, not wanting to disturb you. We stayed away. Have you finished? Jing Gao raised the contracts in his hand, grinning. All done. Let us find a place for lunch. Given his relationship with Xie, it was unnecessary to voice the Xie, but he felt obliged to treat him to a meal. Xie jokingly replied, well, I intend to extract a hefty sum from this wealthy gentleman. I've already reserved a table. Howsy, with an ingratiating smile, remarked, young Master Jing. You truly are magnanimous. I can hardly say anyone in the capital has spent like you today. Among those I know, you reign supreme. He gave a thumbs up, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, now fawning over him. Jing Gao chuckled, dismissing the flattery, finding it even more insincere than the earlier praises from the model. However, it was certainly more palatable than the initial barbs he had endured. Xian drove Jing Gao and Housie to a renowned fish restaurant, about half an hour away. He joked about wanting to take advantage of Jing Gao, but that was merely banter. His usual spending hovered around 1,000 per person. The restaurant's ambience was serene, with a red lantern hanging at the entrance, and the sound of flowing water from a foam mountain inside, symbolizing wealth. They settled at a wooden table adorned with greenery by the window, where Xie and began to order. Housie dutifully poured tea for Jing Gao, engaging him in conversation. Young Master Jing, the fish soup here is a local delicacy, typically requiring reservations an hour in advance. You'll understand once you taste it. Xian, unable to bear the sycophancy, interjected, Housie, just say what you mean. No need for circumlocution. Housie, feeling a bit embarrassed, understood that he had been overly obsequious, but thought it necessary to curry favor with such a significant patron. Soft music played in the background, crafting a cozy dining atmosphere. Housie offered an awkward smile, aware that he had perhaps lowered himself too much, but the prospect of earning money necessitated such humility. After all, he was in the presence of a substantial benefactor. Seizing the opportunity, Housie continued, young Master Jing, with your purchases of multiple luxury cars, renting a license plate seems rather trivial. In the event of a minor accident, it would be a hassle to have others involved. I recommend you buy a company with a Beijing license plate. It's a one-time solution that ensures your comfort. I have a friend who specializes in this business. If you're interested, I can inquire on your behalf. Jing Gao smiled and declined. Let us discuss that after lunch. He recognized that this curly-haired young man was attempting to act as a broker, but he had already dismissed the idea from his mind early on. One shouldn't forget previous matters simply because someone lavished them with a few compliments. That would be no different from a fool. This was not generosity, this was naivety. He had already discussed license plates with Wang Qinian, the sales manager at Ferrari's booth. If he didn't win a number in the lottery, he had three alternative methods to acquire a plate: renting one, purchasing a company with a plate, or buying a car from a bankruptcy auction. Wang Qinian had advised him that if money was no object, acquiring a company with a Beijing license plate was the way to go. The change of company ownership was unrestricted, allowing him to easily transfer the plate to his newly acquired sports car. However, this route would incur an annual cost of about 10,000 yuan for maintaining the company, even if it was a shell corporation. He had already entrusted Wang Qinian to handle this matter, rendering Haozi's input irrelevant. Haozi's lips twitched, realizing that his words had potentially created ill will. He recognized that Xian, though seemingly amiable, was quite astute. "Oh, understood," Haozi replied awkwardly, no longer daring to make sarcastic remarks toward Jing Gao. The atmosphere shifted, and he refrained from being overly attentive, though he continued to refer to him as young Master Jing. Xian shook his head inwardly, recognizing that Haozi was finally learning the consequences of his sharp tongue. He was caught between two worlds. Now seeing Jing Gao's refusal, he felt a sense of relief and began discussing culinary delights with him. Moments later, a steaming platter of fish arrived, an iron pot brimming with mushrooms, minced garlic, scallops, shrimp, chicken, and more, exuding tantalizing sounds and aromas. As they dined and engaged in casual conversation, Jing Gao pulled out his phone and accepted a new friend request. It was likely from the charming young woman who had accompanied him during the car purchase. The response came swiftly: "Young Master Jing, I am He Xuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to have the honor of being your co-pilot in the Ferrari." Jing Gao smiled at the message. It was said that a luxury car's co-pilot would never disappoint. Fair skin, beauty, and long legs were merely the baseline requirements. He Xuan certainly fit the bill, her beauty and figure surpassing even that of Xiao Qiao. Jing Gao pondered for a moment before replying, "How old are you?" 36. Jing Gao was taken aback. Surely that couldn't be true. "I was not referring to age, you know." With a sly smile, Jing Gao suddenly realized and could not help but chuckle. He had been caught in a clever trap. This experience was quite novel. He had seen plenty of similar anecdotes online, but to have it happen to him, especially while conversing with a stunning beauty, scoring a solid 90 for looks and 95 for figure, felt a tad exhilarating. This girl was intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Gao turned and sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, intending to buy himself a Coke. The envelope was snapped up in an instant, followed by a flurry of replies. "Jing Xiao, how generous. Love you." He chuckled softly, setting his phone aside, dismissing such trivial responses, and leisurely savored a sip of fish soup. He had never encountered such an enthusiastic girl before. Earlier, in the exhibition hall, her demeanor suggested she wanted to follow him directly. Of course, he knew the reason for her enthusiasm. It certainly wasn't due to a desire for his company. In truth, he found himself somewhat attracted to her. This did not imply that He Xuan was necessarily a bad girl. After all, they had barely interacted twice. Who could truly know the intricacies of another's life? Everyone has different perspectives on money. After lunch, Jing Gao settled the bill, 200 yuan. Having just purchased a car worth over 20 million, he paid little heed to this meager sum, calmly slipping his phone into his pocket. Perhaps this was a form of growth. Once upon a time, he would have felt quite reflective after dining at a hot pot restaurant that cost a few hundred yuan. Jing Gao declined Xie Xiao's offer to drive him back to the agricultural exhibition center, opting for a taxi instead. Wang Qinian was already waiting. "Mr. Jing, I've taken care of the license plate issue for you. One company has 3 plates, and the other has 1. You need to pay the deposit. And the day after tomorrow, we can go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to change the shareholders and legal representative." Jing Gao nodded. "All right. Let us proceed as discussed this morning. Please give me your bank account details." They had agreed earlier that he would pay Wang Qinian 800,000 yuan for this arrangement, and the discounts negotiated would be to Wang Qinian's benefit. "Thank you, Mr. Jing, for this opportunity to assist you," Wang Qinian said, his face beaming as he directed his subordinate to drive the Ferrari adorned with a temporary license plate to the entrance of the exhibition hall. Jing Gao transferred the money to Wang Qinian via mobile banking and, accompanied by him, approached the side entrance of the exhibition hall. The fiery red Ferrari 488 Spider was quietly parked at the entrance. Wang Qinian presented the keys to Jing Gao with both hands, formally stating, "Mr. Jing, it is an honor to serve you. Our complimentary gift is already placed in the passenger seat. Please do check it. We look forward to serving you again." He added, "Mr. Jing, I will need your presence at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for the changes the day after tomorrow. I will accompany you throughout the process. Please rest assured." Jing Gao smiled faintly as he settled into the Ferrari. He started the engine, shifting gears. The quietly elegant, yet powerful red Ferrari roared to life as it departed from the agricultural exhibition center. Wang Qinian watched the red Ferrari disappear into the distance. Beside him, A junior salesman enviously exclaimed, "Brother Wang, who is this Mr. Jing? He dresses modestly but spends quite extravagantly. He handles affairs with a steadiness unlike those rich young heirs." Wang Qinian chuckled, "How many wealthy heirs have you encountered? People come in all varieties. Do not envy. Being born into wealth is an art. Now, get back to work." Jing Gao, at his age, if he had started from scratch, would already possess a certain level of renown. Thus, the answer was evident. Yet he was indeed a remarkably composed individual. He spoke politely, devoid of any arrogance, making interactions quite pleasant. In the capital, it was just before 3 in the afternoon, and the traffic was still manageable. Jing Gao drove the sports car steadily, drawing gazes as he headed towards Lianhua village in Shunning district, preparing to relocate. He admired the street scenery while driving. On an early April afternoon, the spring sunshine was gentle. The trees lining the streets were lush with foliage. A feeling altogether different from the past surged from within him. Jing Gao savored this sensation. It was a blend of solitude, tranquility, and an empty yet serene feeling. Simultaneously, he felt a dreamlike and surreal sensation wash over him. On the third day of becoming affluent, after indulging in the purchase of a house and a luxury car, he began to grasp the essence of his situation. He found himself in a transitional phase, familiar yet adapting to a new lifestyle. Regardless of what he set out to accomplish, the services he encountered, the attitudes he experienced, were all starkly different from his previous life, often leaving him with a sense of unreality. He remained oblivious as to when this phase might conclude. Perhaps it would be when those around him adapted to the fact that he was now a wealthy individual, or when he acclimated to the society's warmth and goodwill directed at him. By around 5 in the evening, Jing Gao arrived at Lianhua village, parking his car in an empty space below. Chapter 16. The deposit will not be refunded. Thursday, a workday. His 2 roommates had yet to return. The evening sun cast its final rays, bathing the balcony and floor in a serene glow. Jing Gao sent a message in their WeChat group. "I am planning to move out. Would you two like to join me for a meal tonight? Do you have time?" In truth, according to common social etiquette, inviting someone out to dinner on the same day is considered impolite, akin to summoning someone at will. It is best to arrange such matters 2 or 3 days in advance. Unless, of course, one shares a friendship like that with Xian, where such formalities are disregarded. Jing Gao's invitation was rather impromptu, merely a courteous gesture. Soon, responses filled the WeChat group. One roommate replied he had prior commitments. Yu Jiasha responded, "Brother Jing, I have time. I'll finish work early and arrive at Lianhua village around 6:30. All right." Jing Gao also messaged the manager of the long-term rental apartment via the rental app. "I will be moving out tonight. You can come to collect the keys." He had informed the apartment manager the previous night that he did not intend to renew his lease after the rent was due next month. The manager had suggested he vacate now to waive the management fee for the following month. Setting his phone down on the desk, Jing Gao began packing his belongings. The long-term rental apartment was of the type where one could move in with just a suitcase. He did not possess many personal items. A travel suitcase and a large backpack were sufficient. He had a small box of books left over from university and packed his old Lenovo laptop into a carry bag. In total, there were 4 bags. He decided to leave the bedding behind. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from the apartment manager. Jing Gao answered, and a male voice came through. "Mr. Jing, I am the manager of the long-term rental apartment. I just received your notice to vacate. I would like to discuss the process with you." "Go ahead," he replied. "The thing is, your rent is due in a month. By vacating now, it constitutes a breach of contract. Therefore, we cannot refund your deposit." Jing Gao felt a surge of anger rise within him as he retorted, "I paid a deposit and 3 months rent up front for this apartment. I have already paid next month's rent. What am I breaching? Is this some kind of foolish logic? I have fully paid the rent, and yet you accuse me of breaching the contract? I am not asking for a refund of next month's rent, just the deposit. Is it too much to ask?" This was a blatant attempt to exploit tenants for money, disregarding all semblance of decency. On the other end, the manager maintained a patient demeanor. "Mr. Jing, our current policy is just this. I ask for your understanding." Jing Gao replied angrily, "Fine. I will not vacate the apartment. Let it remain empty. We will discuss it again next month." The butler fell silent for a moment before saying, "Mr. Jing, I happen to be in Lianhua village. Let us meet to discuss." Jing Gao, feeling irked, abruptly ended the call. Must he persist in his demands to elicit a concession? Is adhering to protocol not an option? 20 minutes later, as Jing Gao loaded his book box, laptop bag, and suitcase into the car, a knock echoed from the door just as he was left with his final backpack. Outside stood a young man of average height, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a suit, panting slightly. "Hello, Mr. Jing. I am Shaoli." Jing Gao's expression softened a bit. After all, the young man's demeanor was relatively pleasant. Prompting him to open the door, Shaoli stepped inside, glancing around with a smile. "You've tidied up nicely. Mr. Jing, You may hand over the key to the apartment. Had Jing Gao just graduated from university, he might have readily complied. However, having been battered by the realities of society for several years, he remained cautious. What about the deposit? He inquired. The smile on Xiao Li's face faded somewhat. Mr. Jing, we discussed this over the phone. Our company has a policy, no refund of the deposit for early lease termination. Jing Gao felt a surge of anger rise within him. It seemed he had misjudged the situation, mistakenly believing that the request for a face-to-face meeting might suggest a willingness to negotiate. Then let it remain vacant, he retorted. Xiao Li adopted a concerned expression, advising, Mr. Jing, if you leave it empty, it will be difficult for us to maintain. And next month's service fee will increase significantly. How about this? Hand me the key now, terminate the lease. And I will waive your service fee of 300 yuan for next month. This was precisely what he had conveyed before. Jing Gao had chosen to vacate the apartment with a month still left on the lease, not only because he no longer wished to reside there, but also because Xiao Li had earlier mentioned waiving the service fee. Of course, he had never indicated that the deposit would not be refunded. Jing Gao scoffed. You certainly have a clever plan. So, you intend to take advantage of me, regardless? Xiao Li retorted with displeasure. What do you mean by that? This is our company policy. I have no say in it. As he spoke, he strolled to the balcony to light a cigarette, exuding an air of invulnerability. I'm telling you plainly, there is no use in complaining. Jing Gao shot him a glance and barked, Get out. I will not return the key today. Tomorrow, I will speak with your supervisor. With that, he grabbed his backpack and locked the door behind him, heading downstairs. He had no desire to engage further with such a contemptible individual, as it would resolve nothing. Xiao Li chuckled derisively, trailing behind Jing Gao. Mr. Jing, discussing this with our supervisor will yield the same result. If you proceed with the lease termination, hand me the key, and you will save 300 yuan. Leaving the apartment vacant for a month, you may not even retrieve your deposit of 200 yuan. This insinuation carried a hint of threat. Having rented in the capital for 5 years, Jing Gao had encountered all manner of absurdities. However, he chose to ignore him, proceeding downstairs to unlock his car. A striking red Ferrari, akin to a noble princess, awaited him, its lights flashing in the dim light. Jing Gao opened the door and tossed his backpack onto the driver's seat. Xiao Li stood in the open space below. His jaw agape as he beheld Jing Gao opening the door of that red Ferrari. No way. Is it really his? Just moments prior, he had admired the car while circling it. How could someone residing in a 200 yuan per month long-term rental possibly afford a Ferrari? It must be a rental, he thought, rubbing his face vigorously to ensure he wasn't dreaming. He quickly approached with an ingratiating smile, fully aware that even if the car was rented, it was beyond his means. If Jing Gao was indeed the owner, he had just made a grave mistake. As Jing Gao locked the car door, he turned to see Xiao Li's face, which wore a smile that was more akin to a grimace in the faint evening light. What do you want? He inquired. Xiao Li chuckled awkwardly. Brother, this car is truly impressive. Perhaps we could renegotiate? His tone had softened considerably. Jing Gao, still seething from their earlier exchange, replied coldly. What is there to renegotiate? Did you not state your position quite firmly just moments ago? Bending slightly, Xiao Li continued to flatter. Brother, you are magnanimous. So very magnanimous. Observing his demeanor, Jing Gao was reminded of all those who had taken advantage of the weak over the years. The only difference now was that he had the power to stand firm. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Yu Jiashi. He had arrived at the restaurant, Jiaxiangfang, in Lianhua village. Jing Gao contemplated for a moment before tossing the room key to Xiao Li. Handle it as you see fit, he said curtly before departing for the restaurant. Brother. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Li called after Jing Gao's retreating figure, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. As he watched Jing Gao disappear into the night, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Spitting on the ground in disdain, he muttered, Pa, what a piece of work. Jing Gao strolled through the spring night, perfumed with a faint scent of peach blossoms. Car lights, voices, and the flickering signs of shops lining the streets combined to create a vibrant tableau of life. His anger had dissipated considerably. It seemed unworthy to be upset over such trivialities. Yet, the matter of vacating the apartment was far from resolved. That contemptible individual had truly revolted him. It was not merely a matter of issuing a half-hearted apology and yielding. He was not so easily deceived. Chapter 17, An Opportunity. Located on the outskirts of the 6th Ring Road in Beijing, Lianhua Village is a quintessential urban village. Its relatively affordable rents make it a favored choice among recent graduates and low-income workers. The area is densely populated, and as a result, the dining industry in Lianhua Village has flourished. Jiaxiangfang stands out as the finest restaurant in Lianhua Village, situated along a small commercial street, close to the main thoroughfare. The establishment boasts 3 stories, adorned with ornate eaves and intricate carvings, exuding an air of antiquity and standing out prominently in the nighttime ambience. Specializing in Sichuan cuisine, it is renowned for its robust flavors and enjoys an excellent reputation in the vicinity. Approaching 7 o'clock, the peak dining hour. The parking spaces in front of the restaurant were fully occupied. Jing Gao approached from the side of the foot massage parlor adjacent to Jiaxiangfang and ascended the stairs. The bustling second-floor hall was alive with chatter. A waiter dressed in a traditional robe and high hat approached him, and upon learning that Jing Gao had a reservation, led him to his seat. "Brother Jing," Yu Jiashi greeted with a smile, rising from his seat. He had come directly from the subway, having queued for a table. Jing Gao settled down, apologizing. "I was delayed dealing with that foolish long-term rental manager while vacating the apartment." He signaled for the waiter to come over and take their orders. Yu Jiashi, sporting a crew cut and dressed casually, quickly shifted the conversation away from the issue of the apartment, expressing concern. "Brother Jing, what is going on? I'm planning to vacate too." Jing Gao ordered a selection of dishes, handed the menu to the waiter, and recounted the situation to Yu Jiashi, his words tinged with lingering frustration. Yu Jiashi winced. "Then Lao Tong and I are in for it, dealing with such a person. Brother Jing, how do you intend to handle this?" Jing Gao placed his phone on the table, declaring, "I'm tired of entangling with them. Tomorrow, I'll hire a lawyer to negotiate. At the very least, I want that Shaoli fired to vent my frustration." As they discussed the matter, the food arrived: steamed bass, pea shoots in broth, spicy fish head, braised beef brisket, and stir-fried intestines, along with individual servings of durian tofu pudding. The durian flavor was mild, and the pudding-like texture was smooth and soothing, perfect for countering the spiciness of the dishes. As they chatted casually, Yu Jiashi, with his extroverted nature, proved to be quite the conversationalist. The emergence of long-term rental apartments, their drawbacks linked to the excessive profits of Apple, and the draconian clauses imposed on mobile game developers. From the recent nationwide policy allowing families to have a second child to the surge of refugees in the Middle East. Jing Gao listened with a smile as Yu Jiashi spoke, occasionally interjecting, and amidst the banter and culinary delights, his spirits lifted. After settling the bill with Alipay, the two strolled towards Building 34, taking the opportunity to digest their meal. Yu Jiashi proactively inquired, "Brother Jing, are you moving out tonight? Do you have a lot of belongings? If you can't take everything, you can leave some at my place." In these ready-to-move-in long-term apartments, there was no need to summon a moving truck for personal items. Most people simply carried their bags, taking the subway or bus back and forth. No one's finances were overflowing. Jing Gao paused for a moment, then chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I do need a favor from you." As he spoke, he pressed the button on his car key. The red Ferrari parked downstairs flashed its lights in response. The space within the sports car was so limited that he had to occupy the driver's seat to fit his luggage inside. He couldn't transport both his belongings and the car in one go. Gazing at the flickering Ferrari, Yu Jiashi's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. How surreal. His unassuming roommate owned a sports car. What an unexpected twist. Jing Gao, with an understanding smile, eventually said, "I have quite a bit of luggage. The Ferrari won't accommodate it all. Would you care to give it a try? Drive it to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Sunset District while I take a taxi with my luggage." Yu Jiashi's eyes sparkled with desire. What man hasn't he dreamed of owning a sports car? It was akin to a fantasy lover. Yet he restrained himself, forcing a wry smile. "Brother Jing, if you scratch that car even a bit, I wouldn't be able to compensate for it. I'll just take a taxi and help you with your luggage." Jing Gao chuckled. "Fair enough." Yu Jiashi took Jing Gao's luggage, hailed a Didi at the corner, placed the bags in the trunk, and headed to the hotel. Meanwhile, Jing Gao drove slowly onto the main road. Approaching 9 o'clock, the capital was experiencing some congestion. Sitting in the Ferrari, he gazed at the twinkling lights of Lianhua village in the night, feeling a pang of nostalgia. After all, he had lived there for 2 years. He wondered if he would return in the future. Most likely not. Much like the places he inhabited after graduating from university, he never went back. Life always moved forward, and he was about to embark on a new chapter. Upon arriving at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Sunset District, Jing Gao handed the keys to the valet as he entered the lobby. Yu Jiashi was already there. Despite the traffic, this new driver outperformed the season once. The staff in the lobby greeted him warmly, assisting Jing Gao with his backpack. Yu Jiashi stood up from a sofa in the lobby, exhaling lightly. "Brother Jing, your luggage is all here. I'll head back now." The opulence of the five-star hotel lobby felt somewhat daunting for someone who had just graduated 2 years prior. Jing Gao handed him his Apple phone, one of the gifts from Wang Qinian when he bought the car. He recalled Yu Jiashi mentioning his fondness for iPhones during their meal. "This is for you. Thank you for your efforts tonight." Yu Jiashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it with a bashful smile. "Thank you, Brother Jing." Jing Gao grinned. "I can't let you run around for nothing. My company is just starting up. Would you be interested in joining me?" The earlier hesitance of Yu Jiashi, who clearly wanted to drive the sports car, but refrained, made Jing Gao regard him as reliable. Yu Jiashir addressed him as Brother Jing, willing to offer him an upward opportunity. Yu Jiashir paused. A monthly salary of 10,000, plus a year-end bonus. Think it over, and let me know your decision by tomorrow. Jing Gao patted Yu Jiashir on the shoulder with a smile, and asked the staff to assist with the luggage as they proceeded to the front desk. Good evening, sir. The receptionist greeted with a sweet smile. Jing Gao presented his identification, having called ahead to reserve the presidential suite earlier that afternoon. Moments later, the check-in was complete, and he received his newly issued membership card before taking the elevator to the 32nd floor. The butler assigned to the presidential suite awaited him at the elevator entrance. Nearly 30 years old, clad in a suit, impeccably groomed. He smiled. Mr. Jing, welcome to the Crown Plaza Hotel. This way, please. Jing Gao nodded, stepping onto the soft carpet of the corridor and swiping his card to enter. Upon switching on the lights, he was met with an elegant living room adorned in a European style with a creamy white palette. The floor was covered in a light blue, exquisite carpet, with a set of sofas and a glass coffee table at its center. Though the room appeared empty, it exuded a sense of luxury. The butler and accompanying staff delivered the luggage to the bedroom. Noticing Jing Gao seemed a bit weary, the butler kindly remarked, Mr. Jing, I am your personal butler, Anthony. Should you require assistance with anything during your stay, please do not hesitate to reach out. It is an honor to serve you. Jing Gao nodded with a smile. The feeling of being catered to returning. He candidly said, recommend a drink suitable for me at this moment. Anthony smiled and gestured, this way, please. The presidential suite's entertainment area featured a small bar. The refrigerator was stocked with drinks prepared for guests. Chapter 18. How comfortable. The staff who assisted with the luggage discreetly departed. Anthony led Jing Gao to the entertainment room adjacent to the small living room, where a bar and liquor cabinet awaited. Anthony elaborated, Mr. Jing, we have red wine, champagne, white wine, beer, and sake prepared for you. If you plan to rest soon, I recommend a small amount of red wine. If you intend to wait a while longer, what flavors do you prefer? The time was 10:40 p.m., a moment where one could either sleep or remain awake. At this hour, the nightlife in the capital was just beginning. Jing Gao pondered for a moment before replying. I'd like to go for a swim later to exercise. He had long since resolved to improve his fitness. At his age, he was at the tail end of his youth, and if he didn't start working out soon, his physical condition would deteriorate rapidly, let alone the fact that he was somewhat overweight. While living in Lianhua village, he shared a rental, and rising early would disturb his roommate's sleep, preventing him from jogging in the early hours. Now, however, he could commence his exercise routine. Anthony recommended, in that case, you might enjoy some champagne or white wine. Jing Gao casually chose champagne. Then, Anthony retrieved a bottle from the cabinet, presenting a 2013 vintage of Parisian Blossom Beautiful Moments champagne, known for its sweet, fragrant, and elegant flavor profile. The price was 888 yuan per bottle. Anthony made no mention of the price, as Jing Gao's presidential suite cost a staggering 847 yuan per night, and he had prepaid for 10 nights at the front desk, with over 800,000 yuan swiped. The membership card he had just received was the highest tier, the Supreme card of the Crown Plaza Hotel. In this context, there was no need to mention the price of the wine in front of the guest. Anthony poured Jing Gao a glass of champagne into a delicate flute, the liquid cascading gracefully into the glass, filling the air with its alluring aroma. After pouring, Anthony stepped back a couple of paces and said, Mr. Jing, our hotel's indoor swimming pool is located on the first floor. Should you wish to use the steam room, spa, or massage services after swimming, they are available in the annex. Jing Gao savored a sip of champagne, its delicate texture offering a delightful experience, and chuckled. How about a massage later? Anthony inquired. Would you like me to arrange that for you? A technician can provide service in the presidential suite. Jing Gao gently swirled his wine glass and replied, Please make the arrangements. I shall swim for about half an hour. He paused thoughtfully and added, I have a private matter to discuss with you. Are you familiar with any prominent law firms in the capital? I need to engage in a legal dispute regarding a rental contract. He was resolute. He would not indulge the likes of Xiao Li, whom he deemed utterly despicable. Without a moment's hesitation, Anthony responded, Mr. Jing, I can consult our hotel's legal department and schedule an appointment with the law firm in your name. What time would be convenient for you? It was a delightful surprise. Jing Gao had not anticipated such thorough arrangements from Anthony. It was evident that a guest residing in the presidential suite requiring legal counsel would attract significant attention from the firm. This was undoubtedly preferable to making a phone call and visiting in person. Let's schedule it for tomorrow morning, Jing Gao decided after a moment's contemplation. In that case, I will need 2 sets of casual attire. My current clothing is not suitable for meeting a lawyer, and I indeed need a change. Anthony proposed a solution, Mr. Jing. I can contact nearby menswear boutiques in the Wangjing commercial area to see if they would be willing to deliver casual outfits for you to try on in the morning. This arrangement was impeccable. Jing Gao smiled. Sounds good. After a moment's thought, he retrieved 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Anthony, saying, "A tip for you." Anthony accepted the money with a smile, expressing, "Thank you for your recognition of my work, Mr. Jing." As he departed, Jing Gao couldn't help but appreciate the words. Truly befitting a private concierge from a five-star hotel. He chuckled, wine glass in hand, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom, sipping the delectable champagne while gazing at the dazzling, bustling nightscape of the capital. The fragrance of the wine lingered in the air. The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his imagination. He had initially thought he would spend the entire day tomorrow handling these matters. Yet now it seemed he could resolve everything from the comfort of his hotel room. What a relief. His decision to stay in the presidential suite was undoubtedly wise. Such implicit benefits were incomparable. He was learning the art of spending wisely. With time saved, he intended to strictly adhere to his weight loss regimen. He would wait until the day after tomorrow to deal with the vehicle registration issues, thereby bypassing the steps of establishing a company. He could now begin contemplating how to craft a facade to evade scrutiny regarding the source of his wealth. On the roads of the capital at night, the traffic flowed seamlessly. The skyscrapers lining the streets shimmered with neon lights, occasionally casting their glow into the taxi. Yu Jiashi's face flickered between light and shadow, and he found himself questioning why he was taking a taxi back to Shunning District. The fare was nearly 100 yuan. Yet, as he looked at the unopened Apple iPhone in his hand, he estimated its worth to be no less than 5,000 yuan. If he could acquire an iPhone 6s for just 200 yuan, surely no one would begrudge that amount, right? After a meal and a favor, he found himself in such a fortunate situation. He would return and inform Lao Tong, who might very well regret not coming along. Yu Jiashi pondered Jing Gao's invitation repeatedly. "My company is just starting up. Would you be interested in working with me?" He was currently employed as a testing engineer at a gaming company, earning 45k per month. Jing Gao's offer of a 10,000 yuan monthly salary was certainly enticing. However, he questioned the longevity of such a position. As he contemplated this, the taxi driver reminded him that they had arrived at Lianhua village. He scanned the payment code and exited the vehicle. The gentle spring evening breeze brought a refreshing chill. The sounds of shopkeepers calling out discounts, the lively banter of the night market, and the melodies from KTV blended together, enveloping him, transitioning from the opulent five-star hotel back to the bustling, vibrant atmosphere of Lianhua village. Yu Jiashi suddenly realized what he truly desired. "Jing Gao, I am willing to work with you." Having finished his drink, Jing Gao responded to a voice message from Jiang Meifu, which primarily concerned the renovations at Ziyun Pavilion. He then donned his swim trunks and made his way to the first floor. After changing in the locker room, he entered the pool. Under the soft lighting, the entire pool shimmered a celestial blue, with white lounge chairs flanking its sides. At this hour, there were very few people present. The tranquil waters reflected the stillness. With only 2 or 3 individuals creating splashes, Jing Gao eased into the pool, acclimating himself before employing the dog paddle technique he had taught himself. He had heard that scientific research indicates swimming is the least harmful form of exercise for the body, unlike running on a treadmill, which can injure ankles and knees, or activities like hiking, squats, and planks, each with their own drawbacks. Jing Gao was not particularly swayed by this scientific study. He simply had a genuine fondness for swimming. Half an hour later, feeling exhausted, Jing Gao took a quick rinse in the locker room before changing into his clothes and returning to the 32nd floor. After a thorough shower, a sweet and innocent-looking female technician entered, clad in a pink uniform and carrying her tools. Chapter 19. Emotional intelligence can be cultivated. Her petite stature stood at approximately 1.63 meters, and the pink long dress, accented with a hint of lavender at the waist, added a touch of charm. With short hair and an exquisite face, her porcelain-like skin resembled that of a doll. She was undeniably beautiful. "Hello, Mr. Jing. My name is Anan," she greeted. Her voice soft and delicate, imbued with an indescribable sweetness. Jing Gao felt an immediate uplift in his spirits, smiling as he nodded in response. Men of his age had certainly indulged in foot baths and massages before. It was not necessarily about pursuing anything more. One must say, the quality of technicians at the Lido Crown Spa was commendable, regardless of technique or skincare products. Simply their appearance spoke volumes of their caliber of visual delight. Anan smiled sweetly, her voice gentle. "Shall we move to the guest room?" She lifted her bag and followed Jing Gao, clad in the hotel's provided white robe, which was simple yet elegant and comfortable. He lay down on the bed as per Anan's request, listening to her softly introduce the various service options. One couldn't help but remark on the extravagance. A facial treatment cost 5,888 yuan, while foot baths, acupressure, and abdominal massages started from 2,000 yuan. She proceeded to describe the benefits of various skincare products. Jing Gao, having just finished swimming, opted for a 1-hour full-body massage and settled on a skincare product recommended by a top-tier French brand. Before commencing the session, Anan's delicate hands were smooth, offering a delightful sensation as she gently asked, "Mr. Jing, is this pressure okay?" As they conversed, Jing Gao, who still felt some muscle soreness from his recent exercise, found that she was accommodating and understanding, adjusting her technique as needed. Her demeanor was exceptionally tender, embodying the notion that the customer is always right. Listening to her soothing words and inhaling the fragrant aroma, Jing Gao felt his body and mind relax completely. It was a most enjoyable experience. However, the subsequent actions of Xiao Gao left him feeling slightly embarrassed. Anan continued to speak softly, her words adhering to decorum without the slightest transgression. In such a formal setting, an hour and a half swiftly came to an end. Upon sitting up, Jing Gao noticed a slight sheen of perspiration upon Anan's forehead. Her exquisitely pure visage faintly tinged with a blush, evoking a sense of tenderness. She had indeed put forth considerable effort earlier, prompting him to suggest, "Let us extend it by another hour, shall we? You deserve a moment to rest. How shall we settle the bill?" With a smile, Anan replied sweetly. Turning to fetch the bill, the service charge was listed as 10. Jing Gao quickly calculated in his mind, estimating it to be around 800. Holding a pen, he checked off the necessary items and signed his name, handing it back to Anan with a request to wait a moment. Returning to the spacious master bedroom, he retrieved cash from a wallet gifted by Patek Philippe, counting out 1,000 yuan, watching as the wallet became noticeably deflated. He realized he would need to visit the bank soon. Emerging once more, he smiled as he presented the cash to Anan, complimenting her skills. "You are quite adept at your craft." There was no ulterior motive. He simply felt at ease and invigorated by her service. And he did not mind offering a generous tip. Anan thanked him, her sweet voice a melody. "Thank you." Her smile was truly delightful, a testament to her beauty. Jing Gao chuckled and casually inquired, "Are you resting here, or do you have another place in mind?" Feeling a touch of shyness, Anan replied, "Is that all right?" Jing Gao nodded with a smile, sensing a sudden inclination that this young lady could indeed be won over with a little time and expenditure. He was unsure as to why such a feeling arose. Perhaps it was the result of having interacted with numerous captivating women over the past few days. He poured a small half glass of champagne from the bar and, holding 2 petite stem glasses, invited her, "Come, let us share a drink." Anan accepted the glass, gently tucking a few loose strands behind her ear as she followed him into the small sitting area by the street, the tranquil night view unfolding before them. Taking a sip, she savored the delicate, fragrant flavor that flowed down her throat. "Mr. Jing, what kind of wine is this?" Jing Gao chuckled. "Are you asking me to become an impromptu sommelier?" The champagne, recommended by the sweet steward, was called Parisian Blossom, vintage 2013. Just then his phone chimed. Upon opening it, he discovered several unread messages from earlier during the massage. The first was from Yu Jiashir, "Brother Jing, I would like to work with you." Jing Gao placed his glass down on the coffee table, smiling faintly as he replied, "All right. Call me after you finish your resignation procedures." The next message was from Xiao Qiao, simply reading good night. Jing Gao, who was not particularly adept at social interactions and often stumbled in conversation, reflected on his career in graphic design after graduating with a degree in education, an unlikely trajectory. His friend Xie and often remarked that he had a tendency to kill conversations with women, summarizing his shortcomings in 4 words, emotional intelligence lacking. However, after a failed invitation to Xiao Qiao yesterday, he had gleaned significant insights. From her succinct message, he could almost sense her inner turmoil, anxiety, and hesitation before ultimately mustering the courage to send it. Thus, he realized that investing earnest thought could indeed enhance one's emotional intelligence. He pondered for a moment, choosing not to respond to her message. If he still wished to invite her for a rendezvous, it would be wise to reply. Yet, having recently encountered more stunning women than Xiao Qiao, his feelings for her had inevitably waned. I truly possess the qualities of a cat. So easily swayed in a single day, he mused with a smile, then turned his attention to a message from the model He Zixuan. Earlier during lunch, she had sent a barrage of flirtatious messages that he had ignored. Now, she had sent him a photo of herself in a red nightgown, lying suggestively on her side, showcasing her alluring, elongated figure. "Young Master Jing, I'm about to sleep. I'm so bored," she hinted provocatively. Jing Gao took a sip of his drink and replied, "Not going to the bar? You have work tomorrow, right?" "A photo shoot at Xiangshan." After a moment's consideration, he added, "Let us postpone it. Come over in the morning to join me for breakfast." He sent her the location and set his phone aside, anticipating her enthusiastic response, though he felt little inclination to check. Before long, Anan's champagne had dwindled to the last sip. Jing Gao raised his glass apologetically. I'm sorry. I have a few messages to reply to. And then smiled gently. It's quite all right, Mr. Jing. Thank you for the drink. Good night. After bidding in farewell, Jing Gao took a shower, changed into pajamas, and soon sank into the soft, comfortable embrace of his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. In the early morning light, Jing Gao awoke, the fragrant rays of the sun filling his bedroom with a golden hue, vibrant and colorful. His vitality surged, signaling his good health. Damn, I forgot to draw the curtains. He recalled having admired the night view from the master bedroom before heading for a swim yesterday. Another new day had dawned. Having finished his morning routine, he received an enthusiastic call from He Zixuan. She had arrived at the hotel lobby. Jing Gao instructed his private steward, Anthony, to escort her upstairs. Chapter 20. The Real-Life Indulgence of Wealth? The doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Jing Gao was greeted by the sight of the charmingly dressed He Zixuan. Standing at a height of 177 centimeters, her figure was remarkable, an hourglass silhouette. A veritable clothes hanger. Whatever she wore appeared stunning on her. She donned an off-the-shoulder white t-shirt that showcased her delicate collarbone. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders with a slight wave. A blue, waist-cinching, pleated skirt accentuated her long, snow-white legs. The lines of her form striking to the heart. Over it, she wore a beige double-breasted coat, carrying a petite Chanel handbag. She exuded an elegant goddess-like aura, imbued with a playful and sensual charm. Good morning, young Master Jing. He Zixuan greeted cheerfully, waving her hand with a radiant smile. The scent of her perfume wafting through the air. Jing Gao nodded with a smile and ushered her inside, casually instructing Anthony, let us have breakfast served, shall we? Miss He, choose whatever you like. He Zixuan's eyes sparkled with delight at being addressed as Miss He, her smile broadening as she confidently stated, I'd like 2 slices of whole grain bread, a cup of hot milk, and a fried egg. Thank you. Dressed in a suit, Anthony nodded politely. Please hold on a moment before stepping out. He Zixuan, with her long legs gliding over the soft carpet, followed Jing Gao. Her curiosity piqued as she took in the grandeur of the presidential suite. Feeling slightly bashful, she remarked, young Master Jing, I need to maintain my figure. This was a classic case of small talk, mixed with a hint of familiarity. Jing Gao smiled subtly as he admired her curvaceous profile, responding, that outfit is quite nice. You've put thought into it. His words carried dual significance. First, he stood at 178 centimeters, and today, He Zixuan had opted not to wear high heels. Secondly, he had previously expressed a mild discontent with overly revealing attire in public settings. He Zixuan's ensemble was both elegant and playful, balancing sensuality while considering his sentiments. Her brows arched in delight. She thanked Jing Gao, feeling that her careful preparation had not gone unnoticed. Soon enough, the restaurant staff arrived with a cart bearing a steaming, appetizing breakfast. Enjoy your meal, they said. He Zixuan gazed at the breakfast on her plate, momentarily lifting her phone only to set it down again. Her enchanting eyes flitted around, surveying the opulent restaurant. The elongated tempered glass dining table could accommodate 10 diners comfortably. Above the table hung a crystal chandelier that cascaded like a waterfall, evoking a vision of the inimitable comfort and luxury one could experience while dining here in the evening. The breakfast was a traditional Chinese affair: soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and a fried egg. The staple was a fragrant pumpkin rice porridge, complemented by 2 exquisite side dishes. With a smile, she gestured for a photo, saying, go ahead and snap one. Just don't include me. Not your first time here? Indeed. You're the best. Jing Xiao, He Zixuan exclaimed with delight as she picked up her phone to take pictures, adding, I've frequented 5-star hotels before, but this is my first time in the presidential suite of the Lido Crown. He Zixuan's participation in the auto show in the capital was not merely the act of a novice. While her income could not rival that of internationally renowned supermodels like those of Victoria's Secret, it was likely of a moderate level, roughly around 50 to 60,000 yuan a month. The price of the presidential suite at the Lido Crown was an astounding 78,888 yuan, placing it several tiers above her income and social circle. Her enthusiasm for Jing Gao was not without reason. Had he not expressed a dislike for her clinginess the previous day, she might have melted under his charm. Jing Gao, discerning as he was, took a sip from a cylindrical glass, momentarily startled. Just last night, while savoring the champagne recommended by Anthony, he had marveled at the extravagance and meticulous service of 5-star hotels. The world of the affluent was indeed distinct. Yet, at this moment, he found himself accustomed to the suite's lavishness, a transformation that had occurred rather swiftly. Truly, it is easier to transition from frugality to opulence. Miss He, I have a client meeting at 10 this morning. Please accompany me. At 9:40 a.m., a black Buick business vehicle pulled into the parking lot of the Lido Crown Holiday Inn. A middle-aged man, briefcase in hand and flanked by 2 young assistants, alighted, one male and one female. The suite's steward, Anthony, awaited them in the lobby, greeting the refined middle-aged man. Lawyer Zhang, good day. I am Mr. Jing's steward, Anthony. It is quite normal for Chinese individuals to possess English names and for foreigners to have Chinese names. Lawyer Zhang, seasoned and well-mannered, shook hands with a smile. Hello. This way, please. Anthony led the trio through a private passage directly to the presidential suite, where Jing Gao and He Zixuan were already present in the living room. A young man, clad in understated yet luxurious Burberry casual wear, exuded an air of calm sophistication. Beside him was a tall, elegant, and alluring beauty. This combination, enhanced by the suite's grandeur, prompted Lawyer Zhang to treat the day's scheduled client with heightened importance. He quickened his pace, extending his hand. Mr. Jing, good day. Jing Gao responded with a smile. Hello, Lawyer Zhang. This morning, Anthony had already contacted 3 luxury menswear brands, Prada, Tom Ford, and Burberry, who expressed their willingness to send over casual attire for Jing Gao to try on. With He Zixuan's assistance, he selected 2 sets of Burberry casual wear, along with shoes and belts. In truth, if Jing Gao wished to flaunt his status, he could have easily instructed the capable He Zixuan to remain in the living room to welcome the lawyer while he himself emerged from the study later. After all, the boss typically makes the last entrance. However, he chose not to do so. Having the stunning He Zixuan assist him, coupled with the suite's implicit enhancement, struck the perfect balance. To force an air of superiority would only invite disdain. Lawyer Zhang introduced his companions. This is my assistant, Gao, a doctoral student from the University of Political Science and Law, and Chun, an undergraduate intern. Chun was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Jing Gao exchanged pleasantries, smiling. Let us proceed to the conference room. The group entered the suite's attached executive meeting room, which boasted opulent yet understated rosewood decor, carpeted floors, a spacious sofa set, and an oval conference table. The walls were adorned with esteemed oil paintings, and lush greenery flourished in tall vases, creating an ambience of freshness and gravitas. Once seated at the conference table, Anthony served premium Tycoon tea before discreetly stepping outside. Jing Gao recounted his dispute with the long-term rental apartment, stating calmly, my intention is to reclaim my deposit and to have that tenant, Xiao Li, dismissed. Gao could not help but exchange glances with his colleague, Qin Yujia, feeling that this wealthy individual was brimming with absurdities. What a surreal scenario. A man wealthy enough to reside in the presidential suite of the Lido crown, yet still renting a long-term apartment? Moreover, the attorney's fees would far exceed the 200 yuan deposit he sought to recover. Was this truly necessary? A real-life example of the wealthy being whimsical? Lawyer Zhang, a partner at the firm with years of experience in the capital, quickly adapted to the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he offered professional advice. Mr. Jing, this can certainly be achieved. The electronic contract has minimal flaws. The legal department of the rental apartment will undoubtedly be prepared. However, since the promised living conditions did not meet standards, we can pursue litigation from that angle. The goal of litigation isn't necessarily to go to court, but rather to reach an out-of-court settlement. Your 2 requests are feasible. I anticipate they will be agreeable. Jing Gao smiled, satisfied. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Lawyer Zhang, what will the fees entail? Lawyer Zhang replied with a smile. Mr. Jing, I am not shirking responsibility or unwilling to serve you. This case is straightforward, and I intend to assign it to Gao and Chun. Therefore, the fees will be based on their rates, totaling 150,000 yuan. This matter was handled exceptionally well. Renowned lawyers can charge up to $30,000 per hour, but Lawyer Zhang, who held a modest reputation in the capital, charged 20,000 yuan per hour. Jing Gao felt content, rising to extend his hand. Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 21, A Promising Start. The black Buick business vehicle slowly departed from the Lido Crown Holiday Inn. The morning sun cast its glow upon the bustling street below. Gao, the doctoral student from the University of Political Science and Law, loosened the collar of his shirt and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Mr. Jing's demands are indeed quite peculiar. I cannot fathom what he truly desires. It seems to be merely a matter of saving face. Having pursued a doctoral degree, he found it difficult to accept that his acquired knowledge was now employed to assist in such matters. Qin Yujia remained silent, perusing the documents in her hand, including the recently signed contract. The photocopy of the identification card revealed Jing Gao, born in 88, 27 years of age, seated in the front row. Lawyer Zhang could not help but furrow his brow, saying, Gao, this case requires your utmost dedication and urgency. You must send a letter of attorney to the long-term rental apartment immediately. Do not use express delivery. Instead, deliver it personally. He regarded this client with high importance. Young, affluent, composed, and dignified. Such individuals are invaluable resources. Gao promptly set aside his sarcasm, responding, Understood, Zhang. Seeing this willingness, Lawyer Zhang advised further, Gao. Your exposure to the wealthy is still limited. You only see his desire for retribution, but you fail to recognize his determination. That money is rightfully his. And he will not settle for a single cent less. Those who uphold principles can ascend higher and further in society. In this case, we shall assist him. Achieving success requires more than just reclaiming the deposit and securing a dismissal. It also necessitates an apology and compensation. Mr. Zhang, I understand. Chen Yujia lowered her head. A wisp of hair cascading from her forehead, radiating beauty mingled with grace. A secret smile danced within her, for she comprehended the reasons behind Senior Gao's disdain for Mr. Jing. Firstly, it stemmed from jealousy. Mr. Jing was a year younger yet resided in a presidential suite, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Secondly, Senior Gao sought to capture her attention. Ever since she commenced her internship at Junxing Law Firm last month, he had been vying for her affection. The atmosphere in the business vehicle grew slightly silent, and upon returning to the office of Junxing Law Firm, Gao Yi and Chen Yujia immediately immersed themselves in their tasks. The meeting commenced at 10 o'clock and concluded swiftly, though the signing of the contract and the duplication of documents consumed a considerable amount of time. By the end, it was already 11:10 a.m. Jing Gao instructed Anthony to uncork a bottle of white wine, a Semillon from the esteemed Egan Winery in Bordeaux, France, albeit a younger vintage. This exquisite bottle commanded a price of 888 yuan at the Lido. Naturally, the minibar in the presidential suite would not stock such a high-end wine. Rather, it was recommended by Anthony as the Semillon was hailed as the finest natural sweet wine in the world, delivered from the hotel's wine cellar. Cheers. In the opulent and grand executive conference room, He Zishuan raised her glass, her eyes glistening with allure. 100,000 yuan per bottle. She indulged herself in such luxury. This far surpassed the price of ace of spades at any bar. Cheers. Jing Gao, too, was in high spirits, settling into the spacious, comfortable leather sofa, relishing a sip of the sweet nectar. The success of his negotiations with Lawyer Zhang filled him with immense joy. Money emboldens heroes. Yet it does not directly translate to success. This morning, he had selected casual menswear, subsequently inviting He Zishuan to accompany him for meetings, meticulously crafting an image of status and sophistication. Undoubtedly, his persona was successful. Lawyer Zhang's eventual offer of a genuine price was ample proof of his desire to cultivate a connection, rather than merely engaging in a one-time transaction. This was not to say he reveled in playing a role or in deceit. It was simply a reflection of the long-standing customs of Huaxia. Respect the attire before respecting the person. In this world, the superficial often reigns supreme. To accomplish one's goals, one must navigate the world as it is. He now grasped this essential truth. Knowledge gleaned from books is ultimately insufficient. Observing the extravagant antics of internet tycoons and online literature was merely for entertainment. True mastery comes through experience. As he encountered various situations, he would naturally adapt, responding with poise and confidence in diverse business environments. This marked a promising beginning. Jing Gao raised his glass once more, complimenting, "Hime, you performed admirably just now." The legs beneath her blue skirt were indeed fair and long, truly mesmerizing. No wonder she was a model. He Zishuan, noticing Jing Gao's gaze, approached with a twinkle in her eye, her voice sultry as she leaned closer. "Mr. Jing, I have even more delightful offerings. Would you care to explore?" Jing Gao's eyes gleamed with playful disregard, but he declined, chuckling. "No, I'm about to send you a red envelope and give you another chance to organize your thoughts." He maintained his view that He Zishuan was not a bad girl. However, a stunning beauty who was fervent at an auto show, frequented bars, and had stayed in five-star hotels, exhibited a bit of a social media influencer-esque demeanor. What did that imply? If they happened to cross paths and he had a particular need, it would be inconsequential. After all, her figure and beauty were top tier, far superior to traditional skills. Yet, he was not in that frame of mind now. Knowing her better had dulled his initial desire. Unfazed, He Zishuan giggled, leaning into his ear and whispering, "Mr. Jing, I'm feeling quite excited." Jing Gao nearly spat out his drink, realizing the true nature of her allure. He still had much to learn. While she was eager to please, he was not inclined to reciprocate in kind. "All right, you've passed," he said, sending her a 5,000 yuan transfer red envelope, inviting her to lunch at the Western restaurant in the Lido Crown Hotel. Using her as a tool was one thing. Respect was still essential. After all, He Zishuan had performed exceptionally well during negotiations, proving to be a valuable asset. Exiting the upscale Western restaurant on the fourth floor, He Zishuan clutched her bag, biting her lip, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. She had exhausted all her efforts, yet had failed to win over this affluent young man. A bottle of wine priced at 100,000 yuan. Could his wealth truly be surpassed? Rumor had it that young Master Wang spent around 200,000 at the trendiest bars in the capital. Welcome. Jing Gao emerged from the restaurant. Striding through the opulent corridor, I need to visit the bank for some matters. I'll have Anthony arrange a car to take you back. He Zishuan displayed a pitiful expression. Okay. Jing Gao chuckled, dismissing her concern, and summoned his butler Anthony through a corridor attendant, arranging a Mercedes to return her home. He then searched for the nearest universal bank on his phone, preparing to withdraw some cash. At the ATM located downstairs in the hotel, he transferred 100 million to his industrial and commercial bank card using his infinite card, having already spent a substantial portion of the 10 million he had transferred for his car purchase yesterday. The nearest branch of the industrial and commercial bank was 1,000 meters away. Strolling through the bustling streets, surrounded by towering skyscrapers that rendered him diminutive, Jing Gao ambled leisurely. Dealing with the troublesome Xiao Li would be left to the lawyers. Over the next few days, he planned to focus on exercising and dieting while contemplating the business pursuits of his new company. He had no interest in spending undue time on corporate affairs. As a tycoon with an infinite card, was he truly to chase after money? To enjoy life and elevate oneself was his ultimate goal. Pondering these thoughts, Jing Gao stepped into the Universal Bank. Chapter 22. Xiaoyan. On a Wednesday afternoon, the bank was bustling with patrons conducting business. In the bright hall, security personnel stood guard, while staff in uniforms moved about, assisting clients who came to transact. Rows of self-service machines lined the walls, and the sound of calling numbers occasionally chimed. Good day, sir. What business can I assist you with? Jing Gao approached the front desk, presenting his identification to a uniformed young lady clad in a deep blue, sleeveless blazer, articulating his purpose. The young lady glanced at the queue of waiting clients, swiped his ID at the number machine, and said, Sir, you can proceed to the VIP room for your transaction. Thank you. Following the signs, Jing Gao made his way to the VIP room within the bank. Upon entering, he found 2 sets of sofas, with a coffee table adorned with snacks and candies. 2 open counters were actively serving clients. Jing Gao settled onto a sofa, awaiting his turn, and when called, he approached the counter, placing his bank card and ID on the surface, stating, I would like to withdraw 200,000 in cash. Do you have an appointment? No. Please hold for a moment, the staff member replied. Skillfully swiping the bank card, she quietly reported over her earpiece while Jing Gao entered his password. After a brief exchange, she caught a glimpse of the displayed balance on the computer screen, momentarily at a loss for words, before saying, Sister Yan, could you please come over? A moment later, a stunningly beautiful woman, elegantly attired in high heels, gracefully approached. Of medium stature, she exuded an air of refined sophistication and invited Jing Gao to a nearby reception room for a brief chat. After serving tea, she seated herself and said, Mr. Jing, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yin Ting, the deputy manager of the personal finance department at the Lidu branch. Thank you for your continued support of our bank. We are currently experiencing a slight liquidity issue at the counter. I have instructed them to process your withdrawal, but it may require a bit of your time. Jing Gao smiled, replying, that is fine. He had never withdrawn such a substantial amount of cash from a bank before. It dawned on him that he might need to make an appointment for such a transaction. Initially, he had considered withdrawing a lesser amount, but since Manager Yin indicated it was possible, he decided to wait. Yin Ting was clad in a sleeveless navy blue bank uniform, complemented by a crisp white shirt and a silk scarf. Her tailored trousers accentuated her slender figure, standing at a graceful height of 165 meters. A name tag adorned her attire, and her hair was elegantly styled, framing her delicate features, almond-shaped eyes, and cherry lips, rendering her strikingly beautiful. She could easily rival the enchanting He Mane, both deserving a score of 90 for their beauty, radiating a captivating charm typical of a professional woman. In her early 30s, Yin Ting appeared well-maintained, with a subtle touch of makeup enhancing her features. She smiled and remarked, Mr. Jing, your financial prowess is impressive. You qualify for our Centurion Black Card, which offers exclusive services befitting your esteemed status. We provide unparalleled convenience and exceptional service with this card. A perfect blend of prestige and security. The choice of words was indeed refined and somewhat flattering. Jing Gao, not fully engaged in her pitch, discerned that she was attempting to persuade him to acquire a card. Sipping his tea, he replied, I'm not particularly interested. The bank's credit card offerings depend on one's perspective. According to online narratives, brandishing a black card akin to 007's has become a rather pedestrian display. Of course, this is mere hyperbole. Such a card at the very least signifies membership in an elite echelon of high net worth individuals. However, achieving a reaction of awe from others is certainly unattainable. Who still possesses such superficial tendencies? Jing Gao simply wished to avoid complications. Banks are not charitable institutions. Every additional service comes with stipulations, and he was disinclined to manage them. Yen Ting flashed a graceful smile, delicately twirling a strand of hair with her pinky finger, and earnestly said, Mr. Jing, esteemed patrons such as yourself are always a priority for our bank. May I have the opportunity to treat you to afternoon tea? What a charming proposition. The directness of her invitation indicated her intent to promote the card, yet it was not off-putting. The allure of the captivating woman beseeching him, her gaze sincere and clear, made it exceedingly difficult to decline. Jing Gao pondered. He had no pressing engagements that afternoon and could easily postpone his workout. Very well. Engaging with a bank is an experience every affluent individual is bound to encounter. As long as funds are in the account, familiar bank personnel will tend to the relationship. He had previously maintained 10 million in this bank without receiving a courtesy call, perhaps due to the bank's stature rendering them indifferent to him. Sharing afternoon tea with such a professional beauty promised to be a delightful experience. Moreover, it provided an opportunity for initial interaction and understanding. After confirming the arrangement, Yen Ting gracefully closed the door to the reception room and briskly returned to her office to make a phone call, a fragrant breeze trailing behind her. As a deputy manager, she had annual performance targets, with deposit acquisition being of utmost importance. Not to mention, issuing a Centurion Black Card would be a significant achievement. Securing this high-profile client would ensure her promotion this year. Yen Ting dialed Toshi Yuroizuka Beijing to reserve a table, pausing briefly before calling another number. Xiao Su. We have a very important client this evening. Please prepare accordingly after your shift. I will keep you informed. A soft voice responded, Sister Yen, how important is he? Yen Ting replied, let us not go into details. He wears a Patek Philippe Starry Night on his wrist. You know its model and price, right? Oh, I see. Sister Yen. Kisses. Yen Ting chuckled as she hung up. Just then, her subordinate arrived with the prepared cash. She entered, carrying a paper bag, and handed both the card and identification to Jing Gao, smiling. Mr. Jing, I have secured a reservation. Let us take my car. Sounds good. Jing Gao gathered his belongings and accompanied Yen Ting in her vehicle to Toshi Yuroizuka Beijing, a renowned dessert shop located 5 kilometers away. This establishment, well known in Japan, was founded by chef Toshi Yuroizuka, a pastry maestro from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Europe. This was the overseas flagship store, overseen by his top apprentice, Nanri Aishin. The shop occupied the 3rd floor of a commercial building, with afternoon sunlight filtering through white parasols, casting dappled shadows from potted trees. Seated at a square table, they enjoyed a panoramic view of the bustling commercial district, filled with passers-by, including many strikingly beautiful women. In the late spring, the atmosphere was refreshing and pleasant. Yen Ting recommended the signature dessert, Gorgonzola pistachio paired with ice cream, while she opted for a soufflé and a small glass of champagne. Having stepped out for a meal, Yen Ting removed her bank uniform jacket, wearing only her white shirt, which accentuated her curves, complemented by a pink shawl, exuding youthfulness and charm. She inquired, Mr. Jing, how does the dessert taste? As Jing Gao savored the ice cream, relishing the dessert crafted from custard pound cake and pistachio cream, he smiled, quite delightful. At that moment, Jing Gao's phone rang. Chapter 23, An Unconscious Transformation. The call was from Gao Yi, a lawyer at Junsheng Law Firm. Let us rewind time a bit. Since the rise of long-term rental apartments, capital has been flooding into this industry. A company named Yuanyang Long-Term Rental Apartments was making its mark in Lianhua Village, Shunning District. In the afternoon, a staff member named Xiao Li returned to the office after running errands. In a street-facing office building, familiar colleagues greeted Xiao Li as he entered. Li Gu, how did you handle that rich guy you mentioned in the group yesterday who drives a Ferrari but is sharing a rental? Xiao Li settled at his workstation, poured a cup of water, and replied, Hey, he told me to handle it. I refunded his deposit. The service fee of 300 yuan for next month and the cleaning fee of 300 yuan for vacating still apply. A nearby steward gave him a thumbs up. Haha, impressive. Xiao Li, with a dismissive expression, remarked, he claims to be wealthy, but he is actually a big fool. Quite easy to manipulate. I flattered him a bit. And he took it seriously. Haha. The office was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Just then, Xiao Li's phone rang at his desk. Upon answering, he heard the displeased voice of the store manager. Xiao Li, come to my office. The manager held a position akin to the general manager of the Shunning District branch of Yuanyang Long-Term Rental Apartments. Xiao Li felt a bit dazed as he cautiously opened the manager's office door and nervously said, Manager Lu, you wanted to see me? Lu Kong, the Shunning District store manager, gazed at Xiao Li with a stern expression and asked, Xiao Li, how did you handle Mr. Jing's vacating yesterday? Xiao Li felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly said, Manager Lu, he hasn't initiated the rental termination request on the app yet. I plan to remind him with a phone call shortly. Remind? What nonsense. Manager Lu slammed the documents on his desk. The lawyer's call has already reached me. What? Xiao Li stood there, bewildered. An uncontrollable surge of anger rose from within him. You're screwing me over. Seeing the expression on Xiao Li's face, Manager Lu made a decisive choice. If you want to ruin yourself, don't drag me down with you. He waved dismissively. Pack your things and get out. You're fired. Xiao Li's mind buzzed. The torrent of rage was suddenly doused by this cold splash of reality, extinguishing most of his fury. He protested, Manager Lu, I haven't violated any legal procedures. Manager Lu retorted sarcastically, they are clearly looking for trouble. They want to fire you, demand compensation, and expect me to apologize. What procedures are you talking about? Xiao Li, you ought to be more perceptive in the future. Looking for trouble? Xiao Li felt utterly speechless, and after a long moment, he left in a daze. Moments later, news of Xiao Li's dismissal spread throughout the company. In the WeChat group, comments flew. Huh? Xiao Li just said that rich guy is an idiot when he returned to the company. Wow, truly impressive. Does he not realize the person driving a Ferrari has some sense? The real idiot is someone else. Downstairs, the atmosphere remained orderly. The gentle, comfortable April sunlight bathed Jing Gao, who lounged in a black rattan chair, listening to the phone call. Mr. Jing, the manager of the Yuanyang long-term rental apartment in Shunning District has dismissed Xiao Li, and the deposit has been refunded to your WeChat. Additionally, he wishes to apologize in person and offer some compensation. Jing Gao pondered for a moment and replied, all right. He turned to the elegant and beautiful Yen Ting. What is the address? Yen Ting was delicately savoring a souffle made without flour and replied, the Japanese dessert shop Toshi Yoroizuka at number 19, Dongfang Road. Jing Gao repeated the address to Gao Yi, hung up the phone, and offered a brief explanation, just a minor matter. Is that shop's name in English? Yen Ting looked at Jing Gao with her almond-shaped eyes and smiled. Yes. It's named after its founder, Junichi Yoroizuka. Mr. Jing, how much time do I have left? She inquired candidly, her expression slightly playful, revealing the charm of a beautiful woman, captivating the attention of men at nearby tables. Jing Gao chuckled, scooping ice cream. They'll be coming from Shunning District. If there's no traffic, it should take about an hour. Depending on your sales skills, if I'm interested, I could spare the entire afternoon. This sentiment felt quite fitting. If this conversation had taken place before his interaction with Xiao Qiao the day before, Jing Gao likely would not have expressed such confidence. When purchasing a watch, he had even self-deprecatingly lamented about pretending to be someone of higher status. Yet, prior to this morning, he would have found it difficult to say such a thing. At that time, he was still marveling at the opulence of a five-star hotel. His self-awareness had yet to align with his newfound identity as a wealthy individual. Now, however, this was not merely an afternoon tea with the graceful Yen Ting. It carried a business undertone. Jing Gao's perspective had shifted, allowing him to adopt a commanding stance. Yen Ting smiled elegantly, brushing her hair behind her ear. Mr. Jing, this isn't a matter of interest at all. It's purely about addressing needs. Allow me to briefly introduce our bank's Centurion Black Card. Jing Gao gestured towards the charming and refined woman with a smile. Yen Ting elaborated. The Black Card is associated with American Express, since issuing cards in China is prohibited. They authorized our bank, along with others, to issue them in credit card form. This card operates on an invitation-only basis, limited to a select few high-end clients. Our bank's invitation criteria are the most stringent among the three banks. Cardholders are required to maintain an average daily deposit of over 100 million renminbi or be listed on the Huron Wealth list or above as provincial political consultative members. We have collaborated with American Express for many years, and fewer than 20,000 black cards have been issued. The privileges you can enjoy primarily fall into two categories: global travel and premium lifestyle, specifically flight tickets, hotels, clubs, and golf. Yen Ting spoke with expertise, dispensing information effortlessly. Clearly a professional in her field, Jing Gao savored the cheese ice cream and desserts, grasping the essence of her message. In essence, our bank's black card is of the highest prestige. Cardholders are typically the elite wealthy, high-ranking officials in state-owned enterprises and major private company stakeholders and executives. Clearly, he was categorized among the elite wealthy. Listening to Yen Ting's description, Jing Gao formed his own understanding of the bank's black card. Depositing 100 million renminbi in the bank yields various privileges and services, even access to some exclusive events. Yet, he had yet to construct even a facade of wealth, rendering such perks useless at present. Moreover, as a wealthy individual, engaging in business networking was not his goal. After some contemplation, Jing Gao politely declined. Let's hold off for now. Yen Ting internally sighed, her best-case scenario dashed. It was unrealistic to expect her to convince Jing Gao to deposit 100 million renminbi into her branch after just one meeting. Thus, she proceeded with her secondary plan. With a light laugh, Yen Ting said, "No worries, Mr. Jing. You might consider applying for our bank's platinum card. It only requires a deposit of 1 million renminbi, granting you access to our VIP services." Chapter 24, Learning and Selling. This was a fallback strategy. A 1 million renminbi deposit, compared to Jing Gao's 100 million, was trivial. Yan Ting did not aim to secure a 1 million deposit. Rather, maintaining this connection would naturally allow her to keep in touch with Jing Gao. Jing Gao was well aware of Yan Ting's tactics. He was not a newcomer to the professional world. He had navigated the complexities of society for 5 years. Generally, few would refuse twice in succession, making this commonality a typical negotiation tactic. He found himself experiencing this very strategy. Of course, the elegant and charming Yan Ting, with her soft laughter and gentle suggestions, did not incite any aversion in Jing Gao. He had to admit that her level of professionalism as a financial elite was exceptionally high. Jing Gao smiled and said, "All right, I'll find a time to apply for one. Right now, I'm too lazy to return to the bank." Yan Ting reiterated, "Whether to apply for the card depends on necessity. Being able to sit in the VIP room while handling matters at the bank is certainly more comfortable than queuing outside." However, he did not want to follow Yan Ting back to the bank just because she had offered him a card. What would that make him? If he did that and spent money, Yan Ting might not genuinely respect him. Yan Ting smiled radiantly, lightly brushing her hair back, and half-jokingly remarked, "Mr. Jing, is there anything that I, Xiao Yan, did that you found unsatisfactory? You must give me a chance to make amends." Her words were pleasing to the ear. Jing Gao chuckled and denied, "Manager Yan, you flatter me. That is not the case. I'm just a bit lazy." Yan Ting took a sip of champagne, exuding an air of elegance. A ray of afternoon sunlight illuminated her jade-like visage, accentuating the allure and grace of her 30-year-old beauty. With a playful smile, she extended an invitation. "Mr. Jing, there is a private kitchen in Sunset District that serves delightful cuisine. May I audaciously invite you to dinner as a gesture of apology?" Jing Gao chuckled softly, politely declining. "Manager Yan, let us exchange WeChat and arrange a time later. I have prior commitments this evening." Despite the rejection, Yan Ting's smile remained undiminished as she produced her phone, saying, "That is fine. However, I may trouble you on WeChat." The implication was clear. She intended to finalize the dinner plans. Jing Gao nodded in agreement, affirming her suggestion. With plans set, Yan Ting refrained from pressing further and gracefully took her leave. She exhibited far more tact than the model he, which undoubtedly earned her the favor of others. "Mr. Jing, I shall take my leave now," she beamed. Shaking hands with Jing Gao, her pink shawl draping elegantly over her shoulders, her high heels clicking softly as she departed. Her slender figure, bathed in the afternoon light, was a sight to behold. The deep blue-fitted trousers accentuated her curves, capturing the ardent gazes of the men seated at the outdoor tables of the dessert shop. As she retrieved her car from the underground parking lot and drove slowly away from Dongfang Road, the refined smile on her face faded, replaced by a serene, cool composure. With one hand, she sent a WeChat message to Xiao Su. Moments later, Xiao Su called, her voice bright and teasing, "Sister Yan, really? You couldn't manage to win him over?" Yan Ting sighed softly. Mr. Jing was indeed a challenging individual. How many of these elite young masters are easy to deal with? "I'll invite him for dinner another day." "All right, I'll be waiting," came the response. Jing Gao, having purchased a small cup of champagne at the front desk, returned to his seat, basking in the afternoon sun as he sipped thoughtfully. He reflected on his brief interaction with Yan Ting, a habit he had developed over the past few days. Having received an unlimited card, he did not let it inflate his ego. Rather, he recognized the need for continual reflection, learning, and growth to become a respectable, wealthy individual. Had it merely been a beautiful woman inviting him to dine, he would have gladly accepted. Yan Ting was indeed captivating, though not as sultry as the model he. Her grace and charm surpassed the latter. However, when business elements mingled with the invitation, attending the dinner was out of the question. He had no qualms about spending money, but he did not wish to appear foolish in his expenditures. At his age, being overly accommodating often led to a lack of respect from others. "Oh." Jing Gao exhaled contentedly, reclining in his wicker chair. Firstly, his recent encounters with various beautiful women had honed his social skills. He felt no intimidation in the presence of a woman like Yan Ting. Before receiving the unlimited card, he might have found himself at a loss for conversation over afternoon tea with such a goddess, perhaps mistaking her warm demeanor for romantic interest. Secondly, having politely declined Yan Ting's invitation, he felt a burgeoning sense of self-awareness as a wealthy individual. He was gradually acclimatizing to his new life. If he were still an ordinary employee facing a banking elite like Yan Ting, he might have felt inferior. Yet, he maintained his dignity, aiming to take the initiative in their interaction, marking a significant advancement in his self-perception. Among friends, such formality could be off-putting, and he would not typically behave in such a manner. Yet, when business considerations were at stake, a lack of self-respect would only lead to the perception that he was a foolishly wealthy individual seeking quick gains. Another lesson learned. He mused. Learning brings joy. He took another sip of champagne, noting its stark contrast to the fine Parisian varietals in his collection. Just then, his phone chimed. Gao Yi and the others had arrived. Jing Gao made his way to the outdoor table at Toshi Yoroizuka Beijing to greet them. Shortly after, Gao Yi, Chen Yujia, and a middle-aged man entered, all impeccably dressed, drawing the attention of the dessert shop's patrons, particularly Chen Yujia, whose radiant beauty outshone the picturesque spring afternoon. Mr. Jing, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Yuanyang long-term rental apartments, the store manager, Lu Kong, said after introductions. Bowing deeply before Jing Gao and presenting him with a red envelope. Jing Gao gestured to the table, saying, I have received it. He then invited Gao Yi and Chen Yujia to sit, adding, the desserts here are delightful. Would either of you care to try? They both nodded in agreement and took their seats. Lu Kong, internally sighing, forced a smile. Mr. Jing, Lawyer Gao, Lawyer Chen, please enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave. As he exited the dessert shop, observing the rows of green trees and white umbrellas on the balcony, he shook his head in disbelief. What kind of foolishness had Xiao Li displayed to offend such a wealthy young man? Jing Gao had adeptly maneuvered the situation, sending Lu Kong away with a smile. Then turning to his guests, you both have worked hard. Your efficiency is commendable. I am quite satisfied. Gao Yi, witnessing Jing Gao's assertiveness, quickly added, Mr. Jing, it's merely our duty. The arrogance he had displayed earlier that morning evaporated. Please add me on WeChat. After they exchanged contact information, Jing Gao sent each of them a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, stating, this is for the law firm's fees. I will transfer the amount to your company's account shortly. Looking forward to our collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Jing. Gao Yi and Chen Yujia expressed their gratitude. Pleased with the partnership, Jing Gao shook their hands, watching them depart. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from Xiao Qiao. Mr. Jing, I have arrived. Downing the remaining champagne in his glass, he stood to leave. Chapter 25, 2 points. The afternoon sun carried a languid, pleasant warmth. Between the towering buildings, light and shadow danced, creating a vibrant tableau. Gao Yi drove a BYD electric vehicle, ferrying Chen Yujia back to the law firm. Lightly tapping the steering wheel, he mused. Junior Sister Chen, have you noticed that Mr. Jing seems somewhat different this afternoon? Chen Yujia chuckled lightly. Senior brother Gao, I didn't notice anything particular. He simply appears to be quite generous, giving us each a red envelope of 10,000. The Yuanyang long-term rental apartments compensated him with 3 months' rent. And with the law firm's fees, Mr. Jing was undoubtedly engaging in a rather unprofitable venture. Of course, having Xiao Li dismissed and manager Lu coming to apologize likely brought him some comfort. Chen Yujia's radiant smile momentarily distracted Gao Yi, and he forced himself to avert his gaze, stating, this afternoon, Jing Gao exerted an even greater presence than in the morning. He seemed more like a wealthy young master. Chen Yujia, however, did not perceive a difference, choosing not to argue and merely nodded in agreement. It seemed Gao Yi had been influenced by Zhang and was thus predisposed to view Mr. Jing with a degree of trepidation, particularly after being confronted by monetary matters. At the outdoor tables of Toshi Yoroizuka Beijing, adorned with potted greenery, patrons engaged in conversation about Jing Gao after his departure. The earlier scene had indeed been striking. 3 impeccably dressed individuals entered, one of whom bowed in apology. Such displays were a rarity in public settings. Who was that young man earlier? He seemed rather full of himself. I have no idea. Amidst the myriad of conversations, a pair of individuals basking in the sun in a corner also engaged in this trending discourse. The woman, with her hair styled in a ponytail, possessed strikingly beautiful features and an impressive appearance. Standing tall at approximately 174 centimeters, her alluring legs accentuated by denim jeans were simply captivating. However, her figure resembled a straight line from top to bottom, reminiscent of a princess without curves. She animatedly spoke into her WeChat, her voice crackling as she relayed. Xieta Xiao, your roommate is absolutely remarkable. I'm here on Dongfang Road having afternoon tea with Lao Fei. Coincidentally, I just saw 3 professionals arriving to meet him. TSK. His demeanor is truly something else. If one didn't know better, they might assume he was some wealthy heir, dressed in Burberry casual attire, adorned with a Patek Philippe Starry Night watch, and carrying a Prada bag. What is going on with you, Xieta Xiao? She continued, her words flowing rapidly yet articulately, clearly showcasing her proficiency in oration. Opposite her sat the handsome young man named Fei Yi, sporting a buzz cut, his chiseled features rendering him exceptionally attractive. He raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, Shu Tong, your delivery is impeccable, your enunciation is clear, your breath control is seamless, and your expression is rich, truly deserving of being the star of our 3rd-year class at the Central Academy of Drama. Xie Shu Tong rolled her eyes at her admirer, sipping her red tea as she remarked, Lao Fei, wasn't he that stunning woman breathtaking? She looked youthful and enchanting. When she left, "You were staring. Did you have any tactics in mind?" Fei nearly spewed his white wine, coughing as he hastily diverted the topic. "Shu Tong, do you know her? The aura she exudes is even stronger than the investors I encountered at a dinner last month." Xie Shu Tong scoffed. "What are you talking about, aura? That watch on his wrist is worth over 2 million, indicating his wealth is at least 50 million. He is undoubtedly richer than the investors you've met. Lao Fei is merely a third-year student. What kind of respectable investors could he possibly encounter?" Fei chuckled softly, sipping his drink. Jing Gao, unaware of the scene where manager Liu bowed in apology, appeared somewhat pretentious to onlookers. However, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. One's actions should not be judged by whether they appear pretentious, but should rather align with their own desires. Jing Gao settled into Xiao Qiao's car, placing his bulging men's handbag beside the seat. "Mr. Jing, I know a fantastic place in Tongsheng that serves iron pot braised goose," Xiao Shuang said with a sweet smile. Her meticulously applied makeup and platinum earrings enhancing her charmingly mature demeanor as she navigated her red BMW X1 through the moderately busy afternoon traffic. Jing Gao sent her a WeChat message inviting her to dinner that evening, and she promptly drove over, having been slightly reserved 2 days prior. She regretted missing that opportunity and was pleasantly surprised to receive Jing Gao's invitation today. Unable to suppress a smile, Jing Gao understood Xiao Qiao's elation. Since acquiring the Infinite card 3 days ago, he had been adjusting to his new lifestyle. He had begun to grasp what it meant to be a competent tycoon, focusing on 2 key aspects, persona and emotional intelligence. The concept of persona involved the image he wished to project, including his principles in decision-making. His recent actions, such as consulting a lawyer regarding Xiao Li and declining Yin Ting's invitation, fell within this realm. Emotional intelligence, as the term suggests, required him to enhance his social acuity to navigate the various social situations he would encounter. He had been contemplating these matters, which allowed him to understand Xiao Qiao's mindset. Previously, he had harbored intentions of pursuing Xiao Qiao romantically, perhaps leading her to a hotel room. She might have thought his dinner invitation carried that implication, but his intentions were different. Jing Gao pondered briefly before stating, "It's too far to Tongqing. I need to discuss some serious matters with you. I plan to purchase several more properties in the capital." "Ah," Xiao Qiao gasped in surprise, momentarily losing her composure. She had thought Jing Gao was inviting her to dinner for romantic reasons, only to find the conversation veering towards real estate. Although she should have felt disappointed, having eagerly anticipated this meal for quite some time, her long-standing habits as a top salesperson ignited an undeniable excitement within her. "Mr. Jing, it's currently 4 in the afternoon. Booking a restaurant on such short notice may be challenging. How about we find a 5-star hotel's Western restaurant?" She had previously prepared for a date, carefully selecting a unique restaurant in the capital. Many delectable dishes could be found in unassuming eateries, not just in lavish establishments. Leaning back in the car seat, Jing Gao replied, "Let us go to the Crown Plaza Lido Hotel. I'm staying there." "All right." Jing Gao had previously called the hotel's butler, Anthony, and upon arrival, a table had already been reserved at the Western restaurant. The cuisine was French, and the foreign head chef even came out to greet Jing Gao. Currently, he was considered a VIP at the Lido Crown Hotel, enjoying exceptional treatment. The hotel did not judge guests based on their attire, watches, or cars. Instead, it measured their financial capacity. Jing Gao had indicated a planned stay of 15 days in the presidential suite, having prepaid for 10 days of accommodation. A single expenditure of over 800,000 would guarantee him the status of an esteemed guest at any hotel. As Jing Gao exchanged pleasantries with the French chef speaking in an unusual accent, he and Xiao Qiao settled at a window-side table. A waiter approached with the menu. The sunset painted the sky with golden and crimson hues, casting a radiant glow over the bustling cityscape. Xiao Qiao, seated on the plush sofa in her off-the-shoulder lavender dress, removed her deep blue coat, revealing her fair shoulders and exuding a captivating urban allure. "Mr. Jing, thank you for inviting me to dinner," she said elegantly, raising her delicate champagne flute, each glass costing 8,000. Jing Gao smiled gently, raising his own glass. Had this been 2 days prior, he might have felt his heart race at the sight of the enchanting Xiao Qiao, perhaps even wishing to keep her company for the evening. "Xiao Qiao, would you be interested in becoming my personal assistant?" Chapter 26, Recruitment of Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao hesitated, taking another sip of wine, gazing at the young man across from her, utterly perplexed by his intentions. She began to comprehend that Jing Gao was proposing she assist him in purchasing properties rather than facilitating the transaction through her agency. This was unexpected. Jing Gao, smiling, inquired, "Xiao Qiao, what is your current annual salary?" Xiao Qiao replied candidly, "I have been in real estate sales for 6 years, earning up to 900,000 at my peak last year. This year may be similar." Jing Gao raised his eyebrows in surprise just as the waiter arrived with the appetizer, a seafood and vegetable salad. Thank you. My pleasure. The waiter replied with a smile before departing. Jing Gao gestured invitingly, stating, "You in the real estate sales industry truly earn quite well. I'll offer you an annual salary of 1,200,000, with bonuses additional." Wait, what? Xiao Qiao prepared to explain that real estate sales depended on market conditions and that she had only recently become a top salesperson. Previously, renting a place in the capital had been a struggle. However, Jing Gao had already laid out the annual salary and bonuses, leaving her feeling as though a golden hammer had struck her head, leaving her dizzy. Jing Gao chuckled, sipping the freshly served Marseille fish soup. "Consider it. And let me know after we finish our meal." Xiao Shuang set down her champagne flute, a mixture of laughter and exasperation on her face as she remarked, "Mr. Jing, you might not be aware, but with this kind of annual salary, there is hardly any need for consideration. May I begin my formal employment after the commission from selling the house to you comes through?" Jing Gao savored the exquisite fish soup, chuckling. "As long as you believe your schedule can accommodate it, I'll be calculating your salary shortly, and then I'll put you to work." Xiao Shuang playfully rolled her eyes, retorting, "As if you haven't been giving me tasks before." Instantly shifting into work mode, she continued, "Mr. Jing, if you wish to purchase property in the capital, you must first address the qualification issues. Secondly, you need to articulate your requirements." The waiter then presented the main courses: French foie gras, grilled steak, Parisian lobster, and escargot. Jing Gao, slicing into the foie gras with satisfaction, stated, regarding the qualification issue, "I plan to visit the business bureau tomorrow to acquire 2 companies. Consequently, your employment contract will need to be linked to that." He added, "For the property requirements, I'm currently in need of a house that is ready for immediate occupancy. While 5-star hotels are comfortable, they are not suitable for long-term living. The Ziyun Pavilion will likely take at least 6 months before it can be inhabited, correct?" Xiao Shuang tucked a stray hair behind her ear, acknowledging, "Yes. Sister Jiang will first provide the design plans, and we'll need to discuss and modify them. Afterward, I'll arrange for the renovations. The more intricate and luxurious the design, the more ventilation is necessary. If all goes awry, we might not be able to move in until the end of the year." Jing Gao nodded, smiling as he said, "Let us handle this matter first, and then keep an eye on any listings for villas or courtyard houses in the capital." He had heard tales of the opulence and subtlety of courtyard houses during his university days in the capital, and now he yearned to experience it for himself. After all, who would only possess one house in the capital? He intended to enlist Xiao Shuang's assistance in the purchase. Money was not an issue. Xiao Shuang, neglecting to savor the delectable dishes before her, opened her phone's notes to jot down Jing Gao's requests. Suddenly, she recalled, "Oh, Mr. Jing, there is something I forgot to mention. I have received a package on your behalf." "A package?" Jing Gao, savoring the tender foie gras, looked slightly perplexed. He had filled in the address of the Lido Hotel for his online purchases of a new computer and phone. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The previous night at a dinner with Xieta Xiao, he had provided Wei Kaiyan and her husband with the address of the Ziyun Pavilion, using Xiao Shuang's phone for the package collection. Hadn't they had a disagreement the night before? Yet, this couple had indeed sent him local specialties. Noticing the realization on Jing Gao's face, Xiao Shuang reminded him, "The sender is by Xinghua from the Capital University of Information Engineering. Here, I took a photo of the package." Her meticulousness made her reliable. Jing Gao glanced at the image of the package slip, returned Xiao Shuang's phone, and said, "It's a package from a classmate containing local products brought back from Huangshan. Please take care of it for me." He intended to call by Lauscher later to express his gratitude. If this couple bore no grudges, he would reciprocate in kind. Very well. Their meal concluded at 7:20, and since Xiao Shuang had consumed alcohol, Jing Gao instructed Anthony to arrange for a designated driver to take her home. She resided on the other side of Tongqing District. At night, the Lido Crown Plaza Hotel was ablaze with lights. The towering buildings sparkled like crystals against the night sky, showcasing the grandeur and opulence of a 5-star establishment. The designated driver was a female chauffeur who expertly brought Xiao Shuang's red BMW X1 to the hotel entrance. Jing Gao escorted his newly recruited personal assistant to the door. As Xiao Shuang reached for the car door, she turned back, gently caressing her platinum earrings. The off-the-shoulder lavender dress she wore lent a hint of sensuality to her movements in the moonlight. "Mr. Jing, do I look beautiful?" Had it been before, Jing Gao's response would have surely been affirmative. He could rate her beauty an 85. She was indeed lovely. However, at this moment, he understood the underlying implication behind her question. Now that he had recruited Xiao Shuang as his assistant, how would their relationship evolve? Should they intertwine professional matters with romantic feelings? This was precisely why she posed such a question. Focus on your work and refrain from dwelling on frivolous thoughts. Get some rest when you return. Xiao Shuang smiled softly, obediently replying with a gentle "oh," as she waved goodbye to Jing Gao and slipped into the car, soon disappearing into the night. Jing Gao watched her leave before re-entering the dazzling Lido Crown Plaza Hotel. The hotel's butler, Anthony, clad in a suit and equipped with an earpiece, maintained a professional distance, walking 2 steps behind Jing Gao. Once back in the presidential suite on the 32nd floor, Jing Gao activated the treadmill in the suite's gym, running at a slow pace. His thoughts wandered to the evolving dynamics with Qiao Shuang. From being a beautiful assistant who helped him with his image, to a capable saleswoman, and now, she had transitioned into his personal assistant. He remained captivated by her beauty and allure. Her off-the-shoulder dress tonight was undeniably enticing, showcasing her fair shoulders and graceful curves. Yet, he found himself feeling a bit inflated, merely desiring to engage with high-scoring beauties. To focus solely on looks seemed superficial. But who wouldn't want a touch of superficiality when conditions allowed? However, among the stunning women he had encountered recently, the one who truly captured his heart was perhaps Chen Yujia, a third-year student at the University of Political Science and Law. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Only the girl he had encountered at Haidaleo in Tycoon Hui on the evening of the 5th could be compared to her. After an hour of exhausting exercise, Jing Gao felt as weary as a dog and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Despite the workouts over the past few days, he had not noticed any weight loss, though his complexion and energy had improved significantly. Dressed in a bathrobe, having taken a moment to sit and drink some water in his bedroom, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by An, clad in a long pink dress, radiating a sweet and pure charm. "Mr. Jing, I'm delighted to serve you once again." Her voice remained soft, delicate, and sweet. Chapter 27, Morning. Upon seeing An again, Jing Gao naturally recalled the recently departed Qiao Shuang. Both were sweetly beautiful women, though An's beauty was arguably more striking. At a height of 163 meters, her fair skin glowed under the bright lights of the presidential suite, making her appear as exquisite as a porcelain doll. An sensed the warmth in Jing Gao's gaze and shyly lowered her head, gently suggesting, "Mr. Jing, let us move to the guest room." Following the same massage routine as the previous day, Jing Gao felt An's delicate touch, causing his thoughts to wander. He couldn't help but recall the alluring figure of He Zishuan from the morning. Standing at 177 meters, the model had a truly captivating physique. Then there was Yen Ting, a refined and elegant woman, her curves accentuated as she playfully referred to herself as Little Yen, possessing a unique charm. Her petite mouth probably smaller than a bottle cap. And today, he had met Chen Yujia, radiant like a flower, her delicate hands seemingly fragile. Jing Gao was acutely aware of the reason for his wandering thoughts. He was simply a normal man. Alas, this uncontainable desire. In earlier times, he would have likely needed to indulge in traditional means to find solace before sleep. Now, however, he inquired, "An, are you feeling warm? If so, you may remove your clothes." An, who was currently leaning over to massage Jing Gao, paused in surprise, and a rosy blush spread across her delicate face as she lowered her head, whispering, "Oh." Approximately 2 hours later, Jing Gao, feeling invigorated, reclined on the soft sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, clad in a plush white robe provided by the hotel. Sipping red wine, he reveled in the opulent nightscape of the capital city. The air conditioning in the bedroom was set to a comfortable temperature. Miss Anan was still resting in the guest room. The ambience was somewhat artistic. He continued his process of introspection and reflection, embodying the wisdom of self-examination. "If I reflect upon myself thrice daily, I shall know clarity and act without error." He sought to draw wisdom and knowledge from the vast reservoir of China's 5,000-year-old traditional culture, standing upon the shoulders of giants. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to achieve enlightenment through his own solitary thoughts? As a product of ostentatious wealth, and a person who had endured the harsh realities of life for 5 years, Jing Gao was acutely aware that what he currently needed was discretion, in order to safeguard himself and joyfully embrace life. Thus, he purchased properties, luxury cars, and resided in presidential suites, yet never shared his exploits on social media. However, this low profile, in certain respects, also signified a form of restraint, a conformity that constrained him. Consequently, his brief 3-day experience of wealth seemed remarkably splendid, acquiring homes, automobiles, and mingling with beautiful women, but in reality, it was quite stable and predictable. As someone on the cusp of youth, who wouldn't desire a bit of recklessness? Yet, Jing Gao was fully aware that without the ability to manage wealth, indulgence could swiftly lead to ruin. The experiences of numerous lottery winners, both domestically and internationally, serve as cautionary tales. This is where the paradox lies. One must adhere to the desires of the self, yet also restrain one's aspirations lest they devour him. Spending 2 hours with Anan, he indulged in his desires freely, feeling quite elated. Yet, From his current reflections, he recognized the necessity of moderation. Given his financial capacity, hosting pool parties, yacht gatherings, or frequenting nightclubs would pose no significant challenge. Yet, this was evidently not the lifestyle he desired or aspired to. Thus, his forthcoming objective should be to establish his company, to maintain a facade, and then pursue activities that ignite his interests, exploring the beauty and surprises of life while continuously enhancing himself, such as traveling, falling in love, or painting. With this resolution, Jing Gao stood, downed his glass of red wine, ignored the WeChat messages on his phone, drew the curtains, and reclined onto the bed for a rest. The clock's hands had just passed midnight. As dawn broke, the sunlight streamed in, and the sounds of traffic wafted through the open window of the dining area. Seated in the opulent restaurant, Jing Gao savored a delectable breakfast. Preferring solitude over the bustling buffet, he requested his butler, Anthony, to arrange for breakfast to be served in his room. While sipping pumpkin porridge, he perused his phone messages. There were quite a few. Wang Qinian, the manager of the Ferrari dealership, sent a reminder about his visit to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the company transfer procedures and collect his license plates. Jing Gao replied, "Let us meet at the entrance of the Government Affairs Hall." Designer Jiang Jingying sent preliminary feedback on the Ziyun Pavilion project, stating that the draft was under refinement and should be ready by mid-next week. At 8 o'clock, Xiao Qiao messaged him, "Good morning, Mr. Jing. After returning yesterday, I contacted my colleagues and have initially shortlisted a batch of available second-hand houses. I need more detailed selection criteria. Truly a workaholic." Jing Gao felt quite pleased and responded, "Ideally, it should be located in Xiang District, convenient for living, with supermarkets and hospitals, and an area of 3 rooms or more." His university classmate, Zhou Liang, messaged, "Old Jing, I've resigned and plan to return to my hometown to take the civil service exam. Let us have dinner tomorrow night at Jiangnan Court in Wanda Plaza next to Jingxin University." Although Jing Gao was rather inconspicuous in college, everyone has a few friends. Even someone like Xie Daxiao, who was intimidating to most men, counted him among his acquaintances. Zhou Liang was another of his dormitory mates, a fellow from Handong with whom he had shared late-night escapades, skipped classes, and played football. Jing Gao pondered for a moment, then directly called him. Moments later, the call connected. "Old Jing, I thought you weren't coming," Zhou Liang exclaimed warmly. Jing Gao knew he had made the right call and apologized. "I had a bit of a situation last night and didn't TC your message. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhou Liang replied, "Just your presence will suffice." Jing Gao jokingly remarked, "Shall I notify the girl you had a crush on back then to attend? This might be the last time we meet." Zhou Liang laughed and scolded, "Get lost. You know that was a secret crush." After exchanging a few pleasantries and finalizing their dinner plans, Jing Gao hung up. Glancing at his new WeChat friend, Anan, he contemplated for a moment before sending her a red envelope of 100,000 yuan. "Rest well. You made my night enjoyable." Anan quickly responded with shy emojis. Jing Gao chuckled, left the restaurant, and drove to the Government Affairs Hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. 2 hours later, he met with Wang Qinian in the Dongyan district. Wang Qinian, dressed in a tailored suit, approached him briskly, extending his hand. "Mr. Jing, good to see you." Beside him stood a medium-height man with a keen gaze, smiling broadly, appearing to be around 30 years old. "Hello," Jing Gao replied with a smile, shaking Wang Qinian's hand, exuding a natural demeanor imbued with confidence, composure, and approachability. This posture carried an air of nobility that resonated with Wang Qinian. There was a psychological factor at play, but Jing Gao's transformation was also evident. As the ancient saying goes, the environment shapes the spirit, the surroundings influence the body. In simpler terms, one's circumstances and status can alter one's demeanor. Cultivation and refinement can enhance one's character. While Jing Gao's changes were not overly dramatic, they were nonetheless significant. Reflecting on his state just 2 days prior when purchasing a car, spending 80 million yuan on the Ziyun Pavilion, yet not residing in it, he had only felt the joy of spending while conversing with Xiao Qiao and Jiang Meifu during the contract signing. After purchasing the car, however, he drove a 467 million yuan Ferrari 488 Spider through the streets of the capital, not the flashiest vehicle, but certainly one that turned heads. He resided in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, attended to by a dedicated butler, and dined in the hotel restaurant where the chef would make an appearance. He had spent a delightful evening with the pure and sweet Anan. It would indeed be strange if there had been no changes. Wang Qinian briefly suppressed his surprise. Such occurrences were illogical, yet they made perfect sense for a wealthy young man who had just purchased 4 luxury cars in one go. He introduced, "Mr. Jing. This is Li Wei. He is the legal representative of the 2 companies being transferred today." Li Wei extended his hand with a slight bow. "Hello, Mr. Jing. You can call me Xiao Wei. I am the nominee." Jing Gao understood the implications and shook his hand, replying, "Let us stick with your name." Li Wei was evidently older than him, so referring to him as Xiao Wei felt somewhat awkward. They were both merely trying to make a living, and there was no need for such familiarity. Li Wei smiled, a flicker of fondness for the affluent young man rising within him. The bustling service hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Dongyan District was a tapestry of people, some clad in tailored suits, others in casual attire, with men and women of various ages engaged in animated conversations. The call number echoed intermittently, creating an atmosphere of orderliness. Li Wei had made an appointment for today between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, simply awaiting for more numbers. At that moment, Jing Gao's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer, and a congenial male voice greeted him. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jing Gao?" "This is he," Jing Gao replied. The voice continued. "I am Gong Cheng, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Shunning District. I sincerely appreciate your trust and support in our institution. May I inquire if you have some time recently? I would like to visit you personally to express my gratitude." Jing Gao understood the reason for the call. He had transferred a significant sum of 100 million from his Infinite card to his frequently used ICBC account just yesterday. Thus, the bank service had promptly followed suit. He had thought that with his 1 million deposit, he might be overlooked by the Cosmic Bank, but now, the branch manager himself was calling. After a brief pause, Jing Gao replied, "Perhaps in a few days, I will check my schedule." Gong Cheng's tone remained warm. "Certainly, we will adhere to your timetable. May I add you on WeChat for more convenient communication?" His demeanor was notably humble. Typically, one would expect that the Industrial and Commercial Bank, as one of the world's foremost banks, previously holding the title of the largest in the global banking sector and commanding half of the national financial industry, would afford its branch managers considerable prestige. However, Jing Gao's 100 million was merely in a demand deposit, readily transferable at any moment. Furthermore, this was their first interaction. He needed to create a favorable first impression. Very well, Jing Gao acquiesced, concluding the call, with Xiao Yin ahead and Manager Gong behind him. It seemed inevitable that he would have dealings with the bank, a course he would need to learn. Moments later, it was time for Li Wei's number to be called. Jing Gao took a seat, and soon, the transfer of shares between the two companies and the change of legal representatives was completed. Following that was a succession of procedures. Li Wei was quite familiar with these matters, bustling about to finish before lunch. Jing Gao stuffed the documents into the briefcase he held and remarked, "You've worked hard. If you both are free, let's have lunch together." In early April, the midday sun was somewhat fierce. The willows and phoenix trees lining the street appeared lethargic. The Dongyan district was characterized by its hilly terrain and numerous reservoirs, marking it as a relatively remote area in the capital. Li Wei, well acquainted with the locale, made a few calls and led Jing Gao and Wang Qini into a courtyard that resembled a farmhouse for lamb hot pot. The exterior of the Sihiyuan was inviting. Upon entering, one was greeted by a bamboo grove, the April breeze rustling through the leaves, evoking a sense of tranquility. As they ventured further, the decor exuded a natural, rustic charm, with square tables arranged amidst fences and trees, creating distinct spaces. Once seated, Li Wei courteously rattled off the dish names: 1 plate of lamb shank, mushroom tops, 2 plates of cucumber strips, and a platter of lamb trinity. Let us also have 2 plates of seasonal vegetables and a few baked pancakes. Understood. Please hold on. The waiter replied, taking note. Moments later, another server adorned in an apron brought a copper pot over a charcoal flame, accompanied by 3 bowls of prepared dipping sauces. These consisted of soy sauce, sesame paste, sesame oil, fermented tofu, chopped scallions, coriander, minced garlic, and vinegar, all artfully blended, priced at 5 yuan per bowl, with refills available after consumption. Having lived in the capital for 9 years, Jing Gao was somewhat familiar with the terms Li Wei employed. It was said that when preparing lamb hot pot, the meat from a single sheep was divided into 8 major cuts: lamb shank, lamb tendon, lamb neck, lamb rib, lamb tenderloin, lamb shank, lamb trinity, and cucumber strips. The lamb trinity referred to a platter comprising 3 selected cuts. As the lamb was served, Li Wei used the communal chopsticks to place some meat in the pot and called out, "Mr. Jing, do try the mushroom tops. They're crisp, simply delightful." This establishment has been around for decades, renowned for its authentic craftsmanship. The cast from My Fair Princess dined here while filming in the capital. Jing Gao chuckled, choosing not to correct Li Wei that the character Xiao Yinzi had indeed been studying in the capital. Enjoying lamb hot pot was hardly unusual. Being a pragmatist, he cared little for the restaurant's tales, as long as the food was delectable. The copper pot simmered vigorously, the broth bubbling furiously. After 10 seconds of blanching the lamb, he retrieved it and dipped it in the sauce. With a satisfying crunch, it was as crisp as cucumber. The flavors of the sauce melded together, tantalizing his taste buds and igniting his appetite. "Not bad," Jing Gao remarked. "Li Wei, you certainly know how to choose a place. Do leave me your number. I may reach out for advice later." Li Wei laughed heartily. I'm available around the clock. Mr. Jing, feel free to ask me anytime. As they conversed, the lamb disappeared delightfully into their stomachs, prompting them to order 2 more plates of beef tripe for dipping. Jing Gao then said, Manager Wang, I would appreciate your assistance with something. Wang Qinian responded promptly, Mr. Jing, I would be honored. Please, let me know how I can help. Jing Gao nodded. Grasping his chopsticks with a piece of beef, he explained, I have a class reunion to attend this afternoon, and driving a Ferrari would not be appropriate. Please recommend me a car in the range of 2 to 300,000. I would need it this afternoon. Attending Zhou Liang's farewell banquet in a Ferrari would impose undue pressure on his classmates. It was entirely unnecessary. A car in the 2 to 300,000 range would be just right, not too ostentatious or too modest. He certainly did not aspire to the trope of playing the fool to catch the tiger, deliberately choosing a subpar vehicle for the occasion. What a foolish endeavor that would be. Wang Qinian, astute as he was, immediately grasped Jing Gao's intention. Mr. Jing, I would recommend the Toyota Camry. A popular model this year that fits your criteria. There's ample stock available, and we can arrange a temporary license plate. Jing Gao waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to purchase a Japanese vehicle. There were certain matters he still felt quite strongly about. Chapter 29, A Day Revisited. Ultimately, Wang Qinian recommended the Volkswagen Magotan to Jing Gao. While this model might not be as renowned as the benchmark Passat among joint venture mid-range cars, it was, in terms of visual appeal and driving experience, favored more by consumers. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Qinian and Jing Gao arrived at the Volkswagen 4S dealership in Shunning District, each driving their respective vehicles. A young salesperson awaited them at the entrance, dressed sharply in a suit, slender in frame. Upon seeing Jing Gao and Wang Qinian exit their cars, he discreetly surveyed the striking red Ferrari before approaching them with enthusiasm. Hello, Brother Wang. I'm Xiao Zhong. At over 30 years of age, Wang Qinian had established himself as a sales manager at a Ferrari dealership, undoubtedly possessing an extensive network. He greeted Xiao Zhong with a smile. I've already briefed you on the situation during our drive. Please, lead us to the vehicles. Certainly. Right this way, Xiao Zhong responded, ushering them inside. Wang Qinian cheerfully said, Mr. Jing, after you. Let us take a test drive first. Very well, Jing Gao replied, taking in the spacious, bright, and tidy layout of the 4S dealership as he followed. Rows of Volkswagen models lined the showroom floor, with sales personnel assisting customers in viewing the cars, test driving, and answering inquiries. Xiao Zhong conducted his tasks with remarkable efficiency, guiding Jing Gao and another individual to a 2016 Volkswagen Magotan, where he graciously opened the door, saying, Young Master Jing, please experience the driving sensation. Thank you. Jing Gao replied with a nod of acknowledgement, proceeding to sit inside the vehicle for a brief moment before stepping out. Meeting Wang Qinian's inquiring gaze, he nodded and remarked, It feels acceptable. Wang Qinian, smiling, patted Xiao Zhong on the shoulder and instructed, Let's proceed to finalize the payment. Xiao Zhong's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears. I find this atmosphere of purchasing a car akin to buying cabbage quite delightful. If every car buyer were like young Master Jing, imagine the volume of transactions he could achieve in a month. A short while later, Jing Gao completed the payment of 290,000 yuan with a swipe of his card. Driving away from the dealership in his new vehicle, he handed the keys to his Ferrari to Wang Qinian, requesting him to arrange for the car to be delivered to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Xiang District. Mr. Jing, take care, they called out, waving goodbye as Jing Gao's new car faded into the bustling streets of a spring afternoon. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Zhong asked, Brother Wang, what is the background of this young Master Jing? Wang Qinian's smile dimmed slightly as he chose not to answer, instead commenting, Do you find Mr. Jing's demeanor quite imposing? He even expressed gratitude when you opened the door for him. Such refinement. Jing Gao had just transferred him a commission of 10,000 yuan, which speaks to his resources. Xiao Zhong, his eyes gleaming with excitement, replied, Indeed, it is priceless. His flair for purchasing a car is truly enviable. Wang Qinian chuckled heartily, passing a cigarette to Xiao Zhong. It's merely a 300,000 yuan Magotan. It pales in comparison to the cost of his Ferrari. After some light banter, Wang Qinian took the Ferrari and personally drove it to the hotel. The early April afternoon sun in the capital was gentle. Jing Gao maintained a leisurely pace, rolling down the window, donning sunglasses as he admired the urban scenery. Towering buildings and a bustling flow of traffic surrounded him. Listening to the song Yesterday once more on his phone, he felt at ease, humming along softly. He had arranged to meet Zhou Liang at Jiangnan Pavilion at 6 o'clock, and it seemed a bit early to arrive now. Reflecting on it, he realized it had been a long time since he felt such a surplus of time. Perhaps this was one of the significant changes in his current life. The pace of life had evidently slowed down. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jing Gao answered, activating the speakerphone. Brother Jing, I have completed my resignation procedures, came Yu Jiashi's voice. Jing Gao expressed surprise. Xiao Yu, doesn't it take at least a week to finalize the resignation process at your gaming company? After a moment of hesitation, Yu Jiashi replied, Brother Jing. The HR department didn't provide me with a severance package, so it was expedited. Jing Gao frowned, aware that he had held several jobs before working at Hake, and was familiar with the nuances of the corporate world. Some companies adhered to protocols, while others did not. Contemplating, he said, I bear some responsibility in this matter. Come to the Crown Plaza Hotel in Xiong District tomorrow morning at 8. I will consult someone about the severance compensation and see how we can address it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Brother Jing, Yu Jiashi responded gratefully. Jing Gao smiled and hung up, pondering for a moment before pulling over to the side of the road to send a WeChat message to Chen Yujia. After discussing the matter, they agreed to meet at the hotel the following morning for a detailed conversation. Jing Gao drove to Wanda Plaza next to Jingxin University. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the plaza buzzed with activity. With Jingxin University and the medical university nearby, the area was bustling with people. Jing Gao settled into a seat outside Starbucks on the first floor, observing the crowd, the parents pushing strollers, children skating, and university students mingling in groups. This scene easily transported Jing Gao back to the vibrant days of his arrival in the capital nearly 9 years ago. University life was indeed one of the most beautiful memories of his existence. He called Zhou Liang. Old Zhou, have you arrived? I'm at Starbucks on the first floor. I'm on my way, just parking. Wait a moment. Moments later, Jing Gao spotted his roommate, Zhou Liang. He was of average height, slightly plump, with a darker complexion, dressed in smart casual attire that exuded a business flair. His hair was neatly styled, suggesting he had put some effort into his appearance. Jing Gao stood to greet him, exchanging pleasantries before suggesting, let us grab a cup of coffee before heading upstairs. What shall we drink? Zhou Liang followed Jing Gao into Starbucks, sizing him up and exclaiming, it's been a year since we saw each other. I barely recognized you. Stop exaggerating, Jing Gao chuckled, ordering a latte and a cappuccino. Curiously, he asked, what prompted you to resign? Zhou Liang stirred his coffee, gazing out at the youthful women passing by, and replied despondently, I'm 27 now. My family is pressuring me to get married. With the housing prices in the capital, I might as well go back and take the civil service exam. Jing Gao empathized. At their age, with a degree from Jingxin University, acquiring a home without family support was indeed a heavy burden. Taking a sip of his coffee, he shifted the topic. Have you invited many people for today? I recall you had quite the social circle in university. Zhou Liang sighed, not really. I'm a fool for inviting those who don't matter. There are about 10 of them, all acquaintances. Unfortunately, I couldn't get your crush Lu Shui to come. Jing Gao laughed. I've only mentioned her a few times in your presence. How did it become a crush? Zhou Liang chuckled. Among our 3 beauties from the 2007 class of the Normal University, there were many admirers. You're not the only one. As they chatted, Jing Gao noticed it was nearly time. He and Zhou Liang made their way to Jiangnan Pavilion on the 4th floor to secure the reserved private room. Shortly thereafter, their university classmates began to arrive. Jing Gao stepped outside the room to ask a waiter for more tea when a pair approached. The man, of average appearance and wearing glasses, exuded confidence, while the woman beside him was strikingly beautiful but bore a cold demeanor. Jing Gao, do you still remember me? The words seemed to carry a condescending undertone, tinged with a hint of arrogance, as if he were returning home in triumph. Jing Gao felt a flicker of displeasure. It was not merely due to his temper rising, but because this person, attending his roommate's farewell banquet with such an attitude, foreshadowed an awkward atmosphere for the dinner ahead. Opting for a neutral approach, Jing Gao offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Old Zhou has gone downstairs to greet the guests. The newcomers were Wei Kaiyan and the renowned figure from the 2007 class of the Normal University, Yu Yuankai, along with Tang Lanlan, the ex-girlfriend of his friend Xie Daxiao. A woman he could not forget. Yu Yuankai, with a tolerant expression, extended his hand. I know. I contacted Old Zhou when Lanlan and I drove over. Your outfit is quite impressive, truly befitting a designer. Tang Lanlan cast a disdainful glance at Jing Gao, snorting dismissively. Jing Gao, as Xie Daxiao's close friend, had become the target of her lingering resentment. Now, possessing a level of emotional intelligence far beyond his earlier self, Jing Gao accurately perceived Yu Yuankai's attitude. I regard you as insignificant. Not wishing to engage in further discourse with him or Tang Lanlan, he chose silence. Upon exchanging a handshake with Yu Yuankai, adhering to the rudiments of social etiquette, he left the pair of men and women to their own devices as he sought out the waiter. Watching Jing Gao's departing silhouette, Tang Lanlan's exquisitely made-up face betrayed her dissatisfaction as she remarked, still as impolite as in university. Yu Yuankai chuckled, taking Tang Lanlan's hand. Lanlan, we ought to be a bit more forgiving towards them. After all, they're just losers. Jing Gao summoned the waiter to refill the tea and arrange for some cold dishes. Fruits, beverages, and cigarettes to be served. At this juncture, Zhou Liang had already ushered in new classmates and friends into the private room. Jiang Nanting is a Zhejiang cuisine restaurant, well regarded for its moderate flavors and bustling business. The decor of the private room exudes elegance and subtlety, featuring a large round table capable of seating over a dozen guests, encircled by sofas. A widescreen television played the news, while the beige curtains of the south-facing glass windows were drawn back to reveal the dazzling nightscape of the capital, a tapestry of lights beneath a washed-out starry sky. Jing Gao placed a Chinese cigarette on the table, glanced at the two circles that had formed, and settled into the vacant sofa by the entrance. He had only a handful of friends from university. Zhou Liang, having previously engaged in student council activities, had a broader social circle. Among the attendees, several classmates gathered around Yu Yuankai and Tang Lanlan, which naturally did not pique his interest. The private room, while not overly spacious, was still comfortable for the gathering of a dozen or so individuals. Jing Gao's casual entrance with a cigarette immediately drew attention. Who is this person? He looks familiar. Does anyone recall? Isn't that Jing Gao? Old Zhou's roommate. No wonder. Hasn't he changed quite a bit? His attire has a certain flair. Zhou Liang chuckled, indeed. He works in graphic design. This revelation left several classmates momentarily enlightened. Just as the conversation was about to shift, a tall girl surrounded by several boys quietly asked, Zhou Liang, where does he work? His outfit seems rather expensive. Zhou Liang, slightly surprised, replied, he works at a food e-commerce company over in Shunning District. I don't quite remember the company's name. Tang Shan, with her lively demeanor, interjected, well, here's another hidden rich second generation. Come on, it's 2016. Who can't afford a few nice outfits? It's perfectly normal for someone at old Zhou's dinner gathering to dress a bit better. Tang Shan chuckled, rolling her eyes. It was only after she pointed out Jing Gao's attire to Su Qian that she truly noticed his clothing. He wore a long-sleeved, gradient checkered cotton shirt paired with blue, casually tailored, restructured washed denim jeans, refreshing, relaxed, yet stylish. The brand was unidentifiable but undoubtedly not inexpensive. One boy inquired, Su Qian, can you estimate how much his outfit costs? Su Qing, the tall girl in question, slender with dewy, fair skin and a captivatingly delicate visage, simply smiled without responding, which only bolstered the belief among others in Tang Shan's assertion. Observing Jing Gao leisurely sipping tea and checking his phone, he exuded a calm and composed aura. While Zhou Liang and his group engaged in casual chatter, Yu Yuankai and Tang Lanlan, seated across the table, overheard. Their conversation revolved around Yu Yuankai, who, at 27, held the position of department head at a certain division of Xiaomi, earning an annual salary of $1 million. How could this not incite envy among these graduates from second-tier universities? However, the topic swiftly veered off course. Unlike Su Qing and the others across from them, they shared the same major with Jing Gao, and two of them were his classmates, possessing deeper insights into his university days. No way. A girl standing beside Tang Lanlan peered over her classmates, scrutinizing the quietly seated Jing Gao by the entrance, whispering, I haven't seen Jing Gao since graduation. P.S. Quite the mystery. Tang Lanlan coldly retorted, what mystery? P.S. Just wearing some rented clothes. What a pretentious show-off. This comment, tinged with bias, was met with mere chuckles from those who were aware of her romantic history with Xian Isnt, he working at an e-commerce food company? His salary can't be that high, right? Come on, do rich second-generation kids even care about monthly salaries? There are those who drive BMWs to deliver packages. What does his family do anyway? Who knows? I heard he's from the Zhejiang province. It's generally quite affluent there. Having money is normal. True. Oh, I just noticed. His handbag is Prada, worth around 20,000. As they exchanged remarks, a consensus quickly formed. Jing Gao was indeed a concealed rich second generation. For Tang Lanlan, who had always been the center of attention as a standout from the 2007 normal university cohort, her expression turned awkward. While she had belittled Jing Gao, her classmates' discussions inadvertently painted her as the foolish one. Clothes can be rented, but surely one cannot rent a bag? What purpose would it serve to question whether it was second-hand or counterfeit? Observing his companion's discomfort, Yu Yuankai, though not well-versed in fashion, maintained his confidence and smiled. We're all classmates. It's not proper to discuss Jing Gao behind his back. Why don't we invite him over for a chat to clarify things? This statement left several classmates feeling sheepish. Having ignored him earlier, how could they now extend an invitation? If Jing Gao had remained an inconspicuous figure during their university days, it wouldn't be an issue, but now, it felt somewhat awkward. A boy named Luo volunteered. All right, I'll go get him. Just as he stood up, a sultry woman clad in a professional suit entered, smiling. Mr. Zhou, may we begin serving the dishes? Zhou Liang acknowledged her and beckoned the classmates to take their seats. Chapter 31, Jiang Nanting, Part 2. I've already ordered the dishes. Everyone, feel free to sit. Zhou Liang called out as he moved towards the entrance to summon Jing Gao. Given their relationship, a simple shout would suffice. But he deemed it more respectful to approach him this way. He harbored some faith in Su Qing's analysis. Jing Gao was engaged in a conversation with Xiao Qiao about buying a house. He had just secured the eligibility to purchase from 2 companies that morning. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the focal point of his classmates' attention. As his classmates settled in, Jing Gao, holding his phone, approached. Zhou Liang playfully patted Jing Gao on the shoulder. You've been rather quiet. It's not the time for reminiscing. Come sit with us. The dishes arrived promptly. Uniformed waitresses brought out plate after plate, dompa pork, garlic shrimp, chopped chili fish head, beggar-s chicken, lotus leaf powdered steamed meat, pork rib and lotus root soup, and steamed bass. Seasonal vegetables, along with fish-flavored eggplant. Stir-fried oysters with eggs and bamboo shoots complemented the meal. There were 4 cold dishes, sweet lotus slices, sesame oil bamboo shoots, peanuts, and century egg tofu. Beverages included red wine, white wine, beer, and juice. As the 14 sat around, dining and conversing, the act of eating helped dissolve the earlier awkwardness some had felt. The conversation initially gravitated towards Zhou Liang. Old Zhou, you're off to greener pastures now. The road ahead looks wide open. While we're still slogging it out in the capital. Nonsense. Going back to develop is just that, nothing remarkable. It's not quite that simple. In large cities, there are distinct advantages, just as smaller locales possess their own charms. If I were to choose, I would undoubtedly return to serve as a civil servant. As Jing Gao sipped his beer, listening to Zhou Liang and others engaging in casual banter, he felt a sense of detachment akin to that of an observer. In truth, had he not obtained an unlimited card, he might have contemplated whether to remain in the capital or return to his hometown for development. Moments later, his classmates began exchanging toasts. Sitting beside Jing Gao was Luo Yi, a petite individual he had met through football, who said, Jing Gao, let us drink together. What line of work are you in now? Noticing Luo Yi's choice of liquor was baijiu, Jing Gao switched his beer for the stronger spirit and, after finishing it, replied, I'm engaged in food packaging design. At that moment, he refrained from mentioning working for a small company, as that would be purely pretentious. Modesty reflects an understated and mature demeanor, not an act of ostentation. Others are not blind. Emphasizing a small company would be overdoing it. Luo Yi felt at ease, believing Jing Gao to be trustworthy, far superior in demeanor to the arrogant Yu Yuankai, and warmly said, let us stay in touch often in the capital. Just then, Tang Shan approached with a glass in hand, smiling as she clinked glasses with Jing Gao. Jing Gao, I'm Tang Shan from the English department. I look forward to your guidance. I heard from old Zhou that you have a crush on our classmate Lu Shui. I know her quite well. Jing Gao glanced at Zhou Liang, who was being toasted by others, and couldn't help but chuckle. The guy was clearly tipsy. You're too kind, Tang Beauty, he said, lazily dismissing the matter of Lu Shui. It was quite normal for him to chat about her in the dormitory. After all, who among the boys hasn't he had a crush at some point? It was merely a tease from old Zhou. If he were to consider actual infatuation throughout his 4 years of college, it would pertain to someone else entirely, a fact he had never shared with his friends. The mention of Tang Beauty made the ordinarily plain-looking Tang Shan beam with joy, and she began conversing with Jing Gao. It was improbable that any romantic entanglement would ensue. They were merely classmates. After all, this was not a matchmaking scenario. While Jing Gao engaged in conversation, the discussion at the table shifted towards Yu Yuankai. The ambitious department head from a tech firm clearly held more value than Jing Gao, the low-key affluent youth. Some families may possess wealth, but that does not necessarily translate to individual prosperity. Moreover, Yu Yuankai's achievements were truly impressive. At the age of 27, he had reached a remarkable position that many graduates from prestigious institutions could only dream of. His diligence in academia had evidently paid off. More importantly, Tang Shan had discerning taste. Yu Ge is genuinely impressive. At 27, he has achieved success in his career and even fulfilled his romantic aspirations. Haha. Tang Lanlin's cheeks flushed slightly as she teasingly replied, what nonsense. We have only just begun dating. This provoked a wave of playful banter, drawing the attention of everyone in the private room, who curiously inquired into the matter. Upon understanding the situation, laughter erupted once more. Yu Yuankai, however, was generous, raising his glass and proclaiming, let us all drink together. Beijing, as an international metropolis, offers countless opportunities that can transform lives. I hope that in 2 or 3 years, we'll see even more outstanding individuals emerging among our classmates. His words were eloquent, allowing him to extricate himself from the flattery of others, while simultaneously expressing his hopes and encouragement for his peers, thereby elevating his own status. Well said, Yu Ge. Several classmates who were friendly with him applauded enthusiastically. Tang Lanlan gazed affectionately at Yu Yuankai, their hands intertwined beneath the table, casting a haughty glance at Su Qing. Their rivalry had been brewing for some time. One of Su Qing's admirers, feeling slightly unsettled, asked, "Su Qing, are you currently working at a bank?" Su Qing nodded affirmatively, and the conversation at the dining table shifted once more in her direction. The finance sector is known for its lucrative prospects. Observing Yu Yuankai's ostentation, Jing Gao leisurely enjoyed his beer, savoring the spicy fish head. The fish was tender, and the noodles were perfectly cooked and flavorful. With each bite, the spiciness awakened his palate. Meanwhile, he noticed the subtle rivalry between Tang Lanlan and Su Qing. The competition among women can often be quite straightforward, whether it be in terms of boyfriends or careers. He felt a sense of injustice for old Zhou, who had paid for the meal, yet inadvertently set the stage for others. Were he in Zhou's shoes, he would never have acted in such a manner. Just as Jing Gao pondered this, Tang Shan called out, "Jing Gao, what do you think of working at a bank?" Surprised by her sudden inquiry, he considered. This girl is not someone to be trusted. His stance was clear. He would oppose Tang Lanlan's views. After all, she always wore a frosty expression whenever they met. Did she truly believe he had no opinions? Banking is great. It's stable and guaranteed, he complimented. Tang Lanlan shot him a cold glare. Yu Yuankai, leaning in to support his companion, interjected, "Well, it's not entirely fair to say that. If we're talking about stability, teaching or civil service positions are even more secure. What Yu Gu says is true. Working in a bank comes with performance pressure and various assessments. It's not exactly easy." His voice commanded attention at the table. Jing Gao paid no heed to Yu Yuankai, continuing to enjoy his beer and meal. The focus of the conversation shifted back to Yu Yuankai, with Tang Lanlan leading the discourse. Sitting beside Jing Gao, Luo Yi could no longer tolerate the situation. Was stepping on others truly entertaining? He remembered how Jing Gao had intentionally switched to drink with him earlier and offered him a cigarette, saying, "Jing Gao, mind if I borrow a light?" Jing Gao smiled, "Sure." He stood up, retrieved a lighter from his handbag on the sofa, and handed it to Luo Yi. As he returned to the table, half the diners fell silent, staring blankly at Jing Gao. Tang Shan's gaze fixated on his bag, her lips moving as she struggled to find words. She had caught sight of bundles of cash, while Tang Lanlan continued to chat lightly. Still oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, she elegantly commented, "I have no particular demands regarding marriage. As long as I can settle in Beijing, that is sufficient." The sudden silence that followed was undeniably awkward. Chapter 32, The Implication of Hehe. Tang Lanlan sensed the unusual tension, her fair, oval face momentarily displaying a hint of embarrassment. Her gaze fell upon the source of her discomfort, which was not hard to identify. Half the table was now looking at Jing Gao, and she witnessed him handing a remarkably ornate and seemingly expensive lighter to Luo Yi. Her feelings oscillated between surprise and disdain. To flaunt a lighter at a gathering of classmates was remarkably juvenile. Hehe. By 2016, internet slang had already become prevalent. Hehe implied foolishness. However, Luo Yi accepted the lighter from Jing Gao, harboring a slight interest in Tang Lanlan, yet hesitating to speak up. To confront the situation might offend her. At that moment, Su Qing, who had remained silent until now, boldly asked, "Jing Gao, why do you carry so much cash in your bag?" Jing Gao was somewhat perplexed. Was a lighter truly that shocking? This wasn't a scene from a cliched web novel. Only upon hearing Su Qing's question did he realize everyone had noticed the cash in his handbag. Jing Gao casually remarked, "I came out today to handle some affairs and withdrew a fair amount of cash." He certainly couldn't divulge the complete truth, could he? This explanation offered a modicum of relief to his classmates, easing the previously shocking atmosphere. The sight of a bundle of cash, visibly exceeding 100,000, nestled within a fellow student's bag was enough to astonish anyone. In this era of ubiquitous mobile payments, many people scarcely carry more than 1,000 yuan in their wallets. Su Qing, unfazed by Tang Lanlan's sentiments, and Tang Shan shared her indifference, chattering away. "Jing Gao, what business do you have today? Flouting such a substantial sum of cash so casually on the sofa? Truly extravagant. You seem to regard money as trivial." This comment subtly shifted the atmosphere that had just begun to relax. Many began to ponder the implications of this earlier surprise more deeply. Firstly, in the current landscape of mobile payments, what sort of wealth might someone carry tens of thousands of cash? Secondly, and more crucially, Jing Gao's nonchalant act of tossing his handbag onto the sofa, what did that signify? Was he truly rendered speechless by Yu Yuankai, as he claimed? Or was it rather that he found it beneath him to engage in a rebuttal? A quick-witted male student chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. He approached Jing Gao to propose a toast, saying, "Jing Gao, we haven't shared a drink yet. I'm from the literature department." The other classmates joined in laughter, asking questions and raising their glasses in a toast. Jing Gao responded to each, exchanging pleasantries about work and reminiscing about old university days. A few students near Yu Yuankai also joined the conversation. Undoubtedly, The focus of the discourse gravitated towards Jing Gao. Tang Lanlan acutely sensed the shift in dynamics. She now understood the situation. Jing Gao's handbag filled with cash had left his classmates utterly astonished. Her earlier scoff was, in truth, a reflection of her own embarrassment. After the gathering, these individuals would surely find amusement at her expense. She mocked Jing Gao as a fool, but in actuality, it was she who appeared foolish. Tang Lanlan's displeasure was evident on her delicate face as she raised her glass and took a substantial gulp, suppressing her simmering anger. Yu Yuankai grasped her hand. Shaking his head, Lanlan, that lighter is a Parker. Unlike Tang Lanlan, he bore no prejudice against Jing Gao. All signs indicated that Jing Gao was indeed a wealthy young gentleman. Though Jing Gao had overshadowed him, he had to maintain his composure. Su Qing observed that the boys had nearly finished their drinks with Jing Gao and rose from her chair. A few boys turned to her, ready to attend to her. Dressed in a light-colored spring coat over a pastel pink spaghetti strap gown, she possessed an elegant and slender figure. Her skin was radiant and well-maintained, hardly resembling that of a 27-year-old woman. With a sensual, mature charm radiating from her, Su Qing held a tall glass of red wine and approached Jing Gao, cheerfully declaring, "Jing Gao, hello. I toast to you." Jing Gao stood, clinking glasses with her. Noticing her downing nearly half her glass, he chuckled and finished his own drink. It was rather impolite to evade a toast from a lady. Cheers. Luo Yi and others applauded, cheering. The boys who had been contemplating their chances with the lovely Su Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. It was evident to everyone that Su Qing regarded Jing Gao with a special interest. With all eyes upon them, Su Qing gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled alluringly. "I believe this isn't our first meeting, but it is certainly our first drink together. I'm Su Qing." Extending her hand, Jing Gao had grown accustomed to such interactions in recent days. Being the center of attention in the room did not stir his emotions. He gently grasped Su Qing's soft hand and smiled. "Su, your brilliance was well known during our university days. Which boy from the normal university doesn't know your name? It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Qing covered her mouth with a light laugh. "I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you." Jing Gao felt a familiar warmth, replying, "No need for thanks." Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, "You weren't this charming in university, were you? Quite the hidden gem. Let us exchange WeChat so we can stay in touch." Jing Gao took out his phone. "I'll scan you." "All right." Su Qing placed her wine glass on the large round table and, in her high heels, returned to her seat, moving with graceful poise. She retrieved a pink iPhone from her Louis Vuitton handbag, approached Jing Gao once more, opened her phone's QR code, and they exchanged WeChat information. Being this close, Jing Gao was enveloped in her delightful fragrance. After scanning, she added him, "You can confirm." "Sure." Su Qing smiled slightly, tucking her phone away. Her gaze suddenly catching sight of the watch on Jing Gao's wrist, leaving her astounded. She had a keen sensitivity to luxury goods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have confidently asserted the high value of Jing Gao's outfit before dinner. As they exchanged WeChat at the dining table, a group of classmates quietly engaged in small talk or sampled a few dishes. No one attempted to introduce a new topic. The spotlight remained firmly on Jing Gao. It was clear to all that the stunning Su Qing had taken the initiative to request Jing Gao's WeChat. Once the two had finished adding each other, Zhou Liang remarked, slightly sobering, "I assume we've all eaten sufficiently? I've reserved a private room at KTV upstairs. Let us go sing." "Oh, let us get the party started." "Old Zhou sounds good." The boys and girls, friendly with Zhou Liang, echoed in agreement. After all, it was a farewell banquet for him, and they ought to show their support. Jing Gao, possessing a more reserved nature, did not join in the enthusiasm but followed Zhou Liang closely, inquiring, "How are you holding up? Not too tipsy, I hope?" "Just a little," Zhou Liang replied, slightly inebriated. As he led everyone up to the 5th floor of the karaoke establishment, the staff greeted them and guided them inside. Zhou Liang arranged for fruit platters and drinks before stepping outside to chat with Jing Gao. "Old Jing, what has to deal with you?" Chapter 33, The Earth. From the 5th floor of Wanda Plaza, overlooking the bustling scene below at around 8 in the evening, the vibrant shopping center was alive with people. Jing Gao felt tempted to make a jest akin to what he had said to Xian days prior. "I'm a wealthy magnate. If you're my brother, flatter me." However, recalling the earlier scene at the dinner table, he realized that making such a joke would likely backfire. He needed a plausible justification for his roommate. Even if it was fabricated, he cursed inwardly. "I need to get the company up and running quickly to avoid concocting lies in the future." Jing Gao pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhou Liang, saying, "You know about the food e-commerce company I'm with. I mentioned I do design work, but I also have to go out and make sales. Recently, I landed a big contract, and my family has loosened their grip on me." Zhou Liang's eyes widened in understanding as he patted Jing Gao's shoulder, exclaiming, "No wonder you get along with someone like Xian." He chuckled, harboring resentment towards Xie and for his reputation in school as a womanizer. Relieved to have navigated this conversation, Jing Gao protested, "I get along with you too, all right?" Zhou Liang threw his head back in laughter. "Of course. We played soccer together, pulled all-nighters, and skipped classes. Looking back, those 4 years of university were quite carefree. We had many beauties at Jingxin University, but the campus is just too small. Brother, this is the capital. Every inch of land is precious. Having 600 acres is quite impressive. Do you think this is Yen University, Shuimu?" Zhou Liang nodded and inquired, "What are your plans now?" Jing Gao pondered for a moment before responding, "In a couple of days. I intend to resign from my job and venture into entrepreneurship. I am preparing to engage in venture capital." Zhou Liang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's great. Had I known you had such intentions, I would have sought your guidance sooner. Why bother going back?" Jing Gao recognized that Lao Zhou was jesting, teasing him about his family's background of civil servants. "It's not too late now. Come on, call me President Jing and let me hear it." Zhou Liang laughed and scolded, "Get lost. Let's head inside and take a look. I owe you one for helping me out today. Otherwise, we would only be subjected to Yuan Kai's pretentiousness. Damn, I never noticed his true nature back in school. Tang Lanlin's judgment is rather poor." Heh. Jing Gao chuckled and shook his head. Lao Zhou had performed admirably during their university days, even obtaining a teaching qualification. Yuan Kai's arrogance was selective. He couldn't show off in front of Lao Zhou. Naturally, the situation had changed now. The KTV, known for its upscale environment, was a fitting venue for urban professionals or student reunions. Upon entering the private room, Jing Gao and Zhou Liang found Tang Lanlan and Yuan Kai holding hands and singing a duet of Xiang Si Feng Yu Zhong, a song by the legendary Zhang Xueyou. The male voice sang, "Adrift in the sea of people, turning, yet it is but a dream." The female voice responded, "Deep feelings are forever passed down, drifting in the void of eternity." Some classmates followed along, keeping the beat. Jing Gao, though lacking singing talent, could easily discern whether others were on pitch. Both Tang Lanlan and Yuan Kai sang exceptionally well. Someone called out, "Lao Zhou, come over here, sit with us. Jing Gao, take a seat here." Jing Gao smiled and expressed his gratitude, casually placing his handbag on the corner of the sofa before joining several classmates from his department. He poured himself a beer from an unused cup and clinked glasses with a few of the nearby boys. After the earlier dining experience, it was evident that Jing Gao's standing among his peers was visibly rising, solidifying his image as a wealthy young man. Jing Gao was acquainted only with classmates from his department or those he had attended large lectures with, the only familiar face being Luo Yi, with whom he had played football. As Tang Lanlan and Yuan Kai finished their duet, applause and cheers erupted from their classmates. The next song was Peach Blossoms Blooming, to which someone exclaimed, "Whose turn is it?" "Mine." Jing Gao, uninterested in maintaining appearances, glanced at his phone and replied to Xian. He was unaware of who had posted pictures from their gathering on social media, now questioning him about Tang Lanlan. "Ah, the woes of love," he thought, reminding himself to be cautious. "What kind of smile is that? What are you looking at?" A fragrant breeze wafted through, and Jing Gao noticed that the person beside him was Su Qing. The private room felt a bit warm, prompting her to remove her jacket, revealing a strappy long dress. Her shoulders and neck, adorned with flawless skin, exuded an enchanting allure in the dim lighting. Jing Gao set his phone down and smiled, just looking at what everyone has posted. Su Qing smiled back and, as the music played, leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "It seems Tang Lanlan has some issues with you. What's going on?" Amidst the cacophony of music, Jing Gao leaned in closer, savoring her fragrance, and replied, "I have a good relationship with Xie and Tang Lanlan holds a grudge against me because of that. No wonder. What grievances do you have with Tang Lanlan?" Jing Gao maintained decorum, simply engaging in conversation with Su Qing without any inappropriate gestures. However, even this brief moment with Su Qing had attracted several glances from onlookers. A beautiful woman always draws attention. At that moment, another song concluded, and Yuan Kai raised his glass, calling out, "Jing Gao, don't just chat with the beautiful Su. You should sing a song too." "All right, Jing Gao, you should duet with the beautiful Su. Let us go with the song Hua Hao Yu Yuan Yi Bai Ren Xianqi." "Oh." A chorus of encouragement erupted. As for how many were genuinely supportive and how many were dissatisfied with him monopolizing Su Qing's attention, only he knew. Jing Gao waved his hand, accepting the microphone handed to him. "I lack singing talent, so I wouldn't want to embarrass the beautiful Su. Instead, I shall sing to Di Bai beyond to bid farewell to Lao Zhou as he leaves Beijing. May our youthful memories in university never fade." "Oh," Luo Yi cheered and clapped enthusiastically. Zhou Liang, seated centrally on the sofa, raised his beer bottle, feeling sentimental. This song resonated with those who had played football together, capturing the essence of their shared experiences. Da Di is Beyond's iconic song, with lyrics that embody a sense of patriotism. However, in a renowned football program, Tian Xiazuchio. This song was used as a tribute to the legendary Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United. The visuals showcased the youthful vigor of the '92 class, David Beckham, the ginger-haired, the Neville brothers. By 2016, they had long departed from the football scene, and those youthful memories had faded into the distance. Turning back, a group of simple youths walked away effortlessly, unaware of when they might meet again. Jing Gao sang with deep emotion, lost in reflection of the joyful times spent playing football during his university years. Yet, to be frank, his singing left much to be desired. He was merely a novice, lacking any system or skills that could suddenly evoke tears from the audience. After the performance, the customary applause followed. Tang Lanlan, microphone in hand, contemptuously remarked, "Not that impressive." Yu Yuankai, seated beside her, interjected, "Hey Lanlan." As long as Jing Gao conveyed his feelings, that's what matters. Though it seemed a defense, it was more of a subtle jab. Indeed, Jing Gao's singing was far from melodious. Chapter 34, Lighting a Cigarette. The lights shifted, and the atmosphere in the dimly lit private room grew slightly awkward. It was clear to everyone that Kai Ji's words were neither praise nor condemnation. Zhou Liang's thoughts were filled with frustration. Damn, this situation is awkward. He had hosted the gathering, and everyone was obliged to show gratitude. Yet the one who truly felt the emotional weight of Jing Gao's departure was himself. After all, a roommate is still a roommate. Yu Yuankai had been doing well, yet he foolishly thought it wise to invite him for dinner. Jing Gao chuckled, dismissing the two's remarks. Returning to his seat, he noticed Su Qing reaching for the microphone and handed it over to her. Normally, someone would step in to alleviate the awkwardness, allowing the group to continue singing. After all, Jing Gao was a bona fide wealthy young man, known for his amiable nature, devoid of any airs of superiority. Yu Yuankai, employed at Xiaomi, had become a department head at the age of 27, earning a six-figure salary. They were all distinguished members from the 2007 cohort of the normal college. However, Su Qing took the microphone from Jing Gao, her voice ringing clear as she addressed the group. Today, we gather to bid farewell to Zhou Liang. Not for a singing competition. Whether Jing Gao sang well or poorly should be determined by Zhou Liang himself. Of course, I think he sang beautifully. With that, Su Qing handed the microphone to a nearby female classmate, gracefully crouched down to ignite a cigarette for Jing Gao using a stylish Parker lighter resting on the coffee table. Jing Gao leaned in, igniting the cigarette in his hand. The fiery glow of the ember illuminated Su Qian's delicate and enchanting features, creating a captivating scene. The sight of a strikingly beautiful woman deliberately squatting down to light his cigarette was undeniably gratifying for a man's vanity. Simultaneously, it shattered the mockery from Tang Lanlan and Yu Yuankai, turning the tide in his favor. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted within the box. This was none other than Su Qing, the belle of their 2007 normal university cohort, who was treating Jing Gao with such deference. Even if there were hints of rivalry with Tang Lanlan, it was still astonishing. It was hard to believe. So many boys had pursued her in vain back in the day, and it was rumored she had received a veritable mountain of love letters. Once word of this incident spread, many hearts would surely shatter. Indeed, one boy was already sulking and downing drinks in the corner. Tang Shan teased, "Hey, did I miss something? You two should take your affection somewhere else." Others chimed in, "Come on, let's all sing a rendition of A Joyful Reunion under the moonlight together." Regardless of how poorly Jing Gao sang, if it pleased the beautiful Su, it would be deemed a success. "I need to go over and drink with him." Another chimed in, as Jing Gao reclined on the sofa. He welcomed all who came to drink, but remained resolutely unwilling to join in the singing with his classmates and Su Qing. She was there to support him, and he couldn't possibly put her in a difficult position, could he? He had not yet inflated his ego to the point of believing that a single song could captivate Su's heart. Even a mediocre writer wouldn't dare pen such a tale. There had to be a reason behind this dynamic, and it certainly wasn't merely the conflict between Su Qian and Tang Lanlan. The influence of his affluent background played a significant role as well. Therefore, he resolved to attribute Su Qian's actions to a rivalry with Tang Lanlan rather than any personal affection towards him. Any sensible person would recognize that his singing was not commendable. If it were to be reduced to matters of love and affection, how would others perceive Su Qing? Was she merely fawning over a wealthy man? Su Qing had just helped him save face. Without that moment of lighting the cigarette, there would not have been such lively merriment now. He certainly had to defend her honor and not complicate her situation. From this perspective, Tang Shan appeared somewhat foolish. Of course, she could also be an actress in her own right. After lighting his cigarette, Su Qing settled beside Jing Gao, her pretty face adorned with a smile, embodying a charming and alluring beauty. A group of classmates approached, offering to toast and tease, to which she responded graciously. Amid the clinking of glasses, she noticed that Jing Gao still had not agreed to sing a duet with her, and she felt a wave of relief. In truth, She had perhaps been a little overzealous. During dinner, when they exchanged WeChat contacts, she had noticed Jing Gao's watch, a Patek Philippe Starry Night, worth over 2 million. Thus, when Tang Lanlan and Yu Yuankai belittled Jing Gao, she had stepped in to support him, initially thinking only of preserving his dignity, inadvertently neglecting her own image. Fortunately, Jing Gao understood the underlying dynamics and safeguarded her reputation, which kindled a flicker of affection in her heart. Tang Lanlan, observing the spotlight on Jing Gao and Su Qing, muttered angrily to herself, "What a pair of shameless lovers." Su Qing had gone too far, intentionally squatting down to light Jing Gao's cigarette. Did he truly deserve such attention? "Yuankai, let's leave." Yu Yuankai, feeling similarly disenchanted, nodded in agreement. He thought Jing Gao's singing was poor, yet Su Qing praised it, making him appear petty in comparison. After exchanging goodbyes with Zhou Liang, he departed with Tang Lanlan. Tang Lanlan declined Yu Yuankai's offer to escort her home and hopped into a taxi, dialing her friend Wei Kaiyan. "Kaiyan, have you been in touch with Xian lately? What's the deal with his roommate Jing Gao?" She proceeded to recount the events of the day in detail. On the other end, Wei Kaiyan, following her husband-teacher Bai's instructions, withheld the news about Jing Gao purchasing a luxury apartment valued at 50 to 60 million and instead comforted her friend. As the KTV box on the 5th floor saw Yu Yuankai and Tang Lanlan leave, several other classmates took their leave as well. Su Qing had indeed wounded hearts. Ultimately, only 9 classmates remained, continuing to sing karaoke until around 11 o'clock. Zhou Liang suggested wrapping up, thanking everyone for coming. "Let's sing Friendship Lasts Forever to close the night." As some classmates have quite a distance to travel, this song, featured prominently in the classic film Waterloo Bridge, is incredibly famous. How can we forget old friends? Can our hearts not rejoice? Old friends cannot be forgotten. May our friendship last forever. The familiar melody struck a chord, evoking feelings of nostalgia. 5 years post-graduation. How many classmates still kept in touch? Among those cherished youthful memories, who stood out as a symbol? After the song concluded, the group stepped outside. Zhou Liang settled the bill and bid farewell to his classmates at the roadside. Those without cars, or who hadn't driven hailed taxis. While those who had called for a designated driver, Jing Gao phoned Anthony to arrange for a driver, ensuring Su Qing, Tang Shan, Luo Yi, and others were safely taken home. The night road was quiet, with only the occasional passing vehicle and dim streetlights casting a soft glow. He patted Zhou Liang on the shoulder. "Old Zhou, when are you leaving? Let me see you off." Zhou Liang, having had about 6 drinks, waved him off. "No need. No need. I haven't even bought my ticket yet. Probably in a couple of days. Next time I'm in the capital, you better treat me well." Jing Gao chuckled. Of course, once the designated driver arrived, he first saw Zhou Liang back to his place before returning to the hotel. Tang Shan sat in her car, the driver navigating smoothly. She lightly held her forehead, chatting with her friend Lu Shui via voice message. "Lu Shui, our normal university class of 07 has produced a wealthy heir named Jing Gao. He is quite the presence. I never expected someone like him to suddenly emerge. You wouldn't believe it. Su Qing was practically fawning over him today. He is Xian's roommate, and Tang Lanlan is not pleased with him at all." The result was a series of slap-in-the-face moments. "You should have seen it. I was nearly in stitches. I've heard he had a crush on you back in college." The events of the class reunion had profoundly impacted her. Chapter 35, The Case of Severance Compensation. The roads in the capital during the late-night hours were remarkably clear. A sleek black Volkswagen Magotan sped along the thoroughfare, with shifting lights illuminating the interior. Jing Gao, seated in the back, pulled out his phone to send Su Qing a WeChat message. "Have you arrived home? Thank you for helping me save face today." Su Qing was truly lovely. Her skin was fair and radiant, well-maintained. When she squatted before him to light his cigarette, there was an undeniable allure, a sensuality that could greatly satisfy a man's vanity. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty, easily scoring a 90 in looks. At that moment, he felt a stir of emotions. From his elevated vantage point, he had an unobstructed view of the scenery beneath her flowing sundress. Su Qing was tall and slender, slightly on the lean side, with a somewhat flat chest. Yet this did not detract from her beauty. Ding. Su Qing's reply came swiftly. "Just arrived. No need to be so formal. My relationship with Tang Lanlan isn't great. What about you?" Jing Gao responded. "I'll be a while longer. I'm taking old Zhou home first. Get some rest." Knowing Jing Gao had driven, Su Qing replied, "All right. Once the weather improves, shall we plan an outing together?" Jing Gao smiled at her text. It was early April, the perfect time for such an excursion. After a moment's thought, he typed back, "I'll drive you then." "Sounds good." A smiley face and a shy expression. A flicker of emotion stirred within Jing Gao. This shy demeanor is truly exquisite. A 27-year-old woman is indeed different from her university days. This makes him rather eager for their upcoming excursion when he will drive her into the countryside. "Good night." "Well, Tonight he must continue to seek assistance from Missinen. As dawn breaks, the weekend sun spills across the towering skyline of the bustling metropolis. The essence of life gradually awakens. Jing Gao sweats profusely on the treadmill located in the Hotel's presidential suite gym. Nearby, a phone resting on the treadmill's rack plays the motivational tune a man should strive for self-strengthening. With a proud stance against the surging waves, blood runs hot like the radiant sun, courage is unyielding as iron and bone as strong as steel. After running for an hour, Jing Gao takes a shower and slips into comfortable loungewear, feeling rejuvenated. Shortly thereafter, a chef, adorned with a tall white hat, pushes a cart laden with a sumptuous breakfast into the room. As he savors his fried eggs, he scrolls through rental listings for office buildings in the capital on his phone. His immediate priority is to establish and operationalize his company, thus creating a plausible facade that spares him the need to fabricate excuses to his friends. One lie often necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it. Legally, he possesses 2 small companies that have been tax-paying entities for several years, but they are merely shells. He still needs to secure office space, personnel, and projects. Furthermore, the registered addresses of these 2 companies are in the Dongyun district, which is too remote and unsuitable, failing to convey the strength of a reputable company. The registered address must be relocated to the central urban area. Changing the registered address, altering the company name, and modifying the scope of business are not particularly troublesome. He can simply ask Yu Jiashi to make a trip to the Administration for Industry and Commerce. However, he prefers not to deal with such complications in the future. Placing the registered address directly at his leased office would be the most appropriate solution. As he gradually familiarizes himself with the information, Yu Jiashi calls, "Brother Jing, I've arrived at the Crown Plaza Hotel." Jing Gao switches his phone to speaker mode and places it on the dining table while sipping his milk. "Please hold on a moment. By the way, have you had breakfast?" Yu Jiashi replies, "I have." Jing Gao uses the landline to call Anthony, asking him to fetch Yu Jiashi from downstairs. Just after hanging up, another call comes in. Upon answering, he hears the melodious and clear voice of Chen Yujia, which unconsciously conjures her striking visage in his mind. "Mr. Jing, hello. Senior Gao and I have arrived at the first floor of the hotel." Half an hour later, Jing Gao, dressed in casual attire, meets Yu Jiashi, Gao Yi, and Chen Yujia in the conference room. Yu Jiashi, at 25, previously worked for a gaming company known for its relaxed and creative culture, quite the opposite of a stern and rigid atmosphere. He wears a white t-shirt emblazoned with comic designs, his buzz cut accentuating his slightly tanned skin. He beams with joy, albeit with eyes hesitant to meet Chen Yujia's gaze, for she is simply too beautiful. She is clad in a pristine white blouse, her figure graceful. Her beautiful eyes exude tranquility and clarity. With a pristine and refined face, she possesses an unforgettable beauty at just 21, a vibrant student. Yu Jiashi shares his situation regarding the lack of severance compensation. "Lawyer Chen, that's about it. Is there anything else I should add?" Chen Yujia, seated across the oval conference table with a pen and notebook in hand, smiles gently and replies, "That seems sufficient. Please take a photo of your contract and send it to me. Today is the weekend, and that company is closed. Mr. Jing, we may not have a resolution until midweek." Jing Gao responds with a smile, "No rush. The severance for Xiao Yu is a matter of principle. I am not stingy with legal fees." Chen Yujia nods slightly, aware of Jing Gao's character. She closes her notebook, extends her hand to him, and says, "Then, Mr. Jing, goodbye." Jing Gao lightly grasps her delicate hand, soft as if boneless. "Let us keep in touch." Walking through the opulent 5-star hotel, Gao Yi, who has remained in a supportive role, carries a black briefcase. Upon exiting the elevator, he glances at his junior sister and sighs, "Chen junior sister." This wealthy individual contacted Chen junior sister via WeChat for this case, and she is brimming with enthusiasm. However, what he perceives is something else entirely. Chen Yujia replies with a smile, "What's wrong, Senior Gao? I'm just an intern at the law firm and not qualified to take on cases. Therefore, after reporting the situation, President Zhang assigned you to assist me." Gao Yi whispers, "Chen junior sister, Mr. Jing may have some interest in you." Chen Yujia laughs. "Are you suggesting he wishes to pursue me? Should I then refuse this case?" The 21-year-old speaks with refreshing candor. Gao Yi's face flushes slightly, as he too harbors a secret admiration for her, awkwardly nodding. Chen Yujia remains silent, following Gao Yi as they return to the law firm. She understands her senior brother's thoughts and seems to believe that not refusing this case would give Mr. Jing the opportunity to court her. However, she finds this notion quite juvenile. Does she only need to interact with Gao Yi to be considered a good girl? Her perception of the world differs from his. How many have pursued her since childhood? Must she confine herself to a shell, avoiding contact with boys to maintain her purity? She leads a normal life, does she not? Regardless of Mr. Jing's thoughts, this case would enhance her internship resume. Naturally, she intends to accept it. The BYD electric car starts up slowly. the atmosphere within the vehicle somewhat somber. After resolving Yu Jiashir's severance compensation issue, Jing Gao arranges for him to pick up a car from the Rolls-Royce dealership, followed by assisting him in changing his license plates. Jing Gao drives his Ferrari toward the central business district, having had it returned to the Lido Hotel by Wang Qinian the previous day. Chapter 36, Leasing, Part 1. The CD in the Ferrari plays soft instrumental music in English, a tune Jing Gao recognizes but cannot name. He drives calmly, relaxed. Around 9 in the morning, traffic remains dense on the streets. Jing Gao is in no rush, maintaining a steady pace westward. While having breakfast, he had already checked that several major business districts exist in the capital: CBD, Zhongguancun, Financial Street, and Wangjing. Since he intends to use the company as a facade, he naturally seeks to lease office space in the most desirable locations. Among the premium-grade office buildings in the CBD, the finest include Guamao, Kerry Center, and Soho, among others. Ding ding. The sound of messages on WeChat resonates repeatedly. While waiting at a traffic light, Jing Gao picks up his phone to check the notifications. The top message is from Tang Shan, requesting to add him on WeChat. Jing Gao accepts the request. His WeChat is linked to his phone number, which he has retained since his university days. It is no surprise that Tang Shan has his number. A few friend requests from university classmates from last night pop up, which he also approves. Tang Shan's voice message quickly follows. "Oh, Mr. Jing, you finally approved. I've been waiting all morning. A few friends and I are planning to hike at Shanshan Park tomorrow. Do you want to join us? I'll let you in on a secret. Lu Shui will be there." Jing Gao chuckles quietly, shaking his head. Lu Shui, he has nearly forgotten what she looks like. 5 years have passed since graduation, and who among us still recalls the beauties of our alma mater? With no photographs to reinforce those memories, it is of little surprise. Furthermore, he never harbored any secret affections for her. This matter was resurrected yesterday by Lao Zhou, and it is likely that it cannot be elucidated among classmates. Jing Gao pondered for a moment and chose not to respond to Tang Shan. He was not well acquainted with her, but from their interaction the previous evening, it was evident that this young woman was not one to be trusted. His emotional intelligence had been improving by leaps and bounds lately. Thus, it is clear that one must engage in contemplation and practice. True understanding emerges through experience. Jing Gao continued to peruse the messages. There was a watch maintenance notification from Annie, a female sales representative from Patek Philippe, along with a follow-up on a recent purchase. Then came a work report from Xiao Qiao. Following that was a message from Yin Ting, the deputy manager at Industrial and Commercial Bank. "Mr. Jing, what do you think of this restaurant?" Accompanying the message were images of the interior of a private dining establishment. Jing Gao comprehended her intent. Xiao Yin was eager to finalize the dinner engagement that had been arranged the day before. Quite impatient and enthusiastic, indeed. As the traffic light was about to turn green, Jing Gao sent a voice message in reply. "Yes, Xiao Yin, please send the privileges and conditions of your bank's platinum card to my phone. I wish to familiarize myself with them first." Before Yin Ting could respond, Jing Gao's phone rang. It was a call from the esteemed Xie Dashao. "Jing Gao, have you risen yet?" Jing Gao pressed the accelerator, navigating through the flow of traffic as he spoke hands-free with Xian. "You think I'm like you? A night owl?" Xian chuckled. "Stop pretending. You know I have a younger sister, right? She ran into you at Toshi Izuka Beijing a couple of days ago. Your companion that day was quite striking." "Who was she?" The young woman who had accompanied Jing Gao for afternoon tea was Yin Ting. Xiao Yan's alluring charm was indeed captivating. Jing Gao laughed. "I know nothing, my friend. You never mentioned having a sister. Are you inquiring about Tang Lanlan and Yu Yuankai from last night?" "Xie Dashao, I earnestly advise you to let it go." "Damn it," Xian exclaimed in jest, swallowing the words he had almost spoken, and sighed. "I have a blind date at noon today." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hung up. Jing Gao shook his head. He could sense Xie Dashao's stubbornness even through the phone. Tang Lanlan and Yu Yuankai had departed early the previous evening. Whether they had ventured to a hotel afterward was beyond his knowledge. They were adults, unmarried, and thus beyond reproach. It was up to Xian to interpret the situation as he wished. This was the first time he had offered advice to Xian, and it would likely be the last. In friendship, counsel should be offered with care, but one must refrain from imposing, lest one incurs self-degradation. He would take this matter as a cautionary tale for himself. Located in the CBD of Beijing, the Guamao area stands as one of the most prosperous commercial districts in the capital, and it is home to some of the most expensive Grade A office buildings. Jing Gao meandered in his car for a considerable time before securing a parking spot in the shopping mall's underground lot. He glanced at the location shared by the real estate agent on WeChat and proceeded on foot. "Hello, Mr. Jing. I am Xiao Wu." Jing Gao smiled and shook hands with the suit-clad Xiao Wu, whom he had contacted prior to his arrival. "Nice to meet you." Real estate transactions, whether for purchase or lease, typically involve agents. He had not wasted time filtering through information online. When problems can be resolved with money, it is prudent to do so, thus saving time. Life is but a fleeting few decades. One should not squander it on trivial matters. Xiao Wu, beaming with a smile, gestured for Jing Gao to follow him along the street, as the towering buildings basked in the resplendent spring sunlight. Mr. Jing, as per your request, I have scheduled visits to 3 office buildings. Let us first inspect Guomao Phase 3. Completed in 2007, Guomao Phase 3 was once the tallest building in Beijing, standing at 330 meters with 81 stories. Along with Phases 1 and 2, it formed a colossal structure encompassing 1 million square meters, and to this day remains the largest international trade center globally, a landmark architectural feat in the city. Xiao Wu's agency had no listings here. The leasing of these offices was managed by their commercial leasing department. Jing Gao paid little heed as he accompanied Xiao Wu, whom he had arranged to meet, into the Guomao Phase 3 building. At that moment, 2 individuals approached in the grand lobby, 1 male and 1 female, both clad in business attire. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, wearing a stylish short-sleeved checkered white shirt, dress trousers, and leather shoes, exuding a striking charm. The young woman, around 24 or 25, had a petite face with delicate features, standing at 163 meters tall, adorned in a pink midi skirt and high heels. Her style was simple yet elegant, revealing a segment of her fair, tender calves. Ah, Jing Gao, the young woman exclaimed, waving her hand in surprise, her face alight with a smile. Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback, then approached her with a grin. Ji Qingxia, what a coincidence. Ji Qingxia was a former colleague from Hay Company, who had left her position a year prior. They had collaborated on a project previously, and he, as a senior employee, had looked out for her. Ji Qingxia's large eyes scanned Jing Gao, and with a playful tone, she remarked, Jing Gao, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Jing Gao chuckled. You, on the other hand, have not changed at all, still as beautiful as ever. Ji Qingxia laughed charmingly, her demeanor a blend of youthful allure and maturity. At that moment, the dashing man beside her inquired, Qingxia, who is this? Noticing Jing Gao's casual Burberry attire and distinguished demeanor, he felt a surge of wariness. Ji Qingxia introduced, this is my former colleague, Jing Gao. Jing Gao. This is my current co-worker, a talented individual, Yan Zheng. The moment he spoke, Jing Gao detected an air of hostility, clearly indicating that he was a suitor of Ji Qingxia. Not one to be deterred, Jing Gao surveyed the opulent lobby, with its soaring ceiling, and asked, You've resigned and are working here now? Ji Qingxia's exquisite face bore a self-deprecating smile as she replied, Not quite. Our company is assisting a client in organizing an exhibition here. We came to set up the exhibition hall and decided to grab a cup of coffee. Jing Gao candidly stated, I am here to lease an office. Yan Zheng chuckled dismissively. Qingxia, wasn't your former company in the food e-commerce sector? Do they really have the capability to rent an office in Guomao? This comment was rather cutting, dripping with sarcasm. Ji Qingxia, in her pink midi skirt, displayed a hint of embarrassment on her charming face, struggling to respond to her colleague's remark. It had indeed been 3 months since she last saw Jing Gao, and he had changed considerably. Yet, she found it hard to believe that Hay Company could afford to lease an office in Guomao Phase 3, where the Grade A office buildings are the finest in the city, with rents soaring to 400 yuan per square meter. Ji Qingxia offered a sheepish smile to the handsome Yan Zheng, then turned to Jing Gao. Jing Gao, it has been a while. If you're not busy, would you like to join us for a cup of coffee? Jing Ji's excuse fell flat, and Yan Zheng's skepticism was apparent, ridiculing him. Nevertheless, she still held a preference for Jing Gao in her heart. Their unexpected encounter delighted her, and she found herself wanting to take a break anyway. Yan Zheng, visibly displeased, interjected, Qingxia, while we may be on a break for coffee, we still need to discuss where to rent a luxury car. His implication was clear, it was inappropriate for outsiders to accompany them. Jing Gao couldn't help but chuckle. Ji Qingxia was still the same naive office novice. Perhaps her beauty granted her a greater margin for error in the workplace, which explained why, after over 2 years, she had made little progress. He could see that Yan Zheng, the strikingly handsome man, had a domineering presence, and Ji Qingxia appeared quite submissive in his presence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced him so effusively as a talented individual. In accordance with such professional positioning, after being ridiculed, Ji Qingxia should have bid him farewell and departed. Yet, she still harbored the intention of inviting him for coffee to reminisce, displaying a rather naive demeanor. Of course, it was quite endearing. Jing Gao, indifferent to Yan Zheng, smiled and inquired of Ji Qingxia, what is the matter? Ji Qingxia replied, Brother Jing, the exhibition we are hosting requires several luxury cars to pick up the distinguished guests from the airport and hotel next Tuesday. However, isn't there a restriction on vehicles in the capital? We are still short of 1 car. Jing Gao nodded, gestured, and said, I will assist you with the car arrangements. Let us take a look at the offices in this building and catch up. Ji Qingxiao raised her eyebrows in surprise, then smiled brightly, saying sure. She had always placed considerable trust in Jing Gao when they worked together on projects. His character was straightforward and dependable. Yin Zheng wore an expression of disbelief. Was Ji Qingxiao truly that easily swayed by others? He emphasized to Jing Gao. The luxury cars must be worth at least 2 million. A Maserati is merely a low-tier option. Furthermore, the license plates should end in 3 and 8. Jing Gao cast a glance at Yin Zheng, disregarding him entirely, and instructed Xiao Wu, let us go. Yin Zheng, gritting his teeth, followed the three as they moved away. The China World Trade Center boasts a total of 81 floors, housing hotels and office spaces, providing services for business, lodging, banquets, meetings, shopping, exhibitions, and entertainment. The entrances to the hotel and office building are separate, with elevators functioning in segments. Xiao Wu had previously made arrangements with the leasing department of the China World Trade Center, where a staff member would guide them to inspect an 800-square-meter office on the 45th floor before proceeding to the 52nd floor. Upon entering, they found the vast office eerily empty. Desks, chairs, computers, filing cabinets, and other office supplies had been removed, leaving a somewhat dilapidated impression. Standing at the entrance, one could immediately see the floor-to-ceiling glass curtains on both sides, with the distant sounds of the street filtering in. The staff member explained. This was previously the headquarters of a financial company, covering 100 square meters and accommodating 400 to 500 employees. If you wish to rent it, renovations will be necessary. Next door is a foreign enterprise. Xiao Wu glanced at Jing Gao, the true decision-maker. Jing Gao, holding his phone, surveyed the surroundings and strolled further inside, saying, let me take a look. Ji Qingxiao stared in awe at the expansive office. 100 square meters was beyond her imagination, resembling a plaza. Given the rental prices at the China World Trade Center, the monthly rent for this space would amount to 94 million. When did Brother Jing become a millionaire? Wasn't he earning a mere 5,000 a month at Hake? Yin Zheng tugged at the dazed Ji Qingxiao, casting a sidelong glance at Jing Gao's impressive figure, whispering, Qingxiao, this Brother Jing is merely showing off in front of you. He has blown his own trumpet. Just now, he deemed that 800-square-meter office too small, and now he has brought us here. What is the rent here? Ignoring Yin Zheng, who was seething with frustration, Ji Qingxiao engaged in amiable conversation with Jing Gao on their way, a privilege Yin Zheng had never experienced, further fueling his ire. Ji Qingxiao's mind was also clouded with doubts. At that moment, Jing Gao's voice broke through the air, let us rent that renovated office downstairs. Also, could you inquire with the owner if the property on this floor is for sale? The staff member instantly brightened, extending a hand and saying, Mr. Jing, let us discuss this at the leasing department. As they watched Jing Gao return, Yin Zheng's handsome face stiffened. Ji Qingxiao couldn't suppress a giggle, exclaiming, hee. Just as Yin Zheng had commented on Jing Gao's bravado, Jing Gao was now contemplating purchasing this entire floor. How much would that cost? It was truly a slap in the face. The group descended in the elevator to the leasing department, where manager who welcomed Jing Gao into a small meeting room. Mr. Jing, our company is very optimistic about the prospects of the China World Trade Center and does not intend to sell the property on the 52nd floor. Jing Gao, unfazed, nodded and said, let us discuss the rent. In such premium office buildings in Beijing, tenants were never in short supply, leaving little room for negotiation on rent. The only concession offered was a month of free rent. Ultimately, they agreed on a rental price of 1 million per month for the 800-square-meter office on the 45th floor and 9 million for the 100-square-meter office on the 53rd floor, with a security deposit of 2 months' rent and a monthly parking fee of 500. The office address could be used for company registration. In no time, all the formalities were completed. Jing Gao swiped his card, making a payment of 12 million, and exited the small meeting room with the contract accompanied by manager Hu. Xiao Wu, Ji Qingxiao, and Yin Zheng were in the outer lobby, sipping coffee and engaging in quiet conversation. Upon seeing Jing Gao emerge, they all stood up. Mr. Jing, Brother Jing. Yin Zheng's lips moved, but no sound emerged. He couldn't bring himself to speak. Jing Gao smiled and nodded, shaking hands with manager Hu to bid farewell. Thank you, and see you again. He then led the three out of the leasing department. Once they reached the lobby on the first floor, Jing Gao transferred 5,000 yuan to Xiao Wu via WeChat and shook his hand, saying, Thank you for your hard work today. Xiao Wu clasped Jing Gao's hand with both of his, slightly bowing, and repeatedly assured, Not at all, not at all. Well, I'll be heading back now. Should you need anything, just let me know. Earning 5,000 for an hour's work was nothing to scoff at. Brother Jing was truly generous. He would surely boast about this during lunch with his colleagues. Jing Gao watched Xiao Wu depart before turning to the petite and charming Ji Qingxia, who smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to speak, Yin Zheng, feeling a pang of jealousy at her smile, interjected, "Mr. Jing, you won't leave us hanging regarding the cars, will you?" Chapter 38. The Triple Strike Completed. Jing Gao cast a sidelong glance at the dashing Yin Zheng, disregarding him entirely. Though he was amiable by nature, he was not a pushover or weak-willed. This student Yin, upon opening his mouth, resorted to mockery and exclusion, having not learned the tactics of web literature. Otherwise, he might face a monetary annihilation. Of course, the methods depicted in online novels were exaggerated. He was not so easily provoked by a few jabs. That would simply make him a nouveau riche, not a true wealthy individual. However, in interpersonal relations, he knew how to express his dissatisfaction by simply ignoring him. At that moment, Jing Gao's phone rang. A popular ringtone this year, the sound of Pooh Shu's Ordinary Road. "I once resembled you. Like him, like the wild grass and flowers." Jing Gao answered, and a slightly distorted voice came through. "Brother Jing, I've arrived." Jing Gao replied, "Come to the west gate. I'm here." After about 20 to 30 seconds, a black Rolls-Royce slowly approached. The prominent black angel hood ornament signified its status, unmistakably recognizable. The latest model, the Ghost Black Badge, had a purchase price of 7.23 million. Hiss. Ji Qingxia inhaled sharply. This spectacle was both anticipated and yet still left her in awe and astonishment. Jing Ji's extravagant decision to lease an office in the third phase of the Guomao complex entails a monthly rent amounting to several million. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to possess a Rolls-Royce? Yet, as this stately and magnificent vehicle glides into view, it certainly evokes a striking visual impact. Yin Zheng tightly purses his lips, observing the luxury car halt before them, from which steps a young man named Jing Gao. A surge of discomfort and frustration wells up within him. Soon after, he witnesses Ji Qingxia, whom he has long pursued yet failed to win over, engage in cheerful conversation with Jing Gao as she follows his instructions to call their supervisor. Stirring a complex mix of emotions within him, he finds himself at a loss, candidly admitting that his mindset has completely unraveled. Ji Qingxia places a call to her supervisor. Before long, an elegant woman in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt descends from the upper floors. From a distance, she extends her hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Jing. Thank you, thank you. You have resolved a significant predicament for our company." Jing Gao smiles and shakes hands with the charming lady, gesturing towards Ji Qingxia, implying that the credit should rightly go to her. Given her novice status in the workplace, Ji Qingxia had failed to articulate the matter clearly in front of her supervisor. The elegant woman expresses her gratitude once more before discussing the usage situation with Yu Jiashi. The car still bears a temporary license plate, as it will be officially registered later that afternoon. Yu Jiashi feels a bit anxious and awkward in front of the captivating woman, his complexion flushing a deeper shade of red as he responds passively. Jing Gao chuckles, paying no attention to Yu Jiashi. Such scenarios are only mastered through experience, and he has cultivated his poise through interactions with Xiao Qiao, Hikimo, and Yin Ting. Yet, it must be said, this enchanting woman eclipses Ji Qingxia in every aspect. Their beauty, skin, and youthful vitality are simply incomparable. Jing Gao slightly turns to Ji Qingxia, who is adorned in a playful pink dress, and suggests, "Shall we have lunch together?" Ji Qingxia beams and replies, "Sure." Jing Gao greets the elegant supervisor, surnamed Du, and secures a day off for Ji Qingxia. While many companies in the country have already adopted a 2-day weekend, some still adhere to a single day off or alternating work weeks. As Jing Gao departs, Yin Zheng, with a complex expression, whispers, "Qingxia, do you truly intend to dine with him? It's not even 11 yet. He still hopes for a chance." Ji Qingxia, with a bewildered look, her petite face displaying a tender innocence at the age of 24, responds, "I'm just catching up with Jing Gao." Yin Zheng momentarily loses focus. At that moment, Jing Gao returns after securing Ji Qingxia's leave and cheerfully announces, "Let us go." Watching the two depart in animated conversation, Yin Zheng's jealousy overwhelms his other emotions, leading him to mentally unleash his feelings, exclaiming, "A pair of shameless lovers." The morning sunlight casts its glow upon the transparent glass facade of the building, creating elongated shadows on the pristine marble floor. The somewhat dense flow of people highlights the vibrancy and prosperity of the Guomao area. Ji Qingxia strides alongside Jing Gao in her stylish high-heeled shoes, her pink dress complementing her delicate, fair skin. The small handbag she carries swings gently, radiating her joyful demeanor. She tilts her head slightly, looking up at Jing Gao, and expresses, "Jing Gao, thank you." Jing Gao holds a beautifully printed bag featuring the Guomao logo, containing a contract, a handbag, and his phone, and replies with a smile, "I said you are my friend. It should not cause you any trouble, right?" A beautiful woman invariably invites gossip, especially in the presence of a wealthy man. Ji Qingxia undoubtedly meets the standard of beauty, while Jing Gao's casual display of wealth aligns him with the affluent. Ji Qingxia giggles, I've grown accustomed to it. Jing Gao, I'm not only thanking you for supporting me at work, but also for helping me shake off Yin Zheng's harassment. He is completely unhinged today. Thanks to you. With a playful tone, she counts on her fingers. You see, renting a floor, slap him once. A Rolls-Royce drives by, slap him once more. Now, you're taking me to lunch. That's a triple whammy. Jing Gao laughs, is it really necessary? I couldn't care less about him. Taking you to lunch counts as humiliating him? Ji Qingxia tilts her head, playfully teasing him. Jing Gao, he is pursuing me. Isn't this significant? By the way, Jing Gao, are you trying to woo me? Though she may be a novice in the workplace, as a striking beauty with a score of 90, she has never lacked admirers. She remains quite perceptive in certain aspects. Jing Gao's demeanor towards her now is markedly different from 3 months prior at Hake. Ji Qingxia speaks half in jest, yet Jing Gao recognizes the sincerity behind her inquiry and responds. Dining with a beautiful girl is a delightful experience. Who wouldn't desire that? A man's financial standing determines whether he silently wishes her well or boldly pursues her. This answer not only praises Ji Qingxia's beauty, but also clarifies his changed attitude, earning him a solid score of 85. Ji Qingxia cannot help but smile, thoroughly pleased with his response. She swiftly sidesteps the topic, asking, where shall we dine? Jing Gao leads the way, I just checked. The Summer Palace Chinese restaurant on the 2nd floor of the China Grand Hotel is quite good. Shall we go there? Ji Qingxia follows Jing Gao into the Guamao shopping center and replies, sounds good. I'm at the capital for over 2 years and have yet to dine at Guamao. The China Grand Hotel is a renowned 5-star establishment in the capital, and the Summer Palace is also highly recommended on various gourmet rankings. As they arrive around 11 o'clock, the moment they step inside, they are enveloped in rich Chinese cultural ambience, with traditional lanterns and red peonies adorning the surroundings. Jing Gao and Ji Qingxia follow the waiter to a table for 2. Given the early hour for lunch, they order a selection of dim sum, snacks, and tea first. Rice rolls, steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, shrimp dumplings, crab meat soup dumplings, fish maw chicken soup, and century egg and lean meat congee. Once the exquisite Chinese delicacies are served, Ji Qingxia snaps a few photos to share on her social media, quickly receiving a flurry of comments. As they dine and converse casually, Jing Gao, with a hint of curiosity, inquires, Qingxia, what is the story behind that talented Yin Zheng? What is going on? Ji Qingxia, momentarily distracted by her phone, puts it down and playfully chides, Jing Gao, let us not talk about him while we're eating. I was merely flattering him. I've heard he is handsome, can write poetry, and has had a fling with supervisor Du. Jing Gao nearly spits out his chrysanthemum tea, utterly taken aback. Chapter 39, Ji Qingxia. I can't believe you're like this, Qingxia? Standing at 163 meters tall, clad in her pink dress. She is strikingly charming and a beauty beyond compare. To hear the words had a fling escape her lips leaves Jing Gao both surprised and amused. Yet, perhaps this is the reality of modern times. In this day and age, who hasn't dabbled in the online world? He recalls hearing that some female drivers are both speedy and steady. The disparity between his impression of Ji Qingxia and the current version of her highlights that understanding a beautiful woman requires more than mere appearances. It necessitates deeper engagement to truly know them. Of course, Ji Qingxia's candidness suggests a relationship that has evolved beyond mere colleagues, allowing her to lower her guard slightly. Upon witnessing Jing Gao's astonished expression, Ji Qingxia swiftly came to her senses, playfully sticking out her tongue in an endearing manner before lowering her head to sip the beauty-enhancing chicken soup. With Jing Gao's current emotional intelligence, he recognized the necessity of maintaining the flow of conversation. Otherwise, it could lead her to erect barriers between them, resulting in a regression of their relationship. This supervisor Du of yours isn't paving a smooth path, Qingxia. Don't foolishly follow her lead, he cautioned. Ji Qingxia's curiosity was piqued, her beautiful eyes widening in intrigue as she hastily swallowed her soup and inquired, Brother Jing, what do you mean by that? Jing Gao elaborated. She ought to have discussed the rent with me earlier. That would have demonstrated a proper work ethic. Instead, after I mentioned our friendship, she proceeded to talk to Xiao Yu about the usage dates. How absurd. Although Ji Qingxia was somewhat naive, she grasped his point, responding, oh, I see. You're right. She does seem rather foolish. The rent is covered by the company. What is she being stingy about? With a playful smile, she added, Brother Jing, you're quite wealthy. How can you be upset over her not providing you with rent? Jing Gao chuckled, savoring a piece of rice noodle roll, and replied, my reasoning lies in the fact that there is a corroborating evidence. Disarray in the hierarchical dynamics at work can not only disrupt productivity, but also sow seeds of ambiguity. Just the previous night, he had recruited Xiao Qiao, who subtly probed him about such matters as she departed. His response was to focus on her work and avoid unnecessary distractions. Mixing romantic entanglements with professional relationships, regardless of whether the superior is male or female, is perilous. From Yin Zhang's perspective, it was quite the game. As long as one possesses audacity, can a leader truly take maternity leave? Ji Qingxia nodded in agreement, affirming her understanding. Jing Gao relished the psychological reliance and respect she exhibited. Once the dim sum was nearly consumed, he summoned the waiter to order more dishes. Consulting Ji Qingxia on her preferences before placing the order, he then queried, "Qingxia, do you harbor a dislike for Yinzheng?" Ji Qingxia responded with a charming smile, sipping her chrysanthemum tea, and lamented, "Brother Jing, you truly have no idea. He is quite repulsive, relying on his good looks while being utterly disreputable. Within this company, he has had 2 girlfriends. I heard from a colleague that he privately takes photos of beautiful women and boasts about it. He has taken several pictures of me. And just thinking about it makes me feel nauseated." Jing Gao nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiments. That is indeed lacking in taste. Mutual disdain for a common target brought them closer together. As they conversed, their ordered delicacies began to arrive. At the Summer Palace, the menu primarily featured Cantonese and Huaiyang cuisine, characterized by its light, balanced, and fresh flavors. Cold dishes included black truffle roasted cauliflower and chilled okra. The soup was Fujin Buddha jumps over the wall. Hot dishes featured dual-colored Australian lobster and steamed sea bass, as well as almond-flavored snowflake beef with caviar-fried duck sprouts. The staples comprised Huaiyang soup dumplings and Yangzhou fried rice, topped off with the dessert, Summer Palace Trio, and beverages including the French Louis Royal Crystal Champagne. Priced at 5,080 per bottle. They began with the cold dishes. The black truffle roasted cauliflower was rich and flavorful, retaining its crispness while absorbing the aromatic essence of the truffle oil, proving to be a perfect appetizer. Jing Gao poured Ji Qingxia some wine and raised his glass, exclaiming, "Cheers, cheers." She replied with a light laugh, her delicate hand cradling the tall champagne flute, her lovely visage seemingly rising and falling amidst the bubbles of the drink, embodying a youthful yet refined beauty. After taking a sip, Jing Gao noted that the taste did not compare to the elegance of Paris floral delights. He then picked up his chopsticks to savor the finely prepared steamed sea bass, which was tender and showcased its natural flavors. The lobster was delightful, large and firm. It was even more delectable paired with the sauce. Recently, Jing Gao had increased his physical activity, leading to a healthy appetite. He polished off 2 Huaiyang soup dumplings and indulged in some fried rice before sampling the dessert. To his surprise, Ji Qingxia also exhibited a hearty appetite, engaging in light conversation about the past 3 months. As they enjoyed their dessert, delicately scooping up the mango sago, Ji Qingxia suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Brother Jing. I forgot to take a picture." Jing Gao couldn't help but laugh. Why do girls always do this? He mused, recalling how Hikimo had been the same. Before acquiring the unlimited card, he had little interest in photographing food for social media, and now, sharing was out of the question. Otherwise, his phone would surely explode with notifications. Colleagues and friends were manageable. They could easily brush off a few words, but explaining to family could be quite the hassle. Jing Gao took a sip of champagne, teasing her, "Shall I order another serving for you to photograph?" Upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his comment. It reeked of ostentation, a rather lowbrow display of wealth that could detract from his standing. Ji Qingxia shot him a playful glare. Her 24-year-old beauty infused with a hint of flirtation, retorting, "Oh, come on." Though not genuinely angry, Jing Gao felt relieved. Had he been speaking to a more sensitive girl? Such a remark might have effectively ended their chances of continuing to see each other, a quintessential example of trying too hard and failing miserably. The more appropriate phrasing would have been, "I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We can take pictures then." Her forgiving nature endeared her to him even more. The total cost of the meal amounted to 14,200. After settling the bill via mobile payment, Jing Gao and Ji Qingxia exited the Summer Palace, enveloped in a modern, fashionable building that combined fine dining, leisure, shopping, and hospitality. Observing Ji Qingxia's graceful silhouette, Jing Gao hesitated, contemplating whether to invite her to a movie. Ji Qingxia, aware that Jing Gao was watching her, felt her cheeks warm. Her large eyes scanned the lofty ceiling of the shopping mall, taking in her surroundings without uttering a word. In that moment, Jing Gao suddenly realized the absurdity of his hesitation. Why was he even contemplating? He decisively invited, "Qingxia, shall we catch a movie upstairs? Are there any good films showing lately?" Ji Qingxia smiled coyly, her beauty radiating as she turned to face him. "Brother Jing, are you serious?" Jing Gao understood the implication behind her words. Was she asking if he intended to pursue a formal relationship? Typically, reaching the stage of watching a movie together signified a significant advancement in their relationship. He nodded affirmatively. Ji Qingxia then asked, "Brother Jing, do you have a girlfriend?" Chapter 40. Experience points increase. In a single sentence, a single question, she pierced to the core of their relationship. Ji Qingxia, though a novice in the workplace, was by no means lacking in intelligence in her personal life. After all, which affluent man isn't surrounded by beautiful women? 3 months had passed since she last encountered Jing Gao, the one who had once offered her guidance, and she was delighted to reconnect. Jing Gao's nonchalant resolution of her dilemmas and the glimpse of his wealth astounded her. Furthermore, he had expressed his intent to court her. Undeniably, had Jing Gao remained a mere junior employee at Hake, she would have turned him down without hesitation. She was not the type to indulge in trivialities. Love, after all, requires a material foundation, doesn't it? She was willing to embark on a relationship with Jing Gao, but such a relationship had prerequisites. She had no intention of becoming a third party or a mistress. Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback by Ji Qingxia's question. Normally, one would expect her to agree to the movie outing first before exploring the relationship further, so her swift inquiry about his romantic status was unexpected. Yet, it dawned on him that he was falling into the trap of a typical inexperienced mindset. Girls are not foolish, they are quite perceptive. He possesses luxury cars and leases an office. With the wealth he displays, can he possibly lack beautiful women by his side? If he intends to pursue romance, it is only fitting that it be under the guise of a girlfriend. This is the most proper approach. Unlike Su Qing, who openly expresses her affection and interest yet refrains from mentioning the nature of their relationship or its future, this is the norm, albeit not necessarily the conventional way of courting. Through the experiences with Hikimo and Yin Ting, he has gradually developed a self-awareness of his identity as a wealthy individual. In the realm of emotions, Ji Qingxia has provided him with further lessons. He has taken another small step forward on the path of affluence. Jing Gao understands that Ji Qingxia's 2 inquiries have propelled their relationship to a crucial juncture. If he answers negatively, Ji Qingxia is likely to become his girlfriend. However, a positive response would cool the recently kindled warmth between them. What is he thinking? No. In the days since Jing Gao acquired his unlimited card, he has encountered more women of exceptional beauty, each uniquely captivating, than he had in the previous 27 years. Jiang Meifu, Hikimo, Yin Ting, and Chen Yujia, Su Qing. If he were truly to pursue a romantic relationship, he believes that Chen Yujia, an intern at a law firm, would be the most suitable choice, as she is the most beautiful. Yet, such matters are not solely within his control. He has only just begun to engage with Chen Yujia. Now, he faces a significant choice. At 27, grasping the tail end of his youth, he is inclined to experiment with the idea of spending time with Ji Qingxia. Perhaps they are well suited after all. Ji Qingxia's charm, innocence, and the grace she exhibited earlier have significantly enhanced her appeal in his eyes. To marry a virtuous woman and to take a concubine for beauty. Were he in his 30s, yearning for a stable relationship, he might not entertain such experimentation but would instead opt to know Ji Qingxia better before making a decision. Ji Qingxia is not foolish. Noticing Jing Gao's evident hesitation, she tilts her petite face upwards and softly states, "Jing Gao, you are hesitating. I have been in 2 relationships, and I sincerely hope my next one leads to marriage. How about we take some time to think this over and not go to the movies today?" Jing Gao is both amused and exasperated. Just as he has come to a realization, Ji Qingxia seems skeptical of his sincerity. If he had not decisively stated that he has no girlfriend, they might have already been holding hands. "Let us go. I will see you off." In the past few days, his interactions have exuded a newfound confidence. Even when he boasts, Xiao Qiao does not challenge him. This is a refreshing experience. In truth, Ji Qingxiao appears somewhat like a smitten admirer before him, readily believing in his words. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, she seems unconvinced. Who can he turn to for reason? At the entrance of the Guamao shopping center, Jing Gao hails a taxi and bids farewell to the somewhat disheartened Ji Qingxia. Watching her depart, "I once resembled you, like the wild grasses and flowers." As the phone rings, Jing Gao answers. It is the delivery person from JD. Calm. His online purchase of a Dell Alienware laptop and a fruit phone has arrived. "Please leave it at the hotel front desk. I will have someone pick it up shortly." After ending the call, Jing Gao strolls through the bustling plaza outside the Guamao shopping center, hands tucked into his pockets. The early April afternoon sun is quite pleasant. He reflects on his experiences and summarizes his thoughts. Unlike the women he has encountered who could be easily won over with money, Xiao Ji possesses a certain purity of character, directly questioning their relationship and future. Perhaps her past emotional wounds play a part in this. However, this should be the norm in urban romantic dynamics. Thus, one wonders how the harems of those affluent individuals in online literature come into existence. It seems a daunting task. Jing Gao shakes his head in disbelief. His journey towards wealth remains long and arduous. He is uncertain how his relationship with Ji Qingxia will evolve. Her implication is clear. They should take a moment to reflect. He plans to revisit this matter in a couple of days. And who knows what events may unfold in that time. Regardless, today's experience has provided him, a novice in love, with a taste of romantic feelings and processes. In gaming terms, one might say his experience points have increased. After lingering in Guamao for a while, he takes a taxi back to the Lido Crown Hotel. He had indulged in a bit of alcohol at noon, leaving his Ferrari parked in the underground garage of Guamao. There are countless roads to take, but safety is paramount. Irregular driving leads to tears from loved ones. Around 2:40 p.m., Jing Gao returns to the hotel. His butler, Anthony, has already delivered the laptop and phone to the suite, placing them on the coffee table in the living room. Jing Gao takes the Alienware laptop, which retails for $26,000, to his study. It is an excellent gaming laptop. He deftly powers it on, activates the system, connects to the internet, and gets down to business. The office lease is secured. Next, he needs to recruit personnel to establish the company's operational framework. Jing Gao registers on the largest recruitment website in the country, filling in his details, uploading images of the business license, and posting job listings. While managing the process, he calls Yu Jiashi, instructing him to transfer the registered addresses of his two companies from Dongyun District to the address he has leased in Guamao Phase 3. The relocation of the company's registered address will necessitate a change of the bank for the public account as well, right? Otherwise, dealing with matters in Dongyun District would be quite a hassle. After hanging up with Yu Jiashi, Jing Gao ponders this issue. At that moment, Anthony calls in, "Mr. Jing, I have arranged for someone to drive the Ferrari back. Shall I bring you the keys?" "Yes." After ending the call, he sends a voice message to Yan Ting, the deputy manager at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. "Xiao Yan, what procedures and considerations are needed for the relocation of the company's public account?" He has yet to open the packaging of the fruit phone, but within a minute, Yan Ting's voice reply comes through, soft and melodious. "Mr. Jing, the public account of the company cannot be relocated from the bank. It can only be cancelled and then reopened." Jing Gao is taken aback. He had no prior knowledge of this. "Mr. Jing," Yan Ting's voice continues, "to cancel the public account, you will need the business license, a copy of the code certificate, the legal representative's ID, and the account seal card. For opening a new account, you will need the business license, code certificate, ID card, and tax registration certificate, both national and local." Jing Gao listens, feeling overwhelmed and perceiving the process as rather cumbersome, replying, "Xiao Yan, if I keep my company's public account at your bank, are there any benefits?" On a Saturday afternoon, Yan Ting has just awakened from a nap, dressed in sleepwear. Sitting on the balcony sipping tea. From her high-rise view, she observes the clouds rolling by. The elegant beauty appears relaxed, her skin smooth and fair, her legs gracefully crossed. Listening to Jing Gao's voice message, she nearly spits out her tea. His inquiry seems somewhat uninformed. One would expect a 27-year-old wealthy young man to have had some exposure to business. After a moment of consideration, she responds, "Mr. Jing, our 4 major banks have fixed management fees for public accounts, which are higher than those of other private banks. If you choose to open an account with us, I can assure you of convenience in handling transactions. Services like public to private transfers, cash withdrawals, and checks will be facilitated with maximum ease. May I inquire what the expected funds in your company's public account will be?" "Around 100 million, I suppose." "How long will it take to process?" Yan Ting spits her tea onto the balcony, coughing as the liquid goes down the wrong way. Fortunately, this is just a WeChat chat. Jing Gao was unaware of her astonishment and excitement. With 100 million in funds transferred, she feared that a promotion was imminent. Yan Ting coughed softly, her breath steadying. A subtle blush graced her elegant visage, radiating an indescribable allure of a captivating woman. Wiping her lips with a tissue, she murmured, "Mr. Jing, the paper-based account opening permission has now been revoked. If the legal representative personally visits the bank, an account can be established the same day. When would it be convenient for you? Xiao Yan is awaiting your arrival at the bank. The procedures can be completed within an hour at most. Then, Xiao Yan would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your support of my work." Jing Gao's voice quickly responded, "How about Monday morning?" "Very well," Yan Ting replied, her smile blooming as she placed her phone on the small round table, her excitement barely contained. Moments later, she made another call, "Xiao Su, please prepare." After concluding her conversation with Jing Gao, she began to switch phones. However, the thought of the alluring woman in her 30s, referring to herself as Xiao Yan, evoked a peculiar sensation. Her endearing self-reference, coupled with her low demeanor, not only appealed to his vanity, but also sparked an urge to conquer her entirely, both physically and emotionally. "Alas, I have indeed fallen from grace, indulging in such thoughts," Jing Gao chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he transferred data from his old phone to the sleek black iPhone 6s using a file-sharing app. The two devices rested upon a solid, stately wooden desk, requiring a moment to complete the transfer. At that moment, a notification from a recruitment website popped up on his computer screen. Jing Gao clicked on it, and a series of messages populated the dialog box. Hello, Mr. Jing. I am Xiao Lu, a staff member from Gaofin Headhunters. I noticed your job posting on our website and would like to confirm that you are seeking to hire an investment manager, correct? The annual salary starts at 5 million. To be frank, it is quite challenging to recruit talents of this caliber via job sites. They typically do not publicly disclose their resumes. This segment of the market is predominantly controlled by headhunting firms. I would be delighted to assist you. May I have your personal contact information? We have several resumes that might pique your interest. Jing Gao chuckled softly, rubbing his face in amusement. It seemed he had miscalculated. The high-end recruitment market was indeed monopolized by headhunters. Rising, he retrieved a bottle of champagne from the small bar, pouring himself a glass and savoring it slowly. The contrast between Xiao Lu's rather brusque tone and Yin Ting's elegant demeanor was palpable, leaving a slight sting as he read her words. Naturally, it was to be expected that Xiao Yin, serving as a deputy manager at the bank, would possess superior communication skills compared to Xiao Lu, a mere employee at a headhunting firm. After a brief pause, Jing Gao initiated a download of League of Legends, allowing it to run for over 20 minutes before responding. My phone number is 134. Feel free to call me first, and then add me on WeChat. Although Xiao Lu's approach was somewhat jarring, it did not provoke his ire to the extent of neglecting his business affairs. Once, I was like you and him, akin to wild grasses and flowers. The phone rang shortly thereafter. Upon answering, a clear feminine voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Jing. I am Xiao Lu, a staff member from Gaofin Headhunters. To his surprise, it was a woman. Jing Gao switched to speaker mode, reclining in a plush chair, champagne glass in hand, watching the download progress on his computer screen. Please continue. It is more convenient to discuss over the phone. Xiao Lu explained. Mr. Jing, we first need to clarify the type of talent you require. Additionally, we must understand your company's situation and the specific job requirements. After that, we can discuss fees and sign a headhunting contract. Once the contract is finalized, we will recommend high-caliber candidates for interviews until they successfully complete their probation period, at which point our service will be considered concluded. Jing Gao pondered for a moment before responding steadily. Indeed, I own a firm specializing in venture capital, and I require someone to oversee the entire operation and seek out outstanding investment projects. Xiao Lu, demonstrating her proficiency, quickly replied, I understand, Mr. Jing. You are looking for a company manager with experience in venture capital or private equity, correct? What position are you willing to offer? The vice president responsible for investments. Jing Gao stated. He was not inclined to rush into giving away the top executive role. Any professional manager hired would require a period of adjustment before he could fully entrust the company to them. As for the question of why venture capital, this notion had lingered in his mind for several days. What type of business should his new company engage in? For him, it was merely essential to have a profitable enterprise as a facade. With his wealth, he did not need to chase after profits or invest time in corporate matters. Thus, under this guiding principle, Jing Gao maintained an open attitude towards entering most industries. Typically, a business investment necessitates extensive preliminary research, including market analysis, industry assessments, supply chain investigations, and policy evaluations. Given his introspective ponderings over the past few days, he realized that such time and intellectual investment were insufficient for the task at hand. These were matters best suited for a professional team. Consequently, he decided to have his company conduct the research and identify promising projects for investment. Moreover, venture capital encompasses various types. He could not afford to dive headfirst into high-profile investments right away, as that would inevitably attract external scrutiny and, subsequently, peril. What would be his fate when others discovered he lacked a solid foundation? Investing in startups with relatively lower capital requirements would be far more prudent. Then, Mr. Jing, shall I proceed to your company to finalize the contract? Xiao Lu inquired eagerly. Chapter 42, Three's Company. After hanging up, Jing Gao instinctively glanced at the clock, 1742. The wall lamp in the presidential suite cast a soft, bright glow. The somewhat compact study was furnished with a bookshelf and a desk, adorned with a lush yellow carpet. In one corner stood a blue and white porcelain vase and a floor lamp. Behind the desk, a window revealed the setting sun's rays illuminating the bustling streets of the city, bathing the urban landscape in a gentle glow. If he were to head to the China World Trade Center Phase 3 to finalize the contract, it would likely extend into the evening hours, around 8 or 9 o'clock. Xiao Lu was indeed quite determined. Pouring himself another glass of champagne, he leaned against the desk, gazing out from the 32nd floor at the evening scenery of Beijing, feeling a twinge of reflection. This world has always lacked diligent individuals. Taking a sip of the sweet champagne, Jing Gao dialed Xiao Qiao's number. Xiao Qiao, please head to the office in China World Trade Center Phase 3 tonight to assist me in negotiating the headhunting contract with the staff. from Gaofan headhunters. Xiao Shuang, who specialized in luxury home sales, found the foot traffic on Saturdays and weekdays to be quite similar. She was already preparing to leave her job, having departed from the sales center early. Having just completed an on-site inspection of a second-hand property, she was about to head out for dinner. Jing Gao had previously tasked her with finding a move-in ready second-hand house. Mr. Jing, the office in China World Trade Center Phase 3? She clarified. Jing Gao explained. I just rented it this morning, on the 45th floor. I will send someone with the company documents and office keys shortly. After a brief exchange, Xiao Qiao quickly grasped the situation and readily agreed, understood. Earning a substantial annual salary, she was certainly committed to fulfilling her boss's requests. Gaofan Headhunting Company was established in 2004 and is a well-known headhunting firm in the country. Its headquarters is located in the bustling city of Shanghai. Branch offices are established in major cities across the nation, including Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chongqing, Jiangzhou, Hangzhou, and Nanjing. Lu Submei, attired in a professional black and white ensemble, first arrived at the office to print contracts and gather materials before taking the subway to the Guamao Phase 3. At this hour, traffic in the capital city was notoriously congested. She had to squeeze onto the subway to ensure her timely arrival. As she sat in the train, the newly appointed Lu Submei felt an exhilarating sense of enthusiasm. The esteemed clientele of the company was predominantly in the hands of veteran employees, and she needed to forge her own path in client development. Today, while conducting her routine online search for clients, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant opportunity. The fees for headhunting firms are calculated as a percentage of the recommended candidate's annual salary. For a salary of 5 million, the commission would amount to 1,250,000. The company offered her a commission of 8%. Once Jing Gao entrusted the dealings with headhunters to his assistant Xiao Qiao, he ceased to oversee the matter. Naturally, he would be the one to conduct the final interviews. However, other positions advertised online, such as finance, clerical staff, and general employees, could be settled by Xiao Qiao. He decided to check the menu at the hotel restaurant and called his butler, Anthony, to arrange for dinner to be delivered. While waiting for the meal, Jing Gao began installing League of Legends and logging in, while also deep in thought. The company's basic account, registered address migration, changes in business scope, employee recruitment, and operations were all in place. Logically, he should be awaiting the arrival of an investment vice president to initiate the company's operations. However, how long would it take for a new venture capital firm to establish itself? It could take 2 to 3 months before opening. The diligence of Xiao Lu, who was willing to work overtime on a Saturday night, stirred something within him. As a wealthy individual, he no longer lacked for money. His aim was to savor life and enhance himself. But did this imply that he could afford to be sluggish and lax in his endeavors? Surely not. Life is fleeting. And if a task can be accomplished in a minute, one should not take 10 minutes to do it. Does this make him, a wealthy individual, still competent? Leisure and entertainment should indeed be enjoyed, but when it comes to work and learning, one must exert 100% effort. This, after all, is the rightful attitude one should adopt towards life and existence. Jing Gao regularly reflected on such matters, feeling he had taken another step forward. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. He gleaned insights from the experience of a headhunting firm employee. The game screen of League of Legends had already commenced. Jing Gao, uninterested, stood up and paced in his study, contemplating how to break new ground in venture capital. In fact, there exists an exemplary investment case within the realm of League of Legends, Wang Daxiao. Years ago, during an interview, Wang openly admitted to giving his son 500 million to practice with. Following this, Wang Daxiao aggressively entered the esports industry, acquiring the League of Legends team CCM and rebranding it as IG. Soon after, he made significant strides in this field. In recent years, Wang Daxiao has gained widespread fame, amassing a large following on Weibo and earning titles such as National Husband, while his business endeavors flourished. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, what factors contributed to Wang Daxiao's success? First, familiarity with the industry. It is said that Wang often forms teams to play League of Legends, involving not only celebrities but also professional players. Second, Wang's network of connections is an undeniable factor. Much like the wealth myths propagated by unscrupulous media before the internet became popular, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. However, do you know what Bill Gates' mother did? Or what Warren Buffett's father was involved in? The influence of one's family is a societal norm. You may dislike it, but it must be acknowledged. Third, capital. Thus, in the realm of venture capital, he does not mind the choice of industry, but when it comes to entrepreneurs, he is most familiar with university students. Moreover, he lacks the necessary connections and must cultivate them himself. In this city of Beijing, what connections can he currently manage? His alma mater. This is his inherent identity. Of course, the platform of Jingxin University, a second-tier institution, is somewhat lacking. However, As long as he navigates within the circle of universities in Beijing, he can gradually ascend. The university network is formidable, with many professors having numerous successful students. Thirdly, capital. Money is not an issue. Naturally, he would not initially invest in fiercely competitive celebrity projects. After analyzing all this, Jing Gao felt he had a clearer understanding. Approaching his desk, he picked up his phone and, out of the corner of his eye, caught a glimpse of the game screen. His teammates had begun to berate him. Zhu Guliang. Is Yasuo a primary school student? Are you AFK because you haven't finished your homework? Feng Nen Wudi. You've been causing trouble since childhood. You'll surely continue to do so when you grow up. Really silly. Even in casual games, you encounter pitfalls. Arthur, just throw it. Jing Gao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He forcefully closed the game and picked up his phone to call Teacher Bai. The atmosphere at Jingxin University on a Saturday night was distinctly different from the bustling streets outside. The campus was somewhat lively, with students playing basketball, returning from self-study, and girls coming out of the cafeteria to fill their water bottles, creating a beautiful tableau of youthful energy. Bai Xinghua, a small section chief in the development planning department at Jingxin University, was holding hands with his petite and delicate wife, Wei Kaiyan, as they headed to a restaurant at the back gate of the school for dinner. The couple, yet to have children, enjoyed a sense of dating while sharing a meal on the weekend. Wei Kaiyan, charmingly dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, her figure subtly alluring, complained, Teacher Bai, we should have received the mountain products we sent to Xie Dashao and Jing Gao. Jing Gao hasn't even replied to a single message. It's evident that your efforts were in vain. Yesterday Lan called me. Haha, he was so impressive at old Zhou's gathering. Bai Xinghua merely smiled, not responding. This was quite normal. It wasn't always that one received feedback in every interaction. Just then, his phone rang. Chapter 43, Donations, the Beginning. Jing Gao, haha, hello. Regarding the mountain products? No need to mention it. Jing Gao, standing by the window of his study, exchanged pleasantries with Bai Xinghua before stating his purpose. Teacher Bai, I intend to donate a sum of money to my alma mater for scholarships. I wonder if you could assist in facilitating this. Bai Xinghua, suppressing his surprise, replied with a smile, of course, that's no problem. I can inquire with the Alumni Association and the Educational Fund Development Office for you. Great. Bai Xinghua paused momentarily and added, Jing Xuedi, do you have any projects you wish to collaborate on with the school? It would be best to mention that before the donation. His words were quite tactful. He was not like his naive wife, who understood nothing, who would randomly donate money to their alma mater without some underlying need, be it for reputation or profit. Jing Gao candidly replied, indeed. I have a venture capital firm and would like to collaborate with Jingxin University to organize a university student entrepreneurship competition across the entire Beijing area. Of course, the primary focus is to nurture our juniors and sisters from Jingxin University. Bai Xinghua understood and probed. Then Jing Xuedi, how much do you intend to donate? Not that I mean any disrespect. Knowing the amount would help me communicate with the school. Jing Gao casually remarked, 1 million. Hiss. Bai Xinghua gasped in astonishment, momentarily lost in thought. A monumental gesture, indeed. In the past 5 years, Jingxin University had never received such a substantial single personal donation. The concept of purchasing real estate for tens of millions differs vastly from the notion of donating 1 million. He had undoubtedly underestimated Jing Gao's wealth. After a brief moment, Bai Xinghua regained his composure. All right, Junior Jing, await my news. I assure you, I will handle this matter with utmost care. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and directly expressed his support to Jing Gao. After hanging up the phone, Bai Xinghua excitedly embraced Wei Kaiyan and planted a kiss on her cheek. Oh dear, you're already 30. In the twilight of the forest path, a few students were watching this scene with wide eyes, while Wei Kaiyan playfully pinched her husband. Hand in hand, she inquired, what is all the excitement about? Was it just a return call from Jing Gao? Bai Xinghua grinned widely and whispered in his wife's ear. Jing Gao intends to donate 1 million to Jingxin University and has asked for my assistance in this endeavor. How much? No way. Wei Kaiyan exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Despite her naivete in political matters, she understood the significance this held for her husband. With a flirtatious glance, she added, Teacher Bai, I misspoke just now. Bai Xinghua laughed heartily, finding great satisfaction in his wife's playful charm. Wei Kaiyan gently shook her husband's arm and inquired, Xinghua, may I inform Lan now? She truly cannot bear to see her friend fall into a pit. Yesterday, Lan had called, evidently displeased with Jing Gao, harboring both new grievances and old resentments. But considering Jing Gao's current momentum, sis, this is perilous. Bai Xinghua replied solemnly, no, let us wait a few more days. We'll discuss it once I have this matter settled. All right then, Wei Kaiyan conceded, clearly delineating the priorities of her friend and her husband. After concluding his call with Teacher Bai, Jing Gao felt a wave of relief wash over him as the last rays of the sunset faded from the horizon. He exhaled softly, feeling an unburdened spirit. His venture capital company was starting to take shape, beginning with Jingxin University. He had accomplished several tasks today, leasing an office space, hiring staff. The groundwork for his company was being laid. As he contemplated taking a break tomorrow, Anthony arrived, accompanied by the restaurant's chef, pushing a dining cart laden with dinner. "Mr. Jing, shall we dine now?" "Yes," Jing Gao instructed Anthony, leading him to the dining area of his suite. After dinner, he picked up his new phone to play Honor of Kings, humorously referred to as King's Agriculture. Without a doubt, the most popular competitive game in recent years had been League of Legends. Unfortunately, his skills were rather lackluster, having only achieved a bronze rank during his university days. Moreover, the lengthy duration of a match in League of Legends made it difficult to find time to play. Therefore, he preferred the mobile version, which was quick to grasp, had a low entry threshold, and was suitable for fragmented time. His rank stood at gold. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Jing Gao silenced his teammates, who were hurling insults at one another, choosing to focus on controlling his character, the Monkey King. Just as he struck down an opposing hero, his phone screen froze, and a WeChat message popped up. In that instant, his character perished. "Damn it, brother, you're finally online. Carry me, let us show off." The message was from his little cousin, a first-year middle school student. Thus, he could indeed flaunt his gold rank to a younger audience. Jing Gao chuckled, thinking it unreasonable to scold a young child, and replied, "Hold on, I'll send you a skin of Levi later. I'm a bit busy right now." After finishing a match, which he, of course, won, he decided to recharge and purchase a 288 yuan skin of Van Helsing for his cousin. Honor of Kings thrived on the revenue generated from skins. After a couple more matches, he felt his dinner settling, prompting him to head down to the hotel pool for a swim. After 3 or 4 days of exercising, he noted a significant drop in weight, along with enhanced stamina and endurance. An hour and a half later, Jing Gao returned to his room, took a shower, and changed into a bathrobe. The pure and sweet Miss Anin awaited him in the living room, clad in a light pink uniform. Anin smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling, and softly asked, "Young Master Jing, shall we proceed as we did yesterday?" While the words themselves held no ambiguity, the implication of yesterday's activities was quite clear. Jing Gao could not help but smile. The seemingly innocent Anin demonstrated a remarkable skill in her flirtation. He felt her enchanting charm and replied, "All right." As he reveled in Anin's services, his sore muscles found relief, and they engaged in casual conversation as he pondered the tasks awaiting him tomorrow. He needed to visit the industrial and commercial bank on Monday, and his 2 casual outfits would not suffice. He would need to purchase some new clothing. Although he worked in design and had a modicum of aesthetic understanding, he was not adept at coordinating outfits. He needed someone to advise him. After a moment of thought, Jing Gao asked Anin to fetch his phone and sent a message to Su Qing. "Classmate Su, I plan to buy a few pieces of clothing tomorrow. Do you have time to be my advisor?" Su Qing did not reply immediately. After he and Anin finished showering, he finally saw her response. "Sure. I was just putting on a face mask." Perhaps it had been a while since Jing Gao had last replied, as there was another message from Su Qing beneath it, accompanied by a crying emoji. "I truly had something come up." Jing Gao smiled at this, sensing Su Qing's humble demeanor. Enjoying the moment, he contemplated and sent another message. "All right then, let us set it in stone. It's been a while since we last met. To avoid not recognizing you tomorrow, would you mind sending me a beautiful photo of yourself to review?" Chapter 44. Photos in reality. Around 10 o'clock at night, soft, soothing music floated through the presidential suite on the 32nd floor of the Lido Crown Hotel. In this opulent space, the design was both relaxed and sophisticated, with bright lighting creating a serene and comfortable ambience. Jing Gao, clad in a pristine, soft bathrobe, sat on the sofa, 2 glasses of red wine resting on the coffee table. Su Qing's message quickly arrived. "How long has it been? Didn't we just see each other last night?" Blushing emoji. Jing Gao had always found her shy expression to be quite profound, conveying feelings that were both concealed and revealed. This was reminiscent of Anin's earlier formal address of young Master Jing. "Shall we proceed as we did yesterday?" In his 27 years of life, Jing Gao had scant experience in courting women, and all such endeavors had ended in failure. However, given his current emotional intelligence, he recognized that he could afford to say a few daring words to Su Qing. The idea of requesting a photo had arisen during his dinner with Ji Qingxia earlier today. At that moment, his phone chimed twice. A picture was transmitted. Su Qing JPG. In the photo, she wore a light gray embroidered long dress, draped in a pale yellow shawl, standing gracefully before a rock. Her tall figure and slender legs exuded elegance, set against a backdrop of undulating mountains. In the image, her features were strikingly beautiful, her skin fair. The surrounding environment and the angle of the shot accentuated her alluring, sophisticated charm as a young woman. Jing Gao admired the photo, thinking to himself that she truly was one of the 3 beauties of their teacher training college. A realization dawned upon him. In truth, as long as he fabricates a somewhat plausible excuse, it is likely that Su Qing would willingly send him her photographs. Originally, they had arranged for him to take her on a picnic in a couple of days. Now, he merely needs to initiate a conversation with her, subtly implying flirtation. Regardless of whether he seeks photographs or not. She, in fact, does not object. She is quite beautiful. Rest well. Shall I pick you up tomorrow morning? The traffic in the capital can be quite congested. Let us rendezvous directly at the mall. I presume you are not well acquainted with the shopping locales in the capital. Wangfujing, Xidan, Guamao, and Sanlitun are all excellent options. Let us settle on Guamao. Finalizing their plans for the following day, Jing Gao casually placed his phone on the nearby coffee table, focusing intently on enjoying drinks and conversing with an N. In the early morning, after completing his running exercises, Jing Gao took a shower, had breakfast, and then drove his red Ferrari 488 Spider towards Guamao. As expected, the main thoroughfare in the Sunset District was severely congested. Listening to soothing light music, Jing Gao answered calls and replied to WeChat messages. Xiao Qiao called to report on the contract negotiations from the previous day, informing him that the commission for the headhunter, Gao Fan, was 20. The contract was finalized. He also received a work-related inquiry from Yu Jiashir on WeChat. He planned to stay in the Dongyan district tonight and go to close an account first thing in the morning. This required him to bring company documents and his identification. He needed to schedule a time for this. There were also several trivial messages. Annie from Patek Philippe sent her usual morning greetings, and his younger cousin sent a thumbs up. Tang Shan messaged, Jing Gao, you're really not coming today? A few old classmates want to see you. Jing Gao, still disinterested in Tang Shan, felt no inclination to engage with her. It wasn't that he had become arrogant since his newfound wealth. Rather, he simply did not wish to deepen his connection with her. Next came a message from Hikimo, accompanied by several provocative and indecent images, as she was abroad. Having just disembarked from a flight, Jing Gao couldn't help but chuckle at the notorious online phenomenon. He promptly sent her a red envelope with a 5,000 yuan tip. It seemed that Hikimo was quickly fading from his life. She had previously helped him select 2 sets of casual attire, but now he preferred to take Su Qing shopping with him. Perhaps this was the lifestyle he would soon adapt to. Some individuals would remain in his life, while others would gradually fade away. Compared to Hikimo, who certainly had a more alluring figure, he found his interactions with Su Qing far more comfortable. Hikimo was simply too exuberant. An hour later, Jing Gao spotted the tall and graceful Su Qing outside the entrance of the Guamao Mall. She wore an exquisite, soft aquamarine blouse and fitted white trousers that accentuated her slender, enchanting figure, showcasing her delicate curves and long legs. Striding in blue high heels, she appeared vivacious. Jing Gao, over here. Su Qing waved her hand, holding a handbag, and approached him with a cheerful smile. Jing Gao walked over with a smile, saying, Hi, beautiful Su. Have you been waiting long? Not too long, she replied. Let us go. Jing Gao smiled and gestured for her to join him as they entered the mall together. The Guamao area features several shopping centers, not limited to just the Guamao Mall, each offering distinct merchandise. Jing Gao asked Su Qing to help him select luxury menswear, purchasing 5 or 6 outfits, including casual wear, outerwear, and suits, along with accessories like glasses, belts, hats, sunglasses, shoes, and ties. Without batting an eye, he spent over 600,000 yuan. While resting at a dessert shop in the Yintai Mall, Jing Gao, feeling quite pleased, leaned back on the sofa and said, Su Qing, would you like to select an outfit? Consider it a gift from me. Su Qing, seated at a small round table sipping milk tea, tilted her long legs to the side and chuckled, the clothes are too extravagant. I think I'll go pick a lipstick from LV instead. Upon hearing Su Qing's refusal, Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to have made a miscalculation. It wasn't that the clothes were too expensive, but rather that they were inappropriate. This was essentially their first outing together, and gifting clothing was perhaps a step too far. Indeed, life is a continuous learning experience. Fortunately, he was with Su Qing. If it were a girlfriend he was currently dating, it would likely have been a point deduction. Contemplating further, Jing Gao suggested, Then how about a handbag? When he noticed Su Qing's inclination to decline, he added, You've accompanied me shopping today. I must express my gratitude. I can't simply treat you to a meal and call it even. Will you join me again next time? The value of anything is relative. Compared to my appreciation, a handbag is still too trifling. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with joy, her hands cradling her milk tea. Jing Gao, I never realized you were so eloquent. Then I shall graciously accept, she replied. Jing Gao smiled. In fact, you look even more stunning today than in last night's photos. Unable to contain her delight, Su Qing covered her mouth and giggled, her melodious laughter drawing the attention of nearby diners. Several eager gazes fell upon her. She was a striking beauty. scoring a solid 90 in looks. Thank you. After finishing her milk tea, the two returned to the LV boutique. The sales assistant greeted them. Mr. Jing, welcome. Jing Gao nodded. We'd like to choose a handbag for her. Please make some recommendations. Certainly, please follow me. Under the guidance of the sales assistant, Su Qing selected a classic pink women's handbag priced at 40,000 yuan. Jing Gao completed the purchase with his card, then checked the time. Shall we have lunch? I've made a reservation at the Cloud Top restaurant. Su Qing's eyes brightened. She had certainly heard of the illustrious Cloud Top restaurant on the 81st floor of the Guamao Phase 3, but had never been. Sounds great. Chapter 45, The Pinnacle of the Capital. Su Qing, carrying her handbag, walked beside Jing Gao, the sound of her blue high heels clicking cheerfully against the mall's floor. Since its completion, the Guamao Phase 3 has stood as a landmark in the capital, soaring to 330 meters with 81 floors. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, 64th, and 81st floors house the Guamao Grand Hotel, the hotel's 79th floor restaurant, Guamao 79, and the 80th floor Cloud Cool Bar have become the most popular dating spots in the capital since their inception. The Cloud Top restaurant, located on the 81st floor, offers even greater luxury and style, primarily used for high-end celebrations and business meetings. Su Qing had only heard of its reputation, but had never visited. Jing Gao had just been to Guamao Phase 3 yesterday, but this time, they entered through the east entrance rather than the west. They took the elevator directly to the hotel lobby on the 64th floor. The opulent lobby, with its modern design, boasts a striking fusion of Western visual intensity and Eastern subtle beauty. The centerpiece is a breathtaking mural, 7 meters high, depicting vibrant mountain flowers and waterfalls, evoking the mystery and romanticism of Shangri-La. Welcome. The receptionist, a young lady with an estimated score of 80 in looks, dressed in a red traditional qipao, greeted them with a warm smile. I would like to check into a room. Is there one available now? Jing Gao inquired. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The receptionist checked the system for available rooms and reported back to Jing Gao with the options. He selected an ultra-luxurious suite, handed over his identification, paid the deposit, and after completing the necessary procedures, the attendant assisted him in carrying his bags to the 74th floor. Su Qing followed closely beside Jing Gao, marveling at the grandeur of the hotel while feeling a twinge of apprehension. Jing Gao had invited her to lunch, yet he was directly leading her to a hotel room. Wasn't he that a bit too forward? Though she pondered this, she refrained from voicing any objections regarding the hotel room. Mr. Jing, I wish you a pleasant stay. The attendant gently placed Jing Gao's shopping bags on the blue sofa in the living room, bowed, and exited, softly closing the door behind him. Jing Gao approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down from his elevated vantage point. The expansive view suddenly unfolded before him, revealing the vibrant streets of the capital city. Su Qing. The scenery here is quite splendid. Su Qing placed her 2 handbags on the desk and stood a little distance away, peering out the window. Clad in a delicate aquamarine blouse and tailored white trousers, she resembled a graceful beauty, softly responding, indeed. Jing Gao turned to the side, unable to suppress a smile. He understood why Su Qing maintained her distance. As adults, certain matters, even if mutually desired, could create an awkward atmosphere when brought directly to a hotel. Let us check into a room first to store our belongings, he suggested, to avoid disrupting our dining experience. Su Qing couldn't help but pout, her cheeks slightly flushed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The room is already booked. He would undoubtedly concoct an excuse to bring her inside later. With her thoughts laid bare, one would expect an awkward silence to ensue. Yet, Su Qing's bashful demeanor was so enchanting that Jing Gao found it exhilarating rather than embarrassing. I've grown rather thick-skinned lately. He chuckled, gesturing. Come, let us dine on the 81st floor. Su Qing responded with a soft and they departed together, taking the elevator to the 80th floor. The Cloud Top restaurant, located on the 81st floor, was designed by an internationally acclaimed master. After arriving at the 80th floor's Cloud Cool Bar, they transferred to the elevator leading to the restaurant above. Approaching noon, the top floor was relatively quiet, with a few tourists capturing the magnificent cityscape with their cameras. At the entrance of the Cloud Top restaurant, Jing Gao provided his phone number, and under the guidance of a composed and professional server, they entered a lavish and secluded private room. Before the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the rectangular structure of the city was clearly visible, with Chang'an Avenue extending straight towards the distant Forbidden City and Tiananmen Square. The restaurant offered a variety of creative menus crafted by the head chef, alongside familiar Western dishes. After placing their orders, they opened a bottle of champagne, and the server poured glasses for them before discreetly exiting. In the expansive private room, it was just the two of them dining together. The ambience was splendid, as Jing Gao admired the slender, radiant beauty before him and the breathtaking scenery of mid-April in the capital. He felt a mixture of sentiment and ease. The perspective of the affluent on the world was indeed distinct. The presence of beauty, gourmet cuisine, and picturesque views lifted his spirits. At that moment, he never could have imagined such a luxurious lunch with the charming flower of the courtyard at the pinnacle of the capital. Just then, the appetizer of foie gras arrived, followed by soup and the main courses that included Australian lobster, baked escargot, French foie gras, and pan-seared wagyu beef, along with other delicacies. Jing Gao raised his glass to Su Qing, proclaiming, "Let us indulge." Savoring the foie gras, he found its texture smooth and delicate. Su Qing murmured, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she took a small sip from her elegant glass, surveying the lavish, spacious private room with a sense of unspoken awe. After 9 years in the capital, she had dined at many restaurants, but this was by far the most upscale she had ever visited. The environment and flavors were nothing short of exceptional. There was indeed a reason for such expense. Moreover, the Cloudtop restaurant was not just expensive, it required advance reservations. After this visit, she wondered when she might return. Casting a glance across the table at Jing Gao, dressed casually in Burberry, exuding style and ease, with a Patek Philippe watch worth over 2 million adorning his wrist, he appeared spirited with his short haircut and a clean, refreshing scent. If this were 5 years ago during university, she would have surely found a way to capture his heart. With poise, she savored the perfectly cooked wagyu beef and curiously inquired, "Jing Gao, I heard the other night that you had a crush on Lu Shui back in university. Is that true?" Jing Gao, momentarily speechless, set down his fork and replied, "That's not true. With so many beautiful girls around, we boys naturally have discussions in the dorms. I merely mentioned Lu Shui a few times. Laozo was just stirring the pot." Su Qing chuckled lightly, her bright eyes fixed on him, teasingly remarking, "Not just discussions, but perhaps some interest as well?" He nearly spat out his red wine. "Are you all so bold in private conversations? Do you have no concern for your image?" After a moment's reflection, he candidly admitted, "I may have thought about it, but to speak openly would be rather crass." Su Qing playfully shot him a look, lifting her glass with a soft laugh. Jing Gao smiled, sensing that Su Qing's demeanor towards him had grown more intimate. He chose not to pursue the topic further, asking, "By the way, I forgot to ask, which bank do you work for?" "China Merchants Bank," she replied. Jing Gao, puzzled, queried, "But you're not a finance major. How did you end up there?" "I studied accounting for a dual degree, and my family helped me secure a position," she explained. Jing Gao nodded in understanding. As they engaged in this light-hearted exchange, deepening their mutual understanding, his phone suddenly rang. "I once resembled you, like that wild grass and wildflower." It was a call from Teacher Bai. Chapter 46. The Internet does not deceive me. "Jing, I hope I'm not interrupting you?" Teacher Bai's tone on the phone was slightly respectful, which struck Jing Gao as odd. Was Teacher Bai truly such a talent that this sentiment could be sensed through the phone? "No, I'm just having lunch," he replied. Bai Xinghua quickly got to the point. "I inquired at the Cooperation Development Office this morning regarding the Educational Development Foundation and the Alumni Association. Their feedback is that in principle, it's acceptable, but it needs to be reported up the chain. Jing, this procedural route can delay matters. I personally suggest you transfer 2 million to the school's financial account, and I will discuss this directly with Vice Principal Gong to ensure it is finalized within the week." "All right," Jing Gao responded. "Please send me the account details." After hanging up, he set his phone down and raised his glass, saying, "Just a minor matter. Let us continue our conversation." With a radiant smile, Su Qing lifted her glass, asking, "Is your hometown Haizhou in southern or northern Jiangsu?" As they chatted casually and neared the end of their meal, Jing Gao called the server to settle the bill. The total, including the dishes, a bottle of champagne, a bottle of red wine, and service fees, amounted to 34 million. Observing Jing Gao's composed demeanor as he effortlessly swiped his card, Su Qing inwardly gasped. This single meal cost more than her annual salary. Emerging from the Cloudtop restaurant, Jing Gao naturally took hold of Su Qing's delicate hand, leading her back to the ultra-luxurious suite on the 74th floor. The suite was simply furnished, allowing for ample space to move about. The expansive view poured in through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and in the afternoon, the sounds of one of the most bustling commercial districts in the capital drifted in, creating a gentle hum. With a soft click, Jing Gao closed the door behind them, still holding Su Qing's hand. He gazed at the charming beauty before him, a playful smile gracing his lips. At the entrance, Su Qing felt her cheeks flush at his mischievous grin and lightly swatted him, saying, "Hey." Jing Gao casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist, holding her close, and whispered in her ear, "You must be tired from this morning's excursion. Let us take a moment to rest." Su Qing shyly lowered her head and replied softly, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Such words indeed reflected the difference between a 27-year-old woman and a university student. Jing Gao felt every cell in his body awaken with excitement. During their recent rendezvous, Su Qing had initially stood a slight distance away from him, rendering the atmosphere somewhat lacking. However, the situation has now reached a natural culmination. It is evident that certain conventional processes are indeed essential: dining, karaoke, and retreating to a hotel room, or perhaps shopping, dining, and then to a hotel. The online literature does not deceive me. As the sun descended, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, illuminating the grandeur of the capital amidst its towering edifices. Within the opulent 74th floor suite, the curtains drawn, the only sound was the gentle rhythm of breathing. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. "I once resembled you, him, like the wild grasses and flowers," came the muffled inquiry from Su Qing, who was still in a drowsy state. "Whose call is it?" With a tender touch to her silky hair, Jing Gao replied, "It's mine. Please continue to rest." Rising from the warmth of the covers, he retreated to the living room to return the call. "Lao Zhou." On the other end, Zhou Liang chuckled, "Lao Jing. My high-speed train departs at 7 p.m. from Beijing. Just wanted to let you know. What are you up to?" "What am I up to?" "Engaging in activities that Brother Crab forbids me from writing about," Jing Gao replied while donning his clothes, feeling the slight chill of early April. "Something came up earlier." "I'll see you off." No need, Zhou Liang insisted. Jing Gao chuckled, "Lao Zhou, why the dramatics? I'm not working right now. As roommates. I can't let you depart alone, can I?" "Which station?" Feeling a warmth in his heart, Zhou Liang conceded, "All right then. Beijing West Station." After ending the call, Jing Gao gently opened the bedroom door, finding Su Qing had once again drifted into slumber. He had perhaps been a bit too exuberant with her earlier in the afternoon, leaving him feeling invigorated. He left her a note and stored the clothes he had purchased that day in the suite. Grabbing the keys to his Ferrari, he descended with a buoyant spirit, driving towards West Station. Shortly after 4, the traffic conditions in the capital deteriorated significantly. Jing Gao endured the crawl of vehicles as he finally reached West Station. A key hub in the city, it was bustling with travelers dragging suitcases in the dim night. He parked in the lot and made his way to the McDonald's above to meet Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, of average build and slightly chubby, with a complexion somewhat dark, was dressed in a shirt and jacket. Upon seeing Jing Gao approach, he stood and grinned. "I told you not to see me off." Jing Gao took a seat, playfully chiding, "Lao Zhou, you're being sentimental. I'm already here." Zhou Liang laughed heartily, hiding his gratitude. It was not often one could see this side of Jing Gao, especially during farewells. "I'm heading to Jiangzhou to develop," he said. "With our lives taking us in different directions, who knows when we'll meet again." Having recently engaged deeply with the campus beauty, Jing Gao was in high spirits. He patted Zhou Liang on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "There will always be times to gather. You'd better call me when you get married. I'll definitely show up." "Sure. What about you? Your family is easing up on you. You have funds now, and you're building your company. The future looks bright. Are you considering pursuing Lu Shui again?" Jing Gao couldn't help but laugh. "Lao Zhou, you were quite inebriated the other night, tarnishing my reputation. I have my goals." Zhou Liang chuckled. "By the way, Lu Shui asked for your phone number this afternoon. Make sure to accept her friend request on WeChat. Don't let me lose face." Jing Gao was at a loss for words. "Brother, why should I help you with the grandiose tales you spin? I have no romantic interest in Lu Shui. Wouldn't it be more fruitful to pursue other girls?" As they bantered, only a few minutes passed before Zhou Liang shouldered his bag and rolled his suitcase towards the security checkpoint. Jing Gao watched him depart, then retrieved his car from the parking lot, slowly making his way to the Guamao Hotel. There was a hint of melancholy in their farewell, but it was not overwhelming. After all, at his age, he was yet to fully grasp such sentiments. There was ample time ahead. He felt quite free at the moment, yearning to grab a drink with Lao Zhou and fly to Jiangzhou. As dusk fell, the bustling streets were awash in brilliant lights, a spectacle of fire and silver. While halted at a traffic light, Su Qing called, her voice crisp yet slightly hoarse. "Jing Gao, I saw your note. I'm heading back now." Reluctantly, Jing Gao replied, "Oh, I've just seen Lao Zhou off and was on my way back. How about we have dinner together tonight?" Giggling, she retorted, "Do you think I'm foolish? After dinner, I do need to rest. I'm truly exhausted." "You're so capable. I still have work in the morning." Her words warmed his heart, and any residual sadness from bidding farewell to his friend dissipated in the wake of her charming voice. Just as he was feeling elated, he felt a sudden jolt. Bang! A small Ford had rear-ended him. Quickly informing Su Qing, he hung up and stepped out of the car. A female driver emerged from the rear vehicle, her brow furrowed in dismay. In this day and age, female drivers could be quite perilous on the road. How unfortunate for him. The spacious intersection, flanked by towering buildings, was orderly despite the lengthy queue of waiting vehicles. Jing Gao found himself ensnared in the traffic jam, a minor accident drawing the attention of bored drivers. That female driver was audacious. She had crashed a Ford into a Ferrari. "Had I seen such a luxury vehicle, I would have steered clear. How unfortunate," she stammered. glancing at the damaged tail light of the Ferrari, repeatedly apologizing. The liability for the incident was clear. Before long, tears began to flow from her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Jing Gao felt a twinge of sympathy. The damage would undoubtedly require the Ferrari to return to the factory for repairs, costing at least 500,000. Most people would likely be reduced to tears at such a predicament. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. Just leave it as is. I'll get it repaired myself later. Be more cautious when driving next time." If this were a performance, he could accept it. He could only surmise that had he earned the money himself, he might not have been so generous. However, given that the funds were drawn from an unlimited card, with virtually no cost to him, he was more forgiving. The female driver, choking back sobs, said, "I'll accept my responsibility. I'm not crying over the accident. It's something else." Jing Gao, intrigued, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us exchange contact information. We'll leave it at that for today." After exchanging names and phone numbers, Jing Gao parted ways with the woman named Yi Jing, driving his slightly damaged Ferrari back to the Guimao Hotel. Chapter 47. Another purchase. Night scenery. Transfer around 9 in the evening. Jing Gao returned to the underground parking lot of the Guimao Hotel in his Ferrari 488 Spider, which had been involved in a minor accident. In the dimly lit garage, he helplessly photographed the rear damage, sending the images to Wang Qinian via WeChat to inquire about repairs and insurance matters. If the pristine Ferrari 488 Spider, resting quietly, resembled a sleeping beauty, its current state was akin to a withered flower. A fine car consumes fuel lavishly, and the key issue was that he had barely driven it for a few days. Wang Qinian's call came promptly. "Mr. Jing, your situation necessitates a return to the factory for repairs. The estimated cost will be around 800,000. Your insurance is comprehensive, and the insurance company will cover the claim." Jing Gao sighed. "All right then. The car is in the parking lot of the Guimao Hotel. Please handle it for me." Wang Qinian readily agreed. "Of course." Jing Gao remarked, "I think I shall purchase another Ferrari. Driving a Ferrari is quite effortless. What models do you have available?" Wang Qinian, despite having witnessed Jing Gao's once extravagant purchase of 4 luxury vehicles, was nonetheless astonished by the nonchalance with which he approached the acquisition of yet another Ferrari. Wang Qinian swallowed hard and responded earnestly, "Mr. Jing, the only models currently in stock are the 488 Spider and the 488 GTB. There is a new model from Ferrari set to be unveiled either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. However, I personally recommend acquiring a discontinued second-hand Ferrari, such as the F40 or F355. Jing Gao's continued interest in purchasing another Ferrari would yield a commission substantial enough for Wang Qinian to make a trip to the China World Hotel to retrieve a tow truck. Confused, Jing Gao inquired, "What is the significance of that?" Wang Qinian smiled and explained, "Mr. Jing, many Ferrari models are limited editions. For instance, the Enzo series, named after the founder, has only 399 units worldwide. To qualify for the purchase of the flagship LaFerrari, one must own 3 Ferraris. If you are interested in the LaFerrari." Jing Gao understood. To Wang Qinian, it was evident that Jing Gao, not lacking in wealth, had the ultimate goal of acquiring the LaFerrari, a 2011 supercar that is considered the pinnacle of collectible vehicles. It exudes an aura of prestige. However, Jing Gao's desire for another vehicle stemmed simply from having recently acclimatized to the driving dynamics of a Ferrari, coupled with an appreciation for its aesthetic appeal. He preferred not to drive a second-hand car. Given the choice, one could indeed afford to be a tad particular. After all, who knows what experiences a pre-owned vehicle may have endured? "Is there a difference between the 488 Spider and the 488 GTB?" asked Jing Gao. Wang Qinian replied, "Strictly speaking, they belong to the same model family. One is a convertible, while the other is a hardtop. Consequently, the 488 Spider is priced 500,000 higher. Your 488 Spider, however, did not have its roof open during your previous purchase." Jing Gao decisively stated, "Then I shall buy a 488 GTB. Prepare it. I will come to collect it tomorrow or the day after." "Certainly," Wang Qinian affirmed. After hanging up, Jing Gao shook his head and was about to leave when a robust young man with a dark complexion emerged from a blue McLaren model 540C, parked a few spaces away. The young man, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, dressed in a casual yet fashionable style, greeted him with a smile. "Hey there, buddy. Did someone bump into your car?" "Indeed," Jing Gao replied with a hint of exasperation, declining the young man's offer of a cigarette. "No, thank you." The young man, undeterred, laughed and walked toward the elevator alongside Jing Gao, introducing himself. "I'm Zhang Hu from the Magic City. I noticed you standing there, looking forlorn in front of the Ferrari. A man of sentiment, I see." Jing Gao smiled politely and replied, "I'm Jing Gao." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jing Gao had no intention of forging a friendship with this loquacious young man. He bid him farewell at the elevator. It was not that he shunned connections. Rather, Mingling with such wealthy youths offered little benefit to his business. As for socializing, he chuckled inwardly, having abruptly become affluent without any foundation. Entering their circle would undoubtedly place him at the lowest tier. Was it amusing to play the subordinate? He had no interest in that. The chance encounter at the elevator was merely a fleeting moment, which Jing Gao dismissed from his mind as he returned directly to his suite. The opulent suite on the 74th floor was spacious, with the dazzling nightscape outside the floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the metropolis's splendor. On the blue sofa lay the clothing and shoes that Su Qing had accompanied him to purchase earlier that day. The bedroom had been tidied by hotel staff, appearing clean and orderly. Yet, Jing Gao often found himself recalling the alluring image of Su Qing kneeling on the sofa. After concluding matters concerning the Ferrari, he placed the car keys on the desk, intending to hand them to Wang Qinian later. He first ordered a late-night snack to be delivered to his room. Shortly thereafter, a server arrived with his order. The late-night dish consisted of a bowl of shredded pork noodles, steaming hot, adorned with chopped scallions in a luscious, milky bone broth that exuded an enticing aroma. The bowl also contained a perfectly fried egg, golden and inviting. Just the sight of it was enough to whet one's appetite. The meager bread and milk tea he had consumed earlier on the road were no longer sufficient. He eagerly grasped the chopsticks and dug into the flavorful noodles, relishing each bite. The dish was complemented by sautéed pork with green peppers, slightly spicy. After sipping the broth, he felt utterly at ease. After finishing his meal, Jing Gao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the bedroom, admiring the night view of Chang'an Street, which was far superior to that from Lido. His phone was downloading the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's online banking app. While driving back, he had already addressed messages on his phone, chatting with Su Qing, approving a friend request from Lu Shui, the campus belle from the 2007 class of Jingxin University, responding to a message from Jia Shi, instructing him to wait at the China World, confirming plans with Xiao Yin to handle business the following day. Teacher Bai had sent the financial account details for Jingxin University earlier in the afternoon, but he had not found the time to process it. Such a significant fund transfer could not be completed in a moment. Once the app had finished downloading, Jing Gao began to navigate it, retrieving his online banking USB token from his handbag. As he prepared to transfer 10 million yuan in donations, he discovered that the online banking limit was set at 5 million per day. What the? Jing Gao pondered for a moment and then called Gong Cheng, the president of the Shunning District branch. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Gong Cheng's enthusiastic voice greeted him. Mr. Jing, good evening. Jing Gao replied. I apologize for disturbing you so late, President Gong. My online banking allows only a single transaction of 1 million and a daily total of 5 million. I need to transfer 10 million across banks. Is there any way to resolve this? Gong Cheng responded promptly, Mr. Jing, the central bank settlement system closes at 11 p.m. There is still time. I will call to arrange for someone to work overtime to address your limit issue. Do you need me to come over? Asked Jing Gao. No need. Just send me a photo of your ID, and I'll take care of it. Please send it via WeChat. Mr. Jing, would it be appropriate for me to visit you now? I could assist you with this matter. Jing Gao was slightly taken aback, wondering if that was too much effort. It was nearly 10 p.m. However, having just requested assistance, it was indeed difficult to decline. All right, I'm at the China World Hotel. Let us meet in the lounge on the 80th floor. Chapter 48, Estimating the Measure. When Gong Cheng received Jing Gao's call, he was actually engaged in socializing at Jinghe, a renowned high-end business club in Shunning District. Jinghe offers various premium services to its members. After taking the call, Gong Cheng greeted a few entrepreneur friends who were drinking and singing, preparing to leave. A hefty man remarked, Ah, President Gong, you are our lucky star. If you leave, the party will break up. Indeed, Gong Cheng replied with a smile. My wife is calling to remind me. I cannot ignore her. Before departing, he raised his glass to toast the attendees, ensuring the evening concluded on a high note. Upon exiting Jinghe, the coolness of the mid-April night enveloped him, providing a refreshing sensation. On one side were business owners seeking loans from him, and on the other, major clients with deposits of 100 million. It was clear where his priorities lay. Gong Cheng took the elevator down, hailing a taxi to the China World Hotel while simultaneously calling his subordinates to arrange for an increase in Jing Gao's transfer limit. The renowned highlight of the 80th floor of the Guamao Grand Hotel is undoubtedly the Cloud Cool Bar, which enjoys a stellar reputation. However, as the highest bar in Beijing, it serves more as a venue for romance rather than business discussions. Consequently, Jing Gao chose to arrange their meeting at the lounge on the 80th floor. Gong Cheng arrived just before 11 p.m. Mr. Jing, I have arrived, he messaged Jing Gao after exiting the elevator. All right, just a moment. I'll be right there, Jing replied. Over the past hour, Jing had met with Wang Qinian and Yu Jiashi, ensuring that matters regarding the Ferrari and the account closure for the next day were all settled. With the online bank transfer already completed, Gong Chung tucked his phone into his handbag and waited at the lounge entrance. At that moment, a group of people emerged from within the lounge. At the center of the crowd stood a man in his 40s, of average height, with a square face, thick eyebrows, slightly rough skin, and a receding hairline. He was speaking animatedly, exuding an air of authority. Surrounding him were several elegantly dressed business elites, nodding in agreement, their expressions reflecting admiration. The middle-aged man, slightly tipsy, suddenly spotted Gong Chung, paused momentarily, and then approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Haha, President Gong, what a coincidence. I was just thinking about where to celebrate today, and here you are?" Gong Chung, maintaining a composed demeanor, extended his hand and replied, "Hello, Mr. Shun." Mr. Shun grasped Gong Cheng's hand firmly, shaking it vigorously, and remarked, "I want to take up your time, but we should arrange a meeting soon. There are several financial matters I would like to consult with you, an expert." Gong Chung smiled politely, of course. Just as Mr. Shun was about to leave, a young man strolled down the corridor. It was Jing Gao. Dressed casually, he carried himself with an air of confidence. Gong Chung nodded to Mr. Shun, hastening a few steps forward and reaching out his hand from a distance. Mr. Shun's subordinates were taken aback. Who was this young man? They had been flattering Mr. Shun, who, in turn, was flattering President Gong, while President Gong was now showing deference to this youth. Although Gong Chung was merely a branch manager, the authority he wielded was substantial. A branch manager at ICBC could facilitate loans amounting to several billion annually, making him akin to a deity of wealth for their company. Thus, even though Mr. Shun was worth over 100 million, he still needed to hold Gong Chung in high regard. In his 40s, Mr. Shun was astute, concealing his surprise behind a mask of indifference. The attitude he had shown towards Gong Chung was mirrored in Gong Chung's demeanor towards this young man. Where had this affluent youth come from? Gong Chung greeted warmly, "Mr. Jing, it's a pleasure to meet you. I can hardly believe your age based on your ID. You truly are a remarkable young man." Jing Gao smiled while shaking Gong Cheng's hand, exchanging pleasantries. "Thank you, President Gong, for your assistance today." He had only just arrived at the 80th floor after receiving Gong Cheng's WeChat message. Thus it appeared that Gong Chung had been waiting for him. This was a deliberate arrangement on his part. In the realm of social interactions, he had gradually adapted to the self-perception of an affluent individual. Making a branch manager of a major bank wait for him might seem pretentious, yet it was a normal mode of interaction. Gong Chung responded with an easy smile. "It is my duty to serve our clients. Please, follow me," as he gestured for Jing Gao to enter the lounge. At the entrance, Mr. Shun and his companions greeted the two with smiles, resembling welcoming hosts. Gong Chung returned their smiles and, together with Jing Gao, settled into a window-side seat in the lounge. While perusing the menu, he subtly explained, "A client from our branch happened to run into me at the entrance." Jing Gao chuckled, raising his glass. "I just had a late-night snack, so I want to be indulging in the delicacies with you, President Gong. Cheers." Gong Chung sipped his drink and continued, "Oh, Mr. Jing, you must not underestimate the afternoon tea here. It ranks among the finest in the capital." He had just accompanied a friend for socializing, and now found himself feeling quite hungry, having ordered lobster and pan-seared foie gras. Their initial conversation was light and surface level. Gong Chung was adept at navigating social situations, engaging Jing Gao in amiable discourse. As a branch manager, he handled vast sums of money annually. However, a client with deposits reaching 100 million was undoubtedly someone worth his personal attention. Observing that Jing Gao's drink was nearly finished, Gong Chung finally broached the main topic with a smile. "Mr. Jing, have you considered making a large fixed deposit? The interest rates are significantly higher than those for regular accounts." Jing Gao took a sip of his drink and replied, "President Gong, the funds in this card will soon be transferred to my company's account. What is the interest for a fixed deposit of 10 million? He sought to leverage his dealings with Gong Chung while ensuring he didn't appear overly generous. He estimated this threshold to be 10 million. Initially, Gong Chung feared that the evening might yield no results, but upon hearing Jing Gao's shift in conversation, he quickly responded, "Mr. Jing, it is the highest interest rate our bank can offer, at 2.75. Jing Gao nodded with a smile, saying, "Then it's settled. I will handle it online later." He stood to shake Gong Cheng's hand. Gong Chung accompanied Jing Gao to the elevator, cheerfully waving goodbye. To retain this significant client's funds within the bank, he would need to exert further effort. Jing Gao returned to the 74th floor, the clock now striking 11:30 p.m. The night view from the Guamao building was stunning. After a quick shower, he lay down in bed. With the curtains drawn, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. As was customary, he reflected before sleep. Undoubtedly, the condition he had offered for a 10 million deposit aligned with Gong Cheng's expectations. This was thanks to his recent conversation with Xiao Yin over afternoon tea a couple of days prior. Having received the infinite card 6 days ago, he had adapted well to his affluent identity, no longer frequently experiencing the dissonance of an unreal lifestyle. Of course, he still needed to strive to be a competent, wealthy individual. Dispelling the sensation of unreality was merely a small step. It did not signify that he had completely transitioned beyond the initial stage of becoming affluent. At some point, Jing Gao succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Deep into the night, dreaming sweetly. Chapter 49, Disconnect. As dawn gradually broke over the horizon, a faint light pierced through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting a soft glow on the streets of the capital. In a small and located just 500 meters from the East Yun District branch of the Capital Bank, the alarm clock rang. Ding ding ding. Yu Jiashir opened his eyes and quickly became alert. Today, he was set to go to the Capital Bank to close the basic account for Zhongru and Company. To prepare, he had specially taken a taxi from Guimao to wait here. Once the account cancellation was processed, he needed to promptly bring the company documents and Jing Gao's ID to the Lido International Hotel, where Jing Gao was to open an account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. The weekend had passed swiftly yet slowly. As Ji Qingxia squeezed into the subway heading to Guimao for work, she was not employed at Guimao, but was assisting with a project for her company, as an exhibition for a client was set to commence the following day, until she exited the Guimao subway station. The WeChat message she had written and deleted remained unsent on her phone. On Saturday, she had encountered Jing Gao, who had taken care of her 3 months prior and helped her solve a dilemma. At that moment, Jing Gao had undergone a tremendous transformation, expressing his romantic interest in her. She was, in fact, willing, but when she inquired if he had a girlfriend, his hesitation left her feeling insecure, prompting her not to accept his invitation to the movies, though she suggested that both of them take a moment to calm down. It is likely that if Jing Gao were to send her a message that evening, she would reconsider her stance. However, Ji Qingxia thought about the message she received from Zhou Zheng yesterday, on Sunday, and bit her lips slightly before sending a voice message to Jing Gao. On Monday morning, after swimming for exercise at the Grand Hyatt Hotel's pool and having breakfast, Jing Gao upgraded his room to a presidential suite and took the hotel's Maserati to the Lido Crown Hotel. As usual, he handled WeChat messages in the car. Xiao Qiao had results. The HR department had received some resumes, and she needed time to sift through them. Regarding the housing situation, she had already identified 3 suitable places and could contact agents to view them at any time. Jing Gao pondered for a moment and replied, "If you're uncertain about the recruiting matter, you could ask Xiao Lu. After all, we are her major clients, and she should assist us with this. However, I personally recommend that you take your time to learn." Glancing at the clothing bag resting beside him, he realized that securing a place to live was indeed an urgent matter. Staying in a hotel was ultimately inconvenient. Jing Gao continued, "Let us go view the houses this afternoon. Please inform the agents now." Just then, he received a message from Ji Qingxia, a brief voice note. "Jing Gao, were you at the Grand Hyatt yesterday?" Jing Gao pondered for a moment. If he were still his previous self, he would likely have replied simply, "Yes." However, now he contemplated why Ji Qingxia had asked such a question and the nature of their relationship. It was highly probable that someone had seen him shopping with Su Qing at the Grand Hyatt yesterday. Otherwise, she would have asked what he was doing yesterday or where he was. So what did Ji Qingxia mean by proactively messaging him? Suddenly, Jing Gao began to comprehend. He seemed to have misunderstood something. When Ji Qingxia suggested they both take a moment to calm down and not go to the movies that day, he interpreted it as a mutual pause. He had intended to reflect on his relationship with Ji Qing in a few days. Should he pursue her or withdraw? However, he had miscalculated. If he truly wished to pursue Ji Qing, he should not have taken her words at face value and postponed their conversation for a few days. Instead, he should have engaged with her on WeChat that very Saturday night. Women's refusals may not always signify a genuine rejection. A woman's denial could well be a test of resolve. He sighed in exasperation. He felt as if he had wasted his time on online literature. Jing Gao chuckled at his naivety, realizing that Ji Qing, having experienced 2 relationships, was undoubtedly more seasoned than he. When he was with Su Qing yesterday, he felt his confidence had grown, but now he questioned whether he could still muster the courage to pursue Ji Qing. Thus, after some contemplation, Jing Gao replied, "Yes." Ji Qingxia did not respond further, nor did Jing Gao elaborate. He understood the implications of this silence. With a soft sigh, he gazed out at the magnificent urban scenery beyond the car window, towering skyscrapers, elevated highways, and traffic lights. He organized his thoughts, reflecting on his feelings. There was indeed some regret. After all, he had developed feelings for Ji Qing. Yet, it did not reach the depths of despair. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, he was clear about his relationship with Su Qing. Regardless, this situation inevitably impacted his connection with Ji Qing. However, he had no regrets. He could only say that if he had sensed Ji Qing's true feelings on Saturday, he wouldn't have invited Su Qing to go shopping on Sunday. Yet since the deed was done, and Su Qing had brought him joy on Sunday, To claim regret would be to evade responsibility. Secondly, he and Ji Qing were still in the stage of mutual attraction, having yet to embark on a romantic relationship. The current decline in affection did not strike a severe blow to his emotions. Perhaps this exemplified the concept of low sunk costs. Additionally, when Ji Qing mentioned needing to cool off, he subconsciously felt a degree of pessimism regarding their relationship. This conclusion stemmed from the changes in his relationship with Xiao Qiao. In conclusion, he recognized his inexperience in pursuing women, particularly those who couldn't be wooed with money. He was indeed a novice in that regard. This might be the reality he would face in most situations in the future. Therefore, there remained much for him to learn on his path to becoming a successful suitor. He must continue to strive unceasingly. Bai Xinghua leisurely left home in the morning, heading to the cafeteria for breakfast before making his way to the office. His lovely wife had already risen early to wash up and take the subway to her private high school in Xi'an district. As he walked through the university campus in the morning, nearing 8 o'clock, he noticed students hurrying off to class, prompting him to shake his head. This was a classic example of a lack of planning. With classes starting at 8, did one truly need to rise at 7:40? Just then, his phone rang. "Teacher Bai, this is Old Qin from the Cooperation Development Office. You're doing quite well. That Jing Gao, the one who contacted you about the donation, seems to be thriving?" Bai Xinghua immediately grasped the situation. It was likely that Jing Gao's donation of 2 million had been successfully processed. Chuckling, he replied, "Teacher Qin, you've left me quite bewildered. What is going on?" "Oh, the school's financial account received a donation of 10 million. It came through last night. The finance department has been calling me about it. You might want to think it over. I suspect Principal Gong will want to have a word with you." Bai Xinghua was truly taken aback. How much? Wasn't he agreed that we would start with 2 million before discussing further? This was an astonishingly generous act. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Jing Gao arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank near the Lido Hotel with Yu Jiashir. Yu Jiashir was driving Jing Gao's sleek black Volkswagen Magotan. The elegant and charming Yan Ting was already waiting in the bank lobby, smiling as she approached. "Mr. Jing, good morning." The bright and tidy lobby of the Industrial and Commercial Bank was bustling with activity. Bank employees in uniforms and security personnel attended to customers. Dressed in a deep blue sleeveless suit adorned with a silk scarf, the striking Xiao Yan stood out as a captivating presence in the hall. With her graceful curves and elegant demeanor, she was undoubtedly a vision of beauty. Several gentlemen attempted to solicit her service or feigned inquiries about banking matters, only to be redirected to other bank staff. At that moment, she welcomed the entering youth, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the lobby. Jing Gao, accustomed to being the center of attention, smiled as he gently grasped Yan Ting's soft hand. "Manager Yan, hello." Yan Ting returned the gesture with a smile. "Mr. Jing, please, this way." She led Jing Gao into the VIP room. Yu Jiashir, holding the document bag, instinctively fell back a step. Although he understood that this level of treatment was to be expected for Jing Gao, who drove a Ferrari and resided in a presidential suite, he still felt a mix of admiration and envy. Speaking of which, Manager Yan was truly beautiful. Her allure and charm overshadowed the previously encountered Supervisor Du from Onyun Consulting. The VIP room was just as it had been during his last visit. 2 sets of luxurious sofas spaced 4 to 5 meters apart, with 2 or 3 operational service windows. The window for conducting business had simply been replaced with another. In the bank, corporate and personal services were managed by separate departments. Yan Ting thoughtfully poured a cup of clear tea for Jing Gao, then stood beside him, accompanying him as he handled his business. Yu Jiashir presented the company documents, handing them to the female bank clerk at the open counter. As Jing Gao signed as requested, he engaged in light conversation with the elegant and charming Yan Ting. Yan Ting skillfully navigated the conversation, discussing the film set for release during the February Spring Festival, The Mermaid, Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's 3 Strikes on the Bone Demon, and the culinary delights of the Guamao area. When Jing Gao first arrived at the bank, he was in a somewhat melancholic mood. Despite his reflections and summaries, he found himself affected by certain circumstances. However, the presence of the beautiful and captivating woman gradually lifted his spirits. At that moment, his phone rang, playing a tune reminiscent of Wildflowers. He rose to answer it, and the invigorating voice of Bai Xinghua filled his ear. "Jing Xuedi, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" "Not at all," Jing Gao replied. Bai Xinghua continued, "Jing Xuedi, you are indeed quite generous. The donation to the school has been received. I just spoke with Principal Gong, who places great importance on you and the entrepreneurial competition you wish to establish. I wonder if you are free on Wednesday. We have arranged a campus tour in the morning, followed by a lecture in Building 4, where you will share your insights and experiences with the younger students, along with a project signing ceremony. Principal Gong will be in attendance. In the evening, the school will host a banquet for you at the Academic Exchange Center, which is a sincere arrangement. Jing Gao's previous conversation with President Gong had indicated his self-awareness regarding his newfound wealth. Thus, the news of the reception organized by Jingxin University did not evoke feelings of unease, fear, or superficiality. Rather, his primary concern was to give a speech to the younger students, which he viewed as an opportunity to boast about his achievements. This realization, however, brought some apprehension. He felt unprepared. To mislead the students would be irresponsible. Come, junior sisters, here's a toast with this dubious chicken soup. Cheers. Eat away. Teacher bye. I can make it on Wednesday. As for sharing insights and experiences, let us set that aside. I'll introduce the preliminary ideas for the entrepreneurial competition instead. Jing Gao said. Bai Xingwa chuckled. Jing Xuedi, you're being too modest. It's settled then. Jing Gao nodded with a smile. All right. After hanging up, he completed the establishment of Zhongruan Company's corporate account an hour later. He instructed Yu Jiashi to deliver the company documents to the Guamao office. Yu Jiashi still had tasks such as modifying the company's operational scope and changing the license plates. Meanwhile, he took Yin Ting's car to Poly Plaza for lunch. Yin Ting drove a silver-white Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Jing Gao sat in the back seat, basking in the morning sunlight filtering through the towering buildings. Wearing sunglasses to shield her from the sun, Yin Ting expertly maneuvered the car, saying, Mr. Jing, I've made a reservation for that private dining restaurant on Saturday for Tuesday. Today, Jinghe is a venue I requested from our president. Jing Gao casually placed his bag on the back seat, leaning back comfortably as he contemplated his upcoming visit to Jingxin University. That sounds good. As long as there's delicious food, I'm satisfied. Yin Ting chuckled lightly. Mr. Jing, it's my first time at Jinghe as well. It's said to be a high-end business club with a good reputation. If the hospitality falls short, I'll have to treat you to another meal tomorrow as an apology. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Poly Plaza. Yin Ting had already changed from her silk scarf, nameplate, and sleeveless suit into a water blue coat that complemented her white shirt and trousers, exuding a unique charm. In the parking lot, they met today as accompanying guest, a tall woman in a sleeveless qipao adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, whose beauty surpassed Yin Ting's by a margin. Her name was Suya. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Ting led Jing Gao and Suya to the 60th floor of the Jinghe Club. The overall decor was bright and elegant, following the waiter through a long corridor lined with thick, dark red carpets and excellent lighting. They reached a private room characterized by a white theme, exuding opulence with its minimalist Western style. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, several waitresses in water blue skirts entered, serving tea and water while presenting the menu. Jing Gao smiled and declined the menu offered by Yin Ting, saying, You can decide, Xiao Yin. I'm easygoing. He surveyed the spacious private room. Upon entering, there was a suite of gray and white sofas, a coffee table, a television, and further inside, a rectangular Western dining table with 8 high-backed chairs. The atmosphere was vast and pure, perfect for dining. To the north of the room stood a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a splendid view of the sunlight and street scenery, a magnificent vantage point. Truly, it was a high-end club. Comparatively, its prestige rivaled that of the presidential suites in 5-star hotels, if not surpassing them slightly, given that this establishment specialized in dining. The presidential suites primarily served residential purposes. Suya approached in her high heels, holding a teacup, and smiled softly. Young Master Jing, please enjoy your tea. Her voice was delicate, exuding a charming quality. Yet her measured pace lent it a unique character rather than a flirtatious tone. Thank you. What brings you to Zhongruan Company, young Master Jing? Could you share a bit about it? Chapter 51 comes to a close. In her elegant sleeveless qipao, Suya's tall and alluring figure caught Jing Gao's attention. As he sensed a distinct conversational strategy in her approach, it was evident that Suya was keen to engage him in conversation, a dutiful companion indeed. Jing Gao smiled. I'm involved in venture capital. With a stunning beauty like Suya taking the initiative to strike up a conversation, he felt no need to put on airs. Casually chatting with her, it was only when the dishes arrived that he understood why Yin Ting had invited her as a companion. What a remarkable drinker. She single-handedly finished a bottle of the exquisite 888 yuan red wine, while Jing Gao and Yin Ting shared the second bottle. Yin Ting, holding a high-stemmed glass with a hint of red wine remaining, blushed slightly and said, Young Master Jing, this toast is for you. May your venture capital project thrive. As the meal progressed, their relationship grew closer, and Yin Ting even adjusted how she addressed him. Jing Gao smiled and raised his glass, replying, To your kind words. Suya playfully stood, her height accentuated by her high heels, creating a striking visual impact with her long legs and delicate features adorned with a gentle smile. As she poured more wine for Jing Gao, Young Master Jing, today, Yin Jia has really let loose. She usually doesn't drink this much. Jing Gao chuckled. I'm truly grateful for your hospitality. He nodded respectfully at Yin Ting, surveying the restaurant's surroundings, praising, "The ambience here is quite pleasant, and the dishes are delightful." Hearing Jing Gao's affirmation, Yan Ting's smile blossomed. The 165-meter beauty exuded elegance as she replied, "Young Master Jing, don't say that. Xiaoyan must thank you for your trust and support." As they continued to savor the meal, which consisted of 8 dishes, stir-fried kidney, 3 meats stewed with mushrooms, yellow wine beef liver, osmanthus fish, braised beef, signature shrimp, a vegetable dish, and a cold platter, Jing Gao followed her suggestion and picked up a piece of the braised beef. The sauce-braised beef, meticulously prepared by the esteemed chefs here, features hand-picked ingredients and an array of carefully crafted sauces, simmered to perfection over a gentle flame. The beef on the plate is rich in flavor, tender, and delectable. Jing Gao sips from the white porcelain cup filled with a delightful 3-meat mushroom stew, where the umami of mushrooms harmoniously melds with pork, beef, and lamb. The mushrooms here are not just one variety, but an exquisite selection of 10 types, including chicken leg mushrooms, shiitake, enoki, and hazel mushrooms, all simmered together with a secret blend of spices. The aroma is robust, appealing to both young and old alike. How delightful! Jing Gao reclined slightly in his chair, feeling pleasantly tipsy from half a bottle of red wine. Yesterday, he dined with Su Qing at the Yunding restaurant in Guamao 81, relishing Western cuisine while enjoying the breathtaking views of the capital, an experience that was truly exceptional. Today's Chinese meal is equally remarkable, perhaps even more so. Perhaps because he possesses a palate more attuned to Chinese cuisine. As this meal approaches its conclusion, Yinting rises and says, "Jing Xiao, please hold on. I will take care of the bill." Today's expenses are considerable, 2 bottles of wine, along with the dishes and service charge, totaling 120,000. Yet, this is a necessary expenditure. Jing Gao had just negotiated favorable interest rates for a substantial deposit. The account at Zhongruan Company will hold 100 million. With this achievement, she is likely to be promoted to department manager this year. This meal is not something she could simply offer on a whim. It is genuinely an opportunity granted by Jing Gao. After settling the bill, the 3 of them exit the private room, passing through the corridor and lobby, arriving at the elevator bank of the Poly building. The attentive server is waiting at the elevator doors, greeting them with a warm smile as he opens them. The elevator is spacious and bright. Yan Ting and Su Ya, each holding their handbags, stand on either side of Jing Gao, an enchanting fragrance lingering in the air. Yan Ting gazes at Jing Gao's fair profile, noting how he appears much more handsome than when she last saw him the previous week. "Jing Xiao, where are you off to next? I've called a driver. Let me give you a ride." Jing Gao waves his hand dismissively, smiling as he replies, "No need. I have some matters to attend to and will be viewing a property this afternoon. You and Xiao Su should head back to rest." The morning's fleeting melancholy, stemming from his earlier encounter with Xiao Ji, has dissipated in the company of Yin and Suya. Today's meal has been exceedingly pleasant, comforting even. Splendid views, exquisite food, and lovely company. Yesterday, Su Qing accompanied him for lunch, and today, it is Xiao Yin and Suya. He has heard that people's thresholds for enjoyment continuously rise. He chuckles inwardly, wondering if soon he would require 3 beauties to feel at ease. Indeed, the wine has sparked such fanciful thoughts. The pursuit of a wealthy individual should not be merely about surrounding oneself with a bevy of beautiful women for pleasure, as that is not enjoyment, but rather a form of exploitation. In truth, many dining occasions are incomplete without beautiful women, as they enliven and harmonize the atmosphere. However, not every meal necessitates such embellishments. This truly depends on the whims of the esteemed client. The meal hosted by Xiao Yin is one of gratitude. He has not indulged in any frivolous antics. Of course, with his current emotional intelligence, he senses that should he choose to invest time and money, he could easily win over Xiao Yin and Suya. However, such conquests would likely be fleeting, limited to a night or a few nights. Who would genuinely remain devoted to him? Thus, one must admire the prowess of the wealthy protagonists in online literature who manage harems. How enviable. Upon reaching the first floor, they step out of the Poly building, where the driver Yan Ting summoned is already waiting at the entrance. Jing Gao shakes hands with the 2 women, bidding them farewell. "Jing Xiao, goodbye. Jing Xiao, see you." He waves as he watches the silver Mercedes glide into the lane. First, he will call Xiao Qiao to come pick him up, then head to an ATM to transfer 100 million to the company account. For the time being, he intends to conclude his dealings with the bank. He should not squander his life on endless commercial engagements. They hold little meaning. He should pursue his own life, and perhaps even venture into investment and entrepreneurship within Jingxin. That is not what he seeks. What does a wealthy individual need with more money? His desired life is one of enjoyment and self-improvement. Therefore, the first step is to purchase a habitable property, moving out of the hotel to genuinely settle in Beijing and commence a new chapter of life. Remaining in a hotel feels somewhat lacking in substance. A red BMW X1 glides to a stop before Jing Gao. The window rolls down, revealing Xiao Qiao's sweetly charming face, who greets him with a smile. General Jing, hop in. Jing Gao had informed Xiao Qiao of his address during their meal. Although the Poly building is located in Shuning District, it is not far from Xiang District, a mere 10-minute drive. As Xiao Qiao drives, she updates him, General Jing. For the renovation design of the office on the 52nd floor in Guamao, I still intend to hire Sister Jiang. I trust her. Sounds good. I just recruited a seasoned HR manager this morning to assist with hiring at Zhongru & Company. Jing Gao cannot help but smile, praising, Xiao Qiao, you've done well. Xiao Qiao's capability in managing tasks is indeed commendable. She is quick to grasp concepts. Thank you. She responds with a sweet smile. Chapter 52, Sheriff Kuntai. Xiao Qiao's car stops at the entrance of a high-end residential complex in Xiang District, named Daxian Bai. The entrance is grand, with a high staircase leading to the pedestrian walkway and flower beds cascading downward. A semicircular archway houses the security station, with 2 lanes for entry and exit. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Qiao's phone rings. The agent has arrived. 2 gentlemen approach, one carrying a backpack and the other slightly younger. After exchanging pleasantries, they register at the entrance before proceeding inside. The older agent introduces, General Jing. This property is quite appealing. It has a north-south orientation, a spacious 3-bedroom layout, and the renovation is relatively new. The owner is sincerely selling, and it's also in a good school district. However, there is a small issue. Dressed in well-tailored casual attire, Jing Gao stands tall, surveying the environment of the complex as he casually inquires, what issue? Well, the owner's husband occasionally causes a stir. If you happen to encounter him, please don't take offense. Jing Gao raises an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at Xiao Qiao. So, the couple hasn't reached an agreement? Dressed in a white t-shirt and dark embroidered skirt, with long legs that are strikingly fair, Xiao Qiao is a fashionable and mature beauty. She explains, General Jing. I spoke with Sister Qin. Her marriage has deteriorated, and she is preparing for divorce. She is in charge of selling the house. As they discuss the situation, the group arrives at Building 3 of the complex. A few elderly residents are downstairs playing cards. The apartment is on the 18th floor, positioned mid-level in a building of over 40 stories, featuring 3 elevators serving 2 units each. After knocking, Sister Qin opens the door. She appears to be in her late 20s, with short hair framing her delicate face and striking features. Clad in a light blue, fresh-style long-sleeve top paired with black fitted flared pants, and wearing slippers, she exudes a serene and gentle charm. Simultaneously, her fitted attire accentuates her voluptuous, alluring, and elongated figure, making her a captivating beauty. The younger agent stands at the doorway, unable to resist stealing glances at her, as if drawn in by an invisible magnet. Sister Qin smiled and said, feel free to look around. Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the owner to be so enchanting. He nodded at her, turned around twice, and said to Xiao Qiao, it's fine. You can discuss the price with her. Xiao Qiao playfully made an okay gesture, donned her high heels, and took Sister Qin's hand to step out onto the balcony to negotiate. The 2 agents waited at the door, smiles adorning their faces. If this deal went through, their commission would be substantial. For a 132 square meter house, the average price here was 940,000. The total would amount to 12 million. At that moment, the solid wooden door was slammed open. A man, appearing to be under 30, stormed in with a furious expression, exclaiming, Qin Ji, have you invited someone to buy our house again? Who is interested? Leave. Get out of here. This house is not for sale. He cast a sinister glare at Jing Gao, who frowned in response. Sister Qin's eyes turned red, and she walked in, visibly enraged yet maintaining her graceful demeanor. Ma Jiyuan, this house is mine. On what grounds do you interfere? She lacked any sense of intimidation. The man, as if roused by a challenge, exclaimed with a sense of superiority. I am your husband. Why shouldn't I be able to manage your affairs? Isn't this house joint property? Sister Qin's face flushed crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks. Appearing utterly helpless as she looked at Jing Gao with tearful eyes, saying, Mr. Jing, let's leave it at this for today. We can discuss it another time. She wished to avoid being the subject of ridicule in front of outsiders. The man glared at Jing Gao, waving his hand dismissively, as if swatting a fly, smugly stating, Did you hear that? Get lost. Jing Gao felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He was there to purchase a house, not to be insulted. With a chuckle, he ignored the man, rising from the sofa to address Sister Qin. Miss Qin, what is the property management's phone number? Sister Qin shook her head gently, replying, Mr. Jing. I'm sorry. Jing Gao gestured to Xiao Qiao, who took Sister Qin to the balcony to converse, then made a phone call. The man scrutinized Jing Gao, sneering. What is your game, buddy? Calling property management? You think you can meddle in my domestic disputes? Jing Gao glanced at him, leisurely sipping his plain water. Moments later, two representatives from the property management of Daxian Bai arrived. The man stepped forward, offering a cigarette and angrily stating, "Old Wang. This kid is trying to assert his authority over me. Damn it. Why should he interfere in matters between my wife and me?" The agents exchanged glances, shaking their heads inwardly. They were well aware that this man was familiar with the property management staff, having lived there for many years. It appeared this deal was on the verge of collapse. Old Wang from the property management accepted the cigarette and looked at Jing Gao. Before he could speak, Jing Gao raised his hand with a smile, signaling him to hold on. "Let me speak first. I will give you 5,000 to remove this person from the premises and ensure he does not re-enter the community." Old Wang's expression turned slightly mocking. "Sir, Mr. Ma is Dr. Qin's husband and also a tenant in our community. How could we deny him entry?" Jing Gao countered, 20,000. "Just keep him out of this building for 2 weeks." Old Wang laughed lightly, his voice softening. "Sir, our property management doesn't operate like that." Jing Gao's smile remained calm, 50,000. Suddenly, Old Wang responded with determination, "Deal?" He then turned to Mr. Ma, saying, "Xiao Ma, you heard that. Do me a favor and don't make it difficult for me." The atmosphere in the room seemed to come alive, with everyone surprised at the exchange between Jing Gao and Old Wang. The young agent stifled a laugh, reminiscent of a scene from the recently released film Detective Chinatown. Xiao Qiao watched with a gleaming smile, her gaze frequently darting towards the composed Jing Gao. Sister Qin stood there, speechless. The man, choking on his anger, pointed at Old Wang, and with a curse, stormed into the elevator, leaving behind a trail of obscenities. The room fell silent. Jing Gao calmly placed the disposable cup on the coffee table and handed Old Wang 20,000 in cash to facilitate his departure. Turning to Sister Qin, he said, "Dr. Qin, let us leave it at this for today. I won't be purchasing the house. The property management should uphold their end of the agreement. Please expedite the sale within 2 weeks." With tear-filled eyes yet still exuding beauty, Sister Qin escorted Jing Gao to the door, sincerely expressing, "Mr. Jing, thank you." As Jing Gao entered the elevator, the sound of Xiao Qiao's joyous laughter echoed within. Once the doors closed, she could no longer contain herself. Though Jing Gao's actions had affected Sister Qin's husband, the situation had now moved beyond her tolerance. She gave Jing Gao a thumbs up, cheerfully exclaiming, "Mr. Jing, you're incredible." The two agents accompanying her chimed in, "Mr. Jing, to be honest, we've all been quite fed up with that Ma character. He.S. a troublesome person, demanding a divorce from Dr. Qin while forbidding her from selling the house. Thankfully, we encountered you today, or this situation would have dragged on." The young agent remarked, "Mr. Jing, you handle matters with such flair. You truly are someone to be reckoned with." Jing Gao chuckled, "That's not quite it. I'm just a bit petty." Upon exiting Daxian Bai, they proceeded to view another property in a different community that Xiao Qiao had her eye on. Located 2 kilometers away, adjacent to the Huaxia University of Foreign Trade. Chapter 53, Reflection. The new community was named Vank Economic and Trade Mansion. Situated right next to the university. Standing in the 4-bedroom apartment they were considering, one could clearly see the vibrant spring scenery of the campus. The blooming peach blossoms and verdant willows created a picturesque setting. In the afternoon sun, groups of male and female students strolled along the pathways, smiles lighting up their faces. Zhang Zhao surveyed the minimalist decor inside, stepping onto the spacious balcony. The sunlight streamed in at 3:30 in the afternoon, illuminating the area beautifully. "It's nice. Xiao Qiao, you can discuss the price with the owner now." The agents were still present, but the owner did not reside there. After a brief conversation with the agents, Xiao Qiao stepped onto the balcony and smiled at Jing Gao, saying, "Mr. Jing, are you looking forward to living here in the future?" Given Xiao Qiao's usual level of service, her comment bordered on inappropriate, yet it also conveyed a sense of intimacy. Jing Gao understood the underlying reason. Having helped Sister Qin earlier had won him Xiao Qiao's favor. This was akin to giving someone a rose while retaining its fragrance. Leaning on the balcony railing, Jing Gao mused, "Indeed. Perhaps I could obtain a permit to jog around the university, read some books, and experience the current university life." Xiao Qiao giggled. "And maybe charm a few female university students while you're at it?" However, she quickly realized that such a comment was unsuitable. Their relationship had not yet reached that level, and such jokes were ill-timed. By the way, there is also a lakeside property on the other side of the university. Would you like to take a look? Jing Gao replied, "Let us go see it. If it suits us, we can buy it together." Xiao Qiao beamed, "Great. I knew you would say that." The multi-talented and affluent young man could not be judged by her ordinary standards. A property valued at over 10 million, and 2 units acquired in an instant. Can you fathom such a feat? Following this, the 3-bedroom residence at Lakeside Garden caught Jing Gao's eye, and he was equally pleased with it, ultimately deciding to purchase it. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, Jing Gao invited Xiao Qiao to indulge in a sumptuous French dinner at the nearby Kempinski Hotel. After their meal, Xiao Qiao remained behind to negotiate the price with the owner, while the agent was scheduled to meet at 8:30 that evening, with another at 9:30. Jing Gao summoned the concierge car from the Guamao Hotel, a perk of the presidential suite, and returned to Guamao. The Guamao Hotel is a 4-star establishment. While the adjacent China Grand Hotel boasts 5 stars, his presidential suite is aptly named the Guamao Suite, also situated on the 74th floor. Although slightly less opulent than the Lido Crown Hotel, its prime location is unparalleled. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, one can gaze upon the forbidden city and the picturesque surroundings. Just last night, he resided on the 74th floor, marveling at the enchanting nightscape of the capital. At this moment, he continued to admire the stunning view from the expansive windows. Overlooking the capital, a contemporary international metropolis, who could ever tire of such a nocturnal panorama? Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Jing Gao placed his wine glass on the desk in the living room and opened the door to find the butler of the presidential suite. Mr. Jing, I have brought you the laptop you requested. Thank you. Jing Gao extracted a 100 yuan tip from his handbag and took the laptop, settling at the desk to power it on. The room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the sound of the computer booting up. He set his Apple phone aside, sipped his champagne, and allowed the night view to captivate him. 4 days prior, on the 3rd day of receiving his unlimited card, he had been in the presidential suite of the Lido Crown Hotel, sipping wine, admiring the night view, and reflecting, a scene steeped in artistry. At this moment, he had grown accustomed to such a setting, simply relishing the comfort and ease it offered. 4 days ago, he had clarified his forthcoming objective, to establish his company and to disguise himself well. Then, he intended to pursue his passions, exploring the beauty and surprises along the journey of life, while continuously enhancing himself. For instance, traveling, dating, painting, indulging in culinary delights, calligraphy, and more. However, the social obligations of the past few days had disrupted his schedule, but now he felt as though he was returning to the right path. His company was officially launched, and the day after tomorrow he would participate in a venture capital competition at Jingxin University, thereby opening new avenues. At this point, his time had become relatively free. He needed to contemplate what he would do following the excursion to Jingxin University, and from which aspect he should begin his pursuits. Indeed, when one first acquires wealth, many tend to satisfy themselves through material possessions, homes, cars, and beautiful women. He was no exception. He was, after all, an ordinary person, a rather mundane one at that. Now, having experienced these indulgences, the novelty had begun to wane. This realization had dawned on him at noon. His threshold for satisfaction had elevated. Naturally, he still maintained a fresh perspective on beautiful women. At 27, he was in an age where hormones ran high. He now considered himself transformed from an ordinary individual to a carefree heir. Thus, his subsequent life would be one of play, a quest to discover the sources of his joy. He could revel in excess, engaging in debauchery, lavish out parties, and poolside festivities, even dabbling in substances he ought not to touch. Yet, this was not the life he yearned for. Having received an education, he understood that such a lifestyle would ultimately lead to self-destruction. Therefore, from the vantage of his reality, his next path was indeed one of enjoyment. However, from a higher perspective, this journey was also one of self-cultivation as an affluent individual, consistent with his previous thoughts and reflections. Why would a wealthy individual seek self-improvement and advancement? Because, in human society, wealth does not necessarily command respect. A true affluent person should possess self-respect and earn the respect of others. Of course, lacking wealth guarantees a lack of respect, a sentiment echoed in the words of Mr. Zhou. But why do we pursue respect? This is a well-explored subject by scholars of the past. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The first level encompasses physiological needs, the second, safety needs, the third, emotional and belonging needs, and the fourth, esteem needs. The pursuit of respect is a relatively high-level need, second only to the fifth level, self-actualization. Once again, it is essential to build upon the foundations laid by previous thinkers and not to waste time in futile exploration. Jing Gao had no intention of suffering through life's trials only to discover that what he sought had already been chronicled by others. That would be a waste of life. Hence, he resolved to follow this path from the outset, beginning with his interests and aspirations to enhance himself. He could no longer afford to feel unprepared, as he had during today's invitation from teacher Bai to deliver a lecture on success. Jing Gao entered a keyword into his phone's notes, singing. Let us begin in this realm. Just a few days ago, he had sung poorly at KTV, with Su Qin coming to his rescue. He did not aspire to be a professional singer, but at the very least, he wished to sing well during karaoke sessions. Jing Gao began to search online for ways to train his singing skills and whether there were singing instructors available. Chapter 54. 2 Messages and a Phone Call. In the early morning, a gentle beam of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow in the bedroom of the Guamao suite. Jing Gao awakened to find Su Qing beside him, her voice slightly hoarse as she sleepily inquired, "What time is it?" Jing Gao touched the screen of his bedside phone, revealing it was just past 6:20. "You can sleep a little longer. I'm heading to the gym on the 77th floor for some exercise." Jing Gao smiled, gently stroking Su Qing's long hair. After swimming and exercising for over 40 minutes, he returned to find Su Qing in the bathroom, washing her face. Dressed in a pristine, soft bathrobe, her long hair loosely styled, she bent slightly at the waist. Standing at 1.7 meters, she possessed a slender figure, with long legs and graceful curves. Before the marble vanity, a radiant and alluring beauty appeared. Noticing Jing Gao leaning against the bathroom door, Su Qing, with a hint of playful reproach, said, "What are you staring at? Didn't you see enough last night?" Jing Gao couldn't help but chuckle. Her words held a wealth of meaning. It was clear that a 27-year-old beauty differed greatly from a university student. "Shall I send you to your workplace?" he offered. Su Qing replied, her voice bright, "No need. If the hotel's concierge car stops at the entrance of my workplace, it will only invite gossip. Besides, at this hour, the third ring road will be a nightmare. I'll take the subway." Having quickly applied her subtle makeup, Su Qing planted a kiss on Jing Gao's cheek and teasingly remarked, "You're going to exercise like this?" Jing Gao felt a warm glow in his heart as he embraced her, laughing, "Oh, Su Beauty, don't tease a man so early in the morning. You might end up in tears." Su Qing chuckled lightly, casting a flirtatious glance at Jing Gao before heading to change. Watching her, Jing Gao felt a stir of emotions. Their relationship was delightful, and Su Qing indeed brought him immense joy. "Su Qing, do you have a driver's license? I'll buy you a car." With a hint of complaint, Su Qing responded, "I've had my license for 4 or 5 years, but I can't get a plate number. The cost of buying a car in the capital is manageable, but acquiring a license plate is incredibly challenging. The odds of winning the lottery for a plate number are just too low." With a smile, Jing Gao gestured and said, "Allow me to resolve this." Su Qing donned her bank uniform, tying a silk scarf around her neck, transforming into a charming beauty. Turning around, she softly remarked, "But do refrain from spending too extravagantly." Jing Gao nodded with a smile, assuring her, "I am well aware." He escorted Su Qing to the entrance of the exclusive elevator before returning to indulge in a relaxing bath to alleviate his fatigue. He ordered breakfast to be brought in and commenced attending to his affairs. Currently, he exercised once in the morning and once in the evening to maintain his health. Handling his tasks diligently in the morning, Jing Gao first dialed Wang Qinian, requesting that he deliver the Ferrari 488 GTB to the China World Trade Center, as he found it inconvenient to visit their store this morning, deeming it a waste of time. He then called Li Wei, who had spent the previous night flattering Huang Xiao and others at a gathering, only managing to find a place to rest around 3 or 4 in the morning. Li Wei, startled awake by Jing Gao's call, hastily answered, rubbing his face and greeting, "Hello, Jing Xiao." Jing Gao politely replied, "Li Wei, I apologize for the disturbance. I have another matter to discuss with you. I intend to purchase a car for a friend and will also need a license plate." Li Wei, being sharp-witted, understood immediately and pondered for a few seconds before responding, "Jing Xiao? It would not be suitable for a gift to have the car registered under your company for an extended period. Acquiring a company vehicle license plate incurs annual maintenance costs. However, we could explore the option of a public auction. There will be one in a couple of days. The only drawback is that a license plate obtained through auction cannot be transferred for 2 years. Moreover, while the auction vehicles are certainly operable, they may not necessarily align with your desired brand or model." After a moment's contemplation, Jing Gao stated, "A second-hand car is inappropriate as a gift. Let us acquire a small company that comes with a license plate. Please provide me with a quote." Li Wei chuckled sheepishly, "Jing Xiao, allow me to inquire about the pricing first and try to negotiate a better deal. As for my commission, you can decide what is appropriate." He aimed to ensure the comfort of such a significant client, preferring transparency over a meager profit from information fees. "Agreed," Jing Gao affirmed. Li Wei quickly added, "Jing Xiao, there's one more thing. I have followed up on the expedited property transfer you requested yesterday, and it is ready for processing this afternoon." "Very well. I will send you my assistant's contact information shortly, so she can coordinate with you." Having concluded these matters, Jing Gao sent a message to Xiao Qiao and then browsed through his WeChat messages and moments. He noticed 2 new notifications, the first from Suya, sent at 11 last night, stating, "Jing Xiao, let us grab a drink when you have time." At this hour, an invitation for drinks seemed rather suggestive. The second message was from their class flower, Lu Shui, from the 2007 cohort of Jingxin University, asking, "Jing classmate, what have you been up to lately? I will be at the school for an event on Wednesday. Do you want to join me? The implications of these messages intrigued him. Jing Gao chuckled softly, opting not to respond to either, for as a man of means, one must adapt to such scenarios. After breakfast, he summoned a server to collect the dishes before heading out for vocal practice. There was a pure KTV nearby that boasted excellent reviews on public platforms. Indeed, practice yields true knowledge. While singing, Jing Gao belted into the microphone, his vocal prowess lacking, yet his bravery to sing and practice was a testament to his progress. He did not aspire to achieve the grandeur of a breakout star on a talent show, but entertained hopes of being a karaoke enthusiast. His phone rang unexpectedly. Was Chen Yuji already here? Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback, silencing his song, only to discover it was a call from designer Jiang Jingying. Upon answering, he was greeted by her gentle voice. Mr. Jing, the first draft of the design has been completed. When would be a convenient time for us to meet and discuss any necessary adjustments? Jing Gao tapped his fingers against his temple, suggesting, perhaps this Thursday or Friday. I expect Chen Yujia will be coming over this afternoon to finalize the compensation case for Jia Shi. Sounds good, Jiang Jingying replied succinctly. By the way, Xiao Qiao informed me that I will visit the office at China World Trade Center this afternoon to assess the site and provide a design proposal. Her words indicated a thorough approach, instilling a sense of comfort and trust. Jing Gao smiled. Yes, please discuss pricing and timelines with Xiao Qiao. As for design style and proposals, I would like to review them later. Jiang Jingying paused for a moment, then replied, Oh, understood. Xiao Qiao was quite discreet. She had yet to inform Jiang Jingying that she had become Jing Gao's assistant, as she was still awaiting her commission from the sales company at Ziyun Pavilion. Jing Gao continued, Ms. Jiang, I wish to consult you on something. I aspire to enhance my artistic skills. Do you know of any instructors you could recommend? It was prudent to prepare in advance. His singing practice could not consume the entirety of his day. Between exercising and singing, he also desired time to pursue other hobbies. With art being a lifelong passion, originally a graduate of a teacher training college, he had ultimately ventured into packaging design and artistry, relying on his interests and pursuits. Jiang Jingying eloquently stated, Mr. Jing, it depends on which area of knowledge you wish to pursue. Central Academy of Fine Arts offers oil painting, traditional Chinese painting, sculpture, mural art, calligraphy, architecture, fashion, industrial design, photography, and more. I graduated from the School of Architecture. Jing Gao chuckled, realizing that fine arts encompass a vast domain. He had not articulated clearly. What he desired to learn was painting, and he would begin with sketching. Unlike those affluent individuals who possess a systematic approach, he understood that the skills of painting and knowledge of aesthetics required personal effort and gradual learning. The late Zhu Guangqian was one of the few esteemed masters of aesthetics in China. Jiang Jingying responded promptly, All right, await my message. To her, fulfilling this minor requirement of a significant client was a mere trifle. After negotiating the painting lessons with Jiang Jingying, Jing Gao felt quite pleased. He approached the coffee table, took a bite of ribs, sipped some water, and after a brief rest, resumed practicing his singing. An hour later, around 2 in the afternoon, Chen Yujia's voice rang through on the phone. Mr. Jing, I have arrived at the lobby of the China World Hotel. All right, please hold on for a moment. Jing Gao summoned the waiter to settle the bill and headed back to the China World Hotel. Earlier that morning, when Wang Qinian had delivered the Ferrari 488 GTB, Jing Gao had encountered him at the KTV, swiping his card, signing, and collecting the keys. However, meeting Chen Yujia in the KTV for serious discussions felt somewhat disrespectful. He wished to leave a good impression on her. Among the beautiful women he knew, Chen Yujia stood out as the most stunning and the most suitable candidate for a romantic pursuit. Of course, such matters could not simply unfold according to his whims. He would first need to engage with her and ascertain whether she had a boyfriend. If she did, pursuing her would be out of the question. Upon reaching the opulent lobby of the 64th floor of the China World Hotel, Jing Gao beheld the radiant and youthful intern lawyer, Chen Yujia, dressed in a black suit, white blouse, and small heels, carrying a briefcase. Her attire exuded a formal professionalism. Her figure was elegantly poised, embodying both grace and dignity. The smooth skin of her calves resembled polished jade, beautifully straight and refined. Chen Yujia extended her hand with a bright, clear voice. Hello, Mr. Jing. Having matured through experience, Jing Gao managed to interact with the stunning beauty with ease, smiling as he shook her hand and invitingly said, Let us go up and talk. Together, they ascended the elevator to the 74th floor, where Jing Gao graciously allowed Chen Yujia to take a seat on the sofa in the living room. He fetched her an unopened bottle of Evian mineral water, apologizing, I'm afraid I have no boiled water. Please excuse me. It's all right, Chen Yujia smiled, her bright expression light and refreshing. She placed her briefcase on the floor and retrieved the agreement document and an envelope of cash, saying, Mr. Jing, allow me to provide a brief report. Jing Gao nodded, sitting upright on the sofa as he listened attentively while she recounted the situation. After receiving the cash and the contract, he gestured for her to wait a moment and stood up to make a call to Yu Jiashi. Xiaoyu, your severance compensation of 9,000 yuan has been secured by Lawyer Chun. I will transfer it to you via WeChat. I will leave the contract in the office for you to collect. After concluding the call with Yu Jiashi, Jing Gao returned with a smile, saying, Lawyer Chun, I thank you on behalf of Xiaoyu. He is very grateful. Chun Yujia smiled modestly, pleased to receive acknowledgement from the client, humbly responding, this is what I ought to do. He should be thanking you. She was acutely aware that the true impetus behind the successful resolution of this matter was Jing Gao, not her. Jing Gao chuckled and settled back down, taking a sip of water to clear his throat. I will transfer the lawyer's fee to your company's account later. Lawyer Chen, is this your first case negotiated independently? He noticed that she hadn't mentioned Gao Yi in her earlier remarks. Chun Yujia politely smiled yes. Jing Gao smiled back, gazing at Chun Yujia's fresh and striking visage, and said slowly, Lawyer Chun, your pursuit of severance compensation demonstrates your capability. I have another task that presents even greater challenges. Would you be willing to take it on? Chun Yujia did not rush to respond, instead calmly inquired. What is the task? Jing Gao explained, tomorrow, I am scheduled to discuss a venture capital cooperation agreement with Jingxin University. However, my company's legal counsel is not yet in place. At that time, I will need a trustworthy lawyer to help me review the contract terms. Chun Yujia pondered for a moment, her clear eyes fixed on Jing Gao, and said, Mr. Jing, I will first report to General Zhang. She felt no immediate need to accept private work. Everything should remain under the law firm's framework, as the accomplishments gained would enhance her internship record, thus aiding her in future job searches and graduate studies. A remarkably astute girl. Jing Gao smiled and gestured, rising to prepare tea. After a brief moment, Chun Yujia returned from speaking with Lawyer Zhang outside and replied, Mr. Jing, we will take on this work. After discussing the lawyer's fees, it was established that this would occupy Chun Yujia for the entirety of tomorrow, with a payment of 150,000 yuan. They shared another cup of tea and discussed the situation at Junxing Law Firm before Jing Gao escorted Chun Yujia to the door of the presidential suite, saying, Lawyer Chun, I appreciate your assistance tomorrow. Chun Yujia graciously shook hands with Jing Gao. Mr. Jing, see you tomorrow. She needed to return and complete her homework. She still had to prepare the clauses of the business contract meticulously. Jing Gao nodded and returned to the living room. Gazing out at the street scene of Beijing through the floor-to-ceiling windows around 3 in the afternoon, unable to suppress a gentle shake of his head, he felt a tinge of frustration. Perhaps he was overthinking the matter. Chun Yujia did not harbor any particular interest in him. Their recent interaction, although seemingly pleasant, had maintained a distance and a guarded demeanor on her part. Beautiful girls are never short of admirers. He found no advantage in his appearance. Even after a week of exercise and effective weight loss, he had yet to attain the physique of a man with an 8-pack abs. As for his inner qualities, he was merely an ordinary university graduate, burdened by the struggles of life over the past 5 years. What intrinsic allure could he possibly possess to attract a girl? Thus, in the absence of monetary advantages, he felt like a lesser man in the presence of such a girl. Fortunately, he had refrained from uttering any inappropriate comments or engaging in indiscreet actions, avoiding any embarrassing moments. For instance, he had not suggested a celebratory glass of wine to honor her first successful case. He had not overly courted her by escorting her to the elevator or downstairs. He had not intrusively inquired about her college life. Jing Gao chuckled at himself, redirecting his thoughts toward his journey to Jingxin University the following day. Realizing he needed to prepare, as an ordinary student with relatively low emotional intelligence, returning to his alma mater to meet teachers and the principal required careful consideration of how to communicate appropriately and effectively. How could he behave in a manner that was neither servile nor arrogant, neither hasty nor complacent? These were all matters to contemplate in advance. Otherwise, he risked embarrassing himself the next day. Chapter 56. Much valued. The spacious and comfortable elevator descended rapidly yet smoothly. Chun Yujia, holding her brown briefcase, gazed at her graceful and dignified reflection in the elevator door, momentarily lost in thought. She had been beautiful since childhood and was quite perceptive regarding matters between men and women. For days earlier, when Senior Gao accompanied her to take on this case, she had sensed it. However, in her life, there were far too many men who showed interest in her. Did she really want to isolate herself from the world? She needed to live life at her own pace. Today, Mr. Jing's intentions were even more evident. The signs of his approach were too pronounced. Therefore, after overseeing the venture capital contract at Jingxin University tomorrow, she would refuse any further work he offered. She had no desire to expose herself to potential dangers. Chun Yujia possesses a formidable sense of vigilance. Otherwise, with her striking beauty, she would have long been deceived by men. leading her to question the very essence of her existence. Ding dong. As Chun Yujia pondered, the elevator's chime echoed. The first floor had arrived. Upon stepping out of the elevator, she encountered a gentleman clad in the hotel uniform, who awaited her at the entrance. He bowed respectfully and greeted, "Good day, Attorney Chun. I am the steward of the Guamao Grand Hotel's Guamao Suite." "Hello," she replied. The steward graciously extended his hand to guide her, continuing, "Attorney Chun, we have prepared a courtesy vehicle. Please, instruct us as you wish." Momentarily taken aback, Chun Yujia noticed a black Audi idling at the entrance of the lobby. It was evident that this arrangement was orchestrated by Jing Gao. This individual is quite astute. Merely from her solitary arrival, he deduced that she had hailed a taxi. Jing Gao, in his own estimation, did not believe there was anything commendable about himself. However, others might perceive him quite differently. Reflecting on this, Chun Yujia replied, "Thank you, but I have already arranged for a vehicle." The steward, undeterred by her refusal, maintained his smile as he escorted her to the entrance of the Guamao Phase 3 building, saying, "Attorney Chun, take care." Her graceful and resplendent figure vanished amidst the crowd of Guamao Phase 3. Jing Gao felt a pang of frustration and self-doubt, indicating that his understanding of the affluent was still lacking. His journey toward becoming a member of the elite was far from over. Thus, the first round between the two concluded. At 4 in the afternoon, outside the Property Transaction Center in Yushi District, Xiao Qiao, having completed the necessary paperwork, exchanged farewells with the former owner of Daxian Bai, Li Wei, and the intermediary. She drove her red BMW X1 out of the center's premises. Merging into the afternoon traffic of Beijing, her spirits exceptionally high. With the tasks accomplished, she could finally afford a moment of respite. Xiao Qiao turned off the music in her car and dialed Jing Gao, sweetly stating, "Mr. Jing, the property titles for both apartments have been finalized. Shall I deliver the keys to you now?" At this moment, Jing Gao was already en route to the Lido Crown Hotel, which was slightly closer to Jingxin University than Guamao. "You can leave them at the company. I will pick them up later. Moreover, please procure a decent sofa to replace the old one in Daxian Bai's apartment. Also, I need you to accompany me to discuss the venture capital competition at Jingxin University tomorrow. I will send a car to pick you up in the morning, and we shall meet at the university's main gate." Xiao Qiao sighed inwardly. The pressure was undeniably immense. Earning a 7-figure salary was indeed not an easy feat yet. Despite her thoughts, she promptly replied, "Mr. Jing, understood." After a moment's contemplation, she called the office clerk, Xiao He, instructing, "Please take the subway to meet me at the brand sofa store in Tongqing." A few days prior, she had recruited a seasoned HR manager to assist her. The company had begun to onboard personnel gradually, including 2 clerks, finance, legal, and logistics, totaling 7 individuals. The Guamao office on the 45th floor was bustling with activity daily. As for the selection of the sofa, she would personally oversee the process, though Xiao He would handle the errands. Just as Li Wei, who facilitated the arrangements, parted ways with Xiao Qiao, he received a call from his alma mater. The spring afternoon was delightful, yet he harbored concerns. Having followed Huang Xiao for 2 to 3 years, the favor he extended had depleted his standing before Huang Xiao. Currently, he was placing all his bets on Jing Xiao. "Li Wei, it's me, Lao Bai." Li Wei stood at the bus stop, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds amidst the towering buildings, responding with a smile. "Lao Bai, your meticulousness remains unchanged. Rest assured, I have notified all the distinguished alumni in Beijing. We will undoubtedly arrive at Jingxin University by 7:40 tomorrow." On the other end, Bai Xinghua chuckled, "Thank you. Thank you. I am counting on you all to show your support tomorrow." Li Wei shook his head with a smile before ending the call. On Tuesday afternoon, the campus of Jingxin University was adorned with lush greenery, and the vitality of youth was palpable among the students. After concluding his call, Bai Xinghua made his way to the administrative building, taking the elevator to the 20th floor conference room. The conference room was bright and spacious, with a rectangular table surrounded by luxurious leather-backed chairs. Qin, from the university's Cooperative Development Office, greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Teacher Bai, please have a seat. You are certainly a significant presence here. Our university places great importance on this." In the room was also the charming Wu Manqing, a teacher from the student council, dressed elegantly in a light green casual outfit. Exuding grace and poise, her figure slender and alluring. Bai Xinghua exchanged pleasantries with her, then corrected Qin, "Teacher Qin, it is not I who is making a grand gesture. It is Junior Jing's significant contribution of 10 million that truly stands out. What is our university's annual budget, after all?" Wu, opening the window, turned to say, "That is precisely why the university is placing immense emphasis on this. We are eager to welcome him back for a visit, hence this coordination meeting." As the three conversed, attendees began to arrive. The student council president, Chen Yongsheng, greeted the faculty members individually. Shortly after, Principal Gong entered the room. Principal Gong. Principal Gong. Principal Gong. In his 50s, unremarkable in appearance with a slightly flattened face and graying hair, gestured for everyone to take their seats, surveying the room before inquiring, "Is everyone here? Then let us commence." Jingxin University regarded Jing Gao's impending visit with utmost seriousness, filled with anticipation for potential collaboration in venture capital. Bai Xingguo would not return home until after 7 p.m. that evening. As the evening settled, lights twinkled in the teacher's dormitory building, with the occasional sound of frying emanating from within. In the woods, the chorus of frogs and insects intertwined melodiously. His wife, Wei Kaiyan, had been waiting in the living room, and upon seeing Bai Xingguo return, rushed to help him with his bag, playfully asking, "Teacher Bai, may I now share the insider news with Lan?" With a smile, Bai Xingguo replied while changing into his slippers at the door, "Remind her to keep it under wraps until tomorrow morning. We do not want to stir up a storm." Reaching out to some alumni in Beijing to support Junior Jing was meant to be a delightful surprise. After all, a person returning to their roots needs old friends to serve as markers of cherished memories. Wei Kaiyan, unable to contain her excitement, hurried to the bedroom to dial her friend. I know. I've been dying to share this for days." Bai Xingguo shook his head with amusement. In the presidential suite of the Lido Crown Hotel, Jing Gao reclined on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the vibrant nightscape of Beijing. Tomorrow, he would revisit Jingxin University, his alma mater. Chapter 57, Jingxin University, Part 1. On a mid-April morning, a hint of chill lingered in the air. A gentle breeze swept through the plaza amid the towering buildings. Wednesday was a weekday, and the plaza was bustling with activity. Professionals hurried along with their bags, breakfast in hand, as if the entire city was awakening. Jing Gao sat on a long wooden bench in Wanda Plaza, resting his hands on the backrest, watching the sunrise bathe the lawns, streets, subway stations, and the people in a golden hue. Not far from Jingxin University, Jing Gao had driven over from the Lido Hotel early in the morning, awaiting the arrival of Xiao Qiao, Yu Jiashi, Manager Li, and Chen Yujie to join him. Glancing at the location information sent by Xiao Qiao on his phone, he noted she would require another half an hour. Jing Gao smiled, unconcerned. It was still early. As he exited the interface, a message from Su Qing appeared. "Jing Gao, have you arrived at Jingxin University? Today marks your triumphant return, but alas, I cannot accompany you. Please remember to take plenty of photos. I eagerly await them." Jing Gao chuckled, observing the clouds in the sky while seated on a wooden bench, and replied, "Not quite." Su Qing was aware of his return to Jingxin University. He had stayed at the Lido last night and had spoken with her, discouraging her from coming over. His university years remained an indelible canvas in his memory, each scene replayed vividly. Whether it was the innocent pangs of a crush on a junior, the exhilaration of playing football with Lao Zhou and the others, indulging in skewers, gaming, or dozing off in the front row of lectures only to be called upon by the professor, each recollection brought a knowing smile. 5 years had passed since his graduation, during which he had worked in Beijing, frequently returning to visit Jingxin University. Hence, he felt a slight aversion to the phrase triumphant return, as it suggested a desire to flaunt himself. However, his purpose of returning to his alma mater was purely for collaboration. He had already contemplated how to converse and position himself for today. After a casual exchange with Su Qing, Jing Gao spotted Chen Yujie emerging from the subway station, crossing the plaza from 20 meters away. Today, Chen Yujie donned her usual black and white professional attire, exuding an air of workplace elegance. Yet, anyone who beheld her flawless, radiant visage would deem such elegance superficial. The only fitting description was bright and dignified. It must be said, a beautiful girl looks exquisite in anything she wears. Approaching with a brown briefcase, Chen Yujie politely waved and greeted, "Mr. Jing, good morning." Jing Gao remained seated, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello. Please wait a moment. My assistants will arrive shortly." "All right," she replied. Jing Gao did not consciously attempt to engage Chen Yujie in conversation or seek a topic. Under normal circumstances, it would be expected for a company president to converse with an intern lawyer. But yesterday's sense of frustration clarified his thoughts. Chen Yujie held no romantic interest in him. So what should he do? Persist in his pursuit with a shameless demeanor? A fierce woman fears a persistent man, he mused. Wrong. That was not his style or habit. He possessed a strong sense of self-respect. While some men might debase themselves in their pursuit of women, he would not. He dissected his own feelings candidly. Did he wish to pursue Chen Yujie solely because of her beauty? He had two choices. First, he could simply let it go, given his affluent status. He would undoubtedly encounter many other beautiful women in life. Second, if he genuinely liked Chen Yujie and desired to intertwine their lives, he could maintain contact with her, awaiting an opportunity to change the dynamics of their relationship. There was no need to humble himself unduly. Thus, regardless of whether he chose the first or second option, There was no necessity for him to fawn over her at this moment. Chen Yujie acknowledged Jing Gao with a nod and took a seat at the opposite end of the bench, sensing the silence in the air. Contrary to her expectations of engaging banter, the atmosphere had turned cold, leaving her feeling a tinge of pressure. According to workplace norms, it should have been her responsibility to initiate conversation with Mr. Jing. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce Ghost black badge glided into view. At the entrance of Jingxin University, Bai Xinghua and Teacher Wu awaited a group of student leaders from the student council. Bai Xinghua checked his phone and informed the group. Your senior Jing is about to arrive. Let us show our Jingxin University spirit with bright smiles. Meanwhile, Li Wei and other distinguished alumni gathered along the left sidewalk of the entrance, engaging in light conversation. Accompanying them was Xiao Yi, a current graduate student and counselor from the business school. Xiao Yi, 25 years old, possessed an exquisite appearance and had been recommended for the graduate program after 2 years of studying abroad. She smiled and inquired of Li Wei, Senior Li. You were our student council president back in the day. You must know all the alumni in Beijing. Who is this Jing senior coming today? Teacher Bai hasn't revealed a thing. Do share with us. Her question piqued the interest of the gathered crowd. Among them, Tang Lanlan and the stunning Lu Shui stood silently together, observing. At 30, Li Wei, of average height and dressed in smart casual attire, chuckled, Teacher Yi. The surname Jing is quite rare, but with so many alumni from Jingxin University, how could one possibly guess? Lu Shui, an exceptionally beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair and fair skin, adorned with delicate makeup, donned a cream-colored mid-length skirt with a red-trimmed blazer, exuding elegance. Standing at 1.68 meters, her figure was graceful and captivating. If Teacher Yi would rate a score of 85, Lu Shui would surely achieve 94. Lu Shui interjected with a smile, Senior Li. You're being modest. We are all here, thanks to your notification. Li Wei chuckled, casting a glance at Tang Lanlan beside Lu Shui. Thinking to himself, it's uncertain how many of them were truly notified by him. In alumni gatherings, one either possesses genuine talent or connections, or they are mere decorations. Tang Lanlan, despite her beauty, fell slightly short. Just then, 2 vehicles approached and came to a halt, with the first being a Rolls-Royce. As the doors swung open, a tall, poised young man stepped out. The alumni present gasped in astonishment. Teacher Yi's mouth fell slightly agape. This Jing senior is him. Lu Shui's face registered shock. Just the day before, she had messaged Jing Gao, hoping to meet up, never anticipating that the distinguished alumnus returning for collaboration would be him. Li Wei felt a stir in his heart, his earlier speculation confirmed. The surname Jing was uncommon, and those sharing the name were even rarer. Indeed, it was Jing Xiao. Jing Gao exited the vehicle, followed by the sounds of doors slamming as Xiao Qiao, Yu Jiashi, Chen Yujie, Manager Li, and others disembarked. Teacher Bai stepped forward, slightly leaning in to shake his hand, exclaiming, Welcome back to your alma mater. Jing Xuedi. Jing Gao smiled as they shook hands, replying, Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your efforts. Teacher Bai replied cheerfully, Not at all, not at all. Jing Xuedi. Allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is Teacher Wu, our committee's beauty. Teacher Wu, tall and graceful, with picturesque features, wore a white suit that radiated elegance and tranquility. She extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Jing. Jing Gao smiled as he shook her hand, noting that his earlier prediction about encountering beautiful women had proven accurate. Indeed, Teacher Wu's beauty rivaled that of Chen Yujie. Next, Teacher Bai introduced the student council president, Chen Yongsheng, along with a tall girl named Fong, the vice president of the student council. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group enveloped Jing Gao as they made their way into Jingxin University. Li Wei and the others were already waiting by the roadside. Chapter 58. The triumphant return to Jingxin University. As Jing Gao approached the school gate, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Teacher Xiao Yi, standing at the forefront of the welcoming party, composed herself, concealing her astonishment behind a gracious smile, and said, Senior Jing, greetings. Welcome back to your alma mater for inspection. Bai Xinghua introduced, Jing, this is our esteemed counselor, Teacher Xiao Yi, nurtured by Jingxin University. Jing Gao chuckled lightly as he extended his hand to the woman of average height before him, failing to recognize her. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Li Wei, standing behind Teacher Xiao, and he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? The broker he recognized by his license plate was, in fact, his fellow alumnus? Li Wei had already devised a plan on how to greet him. Stepping forward, extending his hands, and bowing slightly, he earnestly yet unobtrusively remarked, Mr. Jing, hello? Thus ceding the initiative to Jing Gao to define their relationship. Jing Gao smiled politely and responded, Senior Li, we meet again. He then turned to Bai Xinghua and added, I have had dealings with Senior Li in society, unaware at the time that he was a fellow alumnus of Jingxin University. His return to his alma mater was to foster cooperation, seeking a position of neither deference nor arrogance, avoiding the ostentation of a nouveau riche. He maintained a casual demeanor before Li Wei, now recognizing their relationship as that of alumni, and had no intention of revealing Li Wei's identity as a broker. He still possessed a modicum of decorum. Bai Xinghua, curious, praised, Jing, Li Wei and I graduated in the same year. He was the president of the student council. Li Wei repeatedly insisted, I'm flattered, truly flattered. Mr. Jing, you are far too kind. The title of Senior Li warmed his humble heart after 8 years of striving in the capital. It was evident that Jing Gao was a man of substance. Jing Gao smiled and took another step forward, finding himself before a fashionable and charming beauty. Lu Shui, suppressing her shock, eagerly extended her fair hand, playfully fluttering her eyelashes, and cheerfully inquired, Old classmate, do you still recognize me? I am Lu Shui. We are both from the class of 2007 at the normal college. Oh. The atmosphere was further enlivened by someone's teasing, and it was clear to all that Lu, the campus belle, was intentionally showcasing her allure. There was indeed a connection between her and Mr. Jing. In truth, Jing Gao barely recognized her. 5 years had passed since graduation. And as they were not in the same class and there were no photographs, his memory of Lu Shui had long since faded. He smiled and shook her hand, remarking on her increasing beauty. Bai Xinghua and Li Wei, sharp as ever, immediately perceived Jing Gao's enthusiasm toward Lu Shui was somewhat perfunctory. In fact, this was a moment when Jing Gao could have easily jested with Lu Shui, and she would likely have welcomed the banter. In this day and age, men do tend to attract attention. Bai Xinghua mused inwardly. Had he not heard from Kai Yan that Jing Gao harbored feelings for Lu Shui? Accompanying Jing Gao forward, he cheerfully noted, Lon Lon mentioned that you were coming back to visit the alma mater today and took the liberty of asking for leave. Dressed in a charming pink gown, Tang Lon Lon, with a complex expression, extended her hand and quietly stated, Jing Gao, I apologize for any past grievances. I hope you can forgive me. What choice did she have but to lower her head? The information disclosed by her best friend Wei Kaiyan had placed immense pressure upon her. She held no deep-seated animosity toward Jing Gao. It was merely a misplaced venting of her frustrations. Bai Xinghua had suggested that she come today to resolve this misunderstanding. Jing Gao chuckled inwardly. It seems that wealth and status indeed wield power. The once disdainful campus flower now publicly sought his forgiveness. He took Tang Lanlin's hand, feeling a sense of tranquility, and replied, You are being too harsh. Thus, their grievances were laid to rest. As they continued on, he greeted and acquainted himself with the dozen or so alumni present to support him. Bai Xinghua invited Jing Gao and his companions to the conference room to meet Principal Gong. Surrounded by admirers, Jing Gao traversed the broad square in front of Jingxin University, heading toward the administrative building. Xiao Qiao lagged a couple of steps behind, noticing that Jing Gao was enveloped by the university's reception staff. She felt an indescribable sentiment welling up within her. Having stood beside Jing Gao just moments ago, she had witnessed firsthand the enthusiastic welcome from his former teachers and fellow alumni, not to mention the charming campus belle vying for his attention. Sighing, she wondered when she might return to her alma mater in such splendid fashion. Watching from the sidelines, she felt elated, almost yearning to be the center of attention herself. If she were to return, would the girl who once mocked her not have to apologize? Would the campus heartthrob not seek her phone number? Ah, how trivial I am. At the back of the line, Chun Yujia, carrying her briefcase and striding in her high heels, watched Jing Gao at the center of the crowd. Feeling a twinge of reflection, she and her colleagues had unanimously speculated that Mr. Jing was a wealthy young heir, hailing from a distinguished family. Yet Jing Gao's demeanor had been remarkably composed and appropriate, neither arrogant nor frivolous, devoid of any trace of a spoiled rich kid. Upon closer inspection, perhaps her initial assessment of Mr. Jing required some recalibration. There was no need for such animosity. In truth, based on her conjecture, this somewhat enigmatic Mr. Jing might employ tactics that would lead her to gradually take on larger cases, ensnaring her step by step, only to suddenly withdraw all resources. Alternatively, he might exert pressure through the firm. Although Zhang, a senior who graduated from Zhengda, might not assist her when faced with monetary temptations, Mr. Jing appeared to excel at utilizing wealth to achieve his objectives. Chun Yujia chuckled to herself, pondering why she was entertaining such thoughts. After all, this was the last case she would handle for him. In the grand conference room of the Jingxin University Administrative Building, the ambience was bright and vibrant, adorned with floral arrangements. At the forefront hung a banner that warmly welcomed alumni Jing Gao back to his alma mater for inspection, creating a ceremonious atmosphere. Principal Gong awaited in the conference room, along with his assistant, and upon Jing Gao's entrance, he greeted him with a firm handshake and a smile, stating, Jing Gao, on behalf of Jingxin University, I would like to express our gratitude for your generous donation of 10 million. Our alma mater warmly welcomes outstanding alumni like you to return for a visit. Jing Gao replied with a smile, Principal Gong. I am merely contributing a small effort towards the development of our alma mater. Thank you. Principal Gong, beaming, gestured for Jing Gao to take a seat. And once everyone was settled, he candidly stated, Jing Gao, Jingxin University is very supportive of your desire to collaborate on the entrepreneurial competition. Shortly, Teacher Qin will discuss the details with you. For now, let us enjoy some tea and reflect on the developmental journey of Jingxin University over the years. Afterward, I will take you for a tour around the campus. His words were succinct yet insightful, laced with a touch of humor. Jing Gao responded, Principal Gong, I will follow your lead. Principal Gong nodded and requested, then let us invite Teacher Wu to enlighten us. With that, he led the applause. Dressed in an elegant white suit, Teacher Wu commenced the presentation, illuminating the screen with a meticulously crafted PowerPoint. In the center of the room stood a rectangular conference table adorned with floral arrangements, while the voluptuous and graceful Wu Manqing occupied a prominent position. With a melodious and clear voice, she began her introduction. Jingxin University was established in 2003, and as of this year, it boasts 15 secondary colleges, 64 undergraduate programs, and 9 master's degree programs, employing over 1,800 faculty members and hosting more than 20,000 full-time students. Jingxin University is located in the Shunning district of the capital, covering an area of 600 acres, with a building area exceeding 600,000 square meters. The campus environment is exquisitely beautiful. For over a decade, tracing back to the school's inception 81 years ago, the institution has nurtured a multitude of exceptional talents who have devoted themselves to various fronts of national development. Their contributions have significantly advanced the country's industrialization, informatization, and urbanization. Occasionally, Principal Gong interjects a few remarks to provide Jing Gao with additional context. As Principal Gong aptly states, this is merely a formality to signify a willingness to collaborate. However, such formalities must be observed, as they offer both parties an initial opportunity to become acquainted. Seated at the edge of the conference table in his capacity as an employee of Zhongruan Company, Yu Jiashi gazes at Wu Manqing, who is positioned diagonally across from him, exuding an aura of elegance. He reflects on his circumstances. At his age, he lacks the seasoned experience of the renowned saleswoman Xiao Qiao, the insights of the stunning Chun Yujia, and certainly the nostalgic sentiments that accompany Jing Gao's return to academia. His focus, instead, is captivated by the beauty before him. Truly, Wu Manqing is a vision of loveliness. Her beauty and figure are simply unparalleled. A striking and alluring woman, she simultaneously possesses an air of tranquility and intellect. Having worked alongside Jing Gao for merely a week, he finds that such exquisite beauty seems almost commonplace. At this moment, Jing Gao is effortlessly surrounded by 3 stunning women, Lawyer Chun, Teacher Wu, and Campus Belle Lu. Thus, is wealth synonymous with happiness? Certainly. Their joy is beyond the realm of your imagination. Poverty constrains your capacity to envision it. As for him, he can merely observe, while Jing Gao has the privilege to engage with them. He envies Jing Gao immensely. The polished and graceful Wu Manqing delivers her presentation in just over half an hour. Of course, listening to her melodious voice recounting the developmental journey of Jingxin University for half an hour is far from tedious. After Wu concludes her presentation, under Principal Gong's suggestion, the group embarks on a tour of the campus. The first stop is the building of the Normal College, followed by the Information College, and finally, the library. As they stroll through the picturesque tree-lined paths of the campus in mid-April, the air is filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, and the cheerful chirping of birds reverberates among the historic banyan trees. At the forefront of the group, Principal Gong smiles and inquires, Jing Gao, have you been engaged in entrepreneurship since your graduation? Following their earlier conversation, both parties begin to familiarize themselves. Principal Gong, of course, hopes to deepen their relationship further. As the vice president of a second-tier institution, he can afford to shed a bit of pretentiousness in the presence of such an outstanding alumnus. Naturally, as a senior, it is customary for him to lead the conversation. This question again. Jing Gao had contemplated it deeply the night prior. Anyone would pose such an inquiry, yet in society, friends seldom probe so profoundly. Deliberately vague, he responds, Principal Gong, since graduation, I have been working in Beijing. Recently, I secured a significant contract, which garnered my family's approval, thus igniting my entrepreneurial aspirations. Principal Gong's eyes light up as he exclaims, I knew it. With a hearty laugh, now it all makes sense. 5 years post-graduation, Dean Wang of the Normal College has retired, and Vice Dean Xiong has been promoted. He is a balding gentleman in his 50s, somewhat lean, of average height, dressed in a suit. How could Dean Xiong possibly remember the once inconspicuous Jing Gao? Yet now, with a cheerful demeanor, he remarks, Jing Gao, It's truly gratifying to see you achieving success and not forgetting to give back to your alma mater. Compared to Vice Principal Gong, he can afford to adopt a more humble approach, his words slightly more candid. Jing Gao smiles modestly, replying, "Dean, you flatter me." They continue to chat and laugh until they reach the library. After touring the library, the group poses for a photograph in front of it before dispersing. The morning itinerary concludes here. Jing Gao and others head to the university's Student Entrepreneurship Center to discuss collaboration with Teacher Qin from the Development Office. Vice Principal Gong, Dean Xiong, and their colleagues no longer accompany them, as they will reconvene for a lecture in the small auditorium of Building 4 in the afternoon. Wu Manqing and Bai Xinghua inform the alumni and student council officials before accompanying Jing Gao. They, as the reception team, represent the school throughout the visit. Li Wei, experienced in social nuances, addresses the alumni. It's a rare opportunity for everyone to return to campus. Feel free to explore. Let us gather for lunch on the third floor of the second cafeteria. Don't forget. After this announcement, some people disperse while others linger outside the library. Li Wei smiles, turning to gaze at the iconic library building of Jingxin University, which boasts a modern and innovative design, towering 18 stories high. As the mid-April sunlight glistens on the library's glass facade, the plaza in front is adorned with marble flooring. Around 9:30 a.m., students bustle in front of the library, each carrying their backpacks and chatting in small groups. Youth is in full bloom. Lu Shui greets Tang Lanlan, then seeks a quiet patch of grass to call her friend Tang Shanshan. "Guess who I met today? Jing Gao." "Oh my." P.S. wearing that Patek Philippe right on his wrist. "Did you see how Dean Xiong praised him today? A young talent with limitless potential," she exclaims excitedly, pouring out her astonishment, surprise, and a hint of thrill to her friend. In front of the library, Teacher Xiao Yi bids farewell to Li Wei. The Student Council President Chen Yongsheng and Vice President Fang Lingbai gather around Li Wei, discussing the impressive connections of Senior Li, who is the manager of a golf club in Beijing. Chen Yongsheng, tall and envious, remarks, "Brotherly, Jing Gao's presence today is truly remarkable. If I could have such an experience before 30, I would feel fulfilled for life." Li Wei chuckles, "Yongsheng, if you could donate 10 million to the school, Principal Gong would accompany you as well." "I lack such financial means," sighs the slender Fang Lingbai. "Seniorly, we see news online daily about businesses worth billions. Properties in the capital are nearly 10 million each. It's hard to grasp the value of 10 million. Li Wei laughs, reflecting, money still holds substantial worth. Just as they converse, a student council member exclaims, "Quick, look, the school BBS is exploding with news about Senior Jing." Li Wei, Chen Yongsheng, and Fang Lingbai quickly pull out their phones to log onto the Jingxin University BBS. The forum's headline features a beautifully captured, high-definition photograph of a crowd surrounding Jing Gao as he strolls along the tree-lined avenue, flanked by Vice Principal Gong and Wu Manqing, symbolizing power and beauty in companionship. Chapter 60, The Exploding Forum. This image is a testament to skill, clearly not a mere smartphone snapshot, but the work of a seasoned photographer with a keen eye for composition and artistry. The post on Jingxin University BBS has skyrocketed to the top, generating thousands of comments. Li Wei and the others browse through it in front of the library. "Wu teacher is absolutely stunning. That white suit cuts through my melancholic heart like a bolt of lightning. I'm smitten. Is someone trying to be funny?" Teacher Manqing is a beauty renowned across 3 previous and 5 subsequent cohorts at Jingxin University. "Does she need your validation?" The two jesters remark. "Is the focus of this image really on beauty? If you're a freshman, let me advise you, practice your traditional skills well. And if you're a senior, I suggest you delete your e-drive." Who are these people? They're making it seem like a big shot is visiting our school. The individual at the forefront looks so young, appearing only a few years older than us. This is what I know. The elderly gentleman with the flat face beside me is the vice president of our Jingxin University. My roommate is part of the student council. He mentioned that today. Senior Jing is returning for an inspection and intends to organize a startup competition project. This is indeed the case. The Entrepreneurship Center has already disseminated the news. A lecture will be held at 3 p.m. in the small auditorium of Building 4. More motivational platitudes. I want to be attending. Heh, the face above is truly large. Are you going? Only those who have submitted their business plans through their departments are eligible to attend. What do you possess apart from your keyboard? We seem to have strayed off topic, folks. Senior Jing appears to be quite the tycoon in the photos, yet in reality, he seems rather unremarkable. His appearance is average. His physique, ordinary. Clad in a Prada white shirt, a Gucci jacket, and an LV belt, that's about it. Nothing exceptional. The senior upstairs is akin to a human QR code scanner. I must express my admiration. But how long has she been practicing in nightclubs? One senior. Do share your photos. If you are beautiful, I desire your life. If you are not, I shall settle for just one night. Which part are we discussing? The top or the bottom? The The front or the back? Hello, is this Yao Yao Ling? There's someone speeding. I wish to report it. Do you all fawn over that lowly girl upstairs? Open your eyes and observe Senior Jing's left wrist. Download the image and scrutinize it closely. Savor it. Take your time. He is off campus, just disembarked from the bus. Thank you for the invitation. I can't discern what kind of watch this is. 1-1. A Patek Philippe 6102 or 001. With a retail price of 2,078, 300 on the official website. Little sister upstairs, let me ask you once more. Does Senior Jing truly appear so ordinary? Yes. But I am quite taken aback. Shy expression. This junior has no hope left. How could she claim that such a handsome blue silver is not attractive? He is a billionaire. Can you really afford to reject him? Li Wei, holding his phone, chuckled as he stood in the square in front of the library. You know, university students are far more vivacious than those outside. Moreover, the memes online are far more entertaining than the jokes shared at the drinking parties he has attended. Chen Yongshin grinned and remarked, Li Gu, Teacher Wu has a photography club. It's probably them taking the pictures. Li Wei nodded, glanced at the time, and said, Let us go. Let us visit your student council office. He has pinned his future and fortune on Senior Jing. However, today, he must refrain from hastily flattering Jing Gao. That would encroach upon Old Bai and Teacher Wu's territory, which could be rather off-putting. The collaboration between Jing Gao as Zhongruan Company and Jingxin University is, in essence, quite straightforward. Jingxin merely needs to lend its name and reputation to support the university's students' entrepreneurial competition. Zhongruan is a venture capital firm, and whether or not to invest in these students' ideas will be assessed purely from a commercial perspective. Naturally, should they invest in the entrepreneurial projects of Jingxin students, the university will extend additional support, such as providing venues. Presently, with the country advocating for student entrepreneurship, Jingxin University also has performance expectations. Some projects have already been recommended to Jing Gao. The competition will conclude by noon. The details of the contract will be discussed in the afternoon, and Jing Gao will not be participating. The specifics will be handled by Xiao Qiao and Chen Yujia in discussions with Teacher Qin. Bai Xinghua has arranged for a working lunch on the second floor of the staff dining hall within the university. Soon, a lavish spread will be delivered to the private room. Bai Xinghua raised his drink to enliven the atmosphere. Senior Jing has a lecture this afternoon. Let us keep our lunch simple and refrain from alcohol. We shall toast with tea instead, in gratitude for Senior Jing's support of Jingxin. Wu Manqin, Teacher Qin, and others raised their glasses in agreement. Jing Gao drank the freshly squeezed corn juice from the straight glass, smiling as he remarked, Teacher Bai, your words are overly courteous. Let us do this. Since everyone here are teachers from my alma mater, I shall reciprocate with a toast. Let us enjoy our meal without indulging in empty formalities. Good. The entire table responded in unison, raising their glasses. Seated next to Jing Gao, Wu Manqin sipped her juice, slightly surprised by how Jing Gao adeptly managed the pace of the gathering. He truly is remarkable. Chen Yujia, seated at the end, felt relieved. She dreaded the social obligations at the dining table. Thankfully, Jing Gao showcased his prowess by putting a stop to it. As Jing Gao enjoyed his meal, he casually deflected a few compliments. The chopped chili fish head at the staff dining hall remained as delectable as ever. Fiery red chopped chilies adorned the tender white fish head, exuding an enticing aroma. A bite of the fish was succulent and smooth, delightfully spicy. As the soft and glutinous fish flesh was swallowed, the spiciness erupted in the mouth, rendering one's tongue tingling. Spicy, but quite invigorating. Jing Gao quickly dug into his rice to temper the heat. Once the meal concluded, Bai Xinghua, Wu Manqin, and Teacher Qin accompanied Jing Gao and his group to the Academic Exchange Center within the campus to rest. The phoenix trees provided shade, and the sound of bicycles echoed through the campus at noon. The Academic Exchange Center of Jingxin University is a four-story hotel, adorned in red and yellow, featuring a Baroque style, catering to accommodation, dining, and conference needs. Senior Jing. On the shaded sidewalk outside the hotel, Teacher Xiao Yi called out to Jing Gao, hastily approaching in her small heels. Jing Gao paused, amidst the crowd, and curiously asked, Teacher Yi, do you need something? Senior Jing, could we have a word? Jing Gao nodded, signaling Bai Xinghua, Xiao Qiao, and the others to head up first to rest. He followed Teacher Xiao Yi to the sidewalk opposite the hotel, where they stood conversing. Teacher Xiao Yi appeared somewhat anxious yet curious, bluntly stating, Senior Jing, you truly don't recognize me? I'm Yang Yuha's roommate. We met before. Jing Gao was immediately taken aback. The one he had secretly admired during his university days was not Lu Shui, but the younger Yang classmate. Jing Gao apologized, Yi classmate, I'm sincerely sorry. I truly did not recognize you. You have become much more beautiful since university. Teacher Xiao Yi couldn't help but chuckle lightly, straightforwardly saying, I've started working now. Chapter 61, Truly Returning in Glory. At noon, The sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting patterns upon the reddish-blue stone pavement. The road in front of the Academic Exchange Center was bustling with people. Listening to teacher Xiao Ye's response, Jing Gao couldn't help but smile. This answer is quite delightful. In truth, it's not just after entering the workforce. Even girls tend to undergo a transformation after just a year in university. Their style and fashion sense elevate significantly. Jing Gao cheerfully invited, "Ye classmate, shall we go upstairs and chat?" Meeting an old friend brought him unexpected joy. Teacher Xiao Yi lightly laughed and shook her head. "No? Senior Jing, you have no idea how famous you've become on the Jingxin forum. If I were to be photographed with you, my boyfriend would undoubtedly become jealous." Jing Gao chuckled. "Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Come on, leave me your number. I'll treat you all to a meal another day." He somewhat understood teacher Xiao Ye's concerns. His current status might bring her undue pressure. He himself would have felt the same way before obtaining the unlimited card. Teacher Xiao Yi felt relieved, exchanged phone numbers with Jing Gao, and quietly remarked, "Do you still keep in touch with Yua?" It was quite normal for her roommate to know about his infatuation with young classmate. Jing Gao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, smiling as he replied, "No. After leaving the literature club, I lost contact with her. Do you have her phone number?" Teacher Xiaoye smiled brightly and said, "Of course there is." She handed her phone number to Jing Gao and waved goodbye, exclaiming, "Goodbye, Senior Jing." She had come here for this very purpose. As she departed from the Academic Exchange Center, she cast a final glance at the four-story hotel, adorned with a striking red and yellow exterior. Feeling a surge of indescribable emotions within her heart. Who could have imagined that the once ordinary and shy senior, who secretly admired Yang Yuhua, would undergo such a transformation? He had truly become a figure of prominence. Compared to the scene today, those classmates of hers who seemed to be thriving were nothing but mere shadows. Inside the Baroque-style suite on the fourth floor of the Academic Exchange Center, Jing Gao stood by the window, holding a bottle of mineral water as he admired the picturesque scenery of the Jingxin University campus. The landscape was breathtaking, with its lush trees and vibrant flora. Just days prior, he had gazed at the cityscape from the heights of the Guamao Hotel, witnessing a view that was distinctly different from what he was accustomed to. Now, standing in his alma mater's Academic Exchange Center, he was again confronted with a perspective that diverged from his university days. His phone rested on the coffee table behind him, containing Yang Xuemei's contact information. However, he refrained from dialing her number. It simply felt inappropriate. Even though the girl he once harbored secret feelings for had graduated 3 years ago, everything had changed. The world had transformed. Just look at Xie Daxiao and Tang Lanlan to understand. Every man yearns to tread a solitary path. However, there is no need to tarnish the beauty of that past infatuation. Had he just acquired the unlimited card, he might have fantasized about fulfilling that dream. Regardless, the thrill would have been paramount. Yet now, he wished to preserve that exquisite memory. Jing Gao took a sip of mineral water, allowing a wave of reflection to wash over him. He had returned to Jingxin University to discuss collaboration. And last night, he had repeatedly reminded himself to abandon any thoughts of returning in glory. Yet, he found it utterly irresistible. Once scorned by the flower of the department due to his humble status, he was now being treated with deference. The former vice dean spoke highly of him, and the girl he once adored had her roommate proactively provide him with her number. The school's reception, accompanied by the vice president, featured the most beautiful female teacher throughout. An alumni had lined up to welcome him, causing a stir on the university forum. It was no wonder that Liu Bang yearned to return home upon becoming an emperor, or that Xiang Yu would speak of traversing the night in splendid attire. Thus, the sentiment of returning in glory was not solely a product of his own volition. Of course, he could take quiet pleasure in it, but to vocalize such sentiments might come off as somewhat pretentious. He did not possess the legendary status of Han Gaozu or Xiang Wang. On Wednesday afternoon, in the small auditorium of Building 4, Wu Manqing was preparing alongside a group of student council officers. Clad in a white suit that accentuated her slender figure, standing at 172 meters tall, complemented by high heels, she exuded an exquisite beauty with her graceful curves. At 27, she radiated a fresh and dignified charm, devoid of any hint of seduction. During Jing Gao's midday respite, she was busy overseeing the arrangements for the event: microphones, sound equipment, tables and chairs, banners, and more. Student Council President Chun Yongsheng glanced at the banner hanging on the podium, which warmly welcomed the distinguished alumnus Jing Gao back to the university for a speech and entrepreneurship competition signing ceremony. After surveying the surroundings, he approached to report, "Ms. Wu, everything is ready." Wu Manqing let out a sigh of relief. The school placed great importance on Mr. Jing's visit, and she could not afford to make any mistakes. With a smile, she replied, "That's great. You've all worked hard this afternoon. Take a break." Her naturally beautiful smile made Chun Yongsheng's heart race a few beats faster. but having frequent interactions with Ms. Wu kept him composed. He chatted with a few colleagues backstage. The backstage area of the small auditorium featured several lounges. In the largest lounge, several student council officers gathered with a female host clad in a red off-shoulder gown. President Chun, they called out. Chen Yongxing responded, smiling as he inquired, what is the latest buzz on the BBS? I just heard Ms. Wu mention that Senior Jing requested an account. Haha. The hottest topic right now is who is more beautiful, Teacher Manqing or Lawyer Chen standing beside Senior Jing. The photography club members had taken numerous photos under the guise of work. Chen Yongxing jokingly retorted, aren't they being a bit ridiculous? Of course, we should support Ms. Wu. By the way, doesn't anyone envy Senior Jing? Rumor has it that Ms. Wu has never been in a relationship. Among all the people I've encountered, Senior Jing is the most impressive. Perhaps only a distinguished figure like him deserves Ms. Wu. Shoo, what are you envious of? President Chen, your thoughts seem a bit off. A few girls playfully chided him. Minutes later, as students began to fill the small auditorium, Wu Manqing received a call and headed to the entrance to greet Jing Gao and his party. Bai Xinghua accompanied Jing Gao, half explaining and half praising Ms. Wu. Senior Jing, Ms. Wu has been here all afternoon setting up the venue without taking a break. Jing Gao had taken a brief rest during lunch and felt quite invigorated. He smiled and said, thank you for your hard work, Ms. Wu. Wu Manqing humbly smiled and extended her hand, saying, Mr. Jing, it's my duty. Please. The enchanting beauty of Wu Manqing lit up the room, bringing great joy to Jing Gao, who held no ulterior thoughts. He simply admired her. This did not signify that he had transformed into a purely virtuous individual. At his core, he remained a man of the world. Who wouldn't aspire to emulate the sentiments expressed by the esteemed Ji Xianlin in his diary? At his age, he was still on the cusp of youth. However, there are boundaries between individuals. For instance, between him and Chen Yujia. Upon reflection, these thoughts were entirely normal. Yet, to breach that boundary carelessly could lead to an unpleasant descent into banality and tarnish one's reputation. There exists a term for this, social death. Such an outcome was far from his desire. Chapter 62, The Speech. Around 3 in the afternoon, the small auditorium of Building 4 at Jingxin University was filled with students. Before the event commenced, there was a slight buzz of excitement. Many were taking photos of the podium or browsing the BBS, which was abuzz with activity. Senior Jing's appearance is rather average, some murmured. Do they even understand true depth? At 27, he's donated 10 million to the school. Does a man like him really need to rely on looks? Can your beloved Wang Yi get that kind of money? At that moment, the female host in the red off-shoulder gown gracefully stepped forward with a microphone, and after settling herself, she began, on this splendid spring day. The male host continued, listing the attendees of the event, including Principal Gong and Dean Xiong, who nodded and smiled at the students as their names were read aloud. The female host then announced in a clear voice, now, let us welcome Senior Jing Gao to deliver his inspiring speech. Let's give him a warm welcome. Amidst the thunderous applause, Jing Gao, seated in the center of the podium with his speech in hand, approached the front. Gazing at the eager faces of the students below, he was suddenly reminded of a song he had sung in a karaoke bar just the day before, back when I was 18, at the school dance. Standing as a mere onlooker. In that moment, I vowed through tears that you all must see me. In that year, when he was 18 and just entered Jingxin University, he indeed sat among the crowd at that year's gala, contemplating the relationship between noise and silence. The excitement was irrelevant to him. Jing Gao gently tapped the microphone and said, I apologize, I was a bit lost in thought. Seeing all of you reminds me of my first year here. 9 years ago, the speeches at alumni gatherings typically follow a familiar pattern, reminiscing about the glorious past, reflecting on the arduous development of the alma mater, and then casting a hopeful glance towards the future. Seated in the front row by the corridor, Chen Yujia subtly shook her head. Listening to such speeches felt like a waste of time. As a distinguished graduate of Huaxia University of Political Science and Law, she was acutely aware of the value of time. The law curriculum was rigorous, laden with a plethora of articles and materials that required memorization. Wang Manqing, clad in a pristine white suit and possessing an elegant figure, sat beside Chen Yujia and whispered with a smile, Lawyer Chen, I've heard you prepared dozens of pages of contracts in just one afternoon. Truly impressive. As a master's graduate from Renmin University of China, she expressed little interest in the accolades of a second-tier university graduate. Wang exuded a dignified and serene aura, with an air of untouchable grace, embodying the essence of a high-caliber goddess. Nonetheless, she was adept at navigating interpersonal relationships and demonstrated strong organizational skills, which had facilitated her smooth career path at Jingxin University over the past 2 years. She was eager to forge a connection with this elite female lawyer. Dressed in a white shirt and black skirt, Chen Yujia possessed a slender, graceful figure, radiating youthful vitality and brightness. With humility, she replied, "I was simply well prepared beforehand." After exchanging a few pleasantries to pass the time during the opening remarks, Chen Yujie candidly remarked, "Mr. Jing will likely delve into the cliches of success, which are of little relevance to college students." Wang Manqing smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. Being somewhat older, she held back certain thoughts, opting for discretion. Mr. Jing began his address by reminiscing briefly about the past before transitioning to the main topic. "I must clarify that I do not subscribe to the philosophy of success. Therefore, I will refrain from dispensing motivational platitudes. Let us get straight to the point." Over the next hour, he intended to address several key issues. First, the participation methods for the entrepreneurial competition and how investments are evaluated. Second, the current trends favored by venture capital. And third, the advantages and disadvantages of entrepreneurship for college students. A wave of applause erupted. These grounded remarks instantly invigorated many students, who began to anticipate the insights of their senior. As Mr. Jing spoke with confidence at the podium, Chen Yujie and Wang Manqing exchanged incredulous glances from the first row, both stifling laughter while genuinely listening. The two high-achieving students felt somewhat taken aback. Mr. Jing elaborated on the entrepreneurial competition jointly launched by Zhongruan Company and Jingxin University for students across all universities in Beijing, detailing the rules and investment models. He then moved on to his second topic, the current hotspots in capital investment. As Lei Jun, the CEO of Xiaomi, famously said, "When a pig stands on the wind, it will fly." In this era of ubiquitous smartphones, the most significant capital hotspot is undoubtedly the mobile internet, which serves as the cornerstone for numerous business models. In 2016, the prevailing trend is the sharing economy, with fierce competition between Didi and Uber in the ride-sharing sector. Is there room for a third player? The market also features shared bicycles and cars. The viability and creativity in these areas are for you, dear students, to contemplate and explore. Sitting in the second row, Lu Shui listened attentively to Mr. Jing's speech, appearing engaged, though she harbored little interest. She had never been one to follow financial news. A fellow alumnus in his early 30s turned to her with a smile and inquired, "Lu, where are you currently employed?" Members of the Alumni Association do not always attend school gatherings, as their circumstances vary and familiarity is not guaranteed. "I'm teaching at a kindergarten," she replied. "Being a preschool teacher is wonderful." The middle-aged alumnus seemed genuinely intrigued. Lu Shui engaged in casual conversation, though inwardly, she regarded him with disdain, believing that the men she had dated over the years were far superior to him. Her sights were set on her esteemed classmate on the stage, a truly elite business professional. After an hour, Mr. Jing adeptly concluded his discourse, expressing gratitude to the audience. Applause resonated throughout the room. The female host entered from the side to enliven the atmosphere and announced, "Now we will move on to the QA session." After a few questions, a nervous freshman stood up, grasping the microphone that had been passed to him. "Senior Jing," he stammered, "you mentioned that you do not recommend college students pursue entrepreneurship, but instead focus on studying earnestly. Our school motto is learning for application. However, I would like to ask, for a student from a second-tier university, after 4 years of hard work, will we truly be competitive during recruitment?" The question sparked a wave of murmurs throughout the small auditorium. Vice President Gong at the podium appeared displeased. Typically, no student would openly disparage their own university. While a second-tier university may not be esteemed, didn't the student achieve a score sufficient for admission? If one harbored high aspirations, they should strive to improve. Mr. Jing refrained from criticizing the freshman's sentiments. In his own first year, he had not held Jingxin University in high regard, yet some of his fondest memories were tied to this institution, rendering his feelings sincere. "I am not a life coach," Mr. Jing stated. "I can only share my personal perspective on this matter." Chapter 63, A Sincere Response. Addressing the hundreds of students before him, Mr. Jing articulated clearly, "I can unequivocally state that a diploma from a second-tier university does indeed lack competitive weight during recruitment. This is an undeniable truth. The requirements of employers and individual job aspirations vary significantly. If you desire a higher salary and better job prospects, you must dedicate these 4 years to serious study and learning, not necessarily confined to your major. It ultimately depends on your future goals. Diligence in your studies during university may not guarantee a satisfying job, but neglecting your studies will certainly preclude you from finding one. The choice lies within your hands." Continuing, he reflected on the attitudes we should adopt towards our university life. Jingxin University, as a second-tier institution, may seem inconspicuous in the capital. Perhaps many of you harbor disappointment. Does this imply that your 4 years here will be squandered? I believe not. The 4 years of university represent one of the most beautiful phases of our lives, carefree, liberated, and brimming with youthful vigor. In university, we should embrace our youthful exuberance and indulge in romance. We should pursue the interesting and the beautiful. We should harbor aspirations and explore new heights. When I reach an age like mine and reflect upon my university days, those moments will transform into cherished memories. As Mr. Jing concluded, thunderous applause erupted. His candidness and sincerity resonated deeply with the students. Following a brief period of tension, his subsequent words brimmed with a love for university life and high hopes, nearly overflowing with passion. His earnest, fervent, and nostalgic sentiments inspired and uplifted them, prompting a resounding round of applause in response. At the podium, Vice President Gong beamed, softly clapping his hands. Mr. Jing's response was commendable. As the president of Jingxin University, fostering a sense of belonging among students towards their alma mater was indeed a challenging endeavor. Jingxin University may be perceived as weak. Had he been the one to address this question, he would have drawn upon the arduous journey of his time at Jingxin University, now transformed into commendable achievements, to inspire this student to strive for excellence in their studies and embrace a regret-free youth. Conversely, Jing Gao approached the matter from a personal perspective, his emotions sincere and fervent. It was evident that he garnered substantial recognition from the students. Dean Xiong, rather candid in his demeanor, conversed with a nearby teacher, exclaiming, "Well said. Indeed, Jing Gao possesses remarkable qualities. It is truly difficult to fathom that such a student could remain inconspicuous in university." His previous flattery had been driven by monetary motivations, yet he now found himself genuinely appreciating Jing Gao. The female host, Lu Tong, adorned in a striking red off-shoulder gown, with her fair complexion and large, adoring eyes fixed on Jing Gao, gracefully approached the podium. In a clear voice, she remarked, the student's question was incisive, and Senior Jing's response was extraordinarily impressive. This concludes our speech for today. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Senior Jing for sharing his brilliant insights and experiences. Thank you. Jing Gao offered a slight bow in acknowledgement before turning to join Principal Gong and others. Behind him, the thunderous applause erupted once more. In the second row of seats at the podium, Yu Jiashi observed this scene, feeling an ineffable sense of admiration. Earlier that morning, he had envied Jing Gao's ability to engage with stunning young women and his esteemed status. That envy lingered still. The enthusiastic applause that echoed twice made it clear that the students at Jingxin University deeply appreciated Jing Gao's speech and responses. Lu Shui, her face radiant with a smile, stood to applaud, her gaze fervently following Jing Gao's retreating figure. Wealthy, youthful, intriguing, and his classmate, if she did not strive to win his affections, she might one day rue her indecision. Li Wei smiled as he followed the crowd out of the small auditorium, aware that the members of the Alumni Association were heading to the Academic Exchange Center for a meal. Jing Gao's speech had been a resounding success, revealing to him another facet of the young man. Wu Manqing, her graceful figure clad in a white suit, smiled gently, offering soft applause. Jing Gao's final remark, a quotation from Pushkin's renowned poem If Life Deceives You, truly left a lasting impression. Wu Manqing rose and invited, Lawyer Chen, shall we proceed? Chen Yujia, dressed in a professional ensemble of a white blouse and black skirt, nodded gracefully, yes. Throughout the speech, the primary tone remained straightforward. Having heard numerous talks from business magnates at the university, she felt Jing Gao's delivery still lacked a certain refinement. Nevertheless, the answer to the last question was indeed remarkable. Jing Gao's response brimmed with affection for university life, resonating deeply with her as a current student. Years hence, when she reflects upon her collegiate years, will she perceive her youth as vibrant, filled with laughter and tears? Her perception of Jing Gao subtly evolved, a transformation she scarcely noticed. Together, they ascended toward the podium as students began to exit. This speech, destined to create a stir on Jingxin University's BBS, gradually came to a close. By noon, Chen Yujia had finalized the contract. The signing ceremony for the college entrepreneurship competition, co-hosted by Zhongru and Company and Jingxin University, was taking place at the podium. Reporters from the school newspaper and members of the photography club were capturing the moment. After the signing ceremony concluded, the group departed the small auditorium, making their way to the Academic Exchange Center. Bai Xinghua, noticing the crowd surrounding Jing Gao, turned to Wu Manqing and said, Teacher Wu, I leave this to you. I need to confirm the guest list for the evening banquet. Understood, she replied. Bai Xinghua exchanged a few words with Li Wei and Tang Lanlan before stepping away to make a phone call. His first call was to Moxin, Jing Gao's former advisor during his university days, who was currently a lecturer at the Normal College. Hello, Teacher Mo, this is Bai Xinghua. Yes, we spoke on Monday. As 5 o'clock approached, Moxin was in his office grading assignments. A somewhat short middle-aged man with a cropped hairstyle, he received Bai Xinghua's call with a dismissive expression. Teacher Bai, what do you want me to do for this event? Am I expected to toast the students? Bai Xinghua found himself at a loss for words. Was such a response truly necessary? It's no wonder he remained a lecturer at his age. Teacher Mo. Jing Gao is returning to his alma mater for an inspection and discussing collaborations. The school leadership is hosting a banquet in his honor, and your presence would be greatly appreciated. Moxin, resolute, replied, I'm not going. After hanging up, he received a call from Dean Xiong a few minutes later. Xiaomo, I hear you're quite busy today. Remember to balance work with rest. We're on the second floor of the Academic Exchange Center. Moxin hesitated before responding. All right, Dean. I will be there shortly. The second floor hall of the Academic Exchange Center was adorned with banners. The hotel manager greeted guests at the entrance, accompanied by 4 waitresses in kipeos. Principal Gong shook hands with the manager, smiling. Jing Gao, let us head inside and take a seat. The banquet will commence shortly. Chapter 64. Mastering the overall situation. The restaurant on the second floor of the Academic Exchange Center featured several elegant private rooms. Due to a larger turnout for the evening banquet, the gathering was held in the main hall. The grand hall was resplendent, with a towering ceiling featuring an inclined surface and intricately designed circular light fixtures, exuding a unique style. The manager busily attended to guests. And after a quarter of an hour, once everyone had arrived, the serving of food and drink commenced. Jing Gao occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Principal Gong, Dean Xiong, Teacher Qin, Wu Manqing, Bai Xinghua, Advisor Moxin, Xiao Qiao, Chen Yujie, and Manager Li. At a nearby table sat other accompanying personnel, along with Yu Jiashi and others. The Alumni Association members, along with teacher Xiao Yi, occupied 2 tables, while students from the Student Council filled another. Lu Shui, comfortably seated in a wooden chair, held a glass of red wine, conversing with Li Wei beside her. Who is that glum-faced individual at the main table? Li Wei, well informed, whispered, that's Jing Gao's advisor from back in the day. It seems he hasn't fared well in recent years. Lu Shui chuckled, somewhat dismissive. But that's no reason for such a sour demeanor. Isn't that just adding to the discomfort? Li Wei observed the main table where glasses clinked together and sipped his chicken soup, pondering that perhaps he was merely unskilled in socializing. At the main table, Principal Gong noticed that the dishes had been served and, after several rounds of drinks, stood to address the guests. I must reiterate Jing Gao's remarkable response this afternoon. It truly deserves commendation. This brings a satisfying conclusion to today's event. Jing Gao felt a sense of pride at the rapturous applause for his answer to the freshman. Yet he remained modest, acknowledging, Principal Gong is too generous. With a playful tone, Principal Gong added, no need for modesty. In all my years at this school, your answer stands out as unparalleled. I must inform you ahead of time that during the new student orientation in September, I intend to present your response. You won't charge me a copyright fee, will you? Jing Gao smiled, responding, of course not. Principal Gong raised his glass, declaring, a toast to everyone. After they all drank, he patted Jing Gao on the shoulder, saying, I shall take my leave now. You young folks should enjoy your drinks. He turned to Wu and Bai, instructing, please ensure Jing Gao is well taken care of. What an amusing old man, everyone thought, as they rose to see him off. Bai Xinghua took the initiative to propose a toast, suggesting, Senior Jing, no, Mr. Jing, has come to Jingxin University for an inspection today and has successfully secured a collaboration. Let us raise a glass with our colleagues from Zhongru & Company to celebrate our fruitful partnership. Dean Xiong, Wu Manqing, and Teacher Qin all stood in unison, raising their glasses high. Jing Gao gracefully pulled out a chair, smiling as he said, ladies, perhaps you should forego the alcohol and opt for some juice instead. Teacher Qin applauded, complimenting, Jing, you truly are a gentleman who is considerate of the ladies. Wu Manqing smiled subtly, having noticed that Chen Yujie slightly frowned while reaching for a wine glass. As a law student, it was entirely normal for her to dislike drinking. This thoughtful gesture was undoubtedly directed at her. Jing Gao took a seat after having a drink. He felt a slight urge to critique Teacher Qin's remark. At around 40 years old, he likely was unaware that the term gentleman is often used in a more nuanced context nowadays. He considered himself merely a serious individual with thoughts to ponder. After Principal Gong departed, the atmosphere in the hall noticeably enlivened. Guests mingled, raising their glasses and toasts, the clinking of cups resonating throughout. Jing Gao shared a drink with a waiter who came to toast, and as the host from the afternoon, she remarked upon seeing the counselor Moxin's gloomy demeanor, Teacher Mo, I raise a glass to you. May your work proceed smoothly. To be frank, his relationship with Mo was rather average. While some counselors could easily connect with students, others were more neglectful in their management. Mo fell into the latter category. As an inconspicuous student, Jing Gao had hardly spoken to him alone throughout the 4 years. Initially reluctant to attend, Moxin now wore a sullen expression not out of discontent with Jing Gao, but rather due to his grievances with the school. At over 40, he had yet to be promoted to associate professor, feeling stifled. With a forced smile, he raised his glass, saying, Jing Gao, you've made quite a name for yourself. Congratulations. Jing Gao nodded and shared a drink with Dean Xiong, contemplatively stating, Dean, I intend to donate 5 million yuan to establish a scholarship for our normal college, to encourage younger students to strive for excellence. Dean Xiong's face immediately lit up with joy, grateful for Jing Gao's generosity, and exclaimed, Come, come. On behalf of the 6,000 students of our normal college, thank you for your immense support in our development. Applause erupted from Bai Xinghua, Wu Manqing, Teacher Qin, and others, and the news quickly spread, prompting applause from other tables as well. Bai Xinghua sent a text to Mo Xian, Teacher Mo, if you proactively toast Dean Xiong now, your chances for that associate professor title will surely improve. Don't squander Jing Gao's good intentions. Mo Xian rose to toast Dean Xiong, bluntly stating, Dean Xiong, I toast to you. I'll drink, you do as you please. Dean Xiong, rubbing his balding head, replied cheerfully, You, little Mo, should have been promoted to associate professor long ago. Prepare your application materials over the next couple of days and hand them to me. Mo Xian, momentarily taken aback, felt his eyes redden. Was it really this simple to resolve a concern that had troubled him for 5 or 6 years? Looking at his former student, now surrounded by admirers, he felt a mix of shame and gratitude. This student was truly remarkable. After having a few drinks, Jing Gao excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom, retreating to the first-floor hall to avoid more alcohol. Outside, the night was already dark, in mid-April. The campus was pleasantly warm, filled with the sounds of chirping insects. He had merely created an opportunity regarding Mo Xian. The true intention behind his donation was to cultivate a friendship with Dean Xiong. Of course, Mo Xian was genuinely pleased, nearly moved to tears, as this was a moment shared between teacher and student. Yet, Jing Gao's reflections on this matter revealed that the joy derived from helping others was rather superficial. What truly mattered to him was his own progress. After Principal Gong's departure, he first suggested that the ladies drink juice, then toasted Mo Xian before making his donation, thus orchestrating an opportunity. This demonstrated his command over the situation and proved to be a success, akin to the earlier moment when he prompted everyone to drink a toast before hastily dining. Upon reflection, this was perhaps his natural adaptation to the role of a wealthy benefactor. Simultaneously, it indicated that those around him were adjusting to the reality of his newfound affluence. In other words, on the 9th day since acquiring the infinite card, he was likely on the verge of completing his adjustment period as a magnate. It felt rather swift. Yet he genuinely sensed that he was on the cusp of crossing this threshold. As he pondered, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor behind him caught his attention. Just from that sound, he could tell it belonged to a woman of great allure. Chapter 65, Realization and Opportunity. The visitor was Lu Shui, dressed in a creamy white mid-length skirt, her height of 1.68 meters accentuating her graceful figure as she walked through the academic center's first-floor hall. Cheerfully raising her right hand, she greeted, Hi, Jing Gao. Jing Gao offered a self-deprecating smile and replied, Just call me by my name. We're all classmates here. In business dealings, one must maintain a semblance of formality. But in the presence of university peers, he had no desire for such pretenses. Those 4 years of youth held many unforgettable memories, figures like Mo and Lu, the campus beauty. He recalled the most sensational rumor about Lu Shui. It was said she had broken up with her boyfriend over the phone in the corridor of the 6th floor of the library, stating, Your pencil lead is too thin. It doesn't match my pen cap. This had caused quite a stir in the male dorms of the normal college, spawning numerous versions of the tale. Whether true or false, its veracity remained unverified. Lu Shui smiled brightly, pulling a carton of milk from her handbag. Jing Gao, I noticed you've had quite a bit to drink tonight. How about some milk to soothe your stomach? Jing Gao gazed at the enchanting former campus beauty, momentarily taken aback, and then politely declined, Thank you, but no. He had no desire for Lu Shui's milk, nor did he wish to offer her his premium milk. How to put it, with the increasing number of beautiful women he encountered, he felt more at ease in their presence. No longer was he like the first time he met Xiao Qiao, distracted by rumors of socialites and clients. He had grown beyond that. After experiences with an and Su Qing, he maintained an interest in beautiful women, yet his self-control had significantly strengthened. Lu Shui was indeed beautiful. With a score of 94 in looks, just a step away from being universally acknowledged as a stunning beauty, yet he felt no attraction. The reason likely lay in the preliminary impression she had left on him. First, her overly proactive demeanor. Second, she seemed to have been in numerous relationships. Of course, had he not been a benefactor, he might have accepted her kind gesture of milk. And conversely, if he were not a benefactor, would Lu Shui even care about how much he drank? Understanding Jing Gao's sentiment, Lu Shui's smile faded, and with a slight pout, she looked down and said, I'm sorry for intruding. She turned and walked out into the night. Jing Gao watched her leave, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Refusing someone does indeed bring unhappiness. Yet it was a necessity. In that moment, he had a realization. Perhaps there was another lesson on the path to becoming a benefactor, one entitled rejection. His social circle remained relatively narrow, partly due to his deliberate low profile and the mere 9 days since acquiring the infinite card. However, he could envision a future filled with various people and events entering his life. He needed to learn the art of refusal. Moreover, he gleaned another insight. Today, Wu Manxing had presented herself with an elegant and statuesque figure, exuding a refined and graceful aura. He had indeed contemplated drawing closer to her, but he restrained himself. There are boundaries between individuals. His interaction with teacher Wu was strictly professional, and recklessly breaching that boundary could tarnish his reputation. Lu Shui's earlier gesture of offering milk had provided him with significant inspiration. To start with small gestures, breaking down the barriers between people. Certainly, the prerequisite is to leave a favorable impression on the other party. Lu Shui serves as a counterexample. The gentleman has made a slight advancement in his emotional intelligence. The banquet at the academic center soon came to a close. After evading drinks for half an hour on the first floor, Jing Gao received a call from Bai Xinghua, indicating that Dean Xiong, Teacher Qin, Wu Manxing, and Teacher Xiao Yu would be coming down shortly to bid farewell. They exchanged farewells at the entrance of the academic center on the first floor. A black Rolls-Royce Ghost Black badge glided onto the road. Dean Xiong, slightly inebriated, shook hands with Jing Gao, saying, "Mr. Jing, you are always welcome to return for a visit. I have some fine tea waiting for you." Jing Gao responded with a smile, "Of course, Dean." He then bid farewell to Teacher Qin, Bai Xinghua, and Wu Manxing before saying, "Xiao Qiao, Lawyer Chun, please take my car. There isn't enough space in the back for everyone." Chun Yujia, feeling a bit tipsy, glanced at Yu Jiashi, who required assistance to stand. And the middle-aged manager, Li, contemplated before nodding, "All right. Thank you, Mr. Jing." At the entrance of the academic center, the group exchanged farewells and departed. Jing Gao's visit to Jingxin University could be deemed a resounding success. Wu Manxing watched alongside her colleagues as the two vehicles from Zhongru and Company disappeared into the night. She had just met Lawyer Chun and found their conversation pleasant, but suggesting he escort her home felt somewhat inappropriate, so she refrained from doing so. As luck would have it, Mr. Jing took the initiative to propose it. As for Jing Gao, she truly held a newfound respect for him. Though she did not seek to cultivate a closer relationship, she was well aware of her beauty and the ongoing collaboration with Zhongru and Company, anticipating future encounters with Jing Gao. Taking the initiative might lead to being underestimated. The capital's nightscape was resplendent and vibrant, a spectacle of shimmering lights. The black Rolls-Royce moved steadily through the traffic. Jing Gao refrained from initiating conversation, and upon reaching Wanda Plaza, he handed the Ferrari keys to Xiao Qiao, who promptly exited the vehicle to purchase a box of milk for Chun Yujia. "Mr. Jing, goodbye. I will arrange for someone to drive the Ferrari back to the Guamao Hotel tomorrow." Xiao Qiao waved from outside the car before hailing a taxi to head in the opposite direction, as she resided in Tongqing. Jing Gao and Chun Yujia, on the other hand, were headed to the Sunset District and Haibei District, respectively. As the car began to move, the driver, recruited by the company, drove steadily. The rear seat was tranquil, occasionally illuminated by the lights from the buildings. Chun Yujia felt a slight dizziness. Her alcohol tolerance was low, and she sipped on the pure milk, saying, "Mr. Jing, thank you." She expressed her gratitude for his consideration in ensuring she had juice during the banquet and for buying her milk to alleviate her intoxication. Jing Gao observed Chun Yujia's graceful and radiant features and gently responded, "You're welcome. Are you feeling better?" He had contemplated this morning that if he wished to establish a connection with Chun Yujia, it would require a pivotal moment to alter their relationship. It seemed that moment had arrived. Chun Yujia leaned against the plush car seat and softly suggested, "Mr. Jing, perhaps you could drop me off at a subway station?" Jing Gao advised, "It's quite dangerous for you to squeeze into the subway in your current state. Let me take you back to the university instead. Today, I feel I have inconvenienced you." Principal Gong was around, making it inappropriate to mention that the lady should have juice. Chun Yujia must have indulged in a couple of glasses of white wine. After a moment's consideration, she agreed, "That makes sense. Thank you. Your responses this afternoon were quite impressive. Additionally, I am glad to have met Teacher Wu." Jing Gao chuckled, sensing that Chun Yujia harbored a slight trust in him that exceeded mere acquaintance. Her perspective on him appeared to have shifted. However, as they conversed, the image of the astute, vigilant elite lawyer she had cultivated began to crumble. Ultimately, she remained a university student, her speech lacking the polish of sophistication, revealing a certain candor. Chapter 66, A Promising Beginning. "You should rest for a bit. I'll call you when we reach your school entrance." They traveled together, and around 8 in the evening, the traffic in the capital was quite congested, taking an hour or two to reach the Zhengfa University. This seemed like a serendipitous opportunity for meaningful exchange. Yet, observing Chun Yujia's weary expression, Jing Gao maintained his composure. Chun Yujia obediently closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber, one from intoxication, the other from skipping a midday nap. Jing Gao refrained from gazing at her enchanting visage. Silencing his phone, sitting in the car, he inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance, feeling a surge of joy and tranquility. He had just grasped that his phase of adaptation to wealth had concluded, and he was in high spirits. The minor breakthrough in his relationship with Chun Yujia invigorated him even further. Yet, at this moment, he was remarkably calm. There were reasons not to disturb her peaceful slumber. And more importantly, he recognized that his journey to this point had not been achieved through recklessness, but rather through introspection, reflection, learning, and self-discipline. He felt grounded. He was beginning to navigate the realm of wealth with some degree of control. A new phase was about to commence. And this beginning was marked by the modest advancement in his relationship with Chun Yujia. A good start is half the battle won. As he pondered, Jing Gao's phone suddenly lit up, an incoming call from Yi Jing, the woman who had rear-ended his car the previous Sunday evening. Jing Gao ended the call and sent her a text message. I am currently unable to take calls. Let us converse via text. Mr. Jing, have you received the repair bill for the car? Let us arrange a time to meet and discuss. Jing Gao considered this for a moment. He had felt compassion when he saw Yi Jing crying in distress. Additionally, he was reluctant to waste time waiting for the police and insurance to address the matter. However, since she was willing to compensate him and had the means to do so, he saw no reason to impede her. Let us meet tomorrow afternoon. I will have someone send over the bill. You can choose the meeting location. He had an appointment in the morning with designer Jiang Jingying to review the interior design plans for the Ziyun Pavilion. All right, then let us meet at the Modern Literature Museum. There's a nice cafe inside. Jing Gao confirmed the meeting with Yi Jing as the black Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop at the roadside outside Zhengfa University. The driver quietly remarked, Mr. Jing, I'll step out for a smoke. It was evident that Mr. Jing had intentions toward Lawyer Chun, and Assistant Xiao discreetly departed. Not wanting to remain an unwelcome third party, Jing Gao nodded, noting that Chun Yujia was still deep in slumber. He glanced at his watch and waited a quarter of an hour before gently waking her. Lawyer Chun, we have arrived. Chun Yujia stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Thank you. She retrieved her phone from her handbag to check the time, feeling considerably more alert. The dormitory would close at 11, and she had 40 minutes left. Jing Gao stepped out to escort her. Noticing her lingering signs of inebriation, he asked, Are you all right? Do you need me to call your roommate to come pick you up? Chun Yujia's bright eyes sparkled as she replied, No, I can manage on my own. She waved goodbye to Jing Gao and ventured into the campus. Walking along the familiar tree-lined path, she glanced back to see Jing Gao still at the entrance. Watching her leave, a wave of emotions washed over her. Mr. Jing's intentions toward her were quite apparent. Her emotional journey from yesterday to today had undergone several transformations. Initially, she had been highly cautious of Jing Gao's advances, viewing him through a lens of skepticism. However, her experiences today had indeed altered her perceptions. This morning, at the entrance of Jingxin University, she had encountered a composed and unpretentious young man, neither arrogant nor frivolous. In the afternoon, while in the small auditorium, she listened to his nostalgic reflections on university life, resonating with her own sentiments. By evening, in the banquet hall, she felt his genuine consideration and attentiveness. Upon her return, she was willing to extend a modicum of trust to him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, she resolutely refused to accept any assignments or tasks bestowed by Mr. Jing. She had no desire to become entangled in such matters, engaging in a romantic relationship with a 27-year-old affluent young man. Even if he possessed a depth of character and was far from superficial, still harbored unpredictable fortunes. She was unwilling to risk her life on such uncertainties. Nevertheless, gratitude was still in order. Chun Yujia turned back and waved at Jing Gao, before re-entering the tranquil, serene, and softly illuminated canvas of the Fada campus. The bright moon illuminated her graceful and slender silhouette. Jing Gao returned to the Guamao Hotel by car. Once inside the presidential suite, he set his Prada handbag on the carpet, changed his shoes, indulged in a relaxing bath, declined Su Qing's visit, poured himself a glass of champagne, and enjoyed the fruits delivered by the restaurant while gazing at the night skyline of Beijing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, he took a sip of champagne, the rich and elegant fruity aroma lingering in his mouth. Jing Gao certainly recalled the moment Chun Yujia turned to glance back. Yet he was at a loss as to how to pursue her further. Throughout the journey back, he contemplated various approaches, but found himself utterly perplexed. Perhaps he ought to watch a few urban romance dramas for inspiration. After all, one can learn from the experiences of others. His thoughts, however, were not solely consumed by personal matters. he was more focused on how to navigate his forthcoming life. Having passed the adjustment phase of being a high roller, he pondered what the next stage might entail, perhaps a novice phase? He was uncertain. Everything required exploration on his part. Setting aside these abstract concerns, he recognized that his visit to Jingxin University today had been quite successful. Recruiting a deputy general manager to oversee investments would enable Zhongruan Company to resume normal operations. His facade was finally taking shape. Next, he knew he should relocate to his own residence, as long-term hotel living was impractical. Additionally, he needed to continue his exercise regimen and obtain a pass for entry into the university to experience college life. Furthermore, he aimed to hone his skills in singing and painting, starting with securing a teacher. Lastly, he contemplated calling his parents to inform them of his resignation and entrepreneurial endeavors, providing them with a psychological heads-up before his return during the May Day holiday at the end of the month, to offer an explanation for his newfound financial freedom. However, it was too late to call now. He did not wish to keep his parents awake all night. It seemed he had quite a bit to accomplish, but he resolved to tackle it all tomorrow. Jing Gao retired to bed. On Thursday, in a certain office building not far from the Central Academy of Fine Arts, Jiang Jingying, carrying a handbag, entered the building in a flowing white gown with long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an elegant charm that caught the attention of many gentlemen in the elevator. This beautiful woman in her early 30s was in the prime of her allure. "Good morning." Manager Jiang greeted the receptionist with a bright voice. Jiang Jingying smiled and nodded in response as her assistant approached. "Good morning, Manager Jiang." "Good morning. We have a major client visiting today, and I will need the conference room in the morning. Please prepare some fine tea. Also, assist me with the design draft for the Guamao Phase 3 project," she instructed as she walked. Jing Gao was scheduled to meet her to finalize the design proposal for the Ziyun Pavilion. Chapter 67. Confirming the design proposal. The morning sun hung low over the skyscrapers, casting a warm glow over the buildings, trees, and streets. Jing Gao, having risen early, ran on the treadmill for an hour, washed up, enjoyed breakfast, and then drove out. As expected, he encountered traffic congestion once more. "I once resembled you, like the wild grass and flowers," he mused as he answered his phone, hearing Xie En's boisterous voice on the other end. "What the hell, Jing Gao? You returned to Jingxin University to show off yesterday, and didn't he invite me along?" Jing Gao chuckled, responding, "What a fine matter has turned sour in your mouth. That wasn't the case. I merely needed to borrow the prestige of Jingxin University." "Who told you that?" Xie En teased. "Oh, Wei Meive called me. She was full of praise for you. I almost doubted whether I knew you at all." Jing Gao laughed and retorted, "Nonsense." Xie En chuckled again, then became serious. "By the way, thank you." Jing Gao understood the implication. It referred to his demeanor towards Tang Lanlan yesterday. He exhaled lightly. It was all in the past. "So, my sister's friend is having a birthday party on Saturday. We're organizing a gathering to sing and drink at Wang Fujing, and it will be filled with beauties from the Central Academy of Drama. Are you interested in joining us?" Jing Gao jested. "When you, young Master Xie, extend an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Just send me the address on WeChat." No, you're calling yourself my little brother. How am I supposed to live?" He added. "You have no idea how Wei Kaiyan praised Lanlan for you. Let's not discuss that. See you Saturday." "All right, see you Saturday." The Anjing building boasted over 40 floors, ranking among the more expensive office buildings in Wangjing, though not the best. Upon arriving downstairs, Jing Gao made a phone call, and shortly after, Jiang Jingying came down to greet him. "Mr. Jing, good morning." It had been over a week since they last met, and Jiang, still a vision of beauty in her embroidered pink and white gown that revealed only her ankles and high heels, possessed a graceful and intellectual charm. She extended her hand, and Jing Gao smiled, shaking it. "Hello, Miss Jiang." Following Jiang Jingying, they took the elevator to the 28th floor of the Ying Design Company, settling into a simple yet elegant conference room. This small meeting room was modest in size, with only a long table and a few chairs. The bright morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the high-quality khaki wooden floor, creating a cheerful ambience. "Mr. Jing, would you like some tea?" asked a young assistant who entered with the refreshments. She was in her 20s, of average height, and wore glasses. Jing Gao nodded with a smile. "Thank you." Taking the warm tea, he sat at the end of the long table, surveying the meeting room. It was no surprise that an interior design firm would have such a refined and minimalist setup. Being here instilled a sense of comfort. Jiang Jingying entered the room, placing the printed design drafts before Jing Gao, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Mr. Jing, allow me to introduce this to you. Please let me know where you feel modifications are necessary." All right. The Ziyun Pavilion project encompassed 517 square meters, with approximately 460 square meters of usable space after deducting shared areas and wall thickness. It comprised 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Jiang Jingying sat beside Jing Gao, speaking in a soft, unhurried tone, before lightly brushing aside her hair that had fallen over her forehead. Exuding an unspoken allure as she tilted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Jing Gao as she inquired, "Mr. Jing, do you find it satisfactory?" Her demeanor was exceedingly pleasant. Unlike the flattery he had received upon returning to Jingxin University, which had maintained an air of equality in their collaborative relationship, this was the treatment one would expect from a major client. Sensing the delicate fragrance emanating from the enchanting woman beside him, Jing Gao made his requests for modifications. "Ms. Jiang, I would like to have an entertainment room for singing and watching movies. Additionally, I hope to convert the study into an art studio." Jiang Jingying showed no sign of difficulty. Having been a designer for many years, she had navigated through numerous revisions. Picking up a pencil, she began sketching on the design blueprint, her gentle smile illuminating the room as she asked, "Mr. Jing, do you have any other requests?" Her arched willow leaf eyebrows and her radiant smile were like a refreshing spring breeze, vibrant and captivating. The distance between Jing Gao and the enchanting face of Jiang Meifu did not exceed 50 centimeters, and he immediately felt captivated by her smile. Truly, she is a woman of profound cultivation. Such an effortlessly exuded charm is the most alluring of all. Unlike Lu Shui, who revealed her allure yesterday with a somewhat superficial approach, Jiang Meifu has mastered the art of subtlety to perfection. This magnetic allure is a product of life experiences and maturity. Jing Gao's emotional intelligence has evolved significantly since the past. At this moment, he realizes he can engage in slightly audacious banter with Jiang Jingying. However, he is acutely aware of the delicate line between teasing and flirting, a skill he seems yet to fully grasp. Noticing Jing Gao's dazed expression as he gazed at her face, Jiang Jingying displayed a hint of bashfulness and gently reminded him, "Mr. Jing." He chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate, and replied, "No problem." Jiang Jingying smiled radiantly, exuding warmth and wisdom, and said, "All right then, thank you for coming. Once I finish my revisions, I will invite you to make a decision." "Sounds good." Jing Gao nodded in agreement, then ventured, "Additionally, I have a matter I would like to consult you about, Jingying." He had altered her address. Jiang Jingying was not offended and inquired, "What is it?" Taking a sip of tea, Jing Gao slowly articulated, "I have recently developed feelings for a girl and wish to pursue her, yet I find myself at a loss. Do you have any suggestions?" Jiang Jingying let out a soft laugh, akin to a water lily blooming, and teasingly responded, "Mr. Jing, it varies from person to person. I shall refrain from offering you advice." She began to tidy up the drawings, extending her delicate hand. Jing Gao smiled, shaking her hand, and urged at the company entrance, "Please stay." In high spirits, he took the elevator down. Jiang Jingying had misunderstood his reference to the girl, believing he meant herself when in truth, he was referring to Chen Yujia. Typically, when one seeks counsel and mentions a friend, it often pertains to the speaker themselves. Nevertheless, he had no intentions of pursuing Jiang Jingying. She was clearly a sophisticated woman who would require more time and effort. His buoyant mood stemmed from experimenting with the nuances between teasing and flirting with Jiang Jingying. Before their relationship advanced, the former was overt while the latter was subtle. A new skill acquired, he had learned. Jing Gao departed from Anjing Building in his sleek black Volkswagen Magotan, heading towards the Lido Crown Hotel. He planned to check out and move his belongings to his new residence, Vank Economic Trade Mansion. Inside the car, soothing music serenaded. Who was playing a tune on the pipa, Dongfeng Pa? Jing Gao gently hummed along, cherishing his relationship with Chen Yujia and thus maintaining decorum. Yet today, in front of Jiang Meifu, he dared to flirt lightly, for even a misstep would not lead to social demise. The exhilaration of breaking free from constraints was delightful. No wonder so many are drawn to flirtation. It is indeed thrilling. For instance, earlier, according to Jiang Meifu's interpretation, he was essentially asking, "How should I pursue you?" Her reaction was a soft giggle and a playful pout. Just then, a call from Yujia interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Jing, I managed to acquire the Lamborghini Huracan 6104 Avio, and the license plate is already swapped at the Vehicle Administration Office. Where should I park it?" After pausing for a moment, Jing Gao replied, "Deliver it to Vank Economic Trade Mansion." The Ferrari 488 GTB was impressive, but he was eager to try the Lamborghini as well. After ending the call with Yujia, Jing Gao pondered briefly before dialing Anthony's number. "Hello, Mr. Jing. How may I assist you?" Anthony's professionalism was evident. Jing Gao stated, "Anthony, I'm preparing to check out and should arrive at the hotel in about half an hour. Please make the necessary arrangements." "Understood, Mr. Jing." The Lido Crown Holiday Inn basked in the brilliant sunshine of mid-April, its towering structure reaching for the clouds. Jing Gao drove to the hotel entrance, handed the keys to the valet, and took the elevator upstairs. Anthony was already waiting in the corridor, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Jing, Everything is arranged. Please gather your personal items and sign for the checkout. Thank you for your assistance. Jing Gao shook his hand and entered the elegantly styled presidential suite, swiftly organizing his luggage, which included clothes, books, and a new computer from his long-term apartment. With one suitcase and 3 bags, he signed the bill presented by Anthony in the spacious living room. He had prepaid for 10 days at the Lido Crown Hotel, and soon the front desk completed the settlement, returning a balance to his membership card. Anthony summoned a staff member via earpiece to assist Jing Gao in loading his luggage into the trunk of the Volkswagen Magotan waiting at the entrance. Mr. Jing, it is a pleasure to serve you. We welcome you back anytime. Jing Gao nodded, sending a 200 yuan tip to Anthony via WeChat before settling into his car and slowly driving away, casting a glance back at the luxurious Lido Crown Hotel. He had created many memories within those walls. Not playing any music, he drove along, seizing the opportunity at a traffic light to send a WeChat message to the sweet and gentle Anon, accompanied by a generous transfer red envelope. I have checked out. It has been a pleasure getting to know you during this time. Wishing you the best as you embark on a new chapter in life. He was fully aware that his connection with Anon was coming to an end, and she would soon exit his life. For reasons unknown, he still hoped to nudge Anon towards a better path. Perhaps everyone, in their own way, seeks beauty in life. Of course, he recognized the absurdity of his actions. What was his relationship with Anon? Yet perhaps it is essential to harbor a semblance of goodwill. The spa center in the annex of the Lido Hotel opened around 11 o'clock that morning. Anon, in the lounge, held her phone, reading the message but did not immediately claim the red envelope. Pouting slightly, she began to reply, only to delete each word one by one. At the University of International Business and Economics, commonly known as UB, the campus pathways bustled with students emerging from their classes around noon. Some headed to the cafeteria for lunch, others returned to their dormitories, while a lively scene unfolded with students exiting the dining hall, creating a vibrant tableau of college life. Graduate student Yi Jing strolled leisurely from the third cafeteria with her friend Deng Ran, making their way off campus. A group of students with backpacks approached, greeting, "Good day. Teacher Yi." "Hi, everyone." Yi Jing smiled warmly, acknowledging the students who greeted her. Not only was she a graduate student, but she also served as the counselor for the 15th class of the International Business School's Management Department. First-year students often faced heavy academic loads, so those dining at this hour were typically from that cohort. As she passed the students, Yi Jing remarked to her friend, Ran, "You really don't need to come along. It's likely to be a lengthy discussion. Don't you have class?" Deng Ran, a junior from the English department sporting a ponytail, insisted, "Sister Jing, I'm just concerned he might take advantage of you. He texted you without even mentioning the bill. How can you be sure of the compensation?" Yi Jing widened her eyes, uncertain, and replied, "That shouldn't be the case, right, Mr. Jing initially intended to waive her compensation. However, the education she received from a young age has made it difficult for her to overcome this inner struggle. Deng Ran gently wrapped his arm around hers and sighed. "Who knows? Having an extra person adds strength. I have already asked my roommate to assist me." Yi Jing pondered for a moment and agreed. "All right then. Let us wait at the cafe on the first floor of the Modern Literature Museum." Jing Gao's new home is located just a wall away from the University of International Business and Economics, specifically in the Vank Economic and Trade Mansion. Situated on the 20th floor of Building 8, which features 2 elevators servicing 2 units per floor and consists of 4 bedrooms. On Tuesday, Jing Gao decided to replace the rather unsightly old sofa in the spacious living room. It was replaced with an elegant light gray Italian leather sofa. The cleaning was done yesterday by Xiao He, who hired a cleaning lady. The sheets, duvet covers, and comforters were all changed to new ones. All the kitchenware was cleared out and replaced with new items, while the kitchen appliances were retained. The refrigerator and washing machine were also newly replaced. Though the air conditioning unit had yet to be updated, the remaining trivial matters needed Jing Gao's gradual attention and procurement. To truly make a house feel like home requires time and effort to organize. The experience of being at home is entirely different from that of a hotel. Jing Gao strolled through the house, lying on the exquisite carpet in the living room, gazing at the lofty ceiling and feeling contemplative. He ordered takeout from Mate Wan, then proceeded to the study to power on his Alienware laptop, connecting to the 500M fiber optic broadband to purchase a high-end treadmill worth 109,999 yuan. An hour later, the delivery arrived, vegan dishes from Yi Bodhi at the south gate of the University of International Business and Economics. Jing Gao ordered Buddha jumps over the wall, pumpkin and lily stew with bird's nest, and a vegetarian treasure pot with rare mushrooms. All vegetarian, the flavors were delightful. Although the Buddha jumps over the wall was not as authentic as he had previously tasted, it was still palatable. The mushrooms in the vegetarian treasure pot were tender, accompanied by green bamboo shoots and silver fungus, with seasonings derived from fruits and vegetables, creating a delectable experience, truly a rare culinary delight. After enjoying his lunch, Jing Gao tidied up his luggage slightly when he received a WeChat message from Yi Jing. "I've arrived." Jing Gao glanced at the time. It was 1:50 p.m. Grabbing his brown Prada handbag, he took the elevator down and searched for his Lamborghini in the underground parking lot. Living near the university, within the third ring road, and being in the tallest building of this community, the underground parking was filled with luxury cars, BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, Maseratis, Porsches, and so on. However, his blue Lamborghini stood out strikingly. The matte blue exterior, adorned with white racing stripes, sat quietly in the garage, resembling a beast poised to spring into action. Jing Gao pressed the car key, slipped into the Lamborghini, and started the engine, departing from the underground parking lot. He had checked the map. The Modern Literature Museum was not far from there. 10 minutes later, Jing Gao arrived, parked his car, and sent a message to Yi Jing to ascertain her location. He made his way to the first floor's Time Cafe, where he specified his table number. The waiter quietly directed him, "Sir, please follow me." Table 20 was nestled in a corner by the window. At the four-person booth sat two women. One of the women, slightly less attractive, stood up holding her phone. Chapter 69, An Unexpected Encounter. "Hello." Jing Gao approached the booth and shook hands with the tall and slender Yi Jing. Their previous encounter had been fleeting and shrouded in the night, rendering him unfamiliar with her until now. She wore a soft, flowing white blouse, slightly loose-fitting, paired with tight sapphire blue jeans that accentuated her curves. Standing at 1.72 meters, and with the addition of high heels, she appeared even taller and more slender. A sprinkling of freckles adorned her cheeks, and her long hair was subtly curled, indicative of a perm. According to Jing Gao's evaluation, her beauty could earn an 88 out of 100, more attractive than Xiao Qiao, yet less so than Su Qing. "Hello." Yi Jing smiled politely, shook Jing Gao's hand, and introduced. "This is my good friend. She accompanied me." The girl sitting beside her appeared to be in her early 20s, with delicate, fair skin and striking features. Adorned with dainty glasses, she wore a light blue long-sleeve blouse, and, though slightly slender, her figure was still curvaceous. In Jing Gao's aesthetic judgment, he would award her a 92, surpassing both Yi Jing, and in noticing that she made no attempt to stand, Jing Gao nodded slightly and told the waiter, "A cappuccino, please." This cafe, like many in the area, primarily offered a place to relax and converse, selling ambience rather than exceptional coffee. He ordered the most common coffee. Blending in with the crowd, Jing Gao observed Yi Jing and her friend, who were also scrutinizing the newly seated Jing Gao. The young man, nearly 1.80 meters tall, appeared somewhat robust, with well-defined features. In terms of appearance, he was not particularly remarkable, yet his attire exuded a sense of fashion, elegance, and leisure. He wore a light white polo shirt with a collar and deep blue fitted casual trousers, a well-coordinated outfit. Yi Jing stirred her cappuccino with a small spoon. Her voice tinged with anxiety. "Mr. Jing, how much will the repair cost?" Jing Gao noticed her expression, smiled, and replied honestly. "The Ferrari dealer assessed it and said it needs to be sent back for repairs. The estimated cost is around 800,000 yuan. The insurance company will cover it." Yi Jing blinked, seemingly unsure of how to navigate the situation. Should she negotiate compensation with Jing Gao? Sitting in the booth, Deng Ran interjected, "Mr. Jing, I have 2 points to make. First, the repair costs are not something you can just throw a number at. We need to see the detailed invoice. Second, I have checked, and the insurance company typically does not cover situations like this. This matter is not resolved today. There will be follow-ups." Her words were sharp, and her tone unkind. Jing Gao frowned and cast a glance at the pretty girl, his initial good impression of her shattered. While her logic seemed sound, she came off as a naive fool. In a lighter narrative, her attitude would have warranted a lesson on why flowers bloom so beautifully. Nevertheless, in reality, he was displeased but not yet inclined to argue or resort to anger. He believed it unworthy to engage in disputes with foolishness. Jing Gao decided to leave her hanging and responded clearly, "Miss Yi, the dealer assured me that the insurance company would cover it. I trust his judgment. Thus, I do not intend to seek compensation from you. Let us consider this matter closed. Additionally, may I ask why you were crying that day?" He was genuinely curious about this. Did Yi Jing deceive him? Otherwise, his compassion would have been in vain. Yi Jing's expression suddenly dimmed, her eyes reddening. At that moment, the waiter delivered the coffee. "Thank you," Jing Gao said, pulling out his phone to settle the bill. With a moment's pause, Yi Jing rubbed her eyes and, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "Mr. Jing, my boyfriend went to work in Shenzhen, and I accompanied him to the station. We parted ways there." Ah, he thought. It sounds like something out of a contemporary romance novel. Yet, in a bustling metropolis like Beijing, such love stories likely unfolded daily. Observing Yi Jing's age, which seemed to be younger than his own, he took a sip of his coffee and casually remarked, "Have you just started working?" Yi Jing replied, I am a graduate student at the University of International Business and Economics, and I work as a counselor. He has taken a job with a higher salary. She continued. Mr. Jing, let us discuss the matter of compensation further. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to overcome this hurdle within myself. Jing Gao comprehended Yi Jing's professional circumstances. Teacher Bai adheres to this protocol, initially remaining at the school to engage in student affairs, and as long as no mistakes are made. One may secure a recommendation for further studies after a year or two. Jing Gao, while harboring a fondness for Yi Jing, found her insistence on compensation somewhat irksome. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, since you are a teacher from Trade University, you must possess some connections. I would appreciate your assistance. I have recently taken an interest in singing. I do not aspire to be a professional singer. I merely wish to reach a level of proficiency suitable for karaoke enthusiasts. If you could help me find a music teacher and cover the tuition for a semester, we would be even. Would that be agreeable? Yi Jing's face lit up with relief as she smiled and nodded. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jing. Deng Ran, standing nearby, was left astounded. Shouldn't negotiations be fraught with tension and meticulous calculations? How could this matter have been resolved so amicably? The tuition for a semester of music classes surely wouldn't exceed 20,000 yuan, which was entirely different from the academic principles she had learned. Deng Ran glanced at her friend, eager to remind her that Trade University does not have a music department. Across the entirety of the capital's higher education institutions, disciplines such as performance, music, and dance are offered exclusively by specialized schools. Other universities' arts faculties focus on design and fine arts. Notably, neither the Capital University of Technology nor the Business University has a music department. Yi Jing discreetly patted Deng Ran's hand beneath the table, offering her a reassuring glance before cheerfully stating, Mr. Jing, please wait a moment. I need to make a phone call. Being a local of the capital, she had friends teaching at the Capital Conservatory of Music. While they may not qualify as professional vocal coaches, instructing karaoke enthusiasts posed no problem. Sipping his sweet cappuccino, Jing Gao gazed out at the scenery. On this Thursday afternoon, sunlight bathed the street, where a few pedestrians strolled by. He had not anticipated that the matter of finding a music teacher would resolve so effortlessly. He had been preoccupied with tasks related to his return to Capital Shinda University and was just beginning to address this issue. Expertise is paramount. Seeking guidance from a professional instructor is far more beneficial than practicing aimlessly. Once Yi Jing departed, Deng Ran felt the atmosphere grow awkward. She now understood that Mr. Jing harbored goodwill toward Yi Jing, and she had nearly disrupted the situation. Gritting her teeth, Deng Ran turned to Jing Gao. Her cheeks flushed as she sincerely apologized. Mr. Jing, I am truly sorry. I apologize for my earlier rude behavior. Jing Gao was taken aback, slowly placing his coffee cup down. He had not expected the young woman to apologize to him directly, which considerably improved his opinion of her. In the realm of society, such humility is rare. For instance, individuals like Old Wu from Hake Company or Tian, you would never dream of offering an apology when mistakes occur at work. It seems that university students possess a certain innocence. Since she had already apologized, Jing Gao decided not to hold a grudge, replying, very well. Just be mindful of your words in the future. Had she encountered a more malevolent individual, she would undoubtedly have suffered consequences. In a society governed by law, while one cannot be physically harmed or verbally berated, her striking appearance might lead to her being taken advantage of in a more insidious manner. Deng Ran sighed with relief, responding obediently. Chapter 70. How to Deepen Connections. After finishing her call outside the Museum of Modern Literature, Yi Jing was surprised to find Jing Gao and Deng Ran engaged in amiable conversation. What was happening? With a bright smile, Yi Jing gracefully approached on her slender, elegant legs. The afternoon was tranquil, with vibrant potted plants adorning the booth. Soft music wafted through the cafe. Jing Gao accepted Deng Ran's apology and casually conversed with her. This young woman was a third-year student majoring in business English at Trade University. The primary objective of the undergraduate program is to cultivate solid foundational English skills, familiarize students with international business norms, and develop cross-cultural communication and business negotiation abilities. Graduates often find employment in government foreign affairs departments, international trade enterprises, or multinational corporations, engaging in international business or theoretical policy research. The young lady's thinking bore a certain Western professionalism, which explained her earlier combative demeanor. From Jing Gao's perspective, Deng Ran's apology was far more commendable than stubbornly maintaining her previous stance. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. However, he had no desire to assume the role of a mentor, imparting wisdom about the societal differences regarding apologies, where forgiveness is not guaranteed, and facing criticism is the norm. He lightly brushed over the notion of being cautious with her words and shifted the conversation to her field of study, discussing topics related to Trade University. Jing Gao was inclined to harbor goodwill, adhering to the adage, Do not neglect small acts of kindness. Yet, he was decidedly uninterested in altering or rescuing anyone. After taking a sip of his mocha, which remained bitter despite the addition of milk, Dang Ran gradually relaxed as she chatted with Jing Gao, her tone becoming more casual. My coursework in the second semester of my junior year is quite light. Everyone is busy searching for internships. By the second half of the year, I will need to either seek employment or prepare for graduate studies. Leaning comfortably in the booth's soft chair, Jing Gao smiled. So, are you planning to seek employment or pursue further studies? Dang Ran's lovely face displayed a hint of concern as she candidly admitted, I haven't made up my mind yet. At that moment, Yi Jing approached, her high heels clicking softly on the floor, her softly curled hair cascading over her shoulders. The delicate white blouse hugged her curves gently, while her deep blue-fitted jeans accentuated her long, slender legs. Coupled with her willingness to shoulder responsibility and her charming demeanor, she was undoubtedly a woman of considerable allure. What are you two discussing? Yi Jing greeted cheerfully, raising her hand in a friendly wave. Mr. Jing, I've made the arrangements. My friend teaches at the nearby Capital University of Technology, and we can meet her now. Let us proceed, Jing Gao replied. Rising to gather his phone and bag, Yi Jing picked up her own bag, motioning for Dang Ran to follow her as she said, Mr. Jing, I've arranged to meet her at a tea house outside the University of Technology. It's south quite close, we can walk there. Dang Ran gathered her belongings. Emerging from the booth with her light pink handbag, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, she donned a light blue long-sleeve shirt paired with a high-waisted, light-colored striped skirt, further accentuating her slender waist. Wearing flat white shoes, her fair calves were striking, and at 21, she exuded a youthful beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower. Truly, she was a stunning beauty deserving of a score of 92. Jing Gao was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. He had not realized how well-proportioned she was while she had been seated. Together with Yi Jing and Dang Ran, he made his way outside the Museum of Modern Literature. Teacher Yi, allow me to drive. Please have someone guide me when we arrive, he suggested. In this era, it is customary to show respect to those who wear fine clothing before addressing their character. He wished to avoid any complications in his quest to learn singing. Yi Jing expressed her surprise, interpreting his offer as the laziness of a wealthy young man, and softly replied at the entrance of the museum, Mr. Jing, we will wait for you here. Jing Gao proceeded to the parking lot to retrieve his car. As he settled into the blue Lamborghini, he found himself deep in thought. He sensed that he could leverage today's interactions to win Yi Jing's affections. He had previously come to the realization that boundaries exist between individuals. The initial barrier between himself and Yi Jing had already begun to dissolve. He felt a burgeoning fondness for this intriguing, long-legged beauty and wouldn't mind indulging in a lavish meal with her. I am indeed not a serious person, pondering such frivolous thoughts. Jing Gao chuckled softly to himself as he ignited the engine. During his adaptation period as a wealthy individual, he had feared that he might not be able to manage his newfound wealth effectively, leading to undesirable consequences. Thus, he remained vigilant, reflecting on his actions daily. At this moment, he had already entered the novice phase of a wealthy individual. With his current emotional intelligence and capabilities, he discerned that indulging in Yi Jing would pose no issue. However, he must exercise restraint. He cannot succumb to the fleeting whims of attraction towards a beautiful woman by indulging in ephemeral pleasures. Such thoughts are merely the byproduct of excessive hormonal impulses. Life is a fleeting journey of merely a few decades. The existence he aspires to is not one of nightly revelry and aimless wandering through the gardens of beauty. What he seeks is a life of joyful living, engaging in pursuits that ignite his passions, and discovering the splendid surprises along the journey of life. Indeed, it is essential to heed one's primal needs. He is no paragon of virtue. Rather, he is an ordinary man. Yet, he must establish his own guidelines. As the ancients wisely stated, to follow one's desires without overstepping the bounds is the ideal state. He held an unlimited card in his grasp. If he could not master his carnal desires and instead chose to indulge recklessly, the ultimate outcome would likely be far from favorable. Thus, he could set a rule for himself, to refrain from pursuing women who score below 90 in his estimation of beauty. With this clarity in mind, he felt enlightened as he drove his Lamborghini away from the parking lot. On the roadside outside the Modern Literature Museum, which was rather barren, Yi Jing took out a sunshade from her handbag and opened it alongside Dang Ran. Having resolved a significant issue, Yi Jing felt a weight lifted off her shoulders and remarked playfully, Ran, what did you discuss with Mr. Jing? Surely he must have taken a liking to you? Dang Ran playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, Sister Jing, you have no idea. It was quite awkward after you left. Thankfully, he accepted my apology. To him, I'm just like a little sister. What kind of beautiful women has he not encountered? How could he possibly notice me? As a stunning beauty herself? Dang Ran was still confident in her appearance. Yet, This confidence dissipated in the presence of Jing Gao. When conversing with him, she exhibited a charmingly obedient demeanor. Yi Jing laughed lightly. Oh, come now? Show some of that usual self-admiration. As they bantered, an exceptionally striking sky-blue sports car came to a gradual stop before them, its emblem depicting a bull. Wow, both Yi Jing and Deng Ran thought, finding it both expected and surprising. Surely, someone who could afford a Ferrari could manage a Lamborghini? Yet, this individual had transitioned from a Ferrari that had been damaged and was now behind the wheel of a Lamborghini. How could they not be astonished? The window slid down, revealing Jing Gao's face. Xiao Ran, why don't you sit in the passenger seat and guide me? Chapter 71, Enlightenment in the Novice Phase. On a Thursday afternoon, the road east of the Trade University was clear. Groups of pedestrians strolled along the sidewalks. Indeed, as Yi Jing had mentioned, the distance was not far. With a press of the accelerator, Jing Gao swiftly reached the intersection for a left turn, only to discover that the tea house they had agreed upon was situated across the road. He would need to proceed to the next intersection to make a U-turn. Deng Ran, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Jing, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with the roads here. Jing Gao, steadying the steering wheel, chuckled. There's no need for apologies. It's just a minor hiccup. You haven't obtained your driver's license yet, have you? Many roads can only be understood through first-hand driving. Yes. I usually pass by here without paying much attention, Deng Ran replied with a relieved smile, her pearly teeth revealing a hint of her delicate charm. As they turned at the intersection, Jing Gao's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Li Wei's voice on the line. Young Master Jing, I apologize for the intrusion. I have successfully negotiated with the company regarding the purchase of the vehicle with license plates. The price is 17, and we can proceed with the transfer procedures tomorrow morning. Jing Gao responded, that works. I'll transfer the payment to you via Alipay shortly. After a brief pause, he added, Li Wei, I'm in need of someone to handle matters for me. Would you be interested in joining me for dinner tonight? Think it over and let me know. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Li Wei was calling Jing Gao from the shadow of a low-rise building in the Dongyan district. Upon hearing Jing Gao's words, he felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. Just a couple of days prior, he had exhausted all his connections in front of Huang Xiao while assisting Jing Gao. He was taking a gamble on Jing Gao. They had unexpectedly crossed paths at Jingxin University the previous day, but the occasion had not allowed for any discussion. He intended to bring it up during the transfer procedures tomorrow. Suppressing his excitement, Li Wei declared, Young Master Jing, there's no need to think it over. I can give you my answer right now. I am willing to assist you. Jing Gao smiled. All right then. I'll treat you to dinner at the Fulemin on the 4th floor of the Guamao Grand Hotel at 7 o'clock tonight. We can discuss the details there. Sounds good. After ending the call with Li Wei, Jing Gao handed his phone to Deng Ran in the passenger seat, maintaining a casual demeanor. Deng Ran, could you leave me your number? Deng Ran appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon flashed a charming, slightly bashful smile as she softly replied, oh. She entered her number into his phone and called her own. She genuinely had not anticipated that Mr. Jing would request her number. The confidence her appearance typically afforded her had vanished in his presence. As a student approaching her senior year and on the cusp of entering society, her understanding of wealth was not devoid of awareness. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so self-conscious sitting in a luxury car. She had certainly noticed Mr. Jing's appreciative gaze. Thus, she pondered, why would Mr. Jing want her number? Jing Gao parked the blue Lamborghini on a street outside the University of Commerce. With the tea house's sign directly visible from the window, Yi Jing had yet to arrive. Taking back the phone from Deng Ran, Jing Gao smiled and suggested, since Teacher Yi hasn't arrived yet, shall we wait in the car? Having just met Deng Ran, their relationship was only slightly more familiar than that of strangers. Based on his previous insights, he sensed an implicit boundary of social interaction between her and Yi Jing, what could be said and what could not. Therefore, had this been just a few days ago, during his adaptation period as a wealthy individual, he would not have chosen to directly ask for her number. However, now, he felt emboldened to shatter this boundary. Deng Ran adjusted her glasses and obediently replied, sure. Moments later, Yi Jing approached in her high heels. She made a quick phone call, prompting Jing Gao and Deng Ran to head to the tea house, where they settled at a table with a pot of tea. After a while, a woman in her 30s entered, sporting a bun hairstyle. Her appearance was unremarkable, slightly plump, of average height, and dressed in a trendy light gray cultural shirt. The three stood to greet her as Yi Jing cheerfully introduced them. Sister Pampan, this is Mr. Jing Gao, who wishes to learn singing. Mr. Jing, this is teacher Wu Pampan from the Beijing Music Academy. Wu Pampan smiled and shook hands with Jing Gao, then sat down to introduce herself. Mr. Jing, I am a vocal and opera instructor at Jingyin. Your intentions have been conveyed to me by Jing Jing. Each genre of popular music has its interpretations and techniques. However, the fundamentals of vocal training and breath control are quite universal. I can assist you in this regard. Jing Gao replied with a smile. That would be greatly appreciated, Teacher Wu. Wu Pampan nodded. Yi Jing interjected, Sister Pampan, how much do you charge for a lesson? How many lessons do you conduct each week? Wu Pampan looked at Jing Gao and said, 3 lessons a week should suffice. I can reserve a practice room at the University of Commerce. Weekday sessions can be in the evening, while weekends are flexible for either morning or afternoon. We should agree on specific times at least a day in advance. Jing Gao readily agreed. That sounds good. Wu Pampan added, I charge 1,200 per lesson. Based on Mr. Jing's goals, I'd estimate about 12 lessons for the fundamentals, with the rest relying on personal practice. Should any issues arise later, feel free to reach out again. The tuition fee will be collected in a lump sum initially. Should the class hours fall short or seem unsuitable, a refund will be issued. I have brought the contract with me. All right. After Jing Gao's agreement, he briefly perused the contract and signed it. Yi Jing proceeded with the payment. Once the discussion concluded, they exited the tea house, where Jing Gao first saw off teacher Wu Pampan at the door. He then shook hands with Yi Jing and Deng Ran to bid farewell, graciously stating, Teacher Yi, our matters are now settled. It has been a pleasure to meet both you and Deng Ran. Goodbye. Yi Jing responded with a cheerful waved her hand, and watched Jing Gao's car depart, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. The outcome exceeded her expectations. In an exceptionally good mood, she exclaimed, Come on, Ran, I'll treat you to a spa. Deng Ran followed her friend, quietly inquiring, Sister Jing, Mr. Jing asked for my phone number and WeChat. What do you think he means by that? Yi Jing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, replying, Oh you, Ran, just a few minutes apart from me, and you've already struck up a connection? Deng Ran playfully punched her a few times, exclaiming, What an unpleasant term. It's merely exchanging contact information for future interactions. What could I possibly gain from getting involved with a super-rich heir? Am I dissatisfied with my own comfortable life? The two continued to chat and laugh as they made their way toward the annex of the Kempinski Hotel nearby. Meanwhile, Jing Gao drove away from the entrance of Beijing University of Technology, heading straight for Guomao. It was currently 4 in the afternoon, and he needed to arrive a bit early, as traffic congestion was common during peak hours in Beijing. The afternoon sun bathed the broad road in warmth, with vehicles weaving through the thoroughfare. He first sent a message to Su Qing to inform her of the situation and requested her to take leave the following morning. As he drove, Jing Gao engaged in his habitual self-reflection. The afternoon's negotiation regarding compensation unexpectedly resolved his search for a music teacher. He planned to discuss matters with Li Wei that evening and had arranged for lessons with teacher Wu starting the following night. However, an even greater insight emerged from this day. Since last night, he had pondered what life would be like after the initial adaptation period of a wealthy individual. He now somewhat comprehended trial and error. He felt increasingly confident and self-assured, prompting him to undertake more endeavors in life. For instance, he directly requested Deng Ran's phone number, which indeed carried a certain risk of rejection, yet he still chose to act. The life of a wealthy individual would undoubtedly be vibrant, yet it was fraught with various overt and covert rules, boundaries, and constraints. Being affluent, some regulations might not apply to him, or perhaps he could effortlessly transcend certain limitations. Of course, illegal actions were not an option. His forthcoming life should revolve around continual experimentation and learning from mistakes, ultimately fostering his growth and transcending the novice phase. Chapter 72. Negotiations at Fu Lin Min. In the presidential suite on the 74th floor of the Guomao Grand Hotel, Jing Gao reclined on a crimson sofa in the living room, as the expansive sunset poured through the azure floor-to-ceiling windows. His wallet, phone, and wine glass rested upon the adjacent coffee table. The suite's butler, Yu Fu, was engaged in communication with the hotel manager via a headset. He appeared to be in his 30s, donned in the hotel uniform, with a slender frame and striking features. Jing Gao had canceled his reservation for the presidential suite at Lido Crown, but intended to reside long-term in the suite at Guomao Grand Hotel, as his company was located within the same building, and he would undoubtedly be coming to work there in the future. He had heard that long-term bookings could secure a negotiated room rate. His principle was simple. If spending money could yield convenience, then it was justifiable. However, discounts were certainly preferable. After a brief conversation, Yu Fu respectfully informed him, Mr. Jing, I have discussed with General Manager Xia, and the negotiated rate from the hotel is 51,000 per night. Would that be acceptable? The original price stood at 88,888 per night. Jing Gao straightened his posture, acknowledging that a degree of respect was due to Yu Fu. Respecting others is a form of self-respect. He agreed, that works. Yu Fu continued, I have prepared a private room for you on the 4th floor. Jing Gao expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. Yu Fu smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Jing. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, as I am nearby. With that, he took his leave. Jing Gao rose and gazed out at the view of the forbidden city, sipping a bit of champagne, savoring the beautiful moments of Parisian blooms. With an hour and a half remaining until dinner with Li Wei, he contemplated how best to arrange the evening. He did not want Li Wei trailing behind him merely to have a group of sycophants at his side. He was not one to indulge in such a melodramatic scenario. He would much prefer to invite beautiful women or friends to share a meal with him. What he needed from Li Wei was someone well-versed in the various avenues of Beijing to handle everyday matters, such as property transfers, or purchasing companies with license plates, tasks that Xiao Qiao could not assist him with. However, how should he arrange this? While lost in thought, Jing Gao's phone rang. I once resembled you. Like him, like the wild grass and flowers. Glancing at the caller ID, he was mildly surprised and answered, Luo Yi. It was indeed Luo Yi, a fellow student who had reconnected with him during a farewell gathering organized by his roommate, Zhou Liang at Jiangnan Pavilion last Friday. Haha, Jing Gao. You're quite impressive now. Word has spread throughout the entire class of 2007 at the Normal University about your return to Beijing on Wednesday. Jing Gao chuckled, remaining silent. Luo Yi continued. Some say you're very arrogant, even ignoring Lu Shui, the campus beauty. Others say you're approachable. There are all sorts of opinions. Jing Gao had a rough idea of who was speaking about him. It was likely Lu Shui's friend Tang Shan. He dismissed it nonchalantly. That's quite normal. Haha, you're quite open-minded. At last week's gathering, didn't you mention wanting to play football? I have a few friends who regularly play seven-a-side matches. And we have a game tomorrow night. One of our players is unavailable. Would you be interested in joining? Jing Gao was instantly intrigued. Sure. After discussing football with Luo Yi for a few minutes and finalizing the time and location, Jing Gao pondered and decided to call teacher Wu Panpan to reschedule the music class to Saturday afternoon. He then ascended to the 77th floor for a spa treatment while waiting for Li Wei to arrive. Mr. Li, this way, please. Li Wei, dressed in a formal gray checkered suit, appeared somewhat uncomfortable as he entered the lobby of the Guamao's Phase 3 hotel and was greeted by Yu Fu. Please. After you. Li Wei repeatedly expressed his courtesy as he followed the presidential suite's butler to the 4th floor of Fu Lin Men, the renowned seafood restaurant specializing in shark fin cuisine. Having accompanied Huang Xiaoshi to various high-end restaurants, villas, private clubs, and golf courses in Beijing, he was well acquainted with the elite dining scene, though he had always played the role of a subordinate without even a seat at the table. Fu Lin Men is a legendary Cantonese restaurant from Hong Kong, symbolizing wealth and blessings entering one's home. Initially, they provided gourmet dining services to high-end clients, sending chefs with seafood and shark fin directly to clients' homes, which later evolved into a restaurant. Its location in Wan Chai, Hong Kong, has earned it a Michelin 5-star rating. Even today, some prominent families from Hong Kong and Japan remain loyal patrons, with some spending millions annually at Fu Lin Men. The Fu Lin Men Shark Fin Seafood Restaurant on the 4th floor of the International Trade Center Phase 3 is the first establishment of the Fu Lin Men Group in the northern region, aiming to create a high-end venue for banquets and exclusive private gatherings. When Li Wei was led into the opulent private room by Yu Fu, Jing Gao was leisurely sipping tea inside, dressed casually. On this slightly cool mid-April night in the capital, Jing Gao complemented his shirt with a light blue Connolly jacket, exuding vitality and a sense of fashion. Hello, young Master Jing, Li Wei said, hastening a few steps forward, slightly bowing as he clasped Jing Gao's hand. Jing Gao felt a sense of pleasure from Li Wei's respectful demeanor, albeit with a tinge of bemusement. After Li Wei performed a kiss-on-hand gesture, he thought that he might as well be dubbed the Godfather Jing Waikite. Li Wei, please, have a seat. Jing Gao addressed him directly, shaking his hand. Yofu, please proceed with the dishes. Before long, exquisite dishes were served. Premium abalone, char siu, braised shark fin, lobster baked in broth, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and bamboo fungus stuffed with bird's nest. The staple was rice, and no desserts were ordered. The wine was Feitian Matai. Li Wei stood up to pour wine for Jing Gao, raising his glass as he said, Today, young Master Jing is graciously hosting me. My tongue is clumsy, so I ask young Master Jing to judge my future performance. I shall first drink 3 glasses to show my sincerity, and then accompany you in drinking. Jing Gao waved his hand to stop him, saying, Li Wei, there's no need for that. Just sit, and we can drink while we chat. Surprised, Li Wei smiled and sat down, replying, All right, I'll follow your lead. Jing Gao sipped his soup and remarked leisurely, I don't know much about your situation. Why don't you tell me? Li Wei nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, Young Master Jing, I work as a caddy at the Shanghai Golf Club. I usually hang around with Huang Xiao, indulging in food and drink. Recently, I asked Huang Xiao for a favor, exhausting my connections. Jing Gao nodded slightly and said, So, you still have a job at the Shanghai Golf Club, but your relationship with Huang Xiao has run its course, allowing you the freedom to come and go. Li Wei chuckled and replied, Young Master Jing, You're quite astute. Jing Gao smiled helplessly, raising his glass to share a drink with Li Wei. He noticed that Li Wei had likely been in the role of a sycophant for too long, as nearly every sentence was an attempt to flatter him. Everyone has their own way of surviving, especially in the challenging environment of the capital. Jing Gao didn't feel the need to correct Li Wei. He simply feared that being continually elevated might lead him to lose his grounding. Jing Gao tapped his fingers on the table and proposed, I'll give you two choices. First, you can resign from the golf club and join my company as the PR manager. I will offer you a fixed salary and bonuses. Second, you may establish your own company, recruit a few employees to assist you, and diligently complete the tasks I assign. For each business deal, I will pay you a service fee. One choice offers stability, while the other involves commission-based income. Li Wei contemplated for a moment, then raised his glass to Jing Gao with a hint of guilt in his expression, saying, Thank you, young Master Jing, for the opportunity to work for you. I think I'll choose the second option. Jing Gao, not insisting otherwise, smiled and nodded, Sounds good. Regarding the auction matter you mentioned last time, I've instructed my team to keep an eye on it. Now, I have a task for you. I don't want to register with my ID every time I visit Trade University, Jinggang University, or Jinggang Business University. Moreover, I would like access to their libraries, swimming pools, gyms, and cafeterias. Please help me with this. He had met Yi Jing and Deng Ran today and learned about the circumstances of these three universities near his residence. The access control at Jinggang Business University, a second-tier institution, is relatively lax. Social personnel and vehicles can enter with registration. Jinggang University, being a first-tier institution, has stricter regulations, allowing entry only through the West Gate, and vehicles are not permitted. Trade University holds a higher status than Jinggang University, but tends to be more cooperative with external entities, allowing entry through various gates. Although social vehicles are still prohibited, Li Wei agreed, understood. Chapter 73, A New Life. The night breeze was cool and refreshing as Li Wei draped his suit jacket over his arm and made his way toward the subway entrance at the International Trade Center amidst the bustling crowd. At this hour, hailing a taxi would be futile. After an evening of drinking, he felt quite elated. The bets he had placed previously were now paying off handsomely. Jing Gao had offered him two avenues of service. The first, a stable position within his company. The second, a more ambitious but riskier path of self-employment. Perhaps he was simply more ambitious than others. He aspired to one day own his own company and build a career in this thriving metropolis. The stark social stratification was palpable and visible. Who wouldn't harbor some aspirations for upward mobility? Jing Gao saw Li Wei off at the elevator entrance on the 4th floor before returning to the presidential suite on the 74th floor. As he boiled a kettle of hot water and sank into the wide, comfortable wine-red sofa, he felt slightly tipsy. The dazzling night view of the capital unfolded before him. Indeed, Li Wei had a remarkable capacity for alcohol, having downed more than half a bottle of Matai by himself. It was no surprise, given his line of work. He had presented Li Wei with two choices, each with its own merits and drawbacks. Choosing to join his company meant a fixed salary and bonuses, providing stability and the opportunity for long-term career planning. Conversely, opting to start his own company would position him as a downstream entity, with Jing Gao merely supplying orders while Li Wei bore the risks and profits. Li Wei's willingness to navigate the social landscape indicated his ambition. This might explain why he transitioned from Huang Xiao to aligning himself with Jing Gao. Having ambition is a positive trait. It ensures that one will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks. If Li Wei can accomplish the tasks assigned to him with finesse, Jing Gao wouldn't mind lending him a hand. Supporting promising individuals could very well become part of his strategy moving forward. He still had one final step to take: hiring a vice president of investment and launching the university entrepreneurship competition project. This would help him construct a facade, allowing him to shield himself from inquiries about his wealth while quietly pursuing his own life. However, what lay ahead? At merely 27, there would be ample opportunities to spend, and his social circle would inevitably expand. He would likely require a more significant enterprise to serve as a cover. Moreover, he held little interest in managing or running a company. Was he not already wealthy enough? Supporting his subordinates could indeed be a viable option for the future. After all, many leading internet companies frequently support or acquire the businesses of their former employees, creating intricate factions, such as those associated with Xiaomi, Alibaba, and Tencent. As he mused over this, the doorbell rang. Jing Gao rose to answer the door and found Su Qing standing at the entrance, looking charming. She wore a beige knitted sweater and a watercolored pleated skirt, her tall, slender figure giving her an almost ethereal appearance. Her skin was fair and radiant, so youthful that she hardly resembled a 27-year-old woman. With her handbag in hand, Su Qing gracefully strode in, closing the door with a soft click before wrapping her arms around Jing Gao's waist and teasingly saying, "General Manager Jing, you certainly made a splash at Jingxin University yesterday." Jing Gao couldn't help but smile. It seemed that, as Luo Yi had said, the circle of friends from the 2007 normal university cohort had spread the news far and wide. Did you hear praise from me or criticism? He asked, patting Su Qing. Giggling, it's a few classmates close to Lu Shui who are criticizing you. You're quite something. Even when the school beauty Lu took the initiative to be cordial, you ignored her. Mio, did you not mention your secret admiration for Lu Shui during your university days? Do you not wish to fulfill that dream? Zhang Gao nearly choked on his breath, bemusedly responding, I have always said that was not the case. Old Zhou was merely rambling in his drunken state. Alas, I forgot to inquire why you were not invited to the alumni reunion? Su Qing nestled in Zhang Gao's embrace, feigning a pout. I am hardly worthy. President Li has such lofty standards. Yet, even if he were to invite me, I would decline. They penalize for taking leave, you know. Have you requested leave for tomorrow? The king requires his concubine to request leave. How could I dare not comply? Zhang Gao chuckled, sensing Su Qing's warmth and charm today. Did his recent series of actions upon returning to Jingxin University make her more proactive? I dined with Li Wei last night. The slogan of the Fulemin restaurant on the 4th floor was quite boisterous, proclaiming to create a high-end venue for banquets and exclusive private gatherings in the capital. However, the flavors were rather mediocre. For instance, their signature dish, abalone, was unpalatable. Su Qing playfully glared at Zhang Gao, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear. I am off to take a shower. 2 hours later, Zhang Gao and Su Qing, clad in their pajamas, admired the nocturnal panorama of the capital from the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the 74th floor of the China World Trade Center, one could behold the majestic views of the Forbidden City and Chang'an Avenue. Su Qing, her voice slightly hoarse, nestled closer to Zhang Gao as they conversed. Zhang Gao's extravagant display during his freshman year at Jingxin University had rendered him immensely attractive in her eyes. She was no longer the naive young girl who only admired looks. At that moment, Zhang Gao's phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Wu Manqing from Jingxin University. Mr. Jiang, I hope I'm not interrupting you. The website for the Capital University Student Entrepreneurship Competition has been completed and just launched. Teacher Bai suggested I inform you of this delightful news. Not at all, thank you. Teacher Wu, I will check it online shortly. Is everything all right? Just a bite from a mosquito. Morning sunlight filtered through the bedroom carpet of the presidential suite. As Zhang Gao returned from his swimming exercise, drawing open the curtains, Su Qing, still drowsy, rose from bed. After a nutritious breakfast, Zhang Gao drove Su Qing to the business hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Dongyan District to handle the company equity transfer procedures. Li Wei had been waiting at the entrance, dressed in a shirt and casual trousers. Upon seeing Zhang Gao's Lamborghini pull up, he rushed over. Extending his hand from a distance, young Master Jiang, good morning. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Qing, he complimented her. Ms. Su, you look splendid today. Your violet gown accentuates your beauty. I have stood here for 2 hours and have yet to see a lady more exquisite than yourself. Su Qing beamed with delight. It was their first meeting. Had Zhang Gao not mentioned Li Wei on the way, she would have been oblivious to his presence. Zhang Gao, accustomed to Li Wei's flattery, replied nonchalantly, let us go. The equity transfer procedures were expedited, and after explaining the purpose to Su Qing, Zhang Gao drove her to the Vehicle Management Office in Shunning District for license plate replacement. Yu Jiasher had already brought a red Volkswagen Beetle to wait at the bureau. A 2015 model, 380 TSI, originally priced at 310,000 yuan. Brother Jiang. Zhang Gao nodded, accompanying Su Qing and Yu Jiasher into the office to complete the paperwork. By the time they finished, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Su Qing needed to rush to her workplace at the Bank of China, otherwise, she would be late returning in the afternoon. With polished elegance, Zhang Gao opened the car door of the petite red Beetle. Do you like this gift? Su Qing's face lit up with a radiant smile. I love it. She hugged Zhang Gao briefly before slipping into the car and starting the ignition. Zhang Gao gently tapped on the car window. Su Qing rolled it down, her smile blooming. Don't worry, I'll be fine on the road. Zhang Gao nodded with a smile, beckoning her closer for a kiss, whispering softly, Su Qing, goodbye. Goodbye. Su Qing, still enveloped in the thrill of receiving such a delightful gift, drove away from the Vehicle Management Office. She was quite familiar with the roads in Shunning District. As Jingxin University was nearby, after half an hour of driving, she realized she could reach the bank before 2 o'clock. As she gazed at the shifting shadows between the towering buildings, a sudden realization struck her. Her connection with Zhang Gao had reached its conclusion. A wave of nostalgia surged from her heart, and vivid memories of their time together flashed through her mind. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhang Gao, having exited the Vehicle Management Office, drove directly back to the Vank Economic Trade Mansion. Yu Jiasher would handle lunch on his own. Although the Economic Trade Mansion was adjacent to the Trade University, It was a vast complex. Building 8 stood prominently in the center. Jing Gao sat on the living room carpet, enveloped in tranquility. A sense of afternoon solitude washed over him as he sipped an icy cola, his spirits slightly dampened. Su Qing had asked him how to define their future relationship, but the call from Teacher Wu had interrupted that moment. He felt unequipped to take responsibility for Su Qing's future and did not wish to complicate her life, leading him to choose to sever ties. Thus, I am not a good person. Jing Gao shook his head, beginning to understand that he needed to contemplate how to establish boundaries and clarify his thoughts and attitudes towards women. After sitting in the living room for half an hour, his phone suddenly chimed twice. Jing Gao retrieved his phone from the light gray couch. It was a message from Luo Yi regarding the time and location for their football game that evening. All right, I will be punctual. Jing Gao stood, stretching his body, and walked to the spacious balcony, gazing at the verdant campus of the Trade University. A thought struck him. His reflections on the distinctions between adaptation and initiation felt somewhat abstract. In reality, he was now residing in his own home, not a hotel. His new life had already commenced. Aside from job hunting and workouts, he needed to familiarize himself with the local dining and entertainment options around his home. Li Wei should be able to assist him, facilitating his movement among the 3 nearby universities. Chapter 74. A frustrating game. Ding dong. Jing Gao, with his backpack, phone, power bank, and car keys, awaited at the 20th floor elevator. Just then, an elderly gentleman emerged from the elevator, dressed in a blue shirt and trousers. Of medium height and slightly frail build. His short hair had a hint of gray, and he wore glasses, leaning on a cane while holding 2 books. He exuded an air of refined elegance and quiet dignity. Ah, young man, you must be a resident from 2001? The elderly gentleman initiated the conversation with Jing Gao. Jing Gao politely replied, "Hello, sir." The elderly man jested, quite courteous. A young man with a promising future. "Goodbye, sir." Jing Gao entered the elevator, inwardly lamenting how, despite the gentleman's dignified appearance, his speech resembled that of a garrulous child. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Jing Gao drove his sleek black Volkswagen Magotan towards the urban area where the football field was located. In large cities, small plots adjacent to residential areas or schools are often repurposed into football fields, equipped with artificial turf, tall nets, floodlights, and goals, available for rent to football enthusiasts. Generally speaking, the rental period for a game is 2 hours, with fees ranging from 400 to over 1,000. A complimentary case of Yibao mineral water is included. Considering a 7-a-side game, when divided among 14 players, the cost per person starts at approximately 30 yuan. For those who play once a week, this expense is still manageable for many football enthusiasts. The primary constraint, however, is the difficulty in assembling a consistent team unless organized by a community or a company. The Zhongbu football field is situated adjacent to an elementary school in the heart of Tongqing, featuring 3 7-a-side pitches. By 6 o'clock, the floodlights illuminating the field have been turned on, casting a bright glow over every corner. Luo Yi and his friends, who arrived early, are changing their shoes and hydrating by the goalpost. A stout man, tightening his shoelaces, calls out, "Xiao Luo, is your friend not here yet?" Luo Yi, who is notably short, responds with a cheerful laugh. "Zhenggu, I just called him. He's stuck at Poly Plaza but will be here shortly." A tall, lanky man interjects. "Zhengpangzi, why the rush? Aren't the others still missing?" Luo Yi adds, "Zhu Zong, my friend plays as an attacking midfielder. He was a key player on our university team." Evidently, the title Zhu Zong is a playful yet respectful appellation. Zhengpangzi plops down on the artificial turf, takes a couple of gulps from a bottle of mineral water, and scoffs. "The level of your class's main player can't be that impressive. Xiangzi isn't here today. Don't drag us down. Let him be the goalkeeper instead. This week's work has been exhausting. I just want to dominate on the field today." Luo Yi feels a twinge of displeasure and chooses to remain silent. At that moment, Captain Xiao Lu, who is conversing with the opposing team's captain, approaches. In his 20s, with a buzz cut and of average height, he jokingly scolds, "Zhengpangzi, if you want to dominate, go home to your wife. Just afraid you can't handle it." Laughter ensues, alleviating the awkward tension. Jing Gao drives his car into the outdoor parking area beside the field, still on the phone with Xiao Qiao. "Yes. Arrange for 2 people to stay in the community, whether renting or buying is fine." "Okay, I've arrived. Let us discuss later." Earlier, he had received a call about the installation of an air conditioner from Gri while he was out. So he asked Xiao Qiao to arrange for 2 employees to reside in his community to provide dedicated service. After changing into an old red Manchester United jersey in the car, Jing Gao steps onto the field. "Jing Gao, over here." He raises his hand, smiling as he greets Luo Yi, then shakes hands with the temporary team captain, Xiao Lu. "I'm here to join you for a game today. Apologies for the intrusion. After the match, I'll treat everyone to a meal." Xiao Lu responds with a smile, No need for formalities. We were missing a friend. So it's perfect that we can play together. Just call me Lao Chao. This captain business is merely about service. The opposing team members have also arrived. Before kickoff, they pass the ball around to determine the goalkeeper, a position often least favored in recreational matches. The aim is to exercise, not to stand in goal. Typically, they form a circle, passing the ball to establish the order of who will take turns as goalkeeper, switching out whenever a goal is scored. The match promptly begins. Jing Gao plays as a fullback, allowing the opposing team to breach his defenses multiple times, resulting in a goal against his team. His fitness training has been commendable, yet his touch on the ball leaves much to be desired. He hasn't played in 5 years since graduating. Hey, newcomer, do you even know how to play? After a while, Zheng Pengzi shouts, pass the ball. Don't dribble. The first half concludes, and the 7 players gather in small groups on the turf to hydrate. Zheng Pengzi expresses his dissatisfaction. Xiao Luo, tell your friend he's in goal for the second half. What kind of performance is that? He makes this remark in front of Jing Gao, who visibly frowns. Luo retorts, Zhenggu, my friend primarily plays in defense. You're a forward. How does it affect you? Are you implying that our conceding 5 goals is my fault? The lanky Zhu Zong chimes in, old Zheng, football is a round game. Wins and losses are commonplace. The primary focus is on physical fitness. Zheng Pengzi's face remains grim. That's your perspective. I'm not enjoying this match at all. The others chime in, attempting to soothe tensions. They are all from the same company. It's merely a game, and creating discord is pointless. Xiao Lu suggests, old Zheng. Just fall back a bit, and I'll pass to you. He glances at Jing Gao, noting that the newcomer's skills are not as impressive as Luo claimed. Still, Jing Gao has great stamina and runs tirelessly across the field. Unfortunately, he lacks the chemistry with the others, making coordination difficult. The second half quickly commences. Luo volunteers to take on the goalkeeper role, calling Jing Gao over to play instead. He cannot allow Jing Gao to be ostracized in goal, as that would be disrespectful. Moreover, this move might ease some of his teammates' grievances. The field continues to echo with Zheng Pengzi's loud complaints and criticisms directed at his teammates. The score stands at 8-2, reminiscent of a disastrous game in honor of kings. Yet, Zheng Pengzi is indeed the best player on the team, skillfully dribbling, breaking through defenses, and shooting, drawing heavy attention from the opposition. By 8:30, the match concludes with a score of 15-5. Jing Gao, drenched in sweat, and with his jersey completely soaked, raises a bottle of mineral water to his lips and says to Luo, I'll treat you to dinner. Gather anyone else who might want to join. He feels somewhat dejected and embarrassed. On the football field, performance speaks volumes. The prevailing ethos is that if you play well, you can express yourself freely. He didn't perform adequately, and it led to Luo facing his teammates' discontent. Simultaneously, the match was quite frustrating. Luo pats Jing Gao on the back, offering reassurance. It's all right. He then beckons Zhu Zong and another teammate who is willing to join for dinner. Jing Gao drives off, calling Li Wei, I'm in Tongcheng, not far from Poly Plaza. Are there any good restaurants around here? Chapter 75. What to do without a system. As the city lights begin to twinkle, the twilight settles in. Outside Zhongbu football field, some players are leaving while others are arriving, with cars coming and going. In the outdoor parking lot, a silver Honda starts up slowly. Zheng Pengzi drives off with Xiao Lu. Lao Chao, what do you think of the newcomer today? Xiao Lu responds candidly. His stamina is decent, but his skills are somewhat lacking. His ball control is 2 meters off. He is not as good as Xiao Luo described. Zheng Pengzi nods in agreement, lamenting, Xiao Luo is just talking nonsense. He is not even a main player. Xiao Lu chuckles, Zheng Pengzi, you seem quite irritable today. Be careful not to offend anyone with your words. I don't care about that. If this were back in school, I would have blasted him already. I've been working on my temper over the years. Lao Chao, seriously, don't invite that fool next week. Is it really necessary? You've been targeting him all day. He might not even want to come back next week. Xiao Lu laughs, eventually nodding in agreement. After confirming the dinner location with Li Wei, Jing Gao feels a mix of anticipation and unease about the evening ahead. Navigating through the illuminated streets with my mobile device displaying the route on Gauda map, I set forth towards the Tianfu Hot Spring Resort, nestled by the riverside. The terrain of the capital city slopes gracefully from the northwest towards the southeast. Upon entering Tongcheng, one is greeted by an intricate network of waterways, including the Yongding River, the Chaobai River, and various canals, coupled with an abundance of geothermal resources. Consequently, the hot spring resort has flourished. The Tianfu Hot Spring Resort is situated alongside the Chaobai River, embracing both the mountains and water. As night envelopes the surroundings, the dense foliage and elegant architecture create a serene ambience. My vehicle glides through the antique, spacious archway, coming to a halt at the entrance of the hotel on the first floor. Awaiting my arrival, a youthful gentleman in his 20s approaches with a broad smile. Mr. Jing. I am Xiao Wang. I just called you. The private dining room on the second floor is ready. Please follow me. I hand the keys to the valet, shaking his hand with a smile, expressing my gratitude. Xiao Wang, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, possesses a pair of slanted eyes and bears a scar on his face, giving him a rather rugged appearance. Nonetheless, his service is commendable as he assures me. It's no trouble at all. I was already here. Please. Luo Yi steps out of the vehicle alongside me, observing Xiao Wang's flattery towards me with a sense of amusement. So, this is the impressive senior Jing we heard about just the other day? He reflects, thinking back to the basketball court where I had been quite vocal, leaving a rather awkward impression. The lanky Zhu, donning glasses, follows me into the luxurious hotel, his gaze surveying the opulent surroundings. The grand hall boasts a towering dome, adorned with sparkling chandeliers, and its hardware undoubtedly rivals that of a five-star establishment. One of my companions discreetly elbows him. Where on earth is this place? I couldn't even find it on the review sites. As we ascend to the second-floor private room, Xiao Wang has already ordered the dishes, explaining. This establishment operates on a membership basis. A membership card is required, which can be arranged at the time of billing. He quietly exits the room. Having settled into our seats, we sip on tea, wiping the sweat from our brows when the waitstaff, adorned in red kipeos, gracefully begin to serve the dishes. The menu features a selection of Beijing cuisine, including shredded pork and Beijing sauce, lamb spine hot pot, tomato prawns, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, braised pork bones, stir-fried lamb with scallions, braised fish, stir-fried liver, three-flavor stuffed tofu, and garlic sautéed vegetables. The staple foods include steamed corn buns and fried sauce noodles, characterized by rich, savory flavors and a preference for tender, well-cooked dishes. The broth is notably exquisite. Since we'll be driving later, let us abstain from alcohol and stick to tea and soft drinks, I suggest, initiating a conversation about the recent basketball game. Do you often play against that team? They seem quite skilled. Zhu adjusts his glasses and replies with a smile, not really. We usually schedule matches through the court's owner. After a moment's consideration, he adds, Mr. Jing, that chubby Zeng has quite the temperament. He blames everything on others when we lose. Don't take it to heart. After all, we're all friends on the field. By the way, Luo Yi, your classmate seems to have quite the reputation. Luo Yi scoffs, Zhu. Chubby Zeng is not easy to please. He loves to be in the spotlight and act as the core. Why should we bear his complaints every time we lose? Doesn't he have any responsibility? It's infuriating. An unnamed friend interjects. What Chubby Zeng did today was truly excessive. To be fair, he criticized Mr. Jing's performance after our loss, which is frankly unfair. Zhu, feeling somewhat bemused, thinks, dude, you're switching sides too quickly here. I raise my teacup to toast with the others, candidly stating, I indeed did play poorly today. Luo Yi, remember when we argued after losing matches back in college? Luo Yi burst into laughter. Of course I remember. Didn't you, old Zhou, and that guy from our class nearly come to blows? I chuckle, turning to the perceptive Zhu. Therefore, Mr. Zhu, let's resolve any issues on the field. I'll practice and be back next week for another match, if that is agreeable. The unnamed friend quickly concurs, absolutely. I'm all for it. With Mr. Jing's spirit, I fully support you. Luo Yi enthusiastically chimes in, count me in. Zhu, feeling relieved and somewhat admiring, raises his glass and sincerely states, Mr. Jing, I toast to you. He respects my tenacity and unwillingness to concede. As I sip from my glass, I reflect that, according to the typical narrative of a wealthy protagonist, I should have showcased my skills on the court, silencing Chubby Zeng with a display of triumph. However, lacking a system, I must rely on my own practice. Truth be told, individual talent has its limits. There is an undeniable difference between my intellect and those who genuinely earn their place at Yanda and Shuimu. Yet, I am confident that against an amateur like Chubby Zeng, I can hold my own. I will reclaim this honor. It is only a matter of time. After a satisfying meal, I proceed to the front desk to settle the bill and obtain my membership card. In the lobby, a stately manager in a navy uniform slightly bows, presenting me with the freshly minted diamond card. Mr. Jing, welcome to our membership. You may enjoy all the services our resort offers with this card. I inwardly scoff, recalling how I had just loaded 2 million into this card, securing the highest tier of membership. Returning to the private room on the second floor, I find Zhu, Luo Yi, and another friend still sipping tea. I announce, those wishing to enjoy the hot springs can stay. The expenses will be charged to my card. I am preparing to leave. Let us go together, they reply. I inform the waitstaff, and the valet brings the car to the hotel entrance. I courteously shake hands with Zhu and bid farewell before driving Luo Yi home, as a fellow classmate deserves to be escorted. Seated in the sleek black Volkswagen Magotan, Luo Yi gazes at the increasingly radiant and bustling night scene, saying, Jing Gao, inviting old Zhu and the others here for dinner was quite astute. They surely won't exclude you from next week's game. They had just inquired with the waitstaff, estimating our dinner cost to be around 50 to 60,000. You certainly made a good impression. I offer a faint smile, ultimately saying nothing. That was never my intention. My priority was the comfort of the meal, not posturing. However, expressing that might come off as boastful in front of Luo Yi, so I remained silent. In the late hours, the roads of Tongcheng remain relatively clear. I drop Luo Yi off and drive back home, calling Li Wei along the way. Li Wei, please help me find a football coach, a highly skilled one. Chapter 76, starting from football. On an April evening in the capital, amidst the vibrant street scenes, the temperature is slightly cool. Approaching 11 o'clock. Traffic on the main road is sparse. The lanky Zhu drives steadily, his slender brows slightly furrowed. Having just seen the unnamed friend off at the subway station, he now drives home alone, replaying the scenes from our dinner at the Tianfu Hot Spring Resort in his mind. After some contemplation, he decides to call Chao Lu. Hello. Mr. Zhu, have you reached home yet? Old Chao, there's something I need to discuss with you. Old Zhu recounted the situation and advised. This young Master Jing will come by next week to play football with us. You should tell Fatty Zeng to tone it down and not offend anyone. Even if Xiangzi were here today, we would still lose the match. Chao Lu forced a bitter smile. Who would have thought young Master Jing wielded such influence? A single meal costing 50 to 60,000? Goodness gracious. Does he even resemble someone who drives a Magodan? Old Zhu's attitude had already shifted. Reflecting on how he had recently assured Fatty Zeng, Chao Lu shook his head in self-deprecation, saying, All right, I will have a word with Fatty Zeng. He realized he must not only instruct Fatty Zeng to refrain from mockery, but also accommodate young Master Jing a bit. Perhaps feeding him the ball to ensure he wins and departs swiftly. Damn, why is this so difficult? Even a casual game of football has turned into a daunting challenge. The notion of practicing and seeking revenge next week is utterly preposterous. Does he not realize that for one to desire immortality, what must he ask of God? Let me witness the Chinese team win the World Cup in my lifetime. Not to mention the ripples that young Master Jing's presence would create among Chao Lu, Old Zhu, Luo Yi, and others, as he called Li Wei on his return journey. Li Wei was currently at a home in near the University of International Business and Economics, accompanying his girlfriend. After ending the call, Li Wei sat on the sofa, puffing on a cigarette, lost in thought. The pressure was mounting. Young Master Jing insisted on having matters settled by Sunday. The round-faced girl sat at the bedside, brushing her hair, and curiously inquired, Whose call was that? Li Wei rubbed his head and sighed, My boss's. The girl scolded, But that shouldn't mean you have to work on a Friday night. Li Wei chuckled wryly. He had spoken with young Master Jing yesterday, but had yet to raise the issue of forming a company. Now he realized how demanding young Master Jing was. He was here, pondering matters at the University of International Business and Economics. He knew that some students at certain universities would rent out their library cards and meal cards. Today, he had made a bit of progress. And now, a new task had emerged. There was no way around it. Before Li Wei could finish his thought, he heard 2 notification sounds from WeChat. Picking up his phone, he saw that young Master Jing had sent him 2 transfer red packets. One was for 10,000 yuan. The other for 100,000. Li Wei immediately understood. The 10,000 yuan packet was for the service fee of the resort that he had asked Xiao Wang to arrange. He could decide how much of that to give to Xiao Wang. The 100,000 yuan packet was presumably the startup capital for his company and also an advance on his service fee. Noticing that Li Wei suddenly swallowed back his complaints, replaced by a spirited demeanor, his girlfriend curiously asked, Li Wei, what's wrong? Li Wei flashed a grin and waved, You should sleep. I have things to do. He had to get to work. Are you out of your mind? Young Master Jing returned to the Vank Economic and Trade Mansion, took a shower, tossed his clothes into his newly purchased washing machine, and retrieved a bottle of champagne from the fridge he had designated for storing liquor. He sat on the carpet in the living room, savoring solitude while listening to music, Kiss Goodbye, a representative work of the legendary singer Jackie Chung. Past experiences dissipated like smoke before their eyes, and even after saying goodbye, one could not see the lingering melancholy. Loneliness is not a trait of the literary youth. Rather, it is a state one must confront while in solitude. When one is overwhelmed by the demands of work or study, such sentiments seldom arise. Time flows like water, leaving one lamenting its insufficiency. Yet in his current state, focused on enjoying life at a leisurely pace, such realizations naturally emerge. In a vast metropolis like Beijing, the only friend he could confide in was young Master Xie. Outside of work, his social circle was still primarily based on his university classmates. Family and relatives were not present. Only a cousin was studying at a university in Beijing, and their relationship was rather distant. He had yet to win over a girlfriend. Hence, solitude was a common occurrence. However, he did not fear this sensation. Enjoying a quiet moment alone with a drink, listening to music, and contemplating life felt rather pleasant. After a vigorous game of football, the remnants of his emotions regarding the breakup with Su Qing faded away. His interest in beautiful women remained intact. Yet, he had gained a new insight. If he merely coveted someone's body, it would be best to refrain from intruding into her life and maintain a certain distance. Young Master Jing took a sip of wine. The pure, fruity aroma slid down his throat. He truly did not expect that the first objective of his new life would revolve around playing football. However, football was indeed a passion of his and beneficial for his physical fitness. Despite the current fervor surrounding the Chinese Super League, the reputation of Chinese football had long since soured. Anyone could voice their criticisms, making it seem as if his love for football was somewhat beneath him. Yet, why should he concern himself with others' opinions regarding what he enjoyed doing, as long as it was not unlawful? Those who enjoyed cars, esports, or seafood were not necessarily of a higher social standing. It mattered not the hierarchy. Preferences simply varied among individuals. Football had woven through the fabric of his youth. He could recount the names and histories of numerous football stars as if they were family treasures. And he could reminisce about nights spent with Lao Zhou and others in bars outside school, watching the Champions League finals. Those were unforgettable memories of his youth. Ding ding. His phone's WeChat notification interrupted the music. Young Master Jing glanced at his phone. It was a message from Xiao Qiao. President Jing. Lu from Gao Fan Headhunting has sent me 6 resumes for the investment vice president position that meet the requirements. I just completed a preliminary screening with Manager Li from HR. The 3 selected resumes have been sent to your work email for your review. Lu mentioned we could schedule interviews for tomorrow morning or the day after. The so-called work email was part of the internal office system of Zhongru & Company. After the visit to Jingxin, Xiao Qiao and Manager Li had been continuously recruiting personnel. They had purchased a set of OA office software. Internal matters were beginning to follow processes and establish norms. Work information was directly sent to his email. Young Master Jing immediately called Xiao Qiao, sitting on the carpet, leaning against the sofa. Xiao Qiao, why are you still awake so late? Xiao Qiao giggled. President Jing, a $1,000,000 salary is hard-earned. I've been almost overwhelmed with work lately. Oh, I've sent Xiao He to the University of International Business and Economics. You can give her any tasks you need. I'll send you her phone number shortly. Young Master Jing was surprised. You found a place so quickly? Not yet. She is staying at a budget hotel near the university for a few days. Young Master Jing was further impressed by Xiao Qiao's efficiency. After chatting a bit and showing concern for his subordinate, he moved on to the main topic. Let us schedule the interviews tomorrow morning at the 45th floor office in Guamao. I'll be there. Have Lu arrange the times, spaced half an hour apart. Understood. After wrapping up the work, young Master Jing pondered for a moment and sent a message to Chun Yujia. Classmate Chun, I have a query. I'll be interviewing employees tomorrow. Which universities are regarded as the best for law studies? Chapter 77. The Interview, Part 1. A spring rain fell throughout the night, not ceasing by dawn. The ginkgo trees on the campus of the University of Political Science and Law appeared even more lush and vibrant under the nourishment of the spring rain. The weekend campus exuded a slight laziness absent on ordinary days. Chen Yujie stood on the balcony of her rented old house, holding a cup of tea and admiring the scenic view of the campus. Her relationship with her dormitory roommates had long since deteriorated, prompting her to rent a place to live since the first semester of her sophomore year. This old house belonged to a school teacher, situated within the campus, making it very safe. Living alone granted her a great deal of freedom. Beyond the balcony screen, an ancient tree blooms with delicate white flowers amid the gentle drizzle. Nearby, swallows skim gracefully over the lake's surface. This scene of raindrops, fallen petals, and swift swallows weaves a picturesque tapestry, while the true beauty lies in the ethereal girl captured within it. Chun Yujia, clad in a pale blue skirt, embodies simplicity and elegance. The soft fabric clings to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her bare arms, milky white, stand out in contrast. She stands there, exuding a beauty reminiscent of fine craftsmanship. Just as she finds a moment of repose, her phone, resting in the living room, rings. Upon answering, she discovers it's a call from a real estate agent. With a swift motion, she disconnects, glancing at her phone to browse messages in the internal group of the Junxing law firm where she interns. Her gaze lingering on a message from Jing Gao sent the previous night. The message, dispatched at midnight, speaks volumes, and she understands its implications all too well. Thus, despite indulging in a binge of American dramas last night, she refrained from replying immediately. Engaging romantically with such a wealthy young man likely invites emotional turmoil, a risk she is reluctant to take in her life. However, the moment has arrived for her to respond. After all, Jing Gao had shown her kindness the day before by escorting her back to the law university. Mr. Jing, the current rankings of law schools in China are as follows: Renmin University, China University of Political Science and Law; Peking University, East China University of Political Science and Law; Southwest University of Political Science and Law, Shumai University, and Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. When Jing Gao received this WeChat message, he was arriving at the underground parking lot of the China World Trade Center Phase 3 in his Ferrari 488 GTB. He exhaled softly while seated in the driver's seat, placing his phone into his handbag. Chen Yujia's delayed reply is certainly not due to her having missed it. Her intentions are crystal clear. Jing Gao fell into a momentary silence. His admiration for Chen Yujia is no secret, sparked by her stunning beauty. According to his aesthetic standards, Chen Yujia, scoring a near-perfect 97, closely aligns with his ideal of perfection. Thus, he yearns to pursue a romantic relationship with her. In his life, he envisions a few cherished, like-minded women accompanying him as he tends to horses, chops wood, and travels the world, sharing the journey of life together. As a man of considerable wealth, surrounding himself with beautiful women is a trivial endeavor. Yet, if all relationships are merely transactional, it becomes profoundly uninteresting and rather tragic. Fast food may satisfy hunger, but he is, at heart, a man of substance. At the age of 27, he believes that his talents must serve a purpose. And as long as he does not harm others, he feels justified. However, this should not be the ultimate pursuit. There are profound lessons to be learned. For instance, what did the legendary martial arts master Gu Long lament on his deathbed? Why hasn't he my girlfriend come to see me? Similarly, his friend, Xie Dazhao, often reminisces about his love for Tang Lanlan during their university days, but that time is irretrievable. On Wednesday evening, a fortuitous opportunity allowed Jing Gao to make strides in his relationship with Chen Yujia. Yet, upon reflection, it appears merely to be the beginning. He seeks further avenues to deepen their connection. Jing Gao refocused his thoughts. He must first attend to his business. The China World Trade Center Phase 3, being a premier office building in the area, boasts an impeccable environment and service. On Saturday morning, the office floors of the entire building seemed somewhat desolate. "Good morning, Mr. Jing." A young clerk, he, awaited him at the company's reception, presenting him with his access card. He, in his 20s, has an unremarkable appearance, marked by acne, and a slender physique. "Thank you," Jing Gao replied with a smile, recalling something. "Please add me on WeChat for easier communication later." He entrusts her with the management of his properties near the Trade University and Lakeside Garden, delegating errands to her. Messaging on WeChat is far more convenient than making phone calls, especially when time is not pressing. He, with a cheerful smile, responded, "Of course, Mr. Jing." The office on the 45th floor spans only 800 square meters, adorned primarily in white and yellow wood tones. Upon entering, the right side extends into a series of cubicles, while the left features a pantry, lounge, and meeting rooms. From these areas, one can gaze through the glass facade of the building to behold the stunning views, with the Forbidden City prominently visible. At the far end lies Jing Gao's personal office, modest in size and rectangular in shape, with a mahogany desk at its center, flanked by a long bookshelf for documents. Jing Gao placed his brown Prada handbag on the desk and settled into a comfortable, soft-backed swivel chair, pondering. "I believe I should acquire another phone number to distinguish between work and personal life." With that thought, he rifled through a folder that Xiao Qiao had placed on his desk earlier, containing the resumes of candidates for the investment vice president position he was to interview today. Upon entering the office, it was apparent that Xiao Shuang, Manager Li, and others noticed him. Xiao Qiao was attending to Lu Sume, a staff member from a headhunting agency. In a small meeting room, while Lu Sume was busy sending messages to communicate with the elite interviewees, Xiao Qiao stood up, dressed vibrantly in a fashionable outfit, a light blue blouse with a large ruffled collar and a white sports skirt, her long legs impeccably straight. "Sume, let us go remind Mr. Jing about the time," she said with a smile. Given Xiao Qiao's adept communication skills, she was quite familiar with Lu Sume by now. Addressing her by name, "Oh, all right." Lu Sume, clutching her document bag, followed Xiao Qiao out of the small meeting room, though she felt a pang of discomfort. Mr. Jing had compressed the interview times for the 3 managerial candidates to under half an hour each. What could possibly be accomplished in such a brief span? She had invested significant effort in preparing the candidates' resumes over the past week, and she hoped they wouldn't go to waste. Knock, knock. Xiao Qiao lightly tapped on the open door before stepping inside with a bright smile. "Mr. Jing, it's almost 9 o'clock. We can commence the interviews. The first candidate, Han Wingguang, will arrive shortly." Jing Gao closed the folder in his hands and replied, "Very well. Let us head to the main conference room." His gaze fell upon the woman beside Xiao Qiao, who wore glasses, dressed in a standard black and white business suit. She was slightly shorter than Xiao Qiao, around 166 centimeters, and appeared somewhat slender, yet her white blouse and black skirt accentuated her curves. With a delicate face, large eyes, and flawless skin, she wore light makeup and possessed an exceptionally striking appearance, elegant and bright. Oh, this is Lu Sume, the client manager from Gao Fan Company, Xiao Qiao introduced. Hello, Mr. Jing. Lu Sume extended her hand, and Jing Gao was taken aback by her beauty, while she was equally astonished by his youth. No wonder he engaged in such unpredictable endeavors. Jing Gao, oblivious to her thoughts, merely noted her surprise and shook hands with Lu Sume before proceeding to the main conference room. Shortly after, the first candidate, Han Wenguang, entered. Chapter 78, The Interview, Part 2. The rain continues to fall softly. In the bright, tidy conference room, Jing Gao shook hands with the incoming gentleman, gestured for him to sit, and opened the resume. Mr. Han, I have reviewed your resume. Please begin with a self-introduction. Han Wenguang, aged 44, is employed at a large state-owned enterprise in Beijing and possesses extensive experience with multiple incubation projects. Han Wenguang possessed a square face, his complexion a rich, reddish hue reminiscent of a blushing visage. For a moment, he was taken aback. Considering his credentials, was he truly to be regarded as a nobody in this setting? Surely, this was not how matters should unfold. Was it not customary to sit down, share a cup of tea, and engage in heartfelt dialogue while extending courtesy to esteemed individuals? Despite Gao Fan, the headhunter, extolling this modest company to the heavens, Wenguang was well aware of the realities at play. The proprietor of this small establishment exhibited a rather haughty demeanor. Adjusting his mindset, Wenguang began his self-introduction. Hello, Manager Jing. I am a graduate of Fudan University. Manager Jing engaged in conversation with Han Wenguang for 20 minutes, gaining a preliminary understanding of him, and then stated, Mr. Han, would you mind waiting in the company for a while? I still need to interview a few more candidates, and I will make a final decision by the morning. Wenguang furrowed his brow internally. Was there a second round of interviews? However, as a man in his 40s, he could not afford to display his emotions. Rising to shake hands with Jing, he smiled and replied, certainly. Xiao Qiao, please escort Mr. Han outside for a brief wait, Manager Jing instructed, summoning his assistant. Wenguang followed the tall, elegant assistant out into the vacant office area, where he sat, his brow knitted in thought. Lu Submei guided the second candidate into the large conference room and, upon exiting, stole a glance at Wenguang's situation. She pulled Xiao Qiao into the tea room and whispered, Sister Qiao, why is there a second round of interviews? A salary of 5 million plus bonuses. Executives at this level possess considerable skills and aren't lacking in opportunities. Making them wait for an hour feels rather disrespectful. Her tone inadvertently carried a hint of agitation. She understood now why Manager Jing had scheduled half-hour intervals for the interviews. Yet she had not informed these investment elites about the second round, whose time isn't precious. Xiao Qiao, standing at 1.72 meters tall, clad in a white mid-length dress and high heels, looked hesitant as she held her phone. This Lu Submei sighed in exasperation, Sister Qiao. I'll go over the resumes once more. She had already lost hope for the day's interviews. Manager Jing seemed like a mere second-rate player, creating chaos. Her commission, bonuses, and an entire week of effort were about to go down the drain. An hour later, at 10:30 a.m., Manager Jing completed the interviews with the three candidates and summoned them all into the large conference room. Xiao Qiao, Manager Li, and Lu Submei seated themselves beside Manager Jing. Xiao He entered, carrying a kettle to refill the tea. Thank you, Manager Jing expressed, his gaze turning towards the three candidates seated across the elongated, oval conference table. Han Wenguang, age 44, was a middle manager at a state-owned enterprise and a project manager. Yu Leji, 38, was a middle-level manager in a foreign enterprise, possessing eloquence yet limited investment experience. Zhua Hao, 42, was a middle manager in a subsidiary investment company of a renowned domestic enterprise, having participated in numerous projects. Manager Jing spoke with a steady demeanor. I have just spoken with each of you, and you are all quite impressive. Therefore, I have decided to offer two positions as Deputy General Managers of Investment, each responsible for an investment fund of 100 million. I would like each of you to articulate your advantages over the others, starting with Manager Han. A palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere of the conference room, felt by Xiao Qiao, Manager Li, and Lu Submei, who were seated beside Jing. Any lingering dissatisfaction from the candidates evaporated in an instant. The distinction between selecting one candidate versus two was profound. Furthermore, managing an investment fund of 100 million was double what the headhunter had previously promised. The conditions were significantly more favorable. Lu Submei's mind instantaneously conjured the phrase, 2 peaches kill 3 scholars, followed by a bitter smile. What had she been anxious about? It seemed she had underestimated Manager Jing. He had effortlessly turned the situation around and seized control. All traces of Wenguang's hour-long wait vanished as he was called upon by Jing. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, my advantage lies in my profound familiarity with venture capital, having personally incubated relevant projects. Compared to these two gentlemen, I bear greater financial burdens with my mortgage and car loan, which fuels my passion for work. 5 minutes later, it was Yu Leji's turn. He was a formidable presence in his foreign company, yet due to his identity, he faced a career ceiling and was in search of new opportunities. Standing up, he bowed slightly, saying, "Hello, Manager Jing. Hello, Assistant Xiao, and greetings to my fellow colleagues. My strength lies in my ability to build cohesive teams. An excellent team requires cohesion, leadership, intelligence, emotional intelligence, and compassion. I believe I am well suited for this role." He spoke for 7 or 8 minutes without pause. Lastly, it was Zhua Hao's turn. He succinctly stated, "Manager Jing, my advantage is my familiarity with the venture capital circles in both Beijing and Shanghai. Additionally, I greatly value the opportunity to advance in my career, and I am committed to growing alongside the company." Once the 3 candidates had completed their presentations, Manager Jing dismissed them, stating they would be informed later. It would be awkward to announce their acceptance or rejection on the spot. A phone call would be more appropriate. Lu Submei and Xiao Qiao accompanied the 3 candidates out. Soon, the large conference room was left with only a few solitary disposable cups. Gentle raindrops pattered against the glass curtain. Manager Jing organized the resumes and handed them to Manager Li, instructing, "Let us proceed with Han Wenguang and Zhua Hao. Please notify them by phone." Manager Li, in his 40s and somewhat stout, appeared as though his shirt was straining at the waist. He acknowledged the instruction and then, with a cheerful thumbs up, remarked, "Manager Jing, you are truly remarkable, having just recruited 2 professional managers." Manager Jing felt elated as he had successfully laid the groundwork for Zhongru and Company and was ready to set sail. He teased Manager Li as they walked out of the conference room. "Old Li, flattering me 1T earn you a raise." Manager Li, trailing a step behind Jing, replied earnestly, "Manager Jing, I have been in human resources for over 20 years. To be frank, I have seen every interview tactic imaginable. However, your approach today was not merely clever. It exuded a commanding presence that turned the tides effortlessly. Those 3 candidates were treated like novices, and you maintained such authority that, in the end, you offered 2 positions and doubled the investment amount, instantly compelling them to lower their expectations. To put it bluntly, those candidates resembled young models vying for attention in a club, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, these 2 professional managers have already received a taste of your assertiveness before even starting, ensuring they will be easier to manage upon joining. Old Li, your ability to express such fresh and unique insights is commendable. It seems your path has broadened." Manager Jing patted Manager Li on the shoulder, saying, "Old Li, keep up the good work." Li Yifeng instantly felt lighter, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes." Manager Jing returned to his office with a smile. He had not overthought the situation. He was simply acting upon his earlier realizations, taking the lead. He did not need to concern himself with the thoughts of the elite professionals. The caliber of talent he was recruiting had yet to reach the heights of WeChat S Zhang Xiaolong or Yinfeng Capital S Liang. In Beijing, candidates meeting the requirements for the position of Deputy General Manager of Investment at Zhongru & Company were far from scarce. Thus, his guiding principle in handling this matter can be distilled into a single word: expedience. This morning, he swiftly finalized the candidates. However, it seemed from the perspectives of Lao Li and Xiao Lu that the situation was not quite as straightforward. Chapter 79, Su Mei, Ding Dong. At the entrance of the elevator on the 45th floor of the Guamao Phase 3 building, Xiao Qiao and Lu Su Mei bid farewell to the interviewees Han Wenguang and Zhua Hao. The elevator doors gradually closed as it descended. Xiao Qiao's polite smile faded, replaced by a teasing grin. "Giggle, Su Mei, now you needn't worry, right? Today's interviews not only went off without a hitch, but we also secured 2 contracts. The collaboration agreement with Gaofan Headhunting was negotiated by me and Xiao Lu. The fee for Gaofan Company is 20 of the recommended candidates' annual salary. Just from this one contract, Lu Su Mei has generated a profit of 2 million for Gaofan in a mere week. The performance is astonishing." Lu Su Mei's petite face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly admitted her mistake, saying, "Sister Qiao, it was my fault. I'll treat you to a meal." Indeed, she had underestimated Manager Jing. Although he had conducted the interview process haphazardly and failed to communicate with the candidates in advance, showing a lack of respect for the job seekers, the outcome was remarkably successful. Clearly, the 3 candidates did not seem to mind these issues when they left. What respect? Money is what truly matters. Xiao Qiao chuckled as she walked into the office alongside Lu Su Mei, reminding her, "Su Mei, our manager Jing is quite a decent person. He values rules and principles, but he cannot tolerate any nonsense." Lu Su Mei, hailing from a prestigious university, was exceptionally diligent at work. Aside from lacking a bit in conversational finesse, her capabilities and intellect were commendable. She was eager to cultivate this friendship. Lu Su Mei nodded appreciatively, saying, "Sister Qiao, I understand what to do. Thank you." The bright office was so quiet that the gentle patter of rain against the window could be heard. Jing Gao sat comfortably in his plush black leather executive chair, transferring 1.5 billion to the corporate account of Zhongruan Company via Alipay. He had tested the system the night before, successfully linking his Infinite card with Alipay and WeChat. After completing the transfer, Jing Gao sent a WeChat message to manager Xiao Yin of the Universe Bank to inform her. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin sent a lengthy voice message, which Jing Gao had not yet had the chance to listen to when Xiao Qiao and Lu Su Mei entered together. One was tall and slender, standing at 1.72 meters, often adorned in high heels and stylish attire, her long, fair legs captivating. The other, clad in a white shirt and black skirt suit, wore glasses and stood at 1.66 meters, possessing a beauty and figure that surpassed many, radiating charm. Xiao Qiao cheerfully reported, "Manager Jing, I've seen them off." Jing Gao nodded and smiled. "I've already instructed Lao Li to make the call. We're hiring Han Wenguang and Zhua Hao. They'll start work on Monday. Please assist with the arrangements." "Certainly." Lu Su Mei gently adjusted her glasses and slightly bowed, saying, "Manager Jing, I apologize for questioning your interview arrangements today. The results speak for themselves. Your approach was exceedingly effective." Jing Gao was somewhat taken aback by her apology, yet he felt quite pleased internally. In his memory, Lu Su Mei had always spoken with a certain sharpness, lacking the smoothness of others. Compared to Xiao Yin, she was indeed lacking. Rapid progress, Comrade Lu. Jing Gao thought to himself, fully aware that Lu Su Mei's apology was fundamentally different from the straightforward apology offered by Deng Ran the day before. While Deng Ran's was purely innocent, Lu Su Mei's apology was more of a remedy, cunning and astute. Jing Gao chose not to feign profundity by reprimanding Lu Su Mei. His mood was good. With a wave of his hand, he smiled, "Beautiful ladies in my presence deserve a bit of preferential treatment. Let us leave it at that." Xiao Qiao, her face beaming with a smile, interjected, "Manager Jing, Lu manager just agreed to treat us outside." Lu Su Mei smiled and inquired, "I wonder if Manager Jing has time?" Jing Gao chuckled. He genuinely wished to accept the invitation. Dining with a stunning beauty like Lu Su Mei would undoubtedly be delightful. However, it was evident to him that this was merely a social engagement aimed at maintaining their relationship, ensuring that future executive recruitments at Zhongruan Company would be funneled through her. At this moment, Jing Gao was disinterested in such gatherings. Having already had his fill of socializing with bank representatives a few days prior, he had no intention of leveraging this situation to manipulate Lu Su Mei. Matters of work were best kept simple. He worked at Hake, often engaging in sales, and despised those on the client side who indulged in shady dealings or corrupt practices. Some individuals even resorted to unscrupulous tactics. The so-called gems at Hake were not necessarily above reproach. Some cars appeared brand new, yet their mileage was shockingly high. As Hugo would say about cars, do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. Jing Gao gracefully declined, saying, "Let us discuss it another day." He added, "Xiao Qiao, while I'm here, please coordinate a lunch gathering for all departments at the company." Xiao Qiao cheerfully replied, "Certainly." The lunch gathering at Zhongruan Company was arranged in the banquet hall on the third floor of the Guamao building, featuring Chinese cuisine. Jing Gao had dined at the Fulemin Shark Fin seafood restaurant with Li Wei just the night before, and the food had been rather unimpressive. As Lu Su Mei worked as a headhunter, she needed to wait until the newly hired personnel completed their probationary period before the company could receive the final payment. Therefore, she had to continue engaging with Zhongruan. Xiao Qiao invited her to join. Zhongruan Company set up 2 tables in a small banquet hall. After everyone settled down in the bustling atmosphere, a waitress in a red qipao gracefully brought out exquisite dishes. This was Jing Gao's first encounter with all the staff, comprising 16 individuals from various departments including finance, legal, logistics, and administration, all recruited by Xiao Qiao and Li Yifeng. Yu Jia was sporting a buzz cut and had tan skin. Recently, he had been busy with vehicle matters, registering Jing Gao's cars, retrieving vehicles left in certain locations, and disposing of the company's previous second-hand cars. His skin had darkened further from the sun. He quietly asked a colleague nearby, "Zhou Ge, who is that stunning beauty beside Manager Jing? She looks unfamiliar." "She is truly beautiful with her fair skin and curvaceous figure, radiating an indescribable brightness." The client manager from Gaofin Headhunting. The highest-ranking employees at Zhongruan Company, Xiao Qiao and Li Yifeng, were expected to sit beside Jing Gao. But the shrewd Lao Li found an excuse to swap seats with Lu Su Mei. Jing Gao acquainted himself with each staff member at his table. And just as the dishes were nearly ready, he stood up to propose a toast. The raucous noise in the small banquet hall immediately subsided, and all eyes turned to the tall young man at the main table. Jing Gao proclaimed loudly, "Today marks our company's first gathering, so let us enjoy ourselves. This afternoon, I'll grant everyone half a day off. Ladies need not drink alcohol. Feel free to have soft drinks instead." I have matters to attend to later. So I won't be drinking much. I raise this glass to all of you. Cheers. Everyone stood up, raising their glasses, and the atmosphere turned lively. After taking a drink, Jing Gao switched to corn juice, engaging with those who came to toast him while casually chatting with Lu Su Mei. Since Lu Su Mei was not well acquainted with Zhongruan's employees, she didn't need to leave her seat to toast and focused on the delicious food. Noticing that her plate had been replaced twice by the waitstaff, Jing Gao curiously asked, "Manager Lu, do you particularly enjoy eating?" Lu Su Mei chuckled lightly, revealing her pearly teeth as she replied, "Yes, but I don't know how to cook. In my leisure time, I often wander through the capital in search of delightful culinary establishments. Jing, would you like me to recommend a few hidden gems?" Her demeanor is exuberant. Devoid of the aloofness commonly associated with stunning beauties, she exudes grace and confidence. Jing Gao chuckled, "Then we are kindred spirits. I've been preoccupied lately, contemplating gastronomy more than actually indulging in it. Let's connect on WeChat. Your phone number, is it?" Lu Su Mei delicately dabbed her lips with a damp towel, her movements gentle and radiant, as she turned to retrieve her phone from her bag. "This is my work number. I'll scan you." From his vantage point, Jing Gao caught sight of the alluring curves accentuated by her black skirt. To say it was breathtaking might be an exaggeration, yet it undeniably tugged at the heartstrings. Unobtrusively, Jing Gao took out his phone and added Lu Su Mei as a friend. After their meal, Yu Jia arranged for a driver to take Jing Gao to Beijing University of Commerce, where he had a singing lesson scheduled with Professor Wu Panpan at 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 80, Tianlong, Part 1. The Beijing University of Commerce, often abbreviated as Jing Gongshang, is a second-tier institution with relatively lenient access control. Social vehicles are permitted entry upon registration. On a Saturday afternoon, light rain cascaded over the phoenix trees and the green brick sidewalks outside the teaching building. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Ghost quietly awaited beneath the educational edifice. Its imposing presence radiated elegance and opulence. As faculty and students passed by, they couldn't help but steal glances at the vehicle, undeniably striking. Jing Gao practiced vocal techniques in a singing room on the third floor alongside Professor Wu Panpan. At approximately 4 o'clock, the lesson concluded. Jing Gao arranged to continue their session the following day at 10, bidding farewell, "Goodbye, Professor Wu." With her hair styled in a bun, Wu Panpan appeared both relaxed and lively, though she was already 30 years old. She earnestly advised, "Jing Gao, you must practice diligently during your free time, otherwise, the results will be significantly diminished." "I will," he assured her as he swiftly descended the stairs, contemplating the purchase of a gramophone. According to Professor Wu, there exists a hierarchy in music enjoyment. Vinyl records are regarded as the epitome of sound quality, followed by CDs, and finally, electronic music. Thus, he pondered acquiring a gramophone to savor music at home, enriching his auditory experience. Jing Gao sent a WeChat message to Xiao Qiao. "Xiao Qiao, please help me purchase a Caesar Binny gramophone." As he reached the first-floor lobby, he encountered a group of students discussing his car. "Does the school not regulate this? Any vehicle seems allowed on campus. Can the girls from our art college withstand these old men driving Rolls-Royces?" "Hey, how can you speak like that? We girls are still here. Don't act high and mighty in front of Xiao Xiao. Keep your remarks to yourself." "Well, men are attracted to beauty, and women are drawn to capable men. It's human nature, all right? It's simply a fact." Jing Gao smiled at the vibrant youth passing by, contemplating whether he should adopt a self-deprecating demeanor, slightly embarrassed. "I'm not old at all." Exiting the educational building, Jing Gao settled into the Rolls-Royce, listening to a voice message from Xiao Yin, instructing the driver, "Take me back to Vank Economic Trade Mansion." 2 days prior, he had made arrangements with young Master Xie for an evening gathering. A friend of his sister was celebrating her birthday, and they planned to find a venue in Wangfujing for drinks and karaoke. The night scene in Wangfujing was bustling, with throngs of pedestrians on the street. The shops and buildings were ablaze with lights, creating a dazzling spectacle against the night sky. Jing Gao sat quietly in the Rolls-Royce, observing the vibrant nocturnal landscape outside. He had attended a university in the capital, and naturally, he had visited the renowned Wangfujing, albeit unable to afford its indulgences. Observing it from within the car offered an entirely different perspective. Indeed, life in the capital was rich and varied, but how much had he truly experienced? Thus, after a casual chat with Lu Su Mei earlier that afternoon, he realized he had been mistaken in his approach. Following his visit to Beijing Exine University on Wednesday, he confirmed he had transitioned through the adaptation period of being a wealthy individual and was now in the novice stage. He continued to adhere to old habits, maintaining a daily reflection in hopes of swiftly moving beyond this novice phase. Consequently, he devised a plan and set goals to enhance himself through activities such as playing football and learning to sing. However, this was merely indicative of his slight confusion regarding the essence of life. How had he navigated his adaptation period as a wealthy individual? By following the voice within, experiencing the cycle of houses, cars, and beautiful women, ultimately leading him to understand the self-awareness of wealth. Now that he had acquired property and settled in the capital, what did he yearn to do most? The answer was clear: to explore where to find delicious food and engaging activities in the city. This was the experiential essence of his novice phase, trial and error. In the future, he could expand this exploration to encompass the entire country and even the globe. As a wealthy individual, he faced no survival pressures. The time he awoke each day was entirely his own. If he were to view self-improvement as the main theme of his life, it would only dull his passion for living. Who doesn't know that learning can be tedious? Therefore, let his novice phase as a wealthy person commence with the exploration of culinary delights and enjoyable experiences. Jing Gao's thoughts crystallized, and clarity washed over him. At that moment, his phone rang. I once resembled you. Like him, like the wild grasses and flowers. Young Master Xie's voice echoed through the line, lamenting, Brother, where are you? My sister's friends are all here now. Jing Gao raised his wrist to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock, and he was still stuck on Dongyamen Street. In other words, he had covered less than a kilometer in half an hour. Damn, wait for me for a quarter of an hour. I'll be there shortly. Jing Gao hung up and instructed the driver, find a place to park. I'll walk over. Understood, Mr. Jing. The driver, hired through social recruitment, subtly pursed his lips. Xia's sister, Xia Shutong, was a junior at the Central Academy of Drama. The birthday gathering for her friend was set at a KTV named Tianlong in Wangfujing. Xian had called Jing Gao from the restroom after washing his face. In the spacious, luxurious private room, a girl was singing. Do you even love me? I don't know what to say. Xian approached a beautiful girl, whispering, Yizi, come down with me to greet a friend. Sure. The girl named Yizi obediently stood up, clad in a deep blue, sleeveless mid-length dress, her figure elegantly tall. Meanwhile, Haozi, who was shaking dice, exclaimed, Come on. Young Master Xia, don't prioritize beauty over friendship. Let us drink. Xian, uninterested in the banter, took Yizi's hand and descended the stairs to await his friend Jing Gao. Stepping out of the KTV, the night scene sparkled brilliantly. However, having just experienced a light rain, the night in mid-April carried a slight chill. Xian removed his gray Connolly coat and gently draped it over Yizi's shoulders. His gaze filled with tenderness. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with handsome features and fair skin, he possessed a physique sculpted by fitness. This gentle gesture could easily be the stuff of an idol drama, drawing the attention of many girls nearby. Simultaneously, it served as a piece of dog food for the newly arrived Jing Gao. As Jing Gao approached, he joked, That struck a chord, my friend. Xian chuckled heartily, exuding an air of triumph, and remarked, You still have the audacity to complain? I told you it would be at 7. He then introduced, This is Yi Ning, an intern host from Jingtai and my girlfriend. And this is Jing Gao, my college roommate and dear friend. With a warm smile, Yi Ning extended her hand graciously and said, Hello, Mr. Jing. I often hear about you from Deshao. Just call me Yizi. Upon hearing Xia's introduction, Jing Gao's expression grew somewhat serious. It appeared that Xia Deshao was indeed earnest this time. Had this lad, known for his countless romances, finally decided to settle down? Jing Gao smiled as he shook hands with the vibrant young lady. Yizi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please, refrain from calling me Mr. Jing. Simply use my name. Feeling the chill outside, Xian suggested, Let us head inside to chat. He led his girlfriend and Jing Gao into a private room on the second floor of Tianlong.